is ESPN Chicago, WNBP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Chicago. This is your morning routine.
Put some respect on my name.
Kap and J Hood.
That's right, we bad.
Watch the show on Twitch. Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago. Stream the show on the ESPN Chicago app and on FM 100.3 HD2 and on ESPN 1000 Chicago. Now, David Kaplan and Jonathan Hood.
Good morning, everyone.
Bring them out. Woo! Bring them out. 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 Bring them out.
Oh, God. Welcome in to the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000, and we are streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. With Hall of Famer David Kaplan, Jonathan Hood with you. We have Shay, we've got Jay Moore, we've got you for a 3-hour ride here on this Tuesday morning. With open phone lines for you at 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our phone number. Watch the show and all the shows on YouTube, youtube.com. Look for ESPN Chicago on YouTube. And on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN 1000 Chicago. Happy Bobby Bonilla Day to all who celebrate Cap. For our younger viewers and listeners, today is July 1st. And for Bobby Bonilla, this is his day. And for New York Mets fans, it's the day that former Major League Baseball player Bobby Bonilla receives a $1.19 million payment from the Mets as part of the deferred payment agreement from 2001. This annual payment has been occurring since 2011 and will continue through 2035. Nothing like mailbox money, Cap. You go look at the account, $1.19 million. Good for Bobby Bonilla. He's happy every day at this time.
Yeah, I was reading an article last year around Bobby Bonilla Day where he was saying that his agent came to him and said, hey, the Mets are having financial issues from the Bernie Madoff scandal and just a whole bunch of bad decisions by previous ownership. And they want to know, can they defer what they owe you? And here's the deal that I put together. And Bonilla said, absolutely not. I need my money, man. I want to get paid. I got bills to pay. He said, listen to me. This is the agent. I am not going to allow you to turn this deal down. He's like, I'm not taking that. I want my money. Yeah. They owe it, pay it. He's like, listen to me. This deal will be the greatest deal in the history of sports. You've got to do this. And so he talked to his wife. He talked to some close friends. They're like, wait a minute. They're going to give you how much? They're going to give me $1.19 million a year through what, 2030? 2031?
I think 2035.
2035.
Yes.
And he said, okay, I'll do it. And he did. And now every single year, $1.19 million. The original amount he was owed versus the amount he's going to make is astronomical.
You and I have had a disagreement about Bobby Bonilla before, if you recall. We had like almost an hour debate on how you would like to have your money. Would you like to have your money up front, or would you like to be paid like this? And if I'm not mistaken, Cap, before we go into Bobby Bonilla further, didn't Bruce Sutter have something like this?
Not that I know of.
Didn't Sutter have deferred payments?
He may have. I remember talking to Jody Davis, the former Cubs catcher.
Yeah.
And he asked them, he was single.
Yeah.
He said, I'm asked, I think he told me he was making $400,000, something like that.
Sutter received $1.12 million per year for 30 years, and he was paid his final installment, $9.1 million, in 2022, the year he passed away.
Yeah, see, he had the same kind of deal.
Yeah, but it wasn't a deal where the team came to him. I think he structured his contract that way.
That's what I mean.
That's what Jody Davis told me. Yeah. Whatever it was he was making, he said, I don't need all that. So he asked them, please defer X number of dollars at X interest. And he said, I'm good. I'm good. I don't have to worry.
See, I remember Sutter having something like that because it's something to be said, Cap, about having that kind of change in your account every year that you can depend on. Mm-hmm. Say, for instance, you live a certain life where it's just like, okay, I live $1 million life. okay, so I'm going to go on trips now that I'm retired. My wife, my family, they're going to be taken care of. And if I run through some of that money, a third of that money, 2/3 of that money, I got more coming in while I'm retired. Mm-hmm. So, but you said to me, hey, I want all my money. I want to be all in. Just give it to me all at one time. But there's something to be said that when you're in your 50s and 60s, right, you're not working. You're not the insurance broker. You don't have the Century 21 jacket trying to show people homes at a certain age after you're retired. No, I can lay back on my money. Every year, I get myself $1.3, $1.5, $2 million. Cap, that's pretty good change. When you're not, I mean, you expect it, but you're not doing anything.
No,
and
I would take the deal he was offered. I would absolutely take that deal. Mailbox money, we always talk about that because that's security. I don't have to worry. Okay, I had a bad year. Well, guess what? I got another 1.1. So he last played for the Mets in 1999. He last played in the majors for the Cardinals in 2001. When he turns 72, he'll get his final payment from the Mets. He was owed $5.9. Is that what you said? $5.9 million.
At the end.
The Mets said, we are having issues. We owe you this $5.9, but we're invested in a Bernie Madoff account that promised double-digit returns, and the Mets were poised to make a significant profit if the account delivered. But obviously Madoff went to jail. That did not work out. And so when he did that deal, he gets the 1.19 through 2035. And that started July 1, 2011.
Correct.
That allowed them to defer it at 8% interest.
Which is awesome.
Awesome. So he also gets a deal, again, second deferred contract plan on another contract that was between the Mets and Orioles. I think there was a trade in there. Mm-hmm. He gets $500,000 a year for 25 more years. Those payments began in 2004.
Okay, so two things with this. One, remember Bonilla was ours first. He was a White Sox in '86. They drafted
correct.
him.
That's
right?
correct.
So I got to get myself a Bonilla jersey. He was only for the White Sox for a cup of coffee just for one season. Mm-hmm. He had 271 plate appearances, so I think that's cool. So that way Tyler Aki can come up to me and ask me, tell me about the Bonilla jersey, the 1 year he played for the White Sox in '86. The other thing, though, Cap, is that I know he's probably more of a Pittsburgh Pirate. Maybe I probably know him as a Pirate. We know him as a Met. But I think that with him getting the money that he's getting, I think that is great. I think that even though he balked at the deal, the idea that you're getting money every year like that, I think it's great.
Yeah.
It's something to look forward to because he's probably not doing anything besides traveling,
enjoying life,
eating, having fun.
He's getting between the two deals about $1.7 million a year doing nothing.
Well, and what was his
and then he gets his major league pension, don't forget.
Yeah.
His lump sum offer would have been what, like
5.9.
Yeah. That's a no-brainer.
So much better.
To take the $1 million every year. Like if it were $30 million in 2004 on the spot or $1 million every year for 30 years, you take the $30 million.
Look, Cap and I think that I like what Jody did. I like the idea that down the line, I want to be able to have money when I'm retired.
I got how much in that account?
That's right. I know, but you were telling me before, like, hey, man, if I got money coming, I want my money. You'd love to have it in a lump sum.
If they were going to pay it.
Yeah.
They couldn't pay it. That was the other thing. They couldn't pay it.
Even if a team could, I like the idea that I could still have money at the end of my life.
Yeah, deferrals.
Because I'll blow through it with gambling, traveling, muscle. You know how much I love muscle cars?
Yeah.
I love classic cars, so I'd probably get a whole driveway filled with those or a garage filled with those kind of cars. So I would like the opportunity to have money, $1 million, $2 million at the end of my life every year. That's awesome.
Chris Davis, remember him from the Orioles?
Yeah.
So he is the new Bonilla, they're calling him. His arrangement with the Orioles, he collects $59 million in deferred payments during a 15-year stretch that started last year. It continues through 2037. He receives $9.16 million a year for 2024 and 2025, and then $3.5 million from 2026 to 2032, and another $1.4 million a year from 2033 to 2037.
Okay. hold on a second. So I'm remembering, Chris Davis underachieved, right? He wasn't a star.
Well, he had a massive, massive year, if I remember correctly.
Underachieved is generous. Yeah, he had like a 50 home run season.
Yeah, so in 2013, he hit 53 home runs, hit 138 RBIs. He hit another 47 home runs in 2015.
They paid him, and then he had I think it was maybe 2016 or 2017. Didn't he have a 0 for 38 streak or something where he struck out 30
something
times?
like that. Yeah, 53 and 138, you said, 47 and 117, 38 and 84.
Good years.
26 and 61.
By the way, 2016, that's nasty work. 38 homers, 84 RBIs.
Yeah.
He was
Wait a minute.
in the 2018 season through April 2019, he went 0 for 54. The longest hitless streak by a non-pitcher in MLB history.
16 homers and 49, and then 12 and 36, and then he was done. Retired in COVID after a handful of at-bats.
Could he not run into a fastball in 2025 pitching? Could he not run into one
At
for a
his
base
age
hit?
right now, no.
At the time, if we did the, you know how we always do the inflation calculator, Shay? What if we did this with 2025 pitching? Could Chris Davis hit a fastball over the wall and break that streak? I think he could.
I'm now curious. I'm going to look it up, what the average fastball velocity was in 2015 and what it is now.
Okay, so I'm going to say Cap is like 95. The average fastball, you said 2015, right, Shay?
Yeah,
I
you
think that's
remember
way
the
too
Cubs
high.
had
I don't even know if 95 is what it is now.
I remember when the Cubs had like Terry Adams, and he was throwing 95, and Kerry Wood was like 97, and people were like, oh my God.
Yeah.
And then Pryor, remember?
Pryor.
The cover of Sports Illustrated before the 2004 season was hell freezes over, the Chicago Cubs win the World Series, and they had those two guys holding baseballs with flames coming out of them. Now?
Everybody throws 100 plus.
Yes.
It's ridiculous. And by the way, everything's about velocity. Oh, my arm hurts. Oh, my arm. Well, as I watched, by the way, the other day, Cap, Angels baseball, it's just on because it's baseball. It's just the soundtrack of our summer baseball. Hendricks is out there. Bob Ross in it, still out there, the Angels. I'm watching that. Was it Saturday? Friday or Saturday he was out there? Cap, 87 on the black, 83.
He's throwing the ball really well.
84. And just placing it anywhere he wants to place it. Because everyone else, and I had to readjust my eyes because when we watch baseball now, everything's 95 or 100. And I'm watching Hendricks, easy windup. Right on the corner. That's not a strike. Yes, it is. He was 83, but it's a strike, sir. Sit down.
Right.
Wow.
Yeah, I love that guy. He's one of my all-time favorite people, not just athletes, people I've ever dealt with. I became, I wouldn't call us close friends, but we had a great relationship at the ballpark. He was awesome
The
as
professor.
a human. The professor.
He's still out there just throwing Maddox-like pitches, Cap.
What a great human being he is.
Hello, I'm Bob Ross. I'd like to welcome you to the joy of painting.
That's it.
Little Bob Ross and a Cap story. Little combo platter.
He's just Kyle's just such a quality human being, man.
Yeah. So Shay's still in the lab, but I would imagine, I think I said 94. Let's go with 94 miles an hour for the fastball in that time, the high water mark. He's in the lab trying to find out what the average fastball was.
In 2015?
Yeah.
I'm going to say it's 95.
That's fair. Somewhere in there, because everyone wasn't throwing 100 even at that time.
No, that's what, in 2016, was what made that whole run, 2012 to now. Chapman, that's what made Geraldo so freaky good.
2015, it was 93. Was the average fastball velocity. I obviously it'll be significantly higher for 2025, but I'm still working to get that number.
But that's why guys are getting elbow injuries and shoulders.
Just trying to show out, man.
Like we were just talking about Tyler Mahle from the Rangers. That was the guy on the Cubs list. And a lot of teams were like, all right, they may not trade Jacob deGrom, but we can get him shut down through the trade deadline with rotator cuff inflammation. That'll be all.
I like versatility in pitching, Cap, and I just think that we're getting further and further away from that. The versatility.
Yeah.
The versatility now is watch the tilt like Kate Horton. The tilt on his ball, the fastball, and how it goes in and then down against the left-handed hitters is just amazing. How it's become pool. It's a billiards play now. It's like, watch me throw this ball and watch the dive into the left-handed hitter. Watch it dive to the right side. It is just amazing what they can do with the baseball.
It's incredible.
Math I did through the 332 average fastball velocities available on StatCast. Average fastball velocity today is 94.3.
I would have thought it was higher.
Me too.
But
it
I
gets
would also
skewed by
think
the few guys who throw 88. If
but
you
I
took
think
them
if
out.
you also took all starters out and just used relievers, now I think you're 98, 99.
Especially the Tigers.
There's like Kyle Hendricks and Hobie Milner are on here, and they both throw 86 is Kyle Hendricks' average and 87 is Hobie Milner's. So they skew it down.
Right, but like
They mess up the algorithm there.
take just the Cubs bullpen. Brad Keller throws 100. Palencia throws 101.
Showed us skewing the average down. 91 average.
There's a pitcher
Right.
right there.
He's a pitcher.
That's right.
He's not a thrower.
That's right.
But the Cubs have Porter Hodges up near 100. I mean, they got a bunch of dudes that they can bring it. The White Sox, Grant Taylor's just up from Double-A. He threw 102 the other day. Chapman, he's 37. He's throwing 102 consistent.
Those pitchers
Sitting at 100.
Those pitchers are supposed to be the specialized closer, the fireman that comes in and blows you away. Now it's just commonplace. Everyone does
I
it.
cannot imagine, because I got to bat in a game with a guy throwing 92. And 92, it was like, oh, God. And I grounded out the second. Many years ago.
Yeah.
And I'm like, 92. 92 is not, you're not going to the show unless you're Kyle Hendricks at 92.
You got a piece of it. That's a win.
That's a win.
You got a piece of it. And there's one to grow on right there.
But, like, imagine 10 more miles an hour.
No shot.
Like, what? Wait, I didn't see that.
You know, speaking of the Cubs, we got some news here. Well, some conjecture, but some news that some Cub fans would like to hear. That's coming up next. Also hearing from an expert exactly what the National League Central looks like. It's all part of the mix. Kap and J Hood, weekday morning, 7 to 10.
Kap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago. Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Dodgers.
Live coverage begins tonight at 8:30 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
We'll talk some Cubs baseball in just a moment, but first let's talk about Neighborhood Housing Services of Chicago. Look, if you're looking to level up your finances or finally make that move into homeownership, listen up. NHS Chicago is offering next-level classes. These are free, expert-led workshops that help you go beyond the basics. We're talking about building your credit, understanding estate planning, real estate investing, and how you can take care of your home like a pro. Now, here's the real part. My mother-in-law, she actually used NHS Chicago when she bought her first home, and it made all the difference in the world. She walked in unsure of the process and came out confident and prepared because NHS gave her the tools and knowledge to make it happen. So whether you're a first-time home buyer like she was, or you just want to build your financial future, this is for you. And the best part, you could take classes online, in person, either one, in person, online, whatever fits your schedule. But here's the website. Here's where you go. It's nhschicago.org/education. Or this number, 773-329-4111 to register. Again, nhschicago.org/education or 773-329-4111. NHS Chicago, rooted in neighborhoods, investing in people. They help my family. They can help yours too. Tell them J Hood sent you. Jay Moore.
Hey guys, it's Silvy for Window Nation. You've been trying to stay cool this summer, but your windows aren't keeping the AC in your home. It's a problem I had. Window Nation can help. With their energy-efficient replacement windows, your home will be comfy and cool for the rest of summer. And better yet, Window Nation is currently offering 50% off all window styles. And how about this? No interest until 2030. 0 interest for 5 whole years. Don't miss the best deal of the year, plus 1-day installation from Window Nation. Call 866-90-NATION or go to windownation.com.
Sox fans, join us as we celebrate the unforgettable 2005 World Series champions during 05 reunion weekend, July 11th through the 13th. This weekend is packed with Burley's statue unveiling, exclusive giveaways, post-game fireworks, and special events honoring the team that brought a World Series title back to the South Side. Don't miss your chance to be part of this historic celebration. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/2005.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
This fall, the Sandman, Adam Sandler, You're My Best Friend Tour.
I feel like we're very good friends now.
United Center, October 20th. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster.com.
Now back to Kap and J Hood.
Good morning, Kap J Hood. Love your show, man. I am dialed in from 7 to 10 every day.
On ESPN Chicago.
Back in 82, I used to be able to throw a pigskin quarter mile.
Are you serious?
I'm dead serious.
Kap and J Hood on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. Good to hear from Uncle Rico this morning. We're with you till 10 o'clock as the Cubs will start a series here after the day off, Cap, and we'll see what the Cubs and the Guardians bring. You do have it set, by the way. You do know, again, July 4th, Apple TV Plus. You got it set up, ready to go?
Got it ready.
Okay, I just don't want you to fly off the handle. Why isn't it on marquee? Okay, it's on Apple TV Plus, Grandpa.
Yep, I got it.
Okay, just want to make sure.
Yep, I'm set.
So this is an interesting time for the Cubs because we went through the numbers yesterday, and again, the least amount of wins in the National League Central in the month of June.
Mm-hmm.
There's ups and downs in every season, but as I told you yesterday, Cap, I think that there's concern about the level of opposition that the Cubs are facing, that they underachieved at 10-21. They did not play well against the upper echelon. We went through this with the Tiger series, went through this with the Houston series. I think there's always a leveling up. When you take a look at that schedule, like, oh, they had that record? Well, we got this record? Well, let's see how we measure up. Let's go. And you lose 2 out of 3. Mm-hmm. So now it's Tito back in Chicago. It's Terry Francona and the Guardians. So what's the latest?
No, Francona's not there anymore.
Who's there?
Don't they have Stephen Vogt? Yeah.
Stephen Vogt.
He left
He's
there. Now he's with Cincinnati.
That's right. I'm going to get some money out for a fine.
There you go.
So tell us the latest on what is happening at Clark and Addison.
Well, first of all, you brought up what the Cubs' record was in June, 13-13. In terms of home runs hit in the month, Cubs 45. That's number 1 in all of baseball. Cubs slugging percentage, 442, 4th in all of baseball. Stolen bases, 26, tied for 1st in all of baseball. OPS, 7th best in all of baseball. Weighted runs created, 11th in all of baseball. And then you go to their bullpen ERA, 2.4. Thank you for the fine.
Yep.
2.44 bullpen ERA, 1st in all of baseball. Starters ERA, 4.87, 24th. That tells you why Jed is shopping everywhere. So I was listening to Jim Bowden yesterday, who I like a lot, and then I made a couple calls about what the White Sox are doing, but I called a buddy of mine who was a front office guy for a long time in MLB, and I said, okay, what are my guys doing? What's going on with the Cubbies? He said, dude, your boy, Jed, is all in and so is his owner. I go, Tom? He said, I don't see a deal out there they wouldn't take. And he also agreed DeGrom's not getting moved. He said, I don't see Jacob DeGrom getting moved. He goes, and I can't tell you that teams are taking on $95 million. That's what's guaranteed left, with it, plus a club option for another 20.
Mm-hmm.
He said, I believe if within reason, he goes, again, I don't believe, this is him. He does not believe Jacob DeGrom's getting moved. But he said, if you tell me, he goes, Jed wants Eugenio Suarez in the worst way.
Sure.
He's just got to wait. The Diamondbacks have got to fall a little farther behind. He said, that's why you've got to let this play out. He goes, he likes Seth Lugo with Kansas City. He goes, but so does everyone else who's trying to get a starter. He goes, the Mets are all in to get a starter. They just lost Griffin Canning for the year with an Achilles injury. He said, Jed, Tom, he goes, I'm telling you, they're all in. Done. Tell me what it's going to cost in prospects. Tell me what it's going to cost in money. He goes, they're going to do it. He goes, I think they really want Aroldis Chapman. He goes, Boston has to fall out. He said, they're going to be in there if Alex Bregman gets moved if they haven't already gotten Suarez. He does not like Brian Hayes from the Pirates at all. He's like, dude, tell your guys not to trade for him. He's not an upgrade over Matt Shaw.
You know, I think we discovered that yesterday looking through the numbers. I did ask you, I said, hey, what's the latest on Brian Hayes? He seemed kind of average to me or below average.
Yeah, his numbers are not great. This guy did not like
Would
him
call
as a
him
player.
bad, personally.
Yeah, he said he said he does nothing for you. He goes, and you're giving up something. He goes, Mitch Keller, he's okay. He goes, David Bednar, he'd be a nice arm to have as an addition. But he would go get, if it was him, he'd go get Eugenio Suarez and Merrill Kelly from Arizona. He said, and then I'd go get a high-end bullpen arm like Chapman. That's what he would do.
That wish list sounds great, but also you have to keep in mind some of these other teams that are vying to make sure they solidify the top of the standings and solidify their opportunity to have, a long run in the playoffs, maybe to the World Series. The Cubs are not standing alone in that.
Correct.
There's a number of teams that's going to be vying for the same talent that Jed is.
That's exactly what he said.
So here's the question, and I'm sure Cub fans are wondering this morning as well. How much is Jed and Tom willing to put their balls on the table? Not just their balls. When I say that, I'm talking about the minor league talent.
He said they're all in. He said, I'm telling you, they're all in.
That's a great statement, but that doesn't tell me, it doesn't answer my question. How much are you willing to mortgage the future? And the Cubs have a plethora of talent in the minor league system. It's one thing, I'm all in. Yeah, but until you see the deal on the table, how much are you all in? The last thing you want to do is come back to the show and report to me that the Cubs said, nah, we're going to hold our nose. We're not going to do that deal because we love this kid, this kid, this kid. Being all in and having it as a phrase is one thing. But I'm asking, are you willing to do what it takes to sacrifice a lot of your minor league talent to win today? Are you or are you not?
I think they are. That is what he's telling me, and that is what I'm hearing.
And what does the Cub fan think over there?
I do think they're all in to try and win. I do. I think that I believe Tom would love to not only to win it because of what it means to win the World Series, but to walk up at the parade, at the rally, and basically be able to go, yeah, we won again. Second time.
Well, absolutely.
Take that.
Yeah, you don't want to just have – look, it's great to win a World Series. It's his legacy now. Imagine to be able to double down and just like, hey, we won another one in this era.
Correct.
In my ownership.
Correct.
That'd be awesome.
Correct.
That is a far cry from my owner.
Correct.
Where you come in and people start laughing or snickering or shaking their head in pity like, that's a shame. That was once a proud franchise for a couple of years here or there. But with Tom, of course he wants to win another championship. Absolutely he does.
So that's what I was told by somebody who he was at a high level in MLB for a long, long time. He said, your guys, with rare exception, are going to be involved in every deal out there. He said, and I think they'll trade just about anybody out of the system.
Just so we say it out loud, Cap, it's more than the Cubs because even the Dodgers are going to say, we're 7.5 games ahead of the Padres, but we want to make sure that we're in the mix again. We want to be in the World Series again. Phillies will ask. Mets will ask. Detroit should be in that mix. Again, 11.5 games ahead of Cleveland, but you just want to make sure you have just enough. If you need a bat, you need an arm, you want to do that. Same thing with the Rays and some of these wild card teams. So it's not the Cubs alone. Others will also be able to try to figure out how can I get some of the
that's what he said.
woebegone teams that's out of the race.
He said the more money that your owner is willing to take in deals, he said Suarez doesn't make anything and he's a free agent at the end of the year. He said that's an easy one. He goes, but if you want to take some bigger contract that has multiple years left on it, he said your owner has to sign off on that. He goes, and I think your owner will.
Well, here's an idea.
But again, he does not believe DeGrom's getting moved. He has a full no trade. He's owed $95 million minimum.
I like the name Suarez.
Be amazing.
I think that's more like it. And again, there's parameters to that based on what you just laid out about his numbers, his age, what the haul will be back for the Miami Marlins. Interesting. Now, here's an idea that the Cubs should exercise. How about this from Joey G. in Melrose Park? Joey, good morning.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
Hey, Joey, how you doing, man?
I'm doing great, Cap. How you doing? How's the family?
Everybody's good, kid. How about you?
I'm walking and breathing. Another day of life. I'm blessed.
God bless.
Terrible team.
Cap, I know you're going to get ready and you're going to slam me. If they want that big name pitcher or two, they got to put Tucker on the trading block.
Who?
Tucker, your buddy. Kyle Tucker.
What are you, insane?
See, last week I was having the bowl of pills. Now I'm insane.
Joey.
How tell me how you're going to get two big name pitchers when Hoodie is blasting you right next to you saying there's like 10, 12 other teams that are going to go after these pitchers.
And let me ask you a question.
If I blasted you?
Yeah, first of all, he didn't blast me. That's A.
We're having a baseball coverage.
Right.
I'm sorry. It wasn't
Joey, let's just, first of all, admit that is a ridiculous idea, A. B, Kyle Tucker is a free agent at the end of the year. So who is giving you these big-name pitchers for Kyle Tucker? That's 2. 3, the teams that would want him for the last 3 months need their pitching. They're not doing that. They're not giving you their pitching when they're trying to win.
Max Fried for Kyle Tucker. Who says no?
Yeah, I say no. Thank you. The Cubs are going to try and sign him and keep him. You're not moving him. So stop with that. Put the joint down. Go get yourself a few steps, walk around outside, grab a cup of coffee, and find a way to win a damn baseball game tonight.
Cap, what was that again?
I mean, that's insanity, Joey.
You want me to go through all that again?
Put the joint down.
Come on, Joey. You cannot be of sound-minded body to think you're going to trade your single best player who's a free agent at the end of the season, and no team up the track is going to obviously want him because it doesn't matter. Drop him on the White Sox. They're still 30 games under.
Yes. And by the way, next time, use your phone, not that tin can that you called in on.
Yeah, Joey.
Bad echo. For God's sakes.
But we love you.
Horrible echo.
I mean, crazy.
312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our telephone number. Yes. Should the Cubs trade Kyle Tucker for big name pitching? How about that, Cap?
I didn't see that on my bingo card.
Jim Bowden, you just talked about, right?
Yep, Jim Bowden, MLB Network Radio.
Yeah, he had some interesting thoughts about the Cubs in the National League Central. That is coming up next, and your phone calls on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show.
This is your morning routine. Yeah. Kap and J Hood.
Good morning.
Morning. Good morning.
Oh, and in case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
On ESPN Chicago.
Ball.
He is the best American-born hockey player of all time. A 3-time Stanley Cup champion with the Chicago Blackhawks. ESPN Chicago is proud to announce the return of Patrick Kane for a truly special day, Friday, August 8th, a day that matches his coveted number 88.
Let's hear from number 88.
Kaner will be everywhere, just as he was on the ice, including a youth hockey clinic at Johnny's Ice House West at 9 a.m. And you can purchase tickets for an exclusive autograph signing at the Chicago Sports Museum at 11:30. Or a very special Q&A event at Morgan MFG at 6:30. All tickets for events can be purchased at Eventbrite. Just search Patrick Kane.
What's up, Chicago?
Friday, 8/8. Celebrate the legend number 88, Patrick Kane.
If I asked you how to keep your valuables safe, you might say a safe deposit box. But what if I asked you how to keep your parents or loved ones safe when you have to make the difficult decision to put them in a nursing home or assisted living facility? That answer isn't so easy. We know what to do with our birth certificates and jewelry, but the fact is that when it comes time to take care of the people who mean the most to us, we're often at a loss. The National Center on Elder Abuse recently reported that 44% of nursing home residents claim to have been abused. And even worse, half of nursing home staff admitted to mistreating patients through physical violence, mental abuse, or neglect. To find information on recent violations in nursing homes, as well as a list of the best nursing homes, visit vlglaw.com. vlglaw.com. If you suspect your loved one is the victim of abuse or neglect at a nursing home or assisted living facility, call 844-4VLG-LAW, the Verdoliak Law Group, fighting for families since 1963.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-329-2121. That's 800-329-2121.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Evan Cohen here. Whether you're locking in your home run picks or riding with your favorite golfers this summer, ESPN Bet is your sports book for all the action. Go from checking stats on your favorite teams and players to placing bets in just a few taps. Plus, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
A Progressive Home and Auto Bundle can protect you round the clock, but we can't protect you from those painful moments in sports.
Why would we trade our best player?
Well, at least you got to watch him in person when he was here.
I named my only son after him.
So you'll always remember his name.
Yeah, but what do I do with this jersey?
Luckily, the company has a great return policy.
I wore it for 6 seasons.
Well, at least your home and auto are protected with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Want to buy a vehicle in 60 minutes or less? Purchase your next vehicle in 60 minutes or less at Advantage Chevrolet Hodgkins, or your first car payment is on them. And every new Chevy comes with the Advantage Plus program. Together, let's drive. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Now back to Kap and J Hood. What do you need, you people? On ESPN Chicago.
It's a Kap and J Hood morning show on ESPN 1000 and on YouTube, youtube.com, ESPN Chicago. Great to have you in today as we keep you company until 10 o'clock. Then it's Clinton and Friends at 10, followed by Carmen and Jesse from 12 to 3, followed by Silvy and Dionne from 2:30 to 6:30, right into Bleck and Abdalla at 6:30 right here on the home for the White Sox, ESPN 1000. We'll have Sox and Dodgers tonight as well, right here on ESPN 1000. 312.
What time is first pitch?
It's usually 9:10. That's what I
get you.
Yeah, it's usually 9:10 for the White Sox and the Dodgers.
I'll stay up and watch some of that.
Pregame at 8:30 tonight.
Yeah.
There you go.
With a 9:10 start right here on the home of the White Sox, ESPN 1000. 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our phone number.
Smith against Yamamoto. Smith needs a good start if he wants to get picked to go to the All-Star game.
Yeah. we're going to get smashed in Los Angeles. We are going to get obliterated tonight. And I'm going to stay up and watch it, Cap, because you know why? First of all, it's West Coast baseball, and the Sox just happen to be out there, so of course I'll be watching.
There you go.
I'll be listening to Len and DJ laying down, taking that beating from the Dodgers for this series. Jim Bowden is a former general manager in Major League Baseball. He's on Sirius XM. Cap and I listen to him on Sirius XM. And also, he was on Foul Territory, the A.J. Brzezinski podcast, and was talking about the Cubs at the trade deadline. Listen.
Cubs are going to win the trade deadline in the NL Central. They're everywhere right now, and they're willing to part with Owen Cassey, one of their top power-hitting outfield prospects, as part of the package. And Jed Hoyer and Carter Hawkins literally are everywhere. I mean, as I talk to people in the industry, they're all in, and they're going to do what it takes to win. You know, the Reds don't have a lot of money to spend. They could use a bat. I can see them getting a bat. I don't think the Cardinals are going to do much. They need impact, but they're not going to trade the future for this year. Brewers have a really good team, and I think their starting rotation, I think the Brewers, in my opinion, is a huge threat because of that. And they're going to, Brandon Woodruff is going to get back, but I don't expect them to be busy at the trade deadline. I understand they're trying to upgrade the left side of the infield. They're not getting much offense from shortstop or third base, so that's what they're trying to do. Easier said than done in this marketplace. And again, you know, we have to look at this market right now. It's going to change a lot in 31 days. But you've got a lot of buyers right now that have to turn to sellers because the sellers don't have a lot. And so you need the Orioles, right? You need the Rangers, the Red Sox, the Diamondbacks, the Twins, the Guardians. And all of them could be sellers at the deadline. If that happens, we'll have a lot of fun. We will. And it was interesting because in my poll and talking to people, I was getting, you know, Emmanuel Clase and Stephen Kwan names if the Guardians sell. I was getting Duran and Jack's names from the Twins if they sell. So I think the deadline changes a lot. But in the NL Central, I kind of feel like the Cubs are the one team that are in position to make the splash. They've got the better system and willingness to give up the system at this particular trade deadline. Remember, Jed Hoyer and Carter Hawkins' contracts are up with Kyle Tucker right here, right now. They're going to be an interesting team to watch for sure.
And Cap, you have to be. You spend the most money in the Midwest. You are the class of the Midwest from a money standpoint, and you have the assets to trade. And so this is the time to do it. And let me just go through the layers with you with this. We just went through some of the teams that also will be vying for talent that are contenders. But if you're the Chicago Cubs at 49-35, in today's baseball in 2025, where the Dodgers are good, but they're not great, when the Phillies are good, they're not great, where the Mets are slip sliding because of injuries, and the Brewers are on your tail, the Padres are just, they're little brothers of the Dodgers, they're just not going to be able to seriously contend. It's wide open for you. You know, it's become the Cubs are like in the NBA now, where a lot of teams at the top have an opportunity to win. You see how many different championships that we've seen, from the Celtics one year to the Nuggets one year to what we saw with Oklahoma City. I feel like the Cubs are in that same boat. I don't see someone that's going to run away with this. At first, we're thinking, what's the Dodgers because of how much they spend? But the Cubs have the opportunity to be that team, that Oklahoma City Thunder, to be that Denver Nuggets that say, hey, we spend money too, and we got a farm system too. So I think that because it's wide open, what a great opportunity for the Cubs to be, quote-unquote, all in. Look at the landscape of baseball. Who really scares you? You might be scared by some of the money because other teams are spending more, but from a talent standpoint, you could add on and have as good a chance as anybody to be at the top of the heap. Think about that.
And it's super cool to act like a big boy team and have a team to go along with it.
You are, though. You're not acting like you are a big boy team.
Right, but they don't always act that way, is my point.
Yeah.
They don't always go out and go, all right, what's it going to take? I mean, what was it, 2 years ago? Not last year, because they finished 10 up the track to the Brewers. 2 years ago, they finished, what, 1 out of the wild card plus the tiebreaker, so we'll call it 2.
Yeah.
They added no pitching at the deadline, basically, except your guy, The guy you loved, Jose Quas.
I love Quas.
Yeah, that was
He's
your
great.
guy. I don't even know if he's in baseball anymore.
Crossfire.
So they didn't go out and push their chips in and try to win. They kept what they had, and it didn't work out. This year, this team is really, really good. It's not good enough yet. But in a month, actually 29 days, the Texas Rangers and all those teams he mentioned, the Cleveland Guardians, they could be up the track and go, all right, I'll take those prospects. You take all the money. I'll give you so-and-so.
Okay.
And as long as Tom greenlights the spend, which I'm hearing he will, and Jed greenlights the prospect haul he has to give up, and I'm hearing he will, you're going to have a vastly different team come August 1st, July 31st. You're going to have a vastly different looking team with high-end pitching. But that means in the next 29, 30 days, you have to, A, stay healthy, B, play good baseball, and C, teams have to fall out. The names that Bowden threw out there, those teams, cheer against them every night.
Yeah. I think that because of the way, and I'm not even going to the American League, I'm just talking about the National League, Cap.
Mm-hmm.
If you take a look at the National League, no one's running away with it as far as you think, well, look at this team. They're going to be head and shoulders above everyone else in the National League. I don't believe that is the case. I'm watching the Dodgers almost every night, and it's not the same flavor because of the injuries that they had this season. They still have, obviously, a terrific lineup, but why can't the Cubs be able to topple, say, the Phillies or any other of the wild card teams in the National League and say, yep, we're going to get the best. We're going to add on to make sure that we solidify first place and have a long-lasting time in the playoffs, maybe even to the tippy top. But it's about what you already have. Even before we talk about the deadline, Cap, it's about the team playing and getting into a good groove. Pete Crow Armstrong, Suzuki, Happ, getting into a good groove where teams are afraid to pitch to you. That's what it comes down to. Yeah, I know that we're talking about the deadline, but this team has to be able to overcome June. They have to. Otherwise, you're adding on to a team that's just above average. They can compete, but can you win? That's the question. Can you get it done?
Correct.
And I think that you can.
Yeah, and that means if the right deal is out there, like I just said to you, cheer against the Guardians and the Rangers and the Diamondbacks and the Red Sox and those types of teams. Hope that they're way up the track and they're like, all right, let's add some talent to the system and see if we can find our own Pete Crow Armstrong at a deadline deal. But that means you got to stay healthy and you got to play good baseball.
Push the Brewers and Cardinals down. That way you have breathing room.
Correct.
You're giving them life in June. Based on the personnel, there's no way Milwaukee and St. Louis should be that close.
Right.
I don't care what winning streaks they've gone through. The Cubs should be the best team, and they are, in the National League Central, but you got to play like it. Pat, you turn the calendar to July, it's go time. Deadline right around the corner, too, Cap. You got to play solid baseball.
That's it. The next 29 days, just stay healthy and play good baseball. And let the chips fall where they may.
If you're on hold, you will be on the air. Kap and J Hood on Chicago's Home for Sports.
Good morning to you.
Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN Chicago.
Hey, this is Chris Bleck. Your day is incomplete without the Bleck Abdalla Show. We put a bow on the ESPN Chicago day. We're supported by Yuengling, a legendary beer, now available in Chicago. So join us tonight at 6:30 on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
News just in. Bet365 is now live in Illinois.
That's right. Join Bet365 today and get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose.
That's amazing.
That's for sure. With Bet365, you can bet on the spread, totals, and money line.
Well, there you have it, Illinois. Download the Bet365 app and get your $150 in bonus bets today.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. TVs apply in app only.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers, believe it. Uline is the hardworking, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Hey friends, it's your buddy Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. The 4th of July weekend sales event is going on now at all 12 Hawk Auto locations. Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Save with 0% financing for 72 months or no payments for 90 days. That's 0% or no payments till October. Find your next car this 4th of July weekend at hawkauto.com.
HawkAuto.com.
$13.89 per month per thousand financed on select models with approved credit.
Help provide for families in need with food items during Menards Food Drive. Simply head to Menards. Place non-perishable food items in the collection bin by our exit doors. And that's it. All donations will be given to a local organization representing your community to help those in need. Head to Menards to help your community today. See store for details.
Save big money at Menards.
Adam Schefter here for Vivid Seats, your ultimate destination for all your sports and concert needs this summer. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every home run and thrilling comeback in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
SoFi Personal Loan is here to help you achieve something once thought impossible: overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low, fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. That's right, pull off your own debt-defying stunt with a SoFi Personal Loan. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank, N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply, NMLS 696891.
Just 3 games to settle the entire Live Golf season, and it begins at Bolingbrook, August 8 to 10. DeChambeau, Rahm, Koepka, and more up close, personal, and locked in. With special guest Good Charlotte providing the soundtrack. Get your tickets now at livegolf.com. Livegolf.com.
Welcome back to Kap and J Hood on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Kap and J Hood on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. We got Shot or No Shot coming your way at 8 o'clock as we go to Mike in Schaumburg on Kap and J Hood. Mike, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys.
What's up, buddy?
I want to revisit the Kyle Tucker trade. So they traded for Kyle Tucker. They gave up Isaac Paredes and a prospect who at that time was hitting really well. Hadn't been in the system long. He'd just recently been drafted, but was moving quickly through their system.
Yep.
But at that time, Matt Shaw was a high-level prospect, had been at AAA. I think he was a top 5 prospect in their system, if I recall correctly.
You're correct.
So it seems as though maybe Cam Smith was more of a question mark. But as you see them today...
Oh, no, he was not any kind of a question mark. They loved him. They took him number 1 last June.
Okay, so let me ask you a question, though. Do you believe, 1, that the Astros would have taken Matt Shaw in that deal? And 2, do you think the Cubs should have done that instead of trading away Cam Smith?
I don't believe they asked for Cam Smith, and I also believe that the Cubs liked Matt Shaw better as a prospect because he's more of a pure infielder.
What about today? Do you think they regret not trying to push for Matt Shaw in that deal instead of Cam Smith, though, given how they're both hitting?
I don't, because I think I predicted they're going to re-sign Kyle Tucker. Pete Armstrong's here for hopefully many, 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 many years. Ian Happ, they love. So no, where's he playing?
In that scenario, Cam Smith is at third base. Kyle Tucker's in right field as he is right now, and Matt Shaw's playing in Houston.
Yeah, I don't think they regret it at all, A. B, the Astros asked for Cam Smith. That was the guy they wanted. And there were other teams trying to get Kyle Tucker. So
I'm clear. How many positions can Cam Smith play?
I would think he could play both corner outfields. He's playing right for Houston.
Right.
And the Cubs drafted him as a third baseman. I don't know what his long-term projection was as a third baseman. That's what they drafted him out of, Florida State?
Yeah. Okay. So Mike and Schaumburg has a thread that's going with other Cub fans that feel like the Cubs shouldn't have traded Cam Smith.
But then you weren't getting Kyle Tucker.
Well, I get that. But I'm just so you know, that call is emblematic of what you get online.
Right.
Like, well, oh, man, we got fleeced in the trade. It's just like, no, you have Kyle Tucker who could be here for the long haul. You did not get fleeced in the trade. This guy can help you get deep into the playoffs, let alone the World Series, because coming into the Cubs, he's a top 10 player. But there's a lot of Matt Shaw regret from Cub fans. They feel like, he's not hitting the ball well, even though he's got a good glove. Man, I wish we had Cam Smith. Well, I mean, how else do you get Kyle Tucker? I mean, you could say that you could trade Matt Smith. Do you think the Astros wanted him? No, they wanted the better asset.
They wanted one of Shaw or Smith is what I heard at the beginning, along with Paredes and Hayden Wisniewski, who's now out with Tommy John. But in the end, I wasn't in the trade talks. I was told they said, we want Cam Smith. That was the call at the end when other teams were trying to get Kyle Tucker.
Could Matt Shaw play right field? He's a third baseman, isn't he?
He's a third baseman, second baseman, and backup shortstop.
Okay, so the flexibility of Cam Smith play either corner outfield was more valuable to the Astros than what you have with the Cubs right now.
Yeah. Look, the Cubs took him 14th overall last June.
Shaw, yeah.
All I know is what I've asked and what I've been told. In the end, it came down, the Yankees wanted Kyle Tucker. They had to settle for Cody Bellinger.
Yeah.
And I'd much prefer having Kyle Tucker than Cody Bellinger. Where would Cody Bellinger, let me ask you a question. If the Cubs had kept Cody Bellinger, where would he be playing on this team?
You got Pete Crow in center. You've got
right field because you wouldn't have Tucker, right?
Yeah. Would Suzuki be
No,
playing
I'm
right?
saying if you had gotten Tucker, but you did not unload Cody Bellinger's money, where is he playing on this team? He's not starting.
Be DH.
DH?
Over Seiya Suzuki?
Probably not. So, yeah, he wouldn't play. He'd be on the bench.
Correct.
That would suck. You'd have to move him. He couldn't be on the team.
Correct. So that's why you offloaded his money. Now you have to take that saving and you have to use it at the deadline.
And he wouldn't even really be able to play first base because you've got Michael Busch there and they're both lefties.
Right. Michael Busch's numbers, I'm assuming, are better.
Cody's been pretty good lately for the Yankees.
Cody's a solid player. I'm not telling you he's not a really good player.
He's fine.
He's hitting .269 this year. He's got 43 RBIs. Seiya has what, 70? 69?
Yeah.
So
he just wouldn't be on the team. You'd have to move him. Cody Bellinger would not sit.
Cody has 11 home runs. Michael Busch's numbers are better. OPS 792. Michael Busch is better than Cody Bellinger in like every stat.
Yeah, but Michael Busch can't play every day because he can't hit lefties, which is an issue you could take with Craig Counsell, but it is a part of the conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. I like the idea that Bellinger's a Yankee no longer here because I don't want to go through another year of Bellinger being the centerpiece of the team.
Yeah,
for the last couple of seasons, we were talking about, you got to sign Cody. Well, actually you don't. You upgraded by being able to make that deal to have Tucker in right field. That's much better. Your outfield is much more complete and has more power than it has in the Bellinger administration here.
Michael Busch's OPS is 875, 16th best in baseball.
Yeah.
His numbers are better than Cody Bellinger's. That's just a fact.
Yeah, he would not. There would be no position.
Cody's not playing ahead of PCA. He's not going to play over Seiya Suzuki. He's not playing over Kyle Tucker.
Or Ian Happ. Yeah.
Right. So offloading him made sense.
Yes. But I just want you to know that call from Mike, we get a lot of that. Like, we're stuck with Shaw. Okay. Be stuck with Shaw. At least you're solid over at third base, if nothing else. And
can we let him develop a little?
He's fostering along his offense.
Right. Can we let him develop? Maybe 3 years from now we'll say the Cubs did a poor job on their evaluation, but can we let it play out?
Shot or no shots in 2 minutes on Kap and J Hood.
Kap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago.
Still dealing with knee, hip, or shoulder pain? You've tried the shots, and now they're talking surgery, right? Before you go down that road, hit pause. Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle, and I want to tell you about QC Kinetics, the leaders in regenerative medicine. They use advanced treatments like cellular therapy and platelet-rich plasma to help your body heal itself naturally. No surgery, no meds. This goes beyond masking pain. It targets the root cause and works with your body to repair and restore damaged tissue. 92% of patients report satisfaction with their results. And that's not just a number, people. It's people getting back to moving and feeling better. There's no cost for a consultation. They'll review your x-rays or your MRI, and they'll even offer you a weekend appointment. Before you schedule surgery, call my friends at QC Kinetics at 312-809-5955, 312-809-5955. Again, that's 312-809-5955. QC Kinetics, a better way to treat pain.
Are you confident your retirement game plan is as strong as steel? Hey, it's Yurko from Mitch Lyons Wealth. MitchLyonsWealth.com is full of tools for you to access at no cost to make sure you're positioned to win retirement. Go to MitchLyonsWealth.com today and get a free copy of Mitch's book or his retirement documentary. You can set a no-obligation 10-minute call with Mitch and his team to see if strategies they are utilizing might improve your retirement. That's MitchLyonsWealth.com, your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
Hey, it's Kap Hood here with Howard Ankin. Howard, I know someone who was injured on the job.
I'm here to help.
My guy.
Howard, I have a buddy who was injured after being rear-ended by a truck.
I'm here to help.
My guy.
Wait a minute. Your guy?
Correct.
Oh, no. My guy is Howard Ankin.
Fellas, I'm here to help.
There's an Ankin Law practice area for just about any injury.
Ankin Law is injury law made personal.
I could not have said it better myself.
Howard Ankin is our guy. Call 312-6-million.
On the Kap and J Hood Show, weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000. My guy.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Kap and J Hood, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Checkmate 1-6, immediate suppression on target.
That's why I see him in the shot.
Shot or no shot with Kap and J Hood on ESPN 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app.
That's why I see him in the shot.
Good morning and welcome in to the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app with David Kaplan, Jonathan Hood with you still to come. Albert Breer, question mark? At 8:35.
I believe he will be joining us.
I see question marks.
I'm 90% confident.
I don't believe it.
But there's that 10%.
That 10% is a bad phone. Here is.
It's 4th of July weekend. I reached out and I didn't hear back. And typically when that happens, it means he's going to be on the show.
Usually that's the case. And that's pulling the curtain back. Shay is communicating or trying to communicate with Albert Breer, and Albert does not respond. And then Albert comes on.
That's how it works.
It's very strange.
Albert's the best, man.
He's the greatest.
I mean, he's great. He's the greatest. He does not respond to Shay Norling.
Which is fine. If I hear from him, it means he's not going to be on the show.
He texts
That's
me.
so
He texts
unbelievable.
me if he's got an issue.
That's how it works.
That's so unbelievable. You're only reaching out to him as a producer. I just think that's great. Here's Shay Norling. Shay?
All right. Let's get started with shot or no shot. Good morning, boys. Yeah, the little conversation there threw me in my routine. Good morning, boys, on a Tuesday. How we feeling?
Fine. Shot or no shot? Go ahead.
Let's get started. A little football I want to talk about because the Steelers yesterday made the first big waves of the late offseason in the NFL, trading for Jalen Ramsey and Jonnu Smith from Miami yesterday. In the wake of this, an ESPN report dropped that teams are actively calling the Steelers, taking a temperature on edge rusher TJ Watt. He's in a contract dispute. He wants north of $80 million in guarantees. The Steelers' cap sheet is all screwed up now that they're taking on $26 million for Jalen Ramsey. So rival teams are kind of thinking this TJ Watt thing, they want to get it done. They're intent on getting an extension, but it seems kind of difficult to make it happen. Shot or no shot, the Bears need to at least pick up the phone and ask, what would it take to get TJ Watt?
Yeah, it's a shot. You pick up the phone. He's not getting moved. He's not. I was listening to NFL Network a little bit.
You were?
Coming in, yeah. I try to be like you, sample the dial. And
what did Zig Brocassi say? what did he say?
And they said the Steelers are all
in to win the Super Bowl.
Ryan Leaf told you that, huh? Wow.
He did.
Yeah.
And they'll restructure deals. They'll do whatever they have to. They're trying to win it right now. They're not worried about next year. They're not worried about a rebuild. They're trying to win the Super Bowl right now.
They have Rodgers for 1 year, so this is it.
Mm-hmm. This is it. And it's not doom and gloom like Unsportsmanlike try to paint this morning. Like, oh, if the Steelers don't win, and they won't win it this year. But if they win it, then Tomlin walks away. Like, that's – I don't know. Evan, I think, made a leap with that. But as far as T.J. Watt, obviously, Shay, you pick up the phone and just find out what it takes. Absolutely.
It's also like the Steelers did something yesterday that is very un-Steeler-like in going all in on trades and acquiring talent from another team to bolster their roster currently. Extending T.J. Watt, for what it's worth, would also be extremely un-Steeler-like.
It would.
They don't like paying a ton of guaranteed money to guys who are north of 30. And T.J. Watt, I think, is 31. We're going to turn 31. $80 million guaranteed would be a wildly un-Steeler move.
Okay, so there's two schools of thought here. One school of thought is, I heard Schefter say this morning on Unsportsmanlike, like this is not your grandfather's Steelers, where they're willing to go all in. And yes, on paper, that defense looks great. That's one end. But is it your father's Steelers where you're all in but still fall short? I lean toward the latter of that, Shay, where it's like, I believe in Mike Tomlin. I like the Steelers, but I think there's a shelf. There is a short shelf to their life in the playoffs. I just think that it's great that they're making all these moves. They got Rodgers for a year and this old Ramsey thing. I just think that they will fall short again. Get to the playoffs, but won't last long.
Which is fine. And just with the offseason stuff, Cap, I think it's possible to be all in and make a bold trade like moving T.J. Watt.
No, if you're trying to win the Super Bowl, you're not moving T.J. Watt.
I don't think that's true. I saw a Patriots team, and I'm not comparing the players, but people were stunned when Bill Belichick traded Chandler Jones right before the season started. They won the Super Bowl that year.
Chandler Jones is not T.J. Watt. Good player.
He's not comparing the players. He's just talking about.
I'm saying they traded their best edge rusher right before the season started, and they won the Super Bowl.
Yeah, but
I think
they
you
also
can be
were
all
a
in
perennial
and make
Super
those
Bowl
moves.
contender. The Steelers have not been. Like, this is okay. Enough with the 8-8s and the 9-8s and the this and the that. He's them, man. This is not Chandler freaking Jones or any reasonable facsimile. This is T.J. Watt, Hall of Famer, you drafted, developed, and we're trying to win the Super Bowl. There is no deal out there that makes them a better football team unless you're trying to get draft capital and build down the road, and they're not. So they're not trading T.J. Watt.
All right, the Jonnu Smith part of the deal does also connect to the Bears in a little bit of a different way. People really were shocked that Jonnu Smith got traded, not because Jonnu Smith is some elite tight end, but because he was second in target share on the Dolphins. And when I tell you they have no tight end behind him, I am not kidding. The tight ends currently on their roster, 4 of them, have a combined 35 career targets. Mm-hmm. They have no tight end on the roster. And now there are rumors they're going to kick the door down for Cole Kmet. We heard from Jason Leisure, who said Ben Johnson's not sold on him. Ben Johnson's got roster control. They could move him. Shot or no shot, Cole Kmet will be traded to the Miami Dolphins.
Take that, Abdalla.
Abdalla will be laughing. Didn't happen when he thought maybe for the draft, but he would turn out to be right.
No, I'm not saying that. No. It's like, yes, you are.
Where at Abdalla?
He was pushing him out. He doesn't want that smoke from social media again. He said it when he was sitting in for you. That's why this all started.
Right.
He's floated it out there.
I was in Mexico.
Yes, he floated it out there, and then now he's the guy that's known at the station of trying to rid the Bears of Cole Kmet.
Correct.
Which is not true.
Which I don't think Cole Kmet will be here after this season. But I mean, what are they giving up for Cole Kmet? Because you only save $100,000 on your cap. That's nothing. That's like walking around money in the NFL.
You say the report is that Ben Johnson's not high on Cole Kmet. Is that what you said?
That was Leisure last week. Leisure said he believes that I don't know. You may have been off, but it was a shot or no shot question where Leisure said Ben Johnson has roster control is what he believes, and he is not sold on either DJ Moore or Cole Kmet.
Well, Cap, can I just tell you something? never try to be happier than happy if you can help it, meaning that look at your depth chart. You mean to tell me you can't win with DJ Moore and Cole Kmet, especially when you are blessed with others like Roma Dunze,
Colston Loveland.
with Colston Loveland? Like, don't outdumb the room. Well, that's not my kind of play. You know what? That's why you evaluate, Cap. Don't try to outdumb the room because you're this offensive genius. I would tell Mouse Davis up there in Lake Forest, look at take a look at your roster and just be like, you know what? For a year, it's my first year. I'm good because it's never going to be perfect, Cap. It's never going to be perfect. But you want to have more weapons than fewer weapons. I would not have Loveland out there as a rookie by himself without having a backup like Cole Kmet or just playing with Cole Kmet at tight end. I would not do that.
So,
for me personally, I would not.
Just an addendum to what you said. Trade now, being post June 1, would save the Bears $10 million against the cap on Cole Kmet.
So the $100,000 was before June 1?
Yeah,
okay.
they would save
That's
$10 million
last time
on the
I
cap
looked.
with a trade after June 1. Now that we're in July, obviously.
But what does that do for that?
What if they called you and said they'll give you? They've got Jalen Wright waiting in the wings at running back. What if they called you and said we'll give you Devon Achane for Cole Kmet and a third-round pick?
I'm getting a third-round pick.
You're giving a pick. You're giving Cole Kmet and a pick, and you're getting Devon Achane.
No,
I wouldn't do that.
Zero interest.
I wouldn't do
In
that.
a running back, I'm giving up a third-round pick
I would not do that, no.
and a serviceable play. No.
I'm just saying, when I see this depth chart every morning, Cap, think about the talent on this depth chart. Look at it. How can you turn a blind eye to that? Like, yeah, DJ's not running. Okay, well, you know what? He doesn't have to be the bell cow anymore. He can get – first of all, he's not going to be – he's wide receiver 1, yes. But don't forget, he's got to eat. Dunze and the tight end's got to eat, right? You have a lot of weapons here.
You got Duvernay. You got Zacchaeus. You got some other guys.
Just don't – it's your first year. Don't foul.
Hoodie's guy, Tyler Scott, trying to eat.
Just don't foul it up. That's all I'm saying. Just be careful.
Yeah, no, I'm not taking a running back and giving up my third-round pick and Cole Kmet.
I don't know if it would actually cost that, but if I could get Achane back, I'd drive Kmet to South Florida.
I would not do that.
I would in a heartbeat. I think Colston Loveland's tight end 1 anyway.
It is on this depth chart. It has.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It has been since he's been
Okay,
drafted.
but he also runs a lot of 12 personnel.
Okay.
So he did that with Brock Wright in Detroit. He didn't do it with a guy who we all kind of feel like has the upside of being a top 10 tight end in Cole Kmet.
Mm-hmm.
You can find a body to run your 12 personnel.
Yes, there's Steven Carlson.
Sure.
On here, and Durham Smythe.
Yeah, Durham Smythe had a nice career with the Bengals. He can be a 12 personnel option if you move on from Kmet and get an ass. If you could find a way to get a running back for Kmet, I would drive him to whatever city they trade him to.
Durham Smythe was with the Dolphins last year, right?
Yes, he was.
Yeah.
Who am I thinking of? The Bengal guy. Anyway.
Mike Gesicki?
No, behind him. Anyway, I digress.
Let's progress then.
Okay.
All right. I never want to do a cruise vacation. And there was a news story yesterday, I think confirmed that I will never do a cruise vacation. On a Disney Dream cruise, a father had to dive into the ocean after his daughter went overboard. He somehow miraculously rescued his daughter after treading water while the boat had to turn around and send a rescue team after him. But shot or no shot, a cruise is the absolute worst type of vacation.
That is a shot. I went on one, and I'll never, ever go again. And I know they say no absolutes. I'm not going.
So I've never been on a cruise vacation. I've never been on one.
You would hate it.
So I don't know. So we've been on night cruises before. We were in Los Angeles and was at a night cruise, but never like on a cruise
But
vacation.
not overnight night cruise.
Never.
It was like a dinner cruise.
Yeah,
That's different.
Yeah, I've never been on a cruise vacation, so I don't know if it's good or bad. I hear it's not great. It's interesting because it's on the table. It's going to be year number 25 for Peacock and I this year, and we're trying to figure out. We still don't know where we're going because we have to cross check the schedule with Danny to decide what we're going to do for our 25th anniversary, because that's how it works around here.
Wow.
And that when I say cross check, meaning is Danny going to be with us or not? But nonetheless, I've never been on a cruise vacation,
Where's
so
Danny going?
I don't know. So So I guess not. But I've never been on one, guys.
Yeah, I went on one to Alaska, and I don't like having to be told what time my seating is for dinner, having strangers sitting at the table. Yeah, not interested.
Yeah.
Hard pass. Small rooms, and we had a nice room. Yeah, no.
Yes.
Hard pass. Won't go. My sister-in-law, she's on a cruise right now, I believe, or she just got back. She's like in the Gold Club at Carnival, and her kids are married and gone. Her and her husband, Jim, my brother-in-law, they do minimum 3 a year. Minimum. They have done over 50 cruises. And that's her idea of a vacation. Trivia and all these other hokey shows.
All the stuff that can go wrong. Like if somebody gets sick, suddenly everybody has to quarantine on the cruise because everybody can get sick. Have you guys seen Poop Cruise on Netflix?
No.
It's insanity. The cruise ship lost power in the middle of the ocean. And then the plumbing doesn't work, so there's sewage flooding the ship. And everybo's stuck on this boat.
Do you remember the one that was pulling in like in Alabama and it was without power?
This was it. This was the one. They had to They had to re-trajectory, whatever you call it, their docking to Mobile, Alabama, which didn't have a dock big enough to take the ship.
Right, just like 10 years ago.
Yeah. This is Poop Cruise on Netflix.
So this is a true story. I'm working down the dial. We throw it to news. And for the news, here's Steve Bertrand. And he's like, we have drama on the seas, Carnival Cruise Line, blah, 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 blah. And we come back, and I said, I will never go on another cruise, all that. And I said, I should get my sister-in-law and call her and ask her about these cruises, and you can have her on the show. Okay. So hey, Lise. Hey, David, how's it going? Good. Hey, we're talking about this cruise that's stuck, and it's coming in Alabama, and there's sewage. This is a true story. She said, yeah, I'm on it. I'm like, wait.
I can't even imagine.
I'm like, what? She's like, I'm on it. I'm on that boat right now.
Saturdays at 8 o'clock on ABC.
Yes. And so I said, will you come on the radio? She's like, no, but Jim will. Hands him the phone. He comes on and tells the story of the stuff floating.
Dude, you got to watch it on Netflix. It's fascinating.
It's a documentary of it?
Yeah, Poop Cruise.
I got to watch it. Lisa and Jim were on it. My brother-in-law and sister-in-law. Yes. Insanity.
Poop Cruise. That's a homework assignment.
I'm going to watch it.
For July 4th.
What are you guys talking about? Around the NFL.
The Poop Cruise you and Peacock are taking.
I took a Poop Cruise last night. Too much sushi, tell you that. Wow. Around the NFL, next on Kap and J Hood.
You're listening to Kap and J Hood on ESPN Chicago.
Saturdays on ESPN Chicago. Join me, Peggy Kaczynski.
And me, Dionne Miller, for the cleverly named Peggy and Dionne.
Of course, we are always talking about the saga of Chicago sports.
And occasionally, we may dive into other areas of interest. So join us Saturday morning at 11.
Peggy and Dionne on ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Advantage Acura of Naperville.
Baseball, fireworks, and the 4th of July. Nothing beats a summer night at the ballpark, and nobody does it better than the Schaumburg Boomers. Catch post-game fireworks super shows on July 3rd and 4th, and don't miss the epic drone and fireworks spectacular on July 5th. Get your tickets now at boomersbaseball.com. Feel the boom with Schaumburg Boomers Baseball.
Hey, it's Brandon Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker, here to share ways to create non-traditional wealth. At BrandonMrFinance.com, we are using good credit, real estate, and insurance platforms to build for right now and to build generational wealth for you and your family. I know life hasn't always been easy, but me and my team at BrandonMrFinance.com have some solutions that can make life easier by setting up financial freedom outlets to win and beat inflation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
Hi, I'm Bob. At American Sale, you'll find the largest selection of pools, patio sets, hot tubs, and grills. Everything you need for your backyard fun. And right now, you can save up to 50% and get 5 years special financing or 10% cash back. Plus, free delivery and our lowest price guarantee. See store for details. The summer celebration sale is going on now. So come in and see us or visit us online. American Sale. Bring the fun home.
Chicago summers are no joke. It's been hot, guys, and if your windows aren't keeping the cool air in, you're just wasting energy and money. Window Nation can help with energy-efficient windows that keep your home comfortable, even on the hottest days. Hey, guys, it's Silvy. Right now at Window Nation, you get 50% off all window styles, plus no interest until 2030. That's 0 interest for 5 whole years. The biggest deal of the year, and with one-day installation, there's no reason to wait. Call them at 866-90Nation or head to windownation.com.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again, at work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text BODY to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text BODY to 321-321. That's BODY to 321-321.
Advantage Toyota of River Oaks has all the new Toyota vehicles you've been looking for. If you're not driving home in your new Toyota in less than 60 minutes, they'll make your first car payment. Every new Toyota comes with the Advantage Plus program. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details or visit AdvantageToyotaRiverOaks.com.
If you missed something, get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. Kap and J Hood are back on Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
Nick Foles sucks. He sucks. I'm just a fan. I'm not a football evaluator. I love the Green Bay Packers.
The guy is drunk, but there he goes. This is not Detroit, man. This is the Super Bowl. I want winners. He starts to come and then he pulls out.
This is a really thickly built guy.
I mean, what's the answer you're looking for on these things here?
It's time to go around the NFL right here on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. Still to come, Albert Breer with the latest on the NFL and the Bears. But first, Shay Norling has around the NFL.
All right, Hoodie, the tiers list returns. I can go one of two ways with this. I will leave it up to you to decide. Running backs or wide receivers?
Oh, let's go wide receivers. This is fun.
So I have my wide receiver list for the NFC, and the tiers are star, borderline star, high upside, placeholder, and bum.
Boy, that's a lot of categories, but it's a lot of wide receivers.
It is a lot of wide receivers, and I think it's the most talent-rich position unit in football. So I imagine the bum tier will be very light if there's anyone in it at all.
The first one, by the way, lead or was it? It's
star.
The first one, star. Okay.
Yep.
Okay,
so
I'm ready.
We're going to do wide receiver ones for each NFC team.
All right.
We will start with Philadelphia Eagles wide receiver 1, A.J. Brown. I struggled with this one.
So my first mind is borderline.
Same.
I'm not dissing him. I'm just saying, like, when you say A.J. Brown, I think good wide receiver, not great or elite.
I wanted to go star, but then I started filling out the rest of the stars in the NFC at wide receiver, and frankly, A.J. Brown is not on the level of the guys that make up the star tier. So A.J. Brown made borderline star for me.
All right, next one.
Commanders wide receiver 1, Terry McLaurin.
Terry McLaurin.
He's pretty damn good.
So borderline.
How many catches did he have last year?
It's the same thing as quarterbacks for me, Cap, where the star tier is exclusive. It's very select. So I went borderline with Terry McLaurin as well.
McLaurin, borderline with the arrow pointing up.
82 catches for 1,096, and then, I guess I could go borderline.
All right, next one.
No brainer. Dallas Cowboys, CeeDee Lamb.
Superstar.
Yeah,
a star.
At the top of the top.
CeeDee Lamb.
And then I think this one's really interesting if you're willing to go where I went with it or if you need another year. New York Giants, I put Malik Neighbors in star.
Malik Neighbors in star?
He's so good.
He's
one of those guys that hits the field, and you're like, he's one of the best wide receivers in football.
This is when you don't hold it against Daboll in the offense. You just look at the individual. Out of LSU, correct, Jay?
Yep.
So when we saw him in college, we thought, man, there's certain guys we see in college on Saturdays, Cap, where you go, that guy's going to be special on Sundays. Immediately, you watch him like, I know I'm watching you today, brother, but on Sundays, you're going to be special. I think he's that guy.
109 catches, 1,204 yards, and 7 TDs.
That's with Danny Dimes and Tommy Cutlets, star. He's unbelievable.
He's
he jumps off the television when you watch him. It reminds me of young CeeDee Lamb.
Yeah, he's good.
If he's in the NBA, he'd demand a trade to the Eagles.
Pretty true.
But you can't have that freedom of movement in the NFL as much. So he'd get off of that New York team quickly if he could. Next.
Amon-Ra St. Brown with the Lions.
Amon-Ra.
It's another one I struggled with.
I'm going to just say borderline.
I'm leaning to borderline.
He's had fringe top 5 receiver production, but he doesn't feel like a true elite superstar receiver to me. I don't know what it is.
I know we got a long list, but I'll tell you this. It just shows you where the wide receiver spot is right now, what you can't have placeholder.
But maybe he is
I got to go star because
3 straight seasons of 100 catches,
he had
over
106 in 22. He had 119 in 23. He had 115 in 24. And in 21, he had 90. Yeah, sorry. I've got to go star.
I think I'm with Cap. I think I'd bump him up to star. 12 touchdowns last year, too. 22 touchdowns last 2 seasons.
He's had 33 in his career already.
Closing on 3,000 yards in the last 2 seasons.
Yeah.
Star.
Placeholder. Next.
Placeholder.
Justin Jefferson. We know what to do.
Star.
Christian Watson. I kind of wanted to go bum. It felt a little mean.
Oh, my God.
What's the one right above bum?
Placeholder.
He's a placeholder.
He's never on the field. When he is on the field, it feels like he's underwhelming. He doesn't make the plays he should make.
Okay. Placeholder.
He's always
Not
got
bum.
a hammy or something. He had 29 catches last year, got hurt. 28 the year before, and 41 the year before. He is a placeholder.
All right, next one.
DJ Moore.
He is a borderline star.
He is, what's the middle one? Higher up?
High upside.
High
I left that for younger guys mostly. I think if you're a DJ Moore type, you're a vet, you're either a placeholder or you're a borderline star if you're not a superstar.
He's borderline. He is not a star.
Oh, my God. Cap!
He's never had a 100-catch season in his career.
Placeholder?
I would be more inclined to go like he's a placeholder star.
Well, here's the thing, Cap. You take the star off of that.
You remember when I said to you, and you co-signed it with me, if I'm wrong, correct me. I said to you, he is not a top 10 receiver in the NFL. And the cult basically was waiting downstairs with pitchforks. Like, what?
I said to you, if he's top 10, then he'd be the embodiment of 10. But then when we went through the numbers, you went through 18 wide receivers before he got to DJ Moore.
Well, that's my problem. If we're putting him in borderline star, does he really belong in a group with A.J. Brown?
No.
He's not a star. And he's not borderline.
I think he's a placeholder.
He's better than a placeholder. You got to have a category for a really excellent player.
Here, I'll split the gap. In the Ben Johnson offense, he is has a high upside.
We're going to find out.
I'm putting him in a high upside.
That's fine.
It's not a young player, but the point is, though, in this offense, Cap, if he can't eat, then he is what he is.
I mean, he has had four 1,000-yard seasons. He has.
High upside in this offense.
He's a good player, man. He's just not a top 15 receiver in the NFL.
Next.
Come at me if you think I'm wrong, but I think you're wrong.
Mike Evans.
Mike Evans is a star.
He is, to
I think
me,
so, too.
I wrote between borderline and star, but I think star and Hall of Famer.
Yeah, he gets out of bed and he gets 1,000 yards. Mike Evans is a star.
Yes. He goes in as a buck?
Of course, yeah. He's spent his whole career there.
Yeah.
What else would he go in? As an Aggie?
So I was thinking. I remember watching him on Saturdays.
Drake London, I had trouble placing. If you just take last year, I'd think he's a borderline star, but for whatever reason, I wanted to put him in high upside because I just feel like we haven't really seen maximum Drake London.
Yeah, he's borderline.
Yeah.
He's a good player.
How many years in the league for Drake London?
This
will be his
number
fourth,
4.
I think.
I think number 4, yeah.
Okay. Borderline. Next one.
Ted McMillan, Panthers wide receiver 1, the rookie, who I have a sneaky rookie of the year dart on.
Ted McMillan?
It's high upside.
High upside.
High upside.
Automatically.
That's it. Yeah.
And then what do we want to do with Chris Olave? It's hard to say borderline star when he can't be on the field because he gets hit in the head so much.
Yeah, I would say he's a placeholder. Sorry.
I would say he's high upside. He's still young. It's only going to be year 4 for him, too. I would put him in high upside because if he can stay healthy, I think he could be a star.
Cap is Chris Olave.
He's a good player. He is.
But he's more than just Chris Olave. He's Chris Olave. Whoa. Chris Olave. Could have been a bear. We were talking about him.
Take that, Jeff Vukovic.
When were we talking about Olave as a bear?
All right, Puka Nacua.
Oh, he's a star.
No question. Jackson Smith and Jigba.
Borderline.
Borderline star.
I think so as well.
Borderline.
Marvin Harrison Jr.
Borderline.
Borderline star.
He didn't have 1,000 yards last year.
No.
I put him in high upside.
I could co-sign high
He's going to be.
He's going to be really good.
Maybe. He wasn't good. He wasn't as good as Brian Thomas. He wasn't as good as Malik Neighbors. He wasn't as good as Lab McConkey. He was disappointing. I put him in high upside.
If I told you could have him right now, today, or Rome Odunze, who are you taking?
Marvin Harrison.
Maybe Rome for me.
I might take Rome.
I'd take Marvin Harrison. Never mind about the hype around him when he's going into the draft.
I think Rome's a better player than DJ.
Wow.
Sorry, Colt.
Well, you know what? That's going to be proven out because who knows if DJ Moore is going to be here past this year.
Sorry, Colt. DJ Moore's got a cult now?
Oh, he does.
No, he does not. He just made that up.
There's a lot of the Fields people.
No. It's just a straw man. Now you're doing a DJ Moore cult. Don't get him against you.
Dude, don't talk to me like that.
Exactly. That's right. And the other thing, Cap, is that's probably going to be proven out after the season. Maybe DJ Moore won't be with the team. It's going to be Rome's team at the wide receiver spot. Maybe it will be.
Never know.
Finally, Brandon Ayuk.
Coming off of a ACL he's dealing with.
But he's going to be wide receiver 1 in San Francisco. Debo's gone.
Yeah.
He's been the more productive of the two.
Yeah.
I love him. I put him in borderline star.
Yeah, I would say borderline until he proves to me he's healthy again and ready to go.
The lower end of borderline for me. Because he had to come back from the injury. Let's see what that looks like after the injury. But
I got him the high end of the borderline star, but he's really good.
That high upside and borderline category, that's a tough one sometimes. But we have a ton of wide receivers in the borderline. It shows you how special the wide receiver spot is at the star spot. Our stars are CeeDee Lamb, Puka Nacua, Justin Jefferson, and Neighbors, and Mike Evans. And I guess St. Brown, too.
And we haven't even gotten to the AFC yet.
Yeah. Cap, how's your phone battery? Good?
I don't know why.
Yeah, because that light's been on for about 20 minutes. We turn now to Albert Breer next on Kap and J Hood.
Wow.
Kap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago. The CDGA Golf Show. It's your source for golf news local and golf news from around the world. Host Tyler Rocky and Mike Gilligan are linked up with golfing knowledge to help us all. Tune in Saturdays 9 to 11 on all the ESPN Chicago channels. Brought to you by Glenview Park Golf Club.
We at the Verdoliak Law Group recognize the value of advancements in technology. Computers, cell phones, and the internet have all made obvious impacts on society. And now, artificial intelligence, or AI, is poised to make its impact. Many law firms are replacing paralegals, law clerks, and even attorneys with AI. But will AI work longer and harder to ensure you get every penny you deserve? At the Verdoliak Law Group, AI will be used as a tool to make us even more efficient, but it won't replace our human touch. All of our clients and cases are unique, and an algorithm or cookie-cutter approach cannot capture the human element of your injuries. There is no substitution for human experience when dealing with people. That's why, for over 60 years, our clients continue to refer their family, friends, and coworkers to us. Of course, the Verdoliak Law Group will embrace technology, but we will always keep that human touch, which has aided us in successfully helping over 40,000 clients. If you're injured, call the Verdoliak Law Group, Chicago's legal landmark since 1963. Call 844-4VLG-LAW, 844-4VLG-LAW.
Looking for a smarter way to grow your savings? Wintrust Community Banks has you covered with 4.20% annual percentage yield on our 7-month CD special. This limited time offer won't last forever. Stop by your local Wintrust Community Bank or visit wintrust.com/radio25. APY assumes funds remain on deposit until maturity. Minimum daily balance of 1 cent required to obtain APY. Offer subject to change at any time and without notice. Additional terms and conditions apply. Details at wintrust.com/radiocd. Member FDIC.
Guys, it's Carmen. You know I love the food scene in Elmwood Park, but we're joined by someone even more biased, the mayor of Elmwood Park himself, Skip Saviano.
I've got the best job, Carm. The restaurants are amazing, but there's much more that makes me so happy in our little hidden gem of a community.
So what makes it special?
The people, no question. Elmwood Park's neighbors care for each other, the families thrive, and businesses succeed.
I definitely feel that every time I come through.
You know, we hook you in with a meal, and the next thing you know, you're moving in.
Tell him, Mayor Skip.
Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
Whoa, it's you, the Capital One Bank guy.
That's what they call me.
Mind if I get a selfie?
Yeah, sure thing. Say no fees or minimums on your Capital One checking account.
Wow, that's a keeper. So, where are you heading?
I'm off to spread the good news that Capital One helps people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Oh, you're the best Capital One Bank guy.
Hey, mind if I get a selfie?
Sure.
Say, Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One N.A. member FDIC.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place. For changes big and small. Loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
The Nissan No-Hitter is back on the White Sox Radio Network. Head to NissanNoHitter.com to enter, and if the Sox throw a no-hitter this season, you could drive away in a brand new 2025 Nissan Rogue. Presented by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Nissan dealers.
Whether you're locking in your home run picks or riding with your favorite golfers this summer, ESPN Bet is your sportsbook for all the action. Go from checking stats on your favorite teams and players to placing bets in just a few taps. Plus, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York. Jay Moore.
You're listening to Kap and J Hood. Follow the show on Instagram @The Catman and @IGJ Hood. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Hello. Football on ESPN 1000.
Hello, Bert.
Albert Breer.
Hey, Bert.
Senior NFL writer for SI.com joins Kap and J Hood.
Bert's it.
What?
You're it, Bert.
On ESPN 1000.
What do you mean I'm it? We see, that's the game. I just tagged you, and you're it until you tag somebody else.
Albert Breer.
No, I'm not playing a game. I'm reading, Ernie, and I'm not it.
Okay.
On Chicago's home for sports.
But Bert is it.
Albert Breer with us every Tuesday on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 from SI.com and Monday Morning Quarterback. And Amazon Prime is on the Yuengling hotline.
Yuengling, the oldest brewery in America.
Good morning, Albert. How are you?
Good morning, guys. How are you doing?
We're doing great. I'm all in on my Steelers coming out of the AFC. I think they can get to the Super Bowl with what they've done if they keep TJ Watt happy. A, do you like my take? And B, do you think they keep him?
Yeah, I like your take. I also like what they've done because I think they were just stuck in neutral. You know what I mean? Like, and I felt this way like at the end of last year, and you know, I initially thought like, you know, it could be Matthew Stafford. I'm going there, but I had a feeling they were going to try to take a big swing at quarterback because they had kind of been held prisoner by missing on Kenny Pickett. And, like, the timeline for their team, it kind of gotten to the point where it looked like they were almost running out. You know what I mean? And do you want to kind of keep going in that 10, 9, 8 win range? Getting in the playoffs, but not having the firepower to win when you get there, or you want to say the hell with what happens 3 years from now. We're going to go for it now and deal with the repercussions later. That's where they are. So I like what they've done, and I think it's a risk. And when you get that old at that many key positions, there's obviously there's the gamble that everybody ages out at once. But at this point where they were with their roster, I think it's a worthy gamble. As for TJ Watt, he's got a ton of leverage now, because obviously he's a big piece of the equation. He's a big piece of why you do this in the first place, because you have a great player like that, and, for the guys who are in that core and that have been winning with them, but not winning at the highest level, like, you do this because you have guys like that and you want to push it over the top. So I'm sure there's going to be a lot of back and forth over the next month or two, but I just think there's too much of a mutual benefit to getting something done for that not to happen. But he certainly holds all the cards right now.
Albert, how different do the Steelers feel to you as far as the way they do business now versus 5-10 years ago?
It's definitely different, and I think we saw some signs of that even last year. With how they sniffed around Brandon Ayuk, and I remember being really skeptical at the beginning of that they were gonna go through with it, just because I kind of trained myself to look at them and be like, well, look at all these receivers they were able to get outside of the first round of the draft, and they've always been so good at drafting and developing that position. But they looked at it like, okay, like we have this group that we want to kind of push the chips in on. And I think that was the first sign they were going to start doing business a little bit differently. And as I started to sniff around that, I saw how serious they were on IU, And so I think it's a combination of, a couple different things. I think it's, new general manager and Omar Khan taking over for Kevin Colbert, who had been the GM there forever. And obviously Omar was Kevin's number 2. But I think it's him putting his stamp on things a little bit. And then, I think the other piece of it, again, is just having that core of players that, you're not going to have around forever. And, how do you get them in position to win at the highest level while you still have them at the level that they're playing at?
In terms of what the Dolphins are doing, I can't figure out what they're doing, but then they really have nobody left at their tight end spot. Do you think Cole Kmet could be in play for them? And what would the return be? Or is it simply just now that it's post-June 1, it's a cap savings?
First of all, I think where the Dolphins are right now is in a soft reset. I think organizationally they are, to me at least, in a position where it's we've got our quarterback now on a bigger contract and we're going to have to start building differently. And we're going to have to start making this look a little different. And I think, where I just said, I just laid out for you guys where the Steelers were with their core and wanting to try to take a big swing with that core. I think the Dolphins kind of got to a point with their core around Tua on a rookie contract where it's like, are you ever going to get over the top? And I think that they were pretty real with themselves and saying, we took our big swings. Now we got to kind of reset a little bit. And so Teron Armstead retires. I don't think they would hang up the phone on you if you called on Tyreek Hill right now. Jalen Ramsey's obviously gone. They got the 2 edge rushers who are really banged up and have been dealing with major injuries the last couple of years, and Jalen Phillips and Bradley Chubb. And I look at it I can think of 2 guys in that roster that I could say, yes, they're going to be there in 2 years. And that's really Jalen Waddle and Chop Robinson. There's almost no one else where it's I know that guy's going to be on the team, So I don't know. I just look at them and I'm like, if you're them and you're doing all of this, why would you give up future draft capital to go and get a stopgap tight end? And for the Bears, I mean, look, I understand why you would think that way, but Colson Loveland and Cole Kmet kind of play different positions, you know, where Cole Kmet's a traditional Y tight end. Colson Loveland, who's got a ton of potential, is more of that F tight end. And if you're playing him in line as a traditional tight end, you might not get the most out of him.
As always, Albert, we appreciate the time. Thanks for coming on the show.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Have a great day. There he is, Albert Breer on the Yuengling hotline.
Yuengling, the oldest brewery in America.
He makes a valid point when he says they play different positions. Like, what is the beneficiary, or what is the benefit, I guess, not who's the beneficiary. What is the benefit to the Bears to dump Cole Kmet? Explain that to me.
Like I said, I would have to pick up a running back. I'd have to be upgrading a different position.
I told you my thought. I said don't outdumb the room. Have that 12 personnel with Cole Kmet. If Cole Kmet does not fit the bill, then you can move on.
Correct.
And we kind of think that he's going to be out the door anyway because there's a reason why they picked up Loveland, because they feel like he's going to be the better, more versatile tight end.
Maybe I'll be proven wrong. I think I'll be right. Colston Loveland is a wide receiver and a tight end body. Okay. Cole Kmet is a tight end who wants to be able to be more of a factor in the passing game.
Sure.
But he's more of an inline blocking tight end. He may not be elite at any skill set. Colston Loveland may be elite as a pass catcher. That's why the Rams, wasn't it the Rams that were trying to trade up and then all the calls stopped? They said there was a number of teams go, yeah, we're calling about 11, 12. Oh, Colston Loveland went at 10. All right, we're out.
I don't know if he's an elite pass catcher, but I am very confident in saying he's an elite route runner. Like, he might, out of the blocks, be top 3 route running tight end.
And so, again, Cap, in your first year as a head coach, if you're Ben Johnson, you want to have as many assets as possible, as many possibilities to be able to score and get into the end zone as possible. Mm-hmm. So that's why, for me, it's not a luxury. Oh, you got 2 tight ends. No, you keep as many players on the roster as possible to help you win, especially in year 1.
But, Udi, like, what if I brought up the Achane thing?
Yeah.
You find a way, you upgrade running back, which they wanted to do this offseason, and they didn't get the opportunity to get Travion Henderson in the draft. So if you land an upgraded running back, or, I mean, do the Bengals want to go into this season with Mike Gesicki and Drew Sample at tight end? Can I flip them Kmet and a pick and get back Trey Hendrickson? Like, I'm not saying any of this will happen, but I'm floating ideas where you move on from Kmet and still get better as a team.
Yeah, I have no problem, and this is a universal thing with me. I have no problem picking up the phone and trying to find out how to increase your chances to win. That's a blanket statement, Cap. You always are curious. The reason why we do this every morning is because we're curious about certain stories, certain teams, certain situations. And when you're a general manager and you're trying to get your team better, there's nothing wrong with picking up the phone. You may not get that deal, but it's nothing wrong with trying. Mm-hmm. And I don't mind the Bears trying. I just look at what the Bears have right now and say, you know what? It's an opportunity for you to get to the playoffs based on the personnel. Don't try to be able to make all these checker pieces just because, as a first-year coach, I don't like that. Well, let's see if those players can help you. Maybe they'll surprise you. I feel like that there is a boot in the ass of a lot of these players that's been around here before, and I think that Ben Johnson, at least for the first year, can make a difference, and that's DJ Moore and Cole Kmet. We'll see.
Yeah, and then you can always kind of whittle down the roster after the season and go, yeah, Ryan, I need more speed here, and I want to move on from that guy and change this.
That's all. So I'm not trying to push him out the door. If he believes in 12 personnel and Loveland's going to get the lion's share of the time at tight end and get it, then fine. Whatever. But don't give me a flyer or some guy off the end of the bench or down the depth chart. Like, yeah, you could fit the bill. No, you got 2 proven guys. You got 1 proven guy, you got a rookie. Yeah. That has a lot of promise.
Agreed.
Don't mess up what you got going right now.
I'm with you.
That's all. Kap and J Hood, weekday morning, 7 to 10.
This is your morning routine. Yeah. Kap and J Hood.
Good morning.
Morning. Good morning.
Oh, and in case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
On ESPN Chicago. Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Dodgers.
Live coverage begins tonight at 8:30 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
Are you confident your retirement game plan is as strong as steel? Hey, it's Yurko from Mitch Lyons Wealth. MitchLyonsWealth.com is full of tools for you to access at no cost to make sure you're positioned to win retirement. Go to MitchLyonsWealth.com today and get a free copy of Mitch's book or his retirement documentary. You can set a no-obligation 10-minute call with Mitch and his team to see if strategies they are utilizing might improve your retirement. That's MitchLyonsWealth.com, your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
Hi, I'm Bob. At American Sale, you'll find the largest selection of pools, patio sets, hot tubs, and grills. Everything you need for your backyard fun. And right now, you can save up to 50% and get 5 years special financing or 10% cash back. Plus, free delivery and our lowest price guarantee. See store for details. The summer celebration sale is going on now, so come in and see us or visit us online. American Sale. Bring the fun home.
Save big on everything you need for your vehicle at Menards. Good maintenance equals longer vehicle life, and Menards carries automotive products to help keep your vehicle on the road. Protect your engine with Valvoline High Mileage Synthetic Blend Motor Oil. It's proven to maximize engine life in vehicles with 75,000 miles or more. Save big money on Valvoline Motor Oil. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for more great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
Dear Rocky Roads, the 2025 Toyota Tacoma doesn't flinch. Rugged twists? Been there. Rutted turns? Done that. With tons of top tech and rock-solid resilience, Tacoma is tougher than any terrain. And when the dust settles, Tacoma's legendary resale value means confidence for the road ahead. Find your Tacoma at Toyota.com or visit your local Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
The Schaumburg Boomers are bringing the heat. Catch post-game fireworks super shows on July 3rd and 4th, and don't miss the epic drone and fireworks spectacular on July 5th. Get your tickets now at boomersbaseball.com. Anthony Calerco and the Boomers. Feel the boom with Schaumburg Boomers Baseball. Jay Moore.
Now back to Kap and J Hood.
You better buckle the f*** up.
Oh.
On ESPN Chicago.
You talking to me? Kap and J Hood on ESPN 1000. I got scared. And the ESPN Chicago app. Kap, I don't know if you've heard this or not, but there is a new Golden Bachelor.
I have.
And it has a sports tie to it.
I actually know. I don't know him like we hang out. I coached with his dad.
Mel Owens is the name.
Yeah, his dad, the late Walt Owens, was the assistant basketball coach at Northern Illinois prior to me getting there.
Yeah.
And then he moved over and became the head baseball coach at NIU for a long time. Walt Owens. His son Mel played at Michigan football.
Gary!
And then his son went to the Rams and was a really good NFL player.
So Mel Owens is getting his turn on the show, and he has set an age limit window for the prospective women as is going to be between the ages of 45 and 60. Now, Mel Owens is 66. He says, I'll have one of these women, but it's got to be between 45 and 60. He is 66, and the former Golden Bachelor Gary, as we just heard from, again, misspelled, Gerry. That's how he
that
spells
guy
his name.
Gary's a loser, man. He's the worst.
He says it's a bad look to limit ages that way,
Mm-hmm.
and he should be called out about it.
Gary, come in here.
I think Mel Owens' official wording was he wouldn't keep a woman around if she's older than 60.
Keep her around. Isn't that something? And that's quite the term in 2025. Keep her around, Cap.
He is 66. I mean,
I understand, but I mean, at some point you got to be able to be able to talk the 2025 lingo. Keep her around, Cap, like a broom in the closet. Just keep her around.
Yeah, well, Gary also is a fraud because he asked the producers when he was on it for women 65 and older. Hey, Gary, practice what you preach, loser, because what if there was a lovely 49-year-old?
I wasn't interested in that.
Because ain't no SSI.
That's exactly right.
Exactly.
Want the money.
Trying to get that money.
Yeah, first of all, that guy filled out his resume for the show and said, I'm a restaurateur. You owned a hamburger stand. You weren't a restaurateur. You're a burger flipper.
I worked at Jewel, and I was an interior shelf decorator.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what I put on the resume. Look good.
Yeah, that's the
glowing.
topic. 312-332-3776. What's a different word for your job?
Yeah, I mean, when I worked there before I did this, Cap, it looked glowing on the resume. Interior shelf decorator, shelf boy. That's what I was.
That's it.
I changed tires. I was an automotive engineer.
Well, you know what? That looks good. It looks grand on the resume, doesn't it? That looks like he's done something. That's exactly right. So when he says restaurateur, hey, Cap, you were one too. You were a hot dog guy.
I did. Big Herms and Skokie.
Okay, well, you're a restaurateur.
Yeah.
I was a water purifier.
You were a water purifier?
Yeah.
What were you doing?
Clean pools.
Ah,
wow.
Pool cleaner.
Yeah, Cap, you were a civil engineer.
I was the bush inspector for the
Exactly.
village of Skokie.
Civil engineer.
That's it. And in fact, it was in the civil and traffic engineering department.
I'm sure during your days, I don't think you were so civil with the bush.
Wow. I actually started dating.
I didn't say that.
The lady who was like the secretary in the office. I dated her daughter. And rest in peace. She passed.
You killed her, huh?
I did not.
You took her out?
No, she tragically passed a couple of years
Oh, my God. What do I do now? Right through the mattress. She's dead.
Wow.
Why would you do that, Cap?
By the way, ask Gary how the marriage went from the Golden Bachelor.
Omaha, Nebraska.
Loser got divorced.
Okay, you mind? Joe in Omaha, Nebraska, third time on ESPN 1000. Joe,
Yeah.
What was your job?
So I'm a pharmacist, and my brother calls me a pill barista.
Perfect. It's perfect.
Now, what looks better on the resume, Joe?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Joe, how do you
love you
keep
guys.
all
Thank
those?
you.
How do you keep all those pills straight?
Man, a lot of memorization, a lot of school, and yeah, that's pretty much it.
Man.
All right. So we appreciate the pill barista checking in
it.
from Omaha, listening on the ESPN Chicago app.
That is it.
312-332-ESPN. 332-3776 is our telephone number. Still to come, you know, you and I love baseball, Cap. It courses through our veins. Could you imagine another work stoppage to kill the game we love in the summer? That could happen. We got some quotes from Rob Manfred and more as we move forward here. Back in 2 minutes on Kap and J Hood.
Good morning. Good morning. Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN Chicago.
Is your old air conditioner running all the time but not cooling your home? Stop wasting energy and money. Call Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric today for a complete AC cleaning and tune-up. And we'll include, absolutely free, a 1-year, no-breakdown guarantee, all for just $89.95. That's right, we guarantee your AC will cool your home for an entire year or your money back. Call 866-4 Seasons.
For all the right reasons, Call 866-4Seasons.
Hey friends, it's your buddy Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. The 4th of July weekend sales event is going on now at all 12 Hawk Auto locations. Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Save with 0% financing for 72 months or no payments for 90 days. That's 0% or no payments till October. Find your next car this 4th of July weekend at hawkauto.com.
HawkAuto.com.
$13.89 per month per thousand. Financed on select models with approved credit.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code DRIVER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code DRIVER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code DRIVER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Kap J Hood, WMVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a good Carmen Brands radio station.
Good morning, Chicago, and welcome into the Kap J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000, and we are streaming on the ESPN Chicago app with David Kaplan and Jonathan Hood with you. We've got Shay, we got Jay Moore, we got you here on this Tuesday morning. Thanks so much for being with us. Open phone lines for you, 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our phone number. Please like, share, and subscribe what we do on YouTube, youtube.com, ESPN Chicago, also on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN 1000 Chicago. We were talking earlier, Cap, about the Cubs being all in at the trade deadline. We heard from Jim Bowden earlier in the show from Sirius XM, MLB Network Radio, and also he's on the Foul Territory show, AJ Brzezinski's baseball podcast, talking about how you continue to hear from Jed and also from Carter Hawkins. And by the way, Carter Hawkins is going to be on ESPN 1000 at 1 o'clock with Carmen and Jesse. So Hawkins on air, 1 o'clock this afternoon.
Sounds good. Look forward to it.
Yeah.
Hopefully he can get his old bosses in Cleveland to say, all right, we'll give you Emmanuel Clase.
Oh, man. Yeah. Yeah.
Jose Ramirez.
Yeah, sure. Just unload. Just unload the Cleveland Guardians. It has to make you feel good as a Cub fan to know, outside of what's on your phone, all right, people telling you this, telling you that, okay, that's fine. But when you hear people outside of your phone or outside of what you read say, yeah, the Cubs are buzzing around a number of teams, it's got to make you feel good that the Cubs are not sitting back, because how many years have you and I been on the air when you're on the precipice of maybe getting over 500, maybe getting into the playoffs, and the Cubs just sit back? They don't pick up the phone, not aggressive, kind of Art Carney-like or Mark Eversley-like. It's good to know that the Cubs are everywhere. They're the buzz right now as far as the trade deadline.
And I love it. They act like a big boy team. And do I think they should push more chips in at the start? I do. Because you could have signed Aroldis Chapman in the offseason. You could have signed Eugenio Suarez in the offseason. Those contracts weren't onerous, weren't ridiculous. I'm not asking you to go pay $185 million for Jacob deGrom. I get that. I would love if you did, but I understand there's a line there. Okay. But there were small moves you could have made and not have to give up prospects now to go get those types of guys. But here we are. So let's push our chips in now. And I keep hearing from people I trust in the game, I'm not talking media people, they're all in.
Yes.
Let's go.
Now, I laid out a case. I don't know if you were listening, but I was laying out a case to you earlier about the Chicago Cubs. and that you compared the Cubs to the Dodgers or the Phillies or the Mets or the Padres, other teams that's in the National League. My point to you is that I feel like it's more wide open than in years past.
It is.
Because what the Cubs have right now, again, 49 wins in the Central. They did not play well in June, but it doesn't mean that they're a bad ball club. Absolutely not. Mm-hmm. What I'm saying is that even though the Dodgers spend a lot of money and they've got all these stars on the team, it doesn't mean that the Cubs have to not be aggressive. There's teams, Cap, that's vying for the wild card that won't be aggressive because they feel like, no, we can't win the World Series. You know a lot of teams like that will say, we don't have the payroll. We got a decent farm system, but we feel like we're just in the middle. We can't really compete. The Cubs can't feel that way. I'm sure many years the Cubs felt like, we'll make a cursory call here, just see what happens. Nope, okay, thanks. But now the Cubs have to be that aggressive team because no matter how much the Mets and the Dodgers spend, the Cubs have an opportunity to add on starter, relief pitcher, maybe an extra at-bat, and then move forward. You have enough infrastructure to compete, but you just want to solidify. You just want to make sure, and that's why you pick up the phone. You don't look at the Dodgers and go, well, we can't do it because the Dodgers are so great. Phillies are better than us. Nope. You're as good as anyone else in the National League.
Yeah, the Cubs are tied for, I think, third most wins in all of baseball. They got every chance to win a World Series if they stay healthy and they make the right additions.
Yeah.
But if they go get 2 starters and you go, oh, wow, they went and got Seth Lugo and somebody else at the deadline who became available? The Cubs got him?
Yeah.
And you added a high-end bullpen arm, whoever that might be, and you added Eugenio Suarez, your team's going to look radically different the rest of the way.
Let's advance the conversation about the pitching, you and I. So it's Shota, and it's the extra pitcher. It's Suarez, and that's what I'm keen on. I think Suarez, more so than the other pitcher for the Marlins. I think Suarez would be really good for the Cubs. Young asset.
You mean the third baseman?
No, I mean, as far as the pitching is concerned with the Marlins.
You're talking about Edward Cabrera.
Cabrera, yeah. So there's 2 choices there.
Or Sandy Alcantara.
Yeah.
I'm not sure they're going to trade Edward Cabrera because I looked it up for you the other day. Edward Cabrera is a kid with elite stuff. Like how the Marlins keep developing these guys.
23, you said.
Yeah.
Yep.
He is a kid. Edward Cabrera is 27. He's 27 out of the Dominican Republic, but he makes zero money. Like, why would they trade him? Like, they always try to move, like Alcantara has a huge contract with 1 year left. They're trying to maximize. Edward Cabrera has control through he's a free agent in 2029, and he is making $1.95 million. Nothing in baseball terms. Nothing.
So as far as the Marlins pitching is concerned, you like to be able to pilfer one of those guys.
Yes, I would. But I'd also like to go get Merrill Kelly and Eugenio Suarez to play third, and Merrill Kelly in my rotation.
Understood. So I guess what the conversation I want to have with you about the starting rotation is today, if you look at that starting pitching and you're going to get to the playoffs, Shota's in, the new pitcher that you acquire is in. Is Matthew Boyd in also part of that in a rotation in the playoffs?
Is Matt Boyd, you said?
Yeah.
In the rotation?
Yeah.
Yes.
And then Tyone?
Yeah, I would think depends who you go get at the deadline.
Let's say it's one of the guys you covet.
But, so let's assume that you go get some top-end arm. You got Shota Imanaga, the top-end arm.
Boyd,
and Tyone. Those would probably be the 4 guys you'd use in a playoff series.
And Horton and Ray would be relievers.
I'm not sure Colin Ray would pitch out of the bullpen for sure. I got to see how Cade Horton pitches the last 3 months of the season. If he's up and down, he's okay. He might not be on your playoff rotation.
Well, you know why I asked the question? I asked the question because I'm trying to see what that Cubs rotation would look like in the playoff series against some of these teams in the National League. Like, do you have enough bullets? Do you think you have enough high-end pitching to compete?
If you went and got Seth Lugo and another arm, You absolutely do. If you're healthy. You absolutely do.
That's the question I was trying to get to, Shay. It's like if you add whatever arm that you think that you can get, along with Shota, along with Matthew Boyd, and I suppose Tyon, can you compete with that? Can you win multiple series with that rotation in the postseason?
Keep you in the hunt. You got to, and you have strikeout arms in the bullpen that you like. If Palencia proves reliable,
like if I told you added Aroldis Chapman to Palencia, you added Seth Lugo, and you added another arm that became available right at the deadline, and you got Suarez. That team can win the World Series,
the Super Bowl.
Yeah, they can win the World Series.
Not just
it's asking a lot, but yeah,
not just the World Series, but man, the whole Super Bowl. That's a team.
That team is.
I mean, you're building arguably the best team in baseball, but you have to cut so many guys. Like Colin Ray won't be on the team.
Why would Colin Ray not be pitching out of my pen?
You're not gonna be able to roster him. If you acquire 3 pitchers, you have to de-roster some people.
That's the conversation I'm trying to have. Because and by the way, we're a long way from that, but I just know that if you trade for a starting pitcher, I'm just trying to figure out what are the main guys that you need down the stretch between the trade deadline and into October.
Yeah. And it's only a 26-man playoff roster. You're not going to be able to have Aroldis Chapman and Seth Lugo and Phantom Arm and Colin Ray. And you're going to cut multiple arms.
Well, for the playoff roster, I'm not saying it would happen. Let's see how the next 3 months play out. But what if Cade Horton is not on that roster? Okay, there's one spot. Somebody in your bullpen isn't throwing well, whoever that is, Porter Hodge or whoever.
Sure, but if you're being realistic about it, I think Cade Horton would be a bullpen arm in the playoffs before Colin Ray would.
I'm not sure about that. I got to see how he pitches the next 3 months. I'm not sure about that.
Can I just quickly sidebar into something else, and then we can get back to this?
Sure. Brought to you by Ankin Law, 312-6 million for the best personal injury attorney in Illinois, Howard Ankin.
Sign my ball. Something is concerning over there. What do you see there on your computer?
It's not concerning. It's it made me say, wow. I want to play Guess the Number. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander just signed a record extension.
Oh, God.
Can you guess the annual value of his contract? What he will get paid per year?
Well, LeBron just opted in for 52.6.
Yeah.
Or thereabouts.
So we got an MVP and a world champion.
I'm going to say he opted in at $65 million a year.
So I'm going to go
4-year extension.
4-year extension, 70?
Hoodie, you are very close.
75?
A little too high. $71.25 million per year.
Per year?
4-year, $285 million extension.
Damn. Wow. $71 million.
Per year.
But I thought only the big markets can afford those types of things. They're in Oklahoma City. How are they doing that?
After taxes, it's like what, 65, 60? Maybe.
That's about
50?
40.
About 40?
He's going to get paid nearly $1 million a night.
Wow. That's a lot of Sonic.
It's a lot of Sonic down there. It shows you, though.
It's a lot of tater tots.
Like when you look at what's guys who are average players, like Bobby Portis is a nice player, but Bobby Portis what did he just have? $50-some million?
I saw that.
I'm like, Bobby Portis? He's got Trey Jones, the Bulls got great. $8 million a year. Like $8 million for him?
Bobby Portis, you get the stare and you get the leadership.
Right.
That's what they paid for. Because he was a leader on that Bucks team.
Like I follow the league every night.
Yeah.
I see these salaries and I'm like, wait, how much are they paying that dude?
Yeah.
$30 million a year? And we're worried about Kyle Tucker getting 45?
We got Trey Jones for a song.
Yep.
71 million. What are we doing?
If Shea plays 76 games again like he did last year, he will make $938,000 a night.
And you have to play 75 to be eligible for the MVP, right?
65, I think.
Is it 65? That low?
I think there's a lot of money. It's way too much for a player. David? Is it $1 million a night?
$1 million a night.
He's not that good a player.
Jerry, he's the best.
Is he the best, though?
In the league?
Oh, God. Shay?
He's right there. He won the MVP.
Well,
you're correct. It is 65 of the 82.
The way the CBA works in the NBA now, too, you just get, he was all-NBA. He won MVP. The number is dictated for you. 35% of the salary cap. You give it to him.
I get it.
You don't have a choice.
I recall, Cap, years and years ago, I produced Mike Greenberg down the dial. And we do it he would host every Saturday, the 10 to 2 shift on a Saturday, the hangover shift. You're out on a Friday night, Saturday morning again, get yourself a cup of coffee, and then talk for 4 hours. Greenberg, every week, he'd bring up the sports apocalypse. He goes, Hoodie, the sports apocalypse, it's coming. There's going to be a fallout. Sports won't be the same. It's going to be the sports apocalypse. And he would just talk about this all the time. I said, Mike, sports is just going to continue to grow. His thought is that as sports grows and as much money's out there, that somehow sports will go into a hole. And I said, Mike, that's never going to happen. I said, there is no ceiling for money. The owners will spend what they have to spend to keep the lights on and keep the operation going. He was always lamenting that there was going to be a sports abyss, like the sports apocalypse. Like this, when you pay Shea Alexander that much money, Cap, it's never going away.
No, because it tells you how much they have if they can afford to pay it.
In that market.
Waddle used to say that they have to push themselves away from the financial buffet.
That's not happening.
But they're not. They're just gorging themselves.
He's the MVP. They won the championship. What are you going to do?
I think Curry was making like $60 million coming up, right?
Who is?
Curry.
Something like that.
He's got like $60 million coming up, so
but
they had to pay.
We don't have an owner that wants to gorge themselves at the financial buffet.
He would fall over his chair if he knew that he had to spend that much money on a player. I'm talking about even the championship years.
Jerry?
Oh, my God.
Remember when he said to Michael, I'm going to regret signing this deal? Excuse me?
The Pippen deal. The Pippen deal, right?
Well,
he told Scotty, he's like, this is going to be null and void, this whole contract. If you sign now, there's going to be a lot more people making more money. And Scotty needed his money.
He needed his money because he had a back injury, and he had, I think, a handicapped brother maybe.
Yes.
But when Michael and Jerry was right. He got a great deal, and Scotty said, you took advantage of me. No, I didn't. Jerry was right. Jerry said, don't sign that deal. You're getting underpaid. You want the money now? I'll give it to you, but you're going to be ruin the day. And then he did a deal with Horace Grant on a Saturday at the Berto Center. Horace came in and said, forget my agent. Give me $5 million a year, and I'm in. Jerry said, done. And Jimmy Sexton called Jerry 10 minutes later. Stop talking to my players. We're not taking that deal. He gave me his word. He shook my hand and looked me in the eye and said, you have a deal. Is he a man of his word or not? No. Good. Ship him off to Orlando and go get Dennis Rodman then. Jerry was a man of principle, man. You got to give him credit for that.
Man of principle, but also very petty because of the Blue Flu press conference about Horace Grant. Were you there for that?
I probably
was.
Remember,
you know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
Horace Grant is no longer a Chicago Bull. There was many times that he had the Blue Flu.
Right. Didn't want to play.
That's not what you say as an owner. Boy, it was petty back then.
He was mad because he literally said to him, if I give you this deal, you shake my hand, you got to live up to your word. And Horace said, I'm in. And then the agent called in 5 minutes.
Yeah.
No, we're not taking that.
Yeah.
And Jerry said, you gave me your word. Is your word your bond or not?
Nope.
It's not. Okay, good. Get out. We'll get Dennis Rodman. And they won 3 more titles. And I don't believe Horace ever won another title.
Did not. So there you go. So we'll take a break.
I had no problem with that. But he did say the day he signed Michael for $35 million a year, I'm going to regret writing this check or how big this contract is. Guess what? He's Michael Jordan. He's worth whatever he wants.
Now imagine today about SGA. I mean, now that opens the door for all the money that we see right now. Think about it. It's gotten even much bigger since then.
$71 million a year.
That's what Michael should have been making. But we weren't at that era. I get it. Speaking of money, where's baseball going in the future? That's next on Kap and J Hood.
Kap J Hood.
We will rock you.
Kap and J Hood, mornings on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
He's Chris Bleck.
And he's Adam Abdalla.
Together, we're the Bleck and Abdalla Show.
Weeknights, 6:30 to 8 on ESPN Chicago.
Or get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app.
Brought to you by Yuengling.
This summer, the Roar returns to Washington Park in Michigan City, Indiana. The X Insurance Great Lakes Grand Prix takes over July 28th through August 3rd. High-speed offshore powerboat racing and non-stop action. Boat parade, block party, brewfest, live music, and heart-pounding thrills on the water. Just an hour from Chicago. Make the short drive and feel miles away. July 28th through August 3rd. The X Insurance Great Lakes Grand Prix. Plan your visit now at GreatLakesGrandPrix.com.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, and it's no surprise. Same game parlay from Bet365 just keeps getting better.
Well, it's even easier to make a bet. Choose from the most popular markets like hits, run line, totals, and home runs. So many to choose from.
Download the app, start building your bet, and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. T's and C's apply.
College students, are you looking to make your campus living more comfortable, functional, and fashionable? Let IKEA help. From innovative storage solutions and furniture to maximize your space, to fashionable bedding and accessories, IKEA is helping make college living truly inspired by you. And now, qualified college students can save even more with 15% off when they sign up for IKEA Family for free. Visit IKEA Schaumburg and IKEA Bolingbrook, or check out the Ready for College section on IKEA.com/US to learn more.
Guests appearing live on ESPN Chicago. Call in on the Yuengling hotline.
Yuengling is in Chicago. After 196 years, you can now enjoy Yuengling Traditional Lager, Light Lager, Golden Pilsner, Black and Tan, and Flight.
This fall, the Sandman, Adam Sandler, You're My Best Friend Tour.
I feel like we're very good friends now.
United Center, October 20th. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster.com.
Level up your summer projects with 4th of July savings on top brand cordless power tools from the Home Depot. Whether you're working on a fence, a planter box, or a new workbench, get the power and runtime you need with the Ryobi One Plus 18-volt 2 toolkit from the Home Depot for only $99 was $139. Get 4th of July savings on the cordless power you need to make summer projects easier than ever. Right now at the Home Depot.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Want to buy a vehicle in 60 minutes or less? Purchase your next vehicle in 60 minutes or less at Advantage Chevrolet Bridgeview, or your first car payment is on them. And every new Chevy comes with the Advantage Plus program. Together, let's drive. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Kap and J Hood are back.
Oh, Kap J Hood, big fan, man.
Watch out, fellas.
On Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
It's the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. We're with you until 10 o'clock. Then it's Clinton and Friends at 10, followed by Carmen and Jesse at 12. Carter Hawkins of the Chicago Cubs will be on at 1 o'clock. Silvy Dionne at 2:30. Bleck Abdalla at 6:30 right in the White Sox baseball as they take on the Dodgers. An 8:30 pregame right here on the home of the White Sox, ESPN 1000. So there was an article that was in the Athletic regarding the timeline of negotiations between the players and the owners as far as whether or not they're going to get a work stoppage or not. I just remember in March 2022, the union's 8-player executive subcommittee, a group that works closely with union officials like Tony Clark, who represents the players, voted against accepting the current labor deal that MLB proposed. Almost all of the 30-player votes, one representative for each team, held a different opinion. The final vote was 26-12 to accept the deal, ending the lockout. Cap, it's interesting that we're here right now on the precipice of a possible work stoppage or lockout unless there's going to be a deal in place. There's so much money on the table now for Major League Baseball. I just wonder what Rob Manfred is thinking, especially for his legacy. Again, he's going to be done being commissioner at some point pretty soon here. And then from there, Tony Clark on his side. When you read the article from The Athletic, what did you glean from it?
That there's so much bitterness between the two sides. Like, I would have preferred that the two of them were quoted as saying, hey, man, we've got to put all our differences aside and figure out what's the best path to have a long-term partnership, because the players should be partners with the owners, and make sure the game is healthy for generations to come. That's what I want to hear.
Sure.
I don't want to hear Rob Manfred go, you know how much money you guys left on the table because your management did this? All that does is tick off the other side, and then Tony Clark says, your statement's full of lies.
You saw that too, right?
Right.
So everyone, if you can get a chance, go to theathletic.com and write this piece about how Rob Manfred says that that the players should be making $2 billion plus richer
in total revenues for salaries
had they decided to equally split the game's revenues with owners,
as he offered
20 years ago.
Correct. Yeah, I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't understand why there has to be all of this sniping back and forth. Manfred has remained non-committal when asked what he plans to propose, but no matter the specific approach, player buy-in will make any change he pursues easier, and he's been lobbying for it. So he has met with virtually every team annually for 3 seasons now, starting in March of 2022. Here's the thing, that if they shut the sport down for a length of time, nobody cares in the middle of December if they're not negotiating. We had that a couple of years ago, whatever.
Yeah.
But if they're not there opening day and they're not there June 1st because millionaires and billionaires can't figure it out, they're going to kill the sport.
Again.
And I don't think there's any coming back to the level that it's at, because there'll be a lot of people that will be like, screw them. I'm done. I don't want to hear about it.
Now, you know that I don't believe in the fake ratings that's put out there on social media, all these people saying, baseball numbers are up, they're up, they're up. Of course, we're only talking about a sample size. I never believe in those numbers. We've been in the business for a long time.
But the streaming numbers are legit numbers.
That's a legit number. But the TV, the MLB on Fox, the ESPN, I actually think it's probably higher than what's always listed. I never believe in it. I think those are fake. I do. We've been in radio for a long time. We know those numbers can be skewed one way or the other based on a small sample size of people. The streaming numbers, that's more the pure number. The YouTube and the social media.
Well, those are legit because you just go, how many views, how many impressions, bam.
Well, the YouTube numbers, the impressions you get from social media, that's the real number because it's right. The ticker's right there.
Correct.
But when they say that the game is growing, I think it is. You can look around Major League Baseball. There's, again, a lot of people watching baseball, going to the games because it's the summer. You want to be outside, or you want to be at a ballpark watching your favorite team. I don't want baseball to go backwards like it did in '94 and having to have some, home run race to try to bring the fans back to the stadium. If it happens this time, Cap, the way we're so divided, hey, I'm going to the movies, or I'm going to watch Netflix, or I'm going to go with my family to dinner. Like, baseball would have a hard time trying to get those people back, especially this time around. You think the last time we had a work stoppage that was 1994, okay, technology was good, but not great like it is now. We have so many other things to do besides watch baseball.
I agree.
And people that are on the fringes will say, well, you turn your back on us, I'm not coming back. That's a possibility.
So a friend of mine just played in a golf tournament and had a current major league player assigned to his foursome. And he said he wasn't a big-name player, but just a solid major league veteran. And he said to him, what do you think is going to happen after 26? He said, I can tell you with 100% certainty, 100% certainty that we are in lockstep, no salary cap. We're not doing it. Not going to happen. There's over $10 billion in the game. We are not going to have a salary cap. And if we have to sit out, we'll sit out. And I'm thinking, wow, Why do we have to dig a line in the sand? Let's put all the numbers and let's have everybody be open and honest. Here's the books. There's how much money we bring in. There's all of our expenses. After expenses, what percentage do you think you're entitled to? Are we 52-48? Are we 50-50? Whatever it is.
Yeah.
Let's figure it out. Period. And let's make sure we protect the game we love. I don't know if they're that smart.
Has Tony Clark talked to the players, like even a couple of years ago, to say, hey, guys, save your money just in case? I don't think he did. I'm just gonna guess and say that he didn't go across the board and say, we could have a work stoppage that could last a year or two.
I think he did, because I've had players tell me, we have been salting away money and the union has been doing the same thing. They believe they're all good. That's what I'm hearing, that they have been warned and the union is doing this, that they are prepared.
Okay. I don't know if they're prepared for a year or two of a lockout. I don't think it lasts that long, actually. I don't know about 2 years, but I'm saying I'll give you this quote, and I want to get your reaction to it from Terry McGurk. You read the piece like I did. The Braves chairman said at an investor event that MLB teams typically are valued at 4 to 9 times their expected revenues. He directly compared that to NBA teams, and he said draw valuations at multiples of 10 to 15x. There's 9 teams that are at 5 multiple or less. Rob can fix that. Talking about Rob Manfred. That's what Terry McGurk said. Cap, I know the owners are going to be on the side of Rob Manfred. I get that. Of course, every time. I just know, Cap, that there's going to be some players, as you say, they've salted some money away. Not all of them, though. And I just think that there's some that's going to cross the line and go, man, I need this money. I need to play. And they're just going to run, and the owner's going to win this thing. They are. I think that's what's going to happen. The NBA is more 50-50 than anything else in sports.
Well, I'm not a Rob Manfred guy. I'm sure he's a smart human. I'm not a Rob Manfred guy because I don't think he loves baseball. I think he's a labor lawyer who happens to have that job, and baseball's the vehicle that he negotiates deals in.
Correct.
But he does make a valid point, a couple valid points. First of all, he says 10% of our players earn 72% of the money. He said if you're one of those 10%, it's a great deal. You want to keep status quo. But if you're in the other 90, it ain't so good because he believes, he has data to back this up, Tony Clark pushes back against it, that the salaries in baseball grew at the slowest rate among the 4 major sports, football, baseball, basketball, hockey,
and that's
over the last 20 years.
And why is that?
Because he believes they made a bad deal, the players did, that they didn't share in the revenues. Tony Clark pushes back because obviously that goes to what he negotiated that deal. He also says the lack of a signing deadline during free agency is a major problem. He said, look at the NBA or some of the other sports. They have free agency. NFL, it's about a month. There's a lot of bidders. It's a great marketing opportunity for the sport. Players have their choice of where to go. It's all positive, Manfred says. Our free agency, it's like the Baton Death March. It starts the day after the World Series, and in February, really, really good players are still wandering around the landscape.
Well, lately, that is true. That is true.
Right.
We were talking about free agency after the Super Bowl, and still good names are out there.
Right, but he wants to have a system where free agency starts, let's call it December 1st.
Get it. I get it.
Bam. And December 8th, most of the good players are gone. What? They're already gone? Because teams are out of money.
He wants the hot stove or the offseason to be like the NFL offseason. Like there's something popping every time.
Right. Like when Ryan Poles acquires Joe Tooney. Okay, I only got a little bit of money left to do this, that, and the other thing. The players don't want any kind of a salary restriction, like a cap.
There's always going to be bad owners and bad teams, Cap, and just mismanaged. Even in the NFL, there's always going to be teams that's going to be mismanaged. It's just a shame that the worst are always, if you're looking for the worst, they're always at the bottom. Never trying to get better, like the Pirates, for instance, and teams like that.
Right.
Always at the bottom.
The last point, now Tony Clark says it's not true. Manfred, I would think, would know because he negotiated the deal. My first deal where I was the chief negotiator in 2002, we were spending 63% of our revenue on our players, Manfred said. He's telling this to the players. Today, we spend 47% on players. Obviously, have a much bigger pie. I said, so what does that mean? He says, the math means you are getting the players, a smaller and smaller percentage of each dollar. And in fact, if we had made the deal 10 years ago to share revenue 50-50, you would have made $2.5 billion more in the kitty than you do now. Tony Clark pushes back.
He says that's misleading and downright false statement.
Yeah.
Okay.
MLB sales pitch is full of misleading or downright false statements.
Okay.
So
I guess to put a bow on it, Cap, for us to love baseball and like a lot of our listeners love baseball because, again, it's about the rhythm of summer. Whether you're a Cub fan, Sox fan, whatever fan you are, you just know that you can have a beautiful day at the ballpark. And to take that away, to have empty stadiums again, there's some of our younger listeners that didn't live through that, don't remember that. It sucked, especially when I thought that my team, the White Sox, would get to the World Series possibly against the Expos. It was taken away from us in '94.
It was.
And so that sucked when you have a work stoppage or a strike.
Terry McGurk from the Braves, the chairman you mentioned, he said that typically an MLB team is valued at 4 to 9 times their expected total revenue. NBA teams draw valuations at multiples of 10 to 15. And he said, we have 9 MLB teams that are at a 5 multiple or less. I've got to think that's the Tampa Bay Rays, the Pittsburgh Pirates, the Colorado Rockies, like the dregs in terms of what they spend and what they bring in.
You always find the worst teams at the bottom.
Yeah.
Not trying to get better.
Right.
I would love, ideally, to have revenue sharing across the board where everyone has a chance, Cap. But there's some owners who are just bums.
They have revenue sharing, though.
No, I mean, and be competitive. I guess that's my point.
But they do. Half of every team's revenue goes into a pot, and then it's distributed.
Shay, what I'm saying is that...
Yeah, 48 cents on a dollar
Yes.
from the Cubs goes to the revenue.
Yes.
And then the Cubs get a portion of it back. Like,
Very
everybody gets their money back. It's all distributed.
They don't get their money. The Cubs don't get their 48%
I'm not saying they get all 48 cents on each dollar, but revenue sharing does exist, and it's half of every team's revenue goes into a pot that gets redistributed. The small market teams don't compete because their owners don't want to.
Yeah, well, I guess that my ultimate point is I wish that the revenue sharing would be able to be visible to the fan of Pittsburgh or Colorado or Washington, whatever.
But,
I wish that was the case.
Yeah, but that's on the owners who aren't willing to spend.
I get it.
It's got nothing to do with whether or not the resources are available. That's the issue I always have with the labor stoppage stuff is I will never side with the billionaires against the millionaires. Like, I'm much closer to making, and not that I'm close to it, but I'm much closer to making Fernando Tatis money than I am the owners of the Padres. I don't understand how any of these guys cry poor. If it was really this bad to own a baseball team, they wouldn't own them. They'd all get out of the business. But, like, the Pirates don't spend money not because they don't have resources. They don't want to.
Yeah, and mismanaged. You could always find the worst teams because they always mismanage them. They're always at the bottom. That's who they are.
Yeah.
Yep.
Look, they got bad ownership there.
Yeah, and a number of places. 35th and Vec, you can find it there too, based on how the team is going right now, and not competing in a major market.
Yeah.
Kap and J Hood on Chicago's Home for Sports.
Kap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago. Need insights on your favorite football team? I mean, do you want to know more than all your friends? Done. Courtney Cronin checks in often with breaking news, insight, and foresight on ESPN Chicago. Reports brought to you by Costa Ivoni.
Baseball, fireworks, and the 4th of July. Nothing beats a summer night at the ballpark, and nobody does it better than the Schaumburg Boomers. Catch post-game fireworks super shows on July 3rd and 4th. And don't miss the epic drone and fireworks spectacular on July 5th. Get your tickets now at boomersbaseball.com. Feel the boom with Schaumburg Boomers Baseball.
If you're a business owner or building manager, now is the time to upgrade to energy-saving LEDs. Universal Lighting of America makes it easy. As a 2025 service provider for both ComEd and NIPSCO energy efficiency programs, we handle everything from installation to paperwork. That means no hassle, just brighter lights, lower bills, and real savings. And your utility provider may cover up to 70% of the project cost through available rebates. Call now or visit ulasaves.com to schedule your free lighting savings assessment. That's ulasaves.com.
With 3 locations to serve Chicagoland, Advantage Chevrolet gives you so much more. Visit and see the amazing inventory and savings at Advantage Chevrolet Bolingbrook. And Advantage Chevrolet values your time. They'll have you in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. That's right. Drive off in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they will make your first car payment. Visit AdvantageChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
Must mention offer upon arrival before negotiation. Restrictions apply. Ask dealer for details.
Good Karma Brands is proud to be an equal opportunity employer. Our policy is to provide equal opportunity employment, development, and advancement to all current and potential teammates. If you are an organization that maintains a job bank, provides employment information, or gives job referrals, you may request to be placed on the station's mailing list for future career opportunities. To learn more about careers at Good Karma Brands, please email careers@goodkarmabrands.com.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
The Black Friday and July event from Dell Technologies is here with great offers on trusted technology. You'll also discover huge deals on new AI-ready laptops like the Dell 14 Plus featuring Intel Core Ultra processors starting at $699.99. Save on top accessories, plus enjoy fast, free shipping and other benefits. Upgrade today by visiting Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
$6 million. The Veroliak Law Group wins again for their clients. You heard me right. The Veroliak Law Group recovered $6 million for a client who was injured due to a medical error. If you're injured, make sure to call the Veroliak Law Group.
Kap and J Hood are back.
I appreciate your show. I'm an Uber driver, and from 7 to 10 every day, I've got you locked in.
Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
Kap and J Hood on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. Kap took a shot at the WNBA, just a little flippant remark yesterday at the end of the show.
I was just being funny.
More games with lousy attendance is what he said. Talking about the expansion of the WNBA teams. You know, Caitlin Clark, CC, she's getting the job done for the WNBA. There's a reason why that there's a big spotlight on the WNBA is because of Caitlin Clark. But for me, Kap, when it comes to the WNBA, you know, even before Caitlin Clark got into the league, I was into the WNBA because for me, I just love good basketball. And I'll never turn a blind eye to a sport just based on gender. If it's good sports, of course, I'll watch it. I'll never look at it and just say, well, the women are over here, the men are over here. If it's interesting and if it's entertaining to me, I'll definitely watch. And so for Caitlin Clark, it just enhances me watching the WNBA because of what she can do on the floor. But there's Paige Beckers, there's Alicia Gray, there's Aniscu. There's so many others that really play the game at a high level. But Clark is the Pied Piper of it right now.
She is. And I was having a loud discussion with Maggie Sketch, one of the executives here at Good Karma Brands.
Yes.
Love Maggie. Big fan. And she is a huge WNBA fan. I believe a season ticket holder to the Sky. She goes to every game.
Yep.
And she said, in her opinion, I don't want to misquote her, but she said she sees Caitlin different than like Diana Taurasi or Paige Beckers, that, you know, they They get into a little scrape, they're right there battling. She feels like Caitlin, will take her shots, but then when they come back at her, she's like, hey, what are you doing?
I've seen some of that, sure.
Yes. So, I love Caitlin Clark, and I think that sport would be in a world of hurts if she ceased to exist. If she said, I'm done, I'm out, I'm retiring, I'm getting married, I'm having kids, and I'm moving on with my life. I hate doing this. But that sport would really, the league would be in trouble.
But also, I don't know about trouble. I think that's a bridge too far. But what I would say is that this goes into the fan how you want to fan conversation when it comes to the WNBA. Either you're going to love Caitlin Clark, and those that support her is fine. But when those are against her, not the players, just talk about fans that think that she is a cheap shot artist or because she says, I want to I can have things my way. I've seen her say that on the floor. It's like, I can do whatever I want. You know what? Whether she wears a white hat or a black hat, she's good for the league. I will not have this thing of, Caitlin Clark's great, and if you are against Caitlin Clark, then you're a dumbass. No, actually, that's how sports goes. And it's like anything else. She's great for the league, and a lot of teams and a lot of cities around the WNBA don't like her because she's that good. Jordan went through it. Larry Bird went through it. Magic went through it. So Caitlin Clark's going through it too. So the one thing I won't listen to is people telling us, well, you have to love Caitlin Clark. Well, I love her, absolutely, but some teams don't, and some players don't. So, but actually, I think that's even an attraction in itself. She's polarizing,
9th, right? In the player votes, I think it was 9th, right?
Yeah.
She's 8th, I think, in the player votes.
Okay.
4th in the media, 1st from the fans.
It just shows you. Some people don't like her.
And it's okay because
that's fine.
Because you didn't have that kind of polarizing figure in the WNBA before that.
Yeah, they needed this.
That's good. Whether a white hat or black hat. But the one thing I won't listen to is, well, everyone must love Caitlin Clark because she's just the American dream. No, either if you are a fan of a different team, if you're a fan of the Golden State Valkyries, and she comes in, you like that she's helping the sport, but you want to beat her because she's the best. That's good.
Yeah.
That's good for the sport. No one feels that way about Paige Beckers. No one says that about like someone like Breanna Stewart who's killing it, right? But no one says, boy, Breanna Stewart. She's part of the machine. But Caitlin Clark is the straw that stirs the drink for all of it. No question about that.
There's no doubt.
At some point, now here's the thing. Caitlin Clark is big for the league, Cap, no question. But then if you're the WNBA, you go, well, what's next? Because if you don't have a second act, it will just be watered down.
That league last year with Caitlin Clark, now albeit as a rookie, they lost $40 million, the league. Yeah. $40 million. That's unsustainable. You can't keep losing tens of millions of dollars and then have players. I saw Angel Reese talked about it. I think Paige Beckers. Yep, we're going to get a new collective bargaining. We're going to get our fair share. Okay, the league lost $40 million last year.
A sustainable TV deal helps that, of course.
The new TV deal will help.
Not Ion TV. not the Ion Network. You got to do better than that.
That's correct. It will absolutely help. And I would hope they'll get a deal done. But, the league's got to become more profitable.
Would you watch an 8-foot rim dunk contest for WNBA?
No.
Okay.
Listen, I would not. I'd find something else to watch, like minor league baseball. But as far as the actual games, I'll watch that. That is for sure. I'll take a look at that. But no, I don't have a problem, and I know some guys do because, well, I got to show that I'm a man because I like men's sports. And you can do what you want. I like competition, so it doesn't matter if it's men or women.
I love watching it. This is fun.
I've had games on way more. I told you that way more than I ever thought I would. There's some really amazing, amazing players. I hosted the Sky Parade.
I don't want that. No,
yep, I was there.
No,
I hosted it.
I was there
on TV. That's right.
Well, don't say that with pride.
I did.
No, don't say it with pride. Cap, could you help us out? What?
John Shipman called me and said,
"Yeah, right.
Hey man, can you absolutely front the parade for us? We'd like you to be the front of the coverage with Kendall Gill." And I said, all in.
Oh, that's BS.
Don't
listen to him.
Tapes.
That's such BS. You
I
did
was
not
working down the dial. They didn't want no parts of it. I was like, we just won the
And
championship.
I came in
They didn't want
early.
no parts of it.
I came in like 6 hours early from work. I said, I'll be there. And I was there.
Oh, please. You're such a BS.
Just because there wasn't a lot of people in the streets did not mean it did not deserve fair coverage.
That's just BS, Cap. That's not what happened. I heard the conversation on the other end. I got to do what? Oh, okay. Comp Day, right? Oh, all right. Sure. Welcome to the WNBA Chicago Sky Parade. I'm David Kaplan along with Kendall Gill. And the Sky win the championship. Kendall, give me a roster.
Hell of a toss, Cap.
Well, it was great, Cap, to see these young ladies win the championship. Candace Parker. Kendall? That's all you gave them. I watched it. You couldn't have been more uncomfortable. Oh, my God. I'm going to get a comp day out of this. There's no question. All right. And there's the parade route.
In fact, I just remembered. I don't think I ever put in for that comp day from Shipman. Kevin Cross, you owe me for a comp day.
That's exactly right. It says Courtney Vandersloot. Kendall? I watched it. It's great for the city. Any commercial? Oh, we'll keep going. All right. So anyway, I watched you. Uncomfortable with it. Didn't want to do it.
Hell, Zetterman went to meetings to try and get them on the air.
Okay, you shouldn't be saying that on the air. All right. We better go now as we get ready for the Kap J Hood cut of the day.
There would have been 8-9 people that were interested. No, I'm kidding.
Damn. Here's Archie. Along with Archie Bunker, J Hood with you on Chicago's Home for Sports. The Miller played.
You're listening to Kap and J Hood on ESPN Chicago. Celebrating the selection of Pope Leo XIV, Godman, Sox fan. ESPN Chicago, the home of the Chicago White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
Hey teachers, congratulations on another year of being awesome to the students you lead. We salute you. Now it's time to relax and take care of the things you've neglected this school year. When planning for this time, don't forget about your family. And if your family is complete, summer is a great time to take the next step, a vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago, because experience really does matter. Especially with this procedure. They make it so easy with their 30-minute, no-needle, no-scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read the testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. With 4 convenient locations in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower, now with free valet parking. Their procedure is covered by most insurance, so everything is lined up to make your decision an easy one with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. Visit vasectomychicago.com today or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
Sagamore Rye Whiskey. Handcrafted in Baltimore, Maryland, and reviving a style of rye that's older than America itself. It's made entirely in Maryland, from grain to glass, using a unique blend of high rye and low rye mash bills. The result? A smooth, subtly sweet, and delicious whiskey. Aged and bottled right in Baltimore, Sagamore Rye is perfect for sipping or mixing in your favorite cocktail. Check them out at sagamorespirit.com. Must be 21 or older. Please drink responsibly.
Chicago, this is your chance to see the Premier League live. The Premier League Summer Series is coming to town and features 2 incredible matchups. Everton versus West Ham United, followed by Manchester United versus Bournemouth. It's the only international soccer event in Chicago this summer. Don't miss out. Wednesday night, July 30th, Soldier Field. 2 matches, 1 ticket. Grab yours now at Ticketmaster.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED, because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs, with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Summer is the time for making memories, not appointments. It's why you should go to Great Clips. Use online check-in to get in for a cooler, shorter haircut for less whenever you have time. So what are you waiting for? Get in, get out, and get back to summer with time-saving haircuts at Great Clips. It's going to be great.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Kap and J Hood are back on Chicago's Home for Sports. ESPN Chicago.
X Insurance Great Lakes Grand Prix is on the shores of Michigan City, Indiana, July 28th through August 3rd. For tickets, go to GreatLakesGrandPrix.com as we get ready for the Kap and J Hood Classic Cut of the Day. It's brought to you by
Chicago Cut Steakhouse on LaSalle, north side of the Chicago River. Gorgeous weather. Please sit on that patio while we have this type of weather. You will love it, Jay Moore.
Yes, it's boring, but it's a sport.
Oh! Whatever.
It's not boring.
Okay, then you're boring.
All right, cut.
The middle aisle of the plane was covered in diarrhea. Shot or no shot, this is the absolute worst thing that could ever happen during a flight.
Beside it being hijacked?
Exactly.
Wait a minute. He'd rather have Idris Elba and his crew hijacking the plane. Just a second now.
Snakes on a plane.
Snakes on a plane
Wesley
is
Snipes.
pretty horrible.
Did Kaplan just say snakes on a plane was Wesley Snipes?
Yeah, wasn't it?
Oh, they all look the same, huh?
Samuel L. Jackson.
Oh, sorry.
I don't know. Black actors are all the same.
That's my brother.
That's my brother, though. Take that.
Oh, my God.
Is it Denzel? Remember Snakes on a Plane? Richard Pryor. He was hilarious in that. Him and the Snakes. Him and Gene Wilder.
Wow.
It was fantastic. He's just something else, man.
Snakes on the plane, Sidney Poitier.
Looks who's coming to dinner. Hello. Wait, he had snake for dinner. Remember that movie? Remember Sidney Poitier had snakes for dinner?
These guys, man.
You remember, right? You saw the movie. Look who's coming to dinner. There was snakes on the plate. It's weird. Coming up next, we have a special around the
Chris Rock, wasn't he in there?
Chris Rock was also in there. Keep your snake out of my mouth.
And that's all, folks.
The classic Kap and J Hood Cut of the Day.
Brought to you by David Flom and Matt Moore's Chicago Cut Steakhouse on LaSalle, north side of the Chicago River.
Of course, CeeLo was in the movie, if you recall. Snakes on the plane.
We got hundreds of these cuts of the day, and I just be listening and laughing. It's just amazing.
So ridiculous.
All the stuff we have.
Just nonsense. We go back to the sports conversation with Shay Norling. Shay?
So I did the math based on 2024 MLB revenues calculated by Forbes. I have the total revenue sharing number. The revenue sharing pot, the total pot, comes out to $7,628,640,000. The Cubs, for example, paid into the revenue share pot $280.32 million. That pot is then divided equally among all 30 teams. So the Cubs paid in $280 million. They got back $254.29 million. Every team in baseball got paid out $254 million in revenue share. None of these owners can cry poor. None of them. They all have the resources.
And what do the Pirates do with it, Cap?
I have no idea. No idea.
Bought themselves new yachts.
All I can tell you is
and then said the players make too much.
The White Sox have debt. That's a fact from their ownership.
I get it. But at the same time, Cap, when a fan hears that, they go, well, can you give it some of that to the ball club? Can we get better players? I'm not just 1 year, every year. Don't get it. We thank you for listening and calling in and being part of the program here on Kap and J Hood. Our thanks to you, Shay. Our thanks to you, Jay Moore. We'll see you tomorrow. So long, everybody.
Take that.
Drum roll from Chicago.
You've seen it asked 1,000 times on the big screen.
You got a light?
But it's the sound that's unmistakable. The iconic sound of a Zippo lighter. But that's only the beginning of the Zippo story. Zippo is famous for everything from vintage lighters to sunglasses. Visit Uptown Cigar Store and Lounge on Wells Street at North Avenue. The best selection of Zippos, premium cigars, and accessories.
What do you need to know about Zippo?
Nothing. The sound says it all.
Hey guys, it's Silvy for Window Nation. You've been trying to stay cool this summer, but your windows aren't keeping the AC in your home. It's a problem I had. Window Nation can help. With their energy-efficient replacement windows, your home will be comfy and cool for the rest of summer. And better yet, Window Nation is currently offering 50% off all window styles. And how about this? No interest until 2030. 0 interest for 5 whole years. Don't miss the best deal of the year, plus 1-day installation from Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation or go to windownation.com.
Hi, I'm Bob. At American Sale, you'll find the largest selection of pools, patio sets, hot tubs, and grills. Everything you need for your backyard fun. And right now, you can save up to 50% and get 5 years special financing or 10% cash back. Plus, free delivery and our lowest price guarantee. See store for details. The summer celebration sale is going on now, so come in and see us or visit us online. American Sale. Bring the fun home.
The 125th season of White Sox baseball. The 20-year anniversary of the 2005 World Series champs.
Sox winner and a world champion.
And a year of rebirth under new manager Will Venable. The fans will follow the Sox as they get back in the AL Central mix. And they will do it all on the White Sox radio network on ESPN Chicago. Tell your story to some of the most passionate fans in baseball. Consider advertising here. Send an email to whitesox@goodkarmabrands.com. That's whitesox@goodkarmabrands.com.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNBP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Transmitter's working perfectly. I hear everything clear as a bell.
Clinton Yates always brings the heat.
I can lead a nation with a microphone.
I am pleased to be joined by ESPN's Clinton Yates.
With a microphone.
I would imagine most of you have never heard Clinton Yates. He's irrelevant.
This is my new favorite show. We welcome in Clinton Yates. Clinton, I've mentioned this to you before. When I think of people who love the game, I think of you.
That right there is Clinton Yates.
Clinton Yates!
Clinton Yates, incredible job today.
Our pal Clinton Yates. People like Clinton Yates.
Let's first begin by saying good day to my friend Clinton Yates. There's a lot to talk about here.
Clinton, where the hell are you at?
From Studio 5 at LA Live, this is Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Happy Bobby Bonilla Day, kiddos. You're listening to Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80. And we're back on Watch ESPN because I have returned to Los Angeles. I'm back from my hometown, back by the beach, and back in Studio 5 where I am doing my thing. Let me tell you something, though. Plane ride back from D.C. yesterday, brutal. Ice box of a plane, 6-hour flight. It's normally around 5. Took extra long because there were weather issues in every phase of the country, which meant no food service whatsoever. No drink service whatsoever because it was too dangerous for the attendants to do so. So I was sitting on a plane, freezing my butt off for 6 hours. And I was watching a lot of social media. And the good news out of this is that I got to see something that has now become sort of like a combination of all of my favorite things. Now, you guys know that I watch a lot of talk, and I enjoy things like people clearing debris from various sites, people mowing lawns and cleaning things up, people refurbishing old goods or homes or whatever. And also, I genuinely like things that are obviously sports related. So I came across this account of a guy who bought a farm in Maine
It's called Fairway Fields. And he is basically completely refurbishing a 9-hole course that he plans to turn into an Airbnb, a driving range, and, like I said, a little 9-hole jobber. And he's doing it basically by himself. Bought the whole thing with all of the equipment, is going to refurb all the equipment to clean up the greens and build everything. And he's doing this really cool technology where he'll show the space where something is going to be and then put like an AI overlay over it to show what it's going to look like in real time. Devin, I'm fascinated with this dude. This is one of the coolest projects I've ever seen in my life.
I was just about to say, I watched the video you sent me. The AI overlay is super cool. Like it actually kind of tripped me out because I was like, wait, is it already kind of done? And he's just like taking us back to the beginning. No, that is what it's going to look like. And I'm a big golf guy. So you put a Top Golf somewhere, you put a nice Airbnb with a little bed and breakfast. I mean, I'll probably go visit at some point. It's not that far away.
I don't even love golf that much, but the idea of that being a side project is absolutely incredible. I mean, buying a 9-hole courses, by the way, are my favorite kind of golf courses. Not too long. You're not taking forever to get around the track. You know what I'm saying? I would consider walking a 9-hole golf course. I'm a Top Golf guy myself, but I'm looking forward. Fairway Fields. Check this dude out. He's out there rebuilding the actual lawnmowers and stuff, all of that. It's fantastic. And as far as goofball summer projects go, which we know well on this program, Fairway Fields is absolutely killer. Clinton and Friends is presented by Progressive Insurance, with insurance for cars, home, boat, and motorcycles, RVs, and commercial vehicles at 1-800-PROGRESSIVE and Progressive.com.
We're not parsing words, hiding from the headlines.
Extra, read all about it.
Or saving the best for later. I can't wait. It's time for The Lead.
Talk about burying the lead.
On Clinton and Friends.
Of course, NBA free agency is wide open here on July 1st, but we got a little breaking news via Shams Charania. NBA MVP Shai Gilgeous-Alexander has agreed to a 4-year, $285 million Supermax contract extension with the championship Oklahoma City Thunder through 2030-31. Sources tell ESPN this is now the richest annual salary for a player in league history. We'll start right there. What a glow up. Guy goes from leading scorer in the league to MVP of the regular season, finals MVP. Now he's the richest paid player in the NBA. That is a quality 12 months, if you're asking me. And for this whole conversation about face of the league and all these other things, whatever that means to you, it's hard to deny that Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is the most skilled and let's just say, numerated player at this stage. I'm not really sure what face of the league means, but this guy is hitting all of his goals. For those of you who have vision boards and things of the like, if you had these 4 things on your vision board and you actually hit them, I'm sorry, I'm following this guy to the end of the earth. He was a beast in the playoffs. They absolutely dominated the regular season. Indiana basketball put up a good fight, but ultimately couldn't hang around, and now he's getting paid like the man that he is. $285 million Supermax contract extension. OKC looking good. Looking like they're set up well for what their future is going to be under Sam Presti. That said, we've got some questions to answer with some other teams. Now, do you remember when the Rockets acquired Kevin Durant? And I said to you all on this program, there's one reason why I don't love that deal in the moment. It's because Dylan Brooks, in my personal opinion, had a little bit of the heart and soul of that team written all over his chest. And when they got rid of him as part of the Durant deal, I said, ooh, I don't love that. They lose a level of meanness. Ime Udoka does. Well, strike that off for the record because they got back one of my favorite people that has ever played for that team. Clint Capella signed a 3-year, $21 million contract with the Houston Arugulas, as I like to call them. I'll explain that in a second. And Capella's back in the mix. I always loved his game in the front court. He provided a length, a toughness, and a finishing ability at the rim that was always something that made me a fan of his. spent the last couple years kind of with the Hawks. I'm not going to say he was nameless with them, but they're always kind of hanging around that play-in market where you don't really know what they're going to be. Him back on this Rockets team, I would go so far as to say makes up for a lot of what Dylan Brooks had. The Rockets are back in the driver's seat. Not to mention, on top of that, DFS, as Lakers fans know him as, Dorian Finney-Smith. He picked up a 4-year, $53 million deal. So now you've got a situation with the Rockets where the big addition of Kevin Durant is one thing. The smaller, more piecemeal additions of a DFS, of a Capella, to me are just as impactful as far as what the overall construction of that roster is. I love the Rockets right now. They have had the best offseason from a signing standpoint, in my opinion. And that includes what Dallas has going on with the draft of any team. Now, reminder, Capella played for the Rockets from 2014 to 2020. He had kind of a down year last year, 8.5 points, 8.5 boards. And he'll be sort of a backup center behind Şengün. And, of course, Steven Adams, favorite of the show. But Clint Capella is a player, man. I'm telling you. Now, the reason why the DFS thing is pretty interesting as well from a Lakers standpoint is that guy was really good friends with Luka Doncic. I don't know how the Lakers don't find a way to keep DFS. That, to me, strikes me as a bit of a miss from the purple and gold. That's just me. That said, let's hear what Brian Windhorst had to say about what's going on in Houston right now.
Rockets are on an organizational hot streak. They are drafting well. They are trading well. They are using free agency well. They are negotiating contracts well. They've been very active the last couple of days, and not just with Kevin Durant, but also getting Jabari Smith Jr. into a new contract, getting Fred VanVleet into a new contract. Tonight, they signed Clint Capella to a 3-year deal, which was a surprise. It will backfill them. They extended Steven Adams. When you play in the Western Conference, you got to have size. You got to try to beat Nikola Jokic. They've retained Steven Adams and added Clint Capella. They've got Alperen Şengün. They are really, really doing good moves. And then their development of Tari Eason, of Amen Thompson has really been going. If you're going to beat the Oklahoma City Thunder, you've got to win across the board. Right. Yes. The Rockets are piling up W's.
I agree with this entirely. Now, the reason I call them the arugulas, Devin, is because do you know what arugula is called in Europe?
Ooh, no, but I'm curious to learn.
Let's do something here. Let's the Houston arugulas. Arugula in Europe is called rocket.
Ah,
yeah, see,
like a rocket green or something like that.
We did it, yes. Roquette is the French word, so we call them the arugulas occasionally. Let's hear what Ramona Shelburne had to say about what could still be on the table for this Houston NBA franchise.
Houston and what it's done and what it can still do. Like that's the key is what it can still do. The Rockets can still make giant trades. Like if Giannis decides I'm out, I want to be traded. Like look at the assets that the Rockets still have. It's unbelievable. Like what they didn't have to put into that deal for Kevin Durant was incredible, and they still have so much firepower left to upgrade that roster even further.
Woo! Avengers assemble in Houston. Throwing Giannis's name out there, Momo is. Now, why does that matter? Because Giannis is in a difficult situation in Milwaukee in a lot of eyes. Brook Lopez, a guy that was a critical part of that Bucks nucleus, gonzo now. He's coming to L.A. 2-year, $18 million deal with the Clippers. Lopez is 37. I'm not going to go so far as to call this his swan song, but that would make sense to some degree. Sidebar, he's the only player in NBA history with over 2,000 career blocks and 1,000 career made three-pointers. I'm still mad about that year that they didn't let him into the three-point contest because he was a center, even though he was leading the league in threes at the break. That's another matter for another day. But the situation in Milwaukee could lead to Giannis getting out. Now, he's under contract with the Bucks for 3 more seasons through the 27-28 year. The final year is a player option. And he would become an unrestricted free agent in 2028 if he turned that down. There's a lot of questions about what people think Giannis might want to do or should do. He's a guy that's expressed his loyalty to the Bucks as an organization, something I understand. A European player who wasn't necessarily highly touted, a la Luka. Bucks took a little bit of a chance on him, and it worked out in the form of not only him developing into an all-NBA player, but then winning a title as well. It'd be one thing if this was his last season on contract or even next season. But with a couple more there, I would understand if Giannis said, you know what, maybe now isn't the time for me to go ahead and sever this relationship. I don't think anybody would be mad if he chose to, I don't want to say push, but ask his way out of the Bucks. But something tells me that there's still a year left before he decides what he wants to do. That's just me. I could be wrong. I'm not an NBA insider the way a lot of our colleagues and friends here are. That's just me reading the tea leaves. Let's hear what Udonis Haslem had to say about this matter on NBA Today's Free Agent Special.
I say this to Giannis, and this is coming from a guy who spent 20 years in an organization. You don't need to explain to nobody where you want to be. If you want to be in Milwaukee, then be in Milwaukee. That's where you want to be. You don't owe us an explanation. But saying that you're going to wait and see, there's nothing to see. Dame is out for majority of the year right now. You don't know if you're going to get your shooter back and Gary Trent Jr. You got Bobby Portis back, but you lost your center. There's really nothing to see. So if you want to be in Milwaukee, be in Milwaukee. You've earned that right. You're a Hall of Famer most likely. You're an all-star. You're a defensive player of the year. If you want to be in Milwaukee, that is your right. But to say that you're looking to see, I don't know if there's anything to see, my brother. I don't know what you're looking to see right now. There's nothing to look around and see.
That's an interesting point that Udon makes. Because being the man in the place where you've been the man is a certain feeling. But if you start looking around and all of a sudden things ain't the same, going to be hard to resist the siren song of some of these other squads. 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Who do you have as your winners at this point? Who do you have as your losers? Quickly on the back end, the Knicks are talking about Mike Brown moving to the top for their job. A lot going on in New York City these days. Mike Brown is an interesting choice. I feel like you could have gotten a Mike Brown without embarrassing yourself as a franchise, going door to door, hat in hand, asking for coaching interviews, only to have that bad boy slammed in your face like that gif of Denzel Washington on stage in Fences. One of the funnier gifs that I use all the time in my group chats. Mike Brown has apparently emerged as the leading candidate. You might remember he's a two-time coach of the year. He ended Sacramento's playoff drought. And Mike Brown is genuinely and generally regarded as a above-average to very good NBA coach. But it just seems like you could have been there earlier without having to embarrass yourselves. We want to hear from you. What have you made of the move so far in NBA free agency, and what do you think are the next dominoes to drop? 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. We'll get to that after I tell you about Vivid Seats. Vivid Seats is your ultimate destination for all your sports and concert needs this summer. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every home run and thrilling comeback in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN. Clinton and Friends, kiddo. Rockets.
It's Gary and Randy on SC Plus, only on Disney Plus. Zach Wheeler was wheeling and dealing in Bryce Harper's return. And the big dumper, going deep again, now has an MLB best 33 homers on the year. That's a whole pad load of dumpers. Plus, WNBA All-Star starters were announced. How many times can we say dumper? Find out on SC Plus, only on Disney Plus, dumper.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Baseball, fireworks, and the 4th of July. Nothing beats a summer night at the ballpark, and nobody does it better than the Schaumburg Boomers. Catch post-game fireworks super shows on July 3rd and 4th, and don't miss the epic drone and fireworks spectacular on July 5th. Get your tickets now at boomersbaseball.com. Feel the boom with Schaumburg Boomers Baseball.
Saving money in all Purdy tools to help you finish your next painting project. Menards carries Purdy paintbrushes, roller covers, prep tools, trays, kits, and more to help you get the job done right. Purdy brushes have been handcrafted in the USA for 100 years and are the #1 brand preferred by professionals. Save big on Purdy painting tools, and don't forget to check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com.
Save big money at Menards.
James was diagnosed at 3 months old with neuroblastoma. We went from thinking we had a healthy 3-month-old little boy, all of a sudden he had this super serious cancer. It was heartbreaking. He had chemotherapy until he was just under a year old, and at that point he was in remission.
Went that way for a year and then relapsed February of 2023, and here we are 1 year later finishing up treatment, hopefully.
The research is extremely important. The treatments that they're developing here get shared with all the doctors to help treat children worldwide.
It's contributing something like one more piece of the puzzle to curing this horrible disease. We all want the same thing. We all want our children to live, have long, meaningful lives.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
Wildlife around the globe needs help. And when you help protect them, you become a friend of the San Diego Zoo Wildlife Alliance. A real friend. The kind of friend you want to thank. And not just with a card or a text, but with a song.
Thank you for being a friend.
Travel down the road and back again.
Your heart is true. You're a pal and a confidant.
Thank you for being a friend. Thank you for being a friend. Thank you for being a friend. From your friends at the San Diego Zoo Wildlife Alliance, thank you for helping protect wildlife around the globe. Without you, there's no them. Learn more at sdzwa.org/friend. Thank you for being a friend.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone now through July 28th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Chicago's home for sports is on Twitch. See what we're up to. Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago today.
Clinton and Friends with Clinton Yates.
Cops caught him sneaking TV sets out the back door of a J.C. Penney. Young punk, Mr. Rock and Roll, cocky as hell.
Hey, come on, old boys!
Making me look bad.
We liked him immediately.
Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
For the block, boy. Take it rough.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. It's your boy, the Big CY, back in the saddle here in Los Angeles after a lovely weekend at home in the nation's capital. Talking about the National Basketball Association. Free agency is open. Squads are making moves. The Rockets have bolstered themselves nicely. Clippers have signed Splash Mountain out of Milwaukee. Questions from the Bucks camp about what Giannis Antetokounmpo is going to do with his future. All sorts of things going on here. God, I love what the Rockets are doing. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Mitch in New Jersey, you're first up today. How you been?
How you doing?
Pretty good.
Clinton and Devin, everybody, thanks for taking my call. Good morning. I'm down here in Virginia, and it's just as hot as in New Jersey. It's real hot down here.
Yeah.
I'm going to see the North game. I know. I'm not exactly in your neck of the woods. I could tell by your voice when I said about that, was it a few months ago? And it was like 10 calls ago. Anyway, let me get to the point on points here. Besides Houston, you got like what Phoenix is doing. They drafted, I think, a good center. Traded for the Lakers that almost had, I guess that doctor is very thorough, as you can say. I'm sorry. Mm-hmm. And with the Lakers, they had to go get DeAndre Ayton. That would be, he's a free agent. All they have to give up is money. Do you think they can do it? And I kind of like what they lost DFS, but they gained Larita from the Sacramento Kings. Anyway, thanks for taking my call.
Thanks for the phone call, Mitch. Appreciate it. Had about a 30% success rate on translation there, Devin, just so we're clear. I think Ayton is a good player. He got bought out by the Blazers, but I don't know. I don't know how much of a, I hate to say this about a guy, but you know, Devin, when you see a player and you think, okay, quality skill set, good size, decent attitude, but doesn't scream winning ball player to you, that's where Ayton is for me. That's part of my issue with him. I've never looked at him and said, oh, that guy is going to be an impact player on a fantastic basketball team. Not once.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of comps for someone who obviously had all that hype coming out of college and kind of just didn't deliver and then kind of made a comeback, right? So, like, I think he has the potential to be a role player in this league and a good role player, but that's a risk that a team's going to be willing to have to take. And I don't know if the Lakers, for example, are the team that's going to have to take that. But they do need some front court help. Like
they need some front court help.
Big time.
You're right. And what's crazy about it is that, you know, Mark Williams is now a son, whereas Ayton was a son. And why that matters is because the Lakers were going to get Mark Williams. I still feel that Lakers fans need an answer for what happened there. That situation was a little too dicey to just kind of say, oh, yeah, it just kind of didn't work out. I'm still unclear on what portion of the physical made Rob Pelinka so leery of picking up Williams when the Suns had no problem signing him, or rather getting him after that went awry. I don't know that Rob Pelinka, especially not under new ownership, is going to have all this runway to just kind of blow deals up because he didn't like them, especially if those deals are happening, I don't say under his nose, but similarly. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Cody in Missouri, what's up?
So I'm fascinated by sports psychology, and we've seen that Giannis, he's already got a ring. Now he's got to answer one question. Does he want 2, 3, 4 rings, or does he want to stay in Milwaukee and be the greatest player in franchise history? I think that's the answer. If he says, yes, I want to stay here, he'll be a Buck for life. If he says, no, it's time to go find some more rings, he's out of there next summer.
Thanks for the phone call. I mean, here's the thing, though, is that if you look at a team like, I don't want to say the Thunder because they're such an obvious example of complete excellence on every level. But if you say you're Giannis, and at your age, you're 30 years old, you say, is the path towards getting more rings jumping onto another team, somewhat uprooting your life, having to take on a new role from a clubhouse and a franchise standpoint, leadership-wise, you don't know what you're dealing with. Is that, in fact, perhaps more difficult? Even if the perceived talent level of said team is higher, that comes with more pressure. That comes with just a different set of things than just waiting and seeing if the Bucks can figure it out on their own in that time. Because turnaround times are relatively quick. You look at how some of these squads move about. I don't know if it's as easy as just saying there's automatically more rings and the grass is greener elsewhere. Did anybody really think the Bucks were going to get to where they did when they did? Not necessarily. But they did that on the back of Giannis. The grass is greener element is always a difficult one. And I don't know how easy it is to say that just because you find yourself at a team like Houston, just to use an example, that you're automatically going there. They're also in the West. Entirely different prospect. There are a lot of people who thought that Kevin Durant made the wrong move by staying in the West, simply because of the level of competition. So rings aren't guaranteed just because you leave the situation, not remotely. 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Big Rob in Inglewood, up to no good. What's going on?
What's up, Inglewood? Always up to no good. You know the word. Woo, woo. Listen up. Listen, here's what I want to say about these Lakers, all right? First of all, we seeing that, Rob Pelinka, like I've been saying, he got too much credit for the Luka trade, okay? He didn't do nothing but pick up the phone, okay? That's it, okay? The next thing is, Rich Paul is trying to put pressure on the Lakers about LeBron James wants to win a championship, a ring. Why? When the guy just said that it's not about rings that makes the greatest player, which we all know is not true because the greatest of all time, Michael Jordan, says it's only about the rings. Nobody remembers second place. He's only saying that because he knows LeBron is never going to pass up Michael in that regard. And the last thing, you know what, Chris, you my boy, but I got a bone to pick with you. Remember last week I called in, right? And when I hung up the phone, you made a statement that said the same thing. It's not about the rings, but you said that you know a lot of players and you've been around a lot of players. You've been around the game. I have NBA friends, okay? And I have never heard any of them say it's not about the rings, okay? Listen up. I coach kids, okay? And I teach them all trophies are not the same size. Everybody does not get a trophy. You know what? When these kids don't win the championship at the end of the season, they're heartbroken because they know it's
Rob, quickly. You know why they do that? And stay on the line here. Because they're children. That's exactly what I'm saying. The difference that happens by the time a lot of these guys get to become pro players, where it's not about the love of the game necessarily anymore. It's about putting food on your family's table. It's about getting contracts and staying in the league as long as you can. That's why it's different. They're grown men. It's not the same situation.
Chris,
it's Clinton, first of all. You called me Chris twice now. Let's get it right, Rob. Go on.
Quentin, let me ask a question real quick. Okay, look. Your Kobe Bryants, your Michael Jordans, your Magic Johnsons. Let me ask you, would LeBron James sit in the studio with those three guys with that heart for the game, with that mindset, and say what he said in front of
100%. But you're using the wrong examples to make the point you're trying to make. What you're basically saying is that, for example, if you were to talk about religion and would say, I don't know, a monk, a priest, or a pope, yeah, they're going to take it more seriously than the average churchgoer. My point is that let's just say, I don't know, in between there, a pastor or a deacon or somebody in the choir who takes it seriously but isn't trying to go all the way to the Vatican. More pro players are like that than they are people that are trying to wear the vestments in Rome. That's what I'm saying. Clinton and Friends is brought to you by Sherwin-Williams. Shop the Sherwin-Williams 4th of July sale and get 30% off paints and stains now through July 7th. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Balls, 2 strikes. Here comes. In there, got him looking. Ty France is gone, and Skubal matches a career high with 13 strikeouts. Tarek Skubal, spectacular here tonight. And the fans give him an ovation.
Doug Glanville, ESPN MLB analyst, joins us on the program. He was on that call with our guy Boog, who I love. First of all, Doug, thank you for joining the program. Good to talk to you again. Tarek Skubal, man, this guy is dealing on a level that we haven't seen in a long time. For baseball casuals, can you break down what he brings from a pitch standpoint, what he does on the mound that makes him so effective right now?
Man, I mean, I have to start, but that's my commentary. Man, I just stopped there for well, you're talking about a left-handed pitcher that is high velocity, right? You're talking upper 90s. He can hit 100. He's efficient. He just pounds the strike zone, and he locates. So you're not talking about just throwing strikes, which you see a lot in the modern game because guys just say throw as hard as you can. You don't have to worry about nibbling in the corner as much. Yeah. This guy paints the corners, but he also does it with velocity. His number one pitch, or the pitch he throws the most and has the best results, is a changeup. So you're talking about a power pitcher that throws a changeup that moves in every dimension you can imagine. It changes speeds. I call it three-dimension. It's slow, fast. It's east-west. It's north-south. And you have all kinds of challenges trying to hit that. So, when people know what's coming off a Skubal, they still have trouble even making contact. So he's very aggressive. He attacks the zone. And, we saw 8 out of the first 9 hitters struck out on Sunday. And he probably could have had a no-hitter, but the guy was kind of hurt in right field, so he couldn't get to a ball he probably would have gotten to normally.
First pitch strikes are such a thing for him. And I got to say, to get kind of geeky with it, there are so many pitchers now. We've talked about this a little bit before, Doug, where the evolution of arms in baseball is, like you said, max effort, top spin rate. It doesn't even feel like guys are really pitching. It feels like they're just maximizing their body as pitching machines to get all the velo they can. And this guy not only is bringing that kind of heat on the radar gun, he's also a pitcher's pitcher in terms of how he handles his batters and their plate approaches. It is wonderful to see. And I just wonder, from a guy like you, from an era when guys really were pitchers, how that feels to be able to see somebody who's that kind of command in general.
Yeah, I mean, that's the best case scenario when you can throw that hard and have that kind of command. And, I talked to Aaron Boone, manager of the Yankees, not long ago, and I asked him the difference between the generations in terms of your hitting approach. He said, well, today I really mandate the hitters to try to be on the plate, like really focus on swinging at pitches that are on the plate, because guys that are off, they're off. He says there's not guys throwing necessarily 91 and like inching their way off the corner to expand it for the umpire. It's more important to just absolutely have the velocity and the movement and allow that to create swing and miss. So it's a different mentality. I know if I faced guys like Greg Maddux, I had to keep thinking, oh, all right, is that an inch off? Is that 2 inches off? Is that 3? He just blurs the lines. You don't have to blur the lines as much today because these guys throw so hard, have such good stuff and such good movement that, it's just about throwing anywhere near the plate, and most likely guys can't square it up.
Doug Glanville joins us here on Clinton and Friends. Greg Maddux, legendary zone expander, if you will. One of the guys I like to talk about is a guy having an incredible season. Cal Raleigh kind of burst onto the national scene when he hit that homer that sent the Mariners back to the playoffs for the first time in a long time. One of the great calls ever from Dave Sims. Hey now! But this year, Cal Raleigh, I mean, this dude is out of control. Switch hitting catcher, knocking bombs out of the yard. I mean, did anybody expect this? And how much are we enjoying this part of his particular career?
Yeah, we had one of the front office members on our podcast, Justin Hollander, talking about that. And he said that he saw the growth curve on this guy and knew that this guy would be something special. I mean, the power was always there. Now, what else was he going to bring? Well, he put the work in, and now he does it from both sides of the plate. He was a Gold Glove Award winner, and his numbers were absolutely ridiculous. I mean, he had 32 caught stealings last year. That led the league. His defense is managing of a great pitching staff. So as a catcher, you're doing all these things. And by the way, he has 9 stolen bases too. So and hitting in Seattle, by the way, not that easy. Okay, whatever sound effect and the fog rolling in. I mean, you just have a lot of elements that have destroyed a lot of free agents over the years that just went there. Their bats just died. So he's and if you look at some of the numbers, like on an even count. So it's 2-2, 1-1. He wins the battle, 373 with a 900 slugging percentage. And if he pulls the ball, lefty or righty to left field, lefty to right field, this guy's hitting 627 when he pulls the ball. So basically, if he pulls the ball as a right-handed batter in the air, it's gone because he has 9 home runs doing that. So where do you start? He's doing everything, and he's a phenomenal catcher as well. Throws out runners, calls a good game.
Old school kind of ball player. You don't see him like that much more these days. You mentioned Aaron Boone, the manager of the Yankees. Obviously, Aaron Judge is having an incredible year with the Yankees lineup. The Tigers, and we talked about earlier, are doing well behind Schoolboy. What do you think the Yankees need to do to adjust and to make sure that they can compete this offseason with a team like them and they don't end up crashing out like they did in the World Series last year?
Yeah, they have what they need. They have, the pieces. I mean, you have to be healthy like any other team. You have to be able to find a way to, keep Giancarlo Stanton healthy, because that gives you that sort of right-handed bat. Whether Bellinger, Goldschmidt, these are former MVPs. Grisham is playing well in center, gives them the defense. So they have a lot of the pieces right there. Now, you can always use more arms. After Rodon and after Max Fried, they sort of, they don't thin out, but they have less, established guys like Warren and Schmidt. And I think those guys have huge upsides, but it's always nice to have an extra arm, especially with the fact that injuries are going to plague a team. So they just have to stay healthy, and that's true for all teams. But they have a lot of really good pieces, and I see the Yankees as one of the better teams I've seen all season.
Staying in New York, what is going on with the Metropolitans? They got absolutely bum rushed by the Pirates over the weekend, and it's looking bad all around. I mean, what are we to think about this slide that the Mets are on?
Well, we were in Pittsburgh a couple of days ago, and we had some friends from the Hartford area that were celebrating their anniversary by going to all 3 games of the Mets series as Mets Pirates, as Mets fans. That didn't work out too well. Right now their offense is really struggling. It's runners in scoring position, not being able to get the runs in, get them over, and this kind of points to the larger story about, well, Juan Soto's not hitting. He's hitting now, and guess what? Like, would you rather have Juan Soto hitting and the team struggling like this, or the team winning, right? So, the thing is, you can't do it with one guy, and so they have to have all the pieces. And they have some really good pieces with Lindor and Alonso, but right now they're really not getting it done with the bats, and their pitching used to be number 1 in ERA, now they're dropping to 5th, so they've really not been able to execute. A lot of injuries. Senga went down, Canning went down, McGill went down, and they're not really able to fill as quickly as they're losing. So that's a big blow as well. And right now they haven't been able to figure it out.
He's Doug Glanville, is an ESPN MLB analyst. He was in the bigs for a long time and one of my favorite regular dudes who just knew how to get it done. I'll see you in ATL, Doug. Appreciate you, man.
All right, Clinton. Great to talk to you.
All right, brother. Appreciate that. I love Doug Glanville. He's so much fun to talk about baseball with. And, that's true in real life, too, in case you don't know that. Doug, approachable, cool guy, super knowledgeable about the game, willing to talk about it with anyone at any time. That is what we call a friend. Coming up, we'll continue to take your calls, and the NFLPA's annual report card grades are making some real change. We'll explain that next. You're listening to Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, kiddos.
The next chapter in the Subway Series begins on the 4th of July when the Mets face the Yankees.
Judge going back, jumps, and he made the catch.
Then we head to San Diego for the Padres and Rangers. A Major League Baseball 4th of July doubleheader. Coverage begins at 2:30 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Evan Cohen here. Whether you're locking in your home run picks or riding with your favorite golfers this summer, ESPN Bet is your sports book for all the action. Go from checking stats on your favorite teams and players to placing bets in just a few taps. Plus, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-494-6139. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-494-6139.
Insurance companies want you to believe that if you're ever in an accident, they'll pay you right away. In fact, they are even using apps now so they can give you a quote and settle your claim right then and there. Sounds great, right? But ask yourself, why are they doing this? Insurance companies want you to believe that they truly care about you. But what they're really interested in is getting you to settle your claim quickly and for short money. because once you accept their money, your case is closed forever. Even if you discover later that your injuries are more severe than you originally thought, and even if you need extensive medical care in the future, including surgery, once you accept their offer, you can't reopen the case and you're on your own. That's why insurance companies are so eager to settle your claim, often before you realize the full nature and extent of your injuries. So ask yourself, these new apps they're offering, are they good for you or good for them? It's not about how much money they're giving you. It's really about how much money they're not giving you. If you want a law firm that knows all of the insurance company's tricks, call the Verdoliak Law Group, 844-4VLG-LAW.
3 games left. Just 3 games to settle the entire LIV Golf season, and it begins at Bolingbrook, August 8th through the 10th, where 54 of the world's best players will come out swinging for glory. DeChambeau, Rahm, Koepka, and more. Up close, personal, and locked in, with special guests Good Charlotte providing the soundtrack. Ready to see things get clutch? Get tickets now at livegolf.com. That's LIVgolf.com.
Chicago summers are no joke. It's been hot, guys, and if your windows aren't keeping the cool air in, you're just wasting energy and money. Window Nation can help with energy-efficient windows that keep your home comfortable, even on the hottest days. Hey, guys, it's Silvy. Right now at Window Nation, you get 50% off all window styles, plus no interest until 2030. That's 0 interest for 5 whole years. The biggest deal of the year, and with 1-day installation, there's no reason to wait. Call them at 866-90Nation or head to windownation.com.
Once there was a man who couldn't stand.
A mom who couldn't wait.
A scientific community that said it couldn't be done.
And then you.
And then I.
And then we.
Brought neuromuscular disease into screaming color with the Muscular Dystrophy Association.
For 75 years, our voices have thundered through the halls of Congress.
We've willed the impossible into existence.
We've pushed the science,
raised the funds,
shifted the narrative,
and transformed the reality of life with neuromuscular diseases.
For 75 years, we've built communities together,
established the field of neuromuscular medicine,
and made it thrive.
Call that a legacy.
Call it impact.
Call it momentum.
Just call it ours.
Because it's the generations of community heroes that give MDA the strength we have today.
And until neuromuscular disease is a thing of the past, you couldn't stop us if you tried.
Join us and celebrate 75 years of breakthroughs at MDA75.org.
Every 65 seconds, someone in the United States develops Alzheimer's disease. Many don't even know it.
I just knew that I wasn't the high-performing person I used to be. Pieces of my past are being erased. I was lucky we caught this at the very earliest stages. I hope that my story can give other people hope. There is life to be lived. Increasingly, there will be treatments. We need to invest even more in research and finding treatments and cures.
Bright Focus Foundation's Alzheimer's Disease Research Program has invested more than $175 million in breakthrough research.
If your loved one or you yourself are sitting there thinking, something is wrong, I'm not who I used to be, you can get some answers and you can get them for free.
Call us at 1-855-345-6237 or visit us online at brightfocus.org/brainhealth to learn more.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
If you miss a show or an interview on ESPN 1000, you can hear it anytime, anywhere through the all-new ESPN Chicago app.
Clinton and Friends with Clinton Yates.
I'm calling Michael Jordan, man. Mike ain't gonna take your call. That's where you're wrong, Doma Simpson. You must don't know my middle name. It's Tropicana. What the hell that mean? Means I got juice.
Clinton and Friends. On ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Don't wanna live as an untold story. Rather go out in a blaze of glory. I can't hear you. I don't fear you.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Tuesday, July 1st, Bobby Bonilla Day. Taking your phone calls here, 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. You know the number. You know how it sounds when I say it. It's plugged into your brain. Ben in Ohio. First off, where in Ohio are you? And second of all, thank you for joining the show.
Hey, Clinton and Friends. I'm actually right outside of Cleveland.
Oh.
A little place called Chesterland, Ohio.
Okay.
So appreciate you taking my call. I'm a big fan, dude.
Thank you.
You know, every day I take care of the horses on this ranch, and I listen to your show.
Thank you.
Dude, it gives me the sports food I need. So I appreciate you.
No doubt, no doubt. What you got today, sir?
Well, I wanted to talk to you about your analogy last segment. Just completely changed the conversation for me about the rings mattering.
Yeah.
You know, when this conversation first came up, a few days ago, I'm thinking to myself, like, there is no way that championships and rings don't count, right? Because that's what, like you said, as kids, we're raised to think, all right, that's what you do, right? But, you know, equating it to the way that, you know, not every single pastor or deacon or what have you is going to try and go up to the Vatican. You know, that changed it for me because LeBron's meant so much to a whole entire generation of people. You know, I'm 40 now, and I've been hearing about LeBron since I was in 7th grade.
Right.
And he came through, and he lived up to every single piece of hype that was written about him, and he's become, you know, he's untouchable. He actually did it the way that it's supposed to be done. So I think him being a representative of a whole generation of basketball fans, you know, that goes into it. And he's also representative for the basketball players. Like you said, you know, these guys want to go and they want to play the game, make a bunch of money, take care of their friend, you know, and that's success. That's a successful career and a successful life. So I want to give you kudos on that, man. You changed the temperature of the conversation for me for a long time on that. So I appreciate it.
Appreciate that very, very much. And go take care of those horses. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Appreciate the phone call. I mean, that's really true, though. Like, I don't think people understand. Like, this is part of what I have learned, not just over the course of being a sports journalist, but like I said, growing up and living life. I happen to be from a relatively big city. A lot of big-time players come out of this city where I'm from. I was home this weekend. When you know guys over the years and you see what motivates them, you see what actually matters. Again, rings are a part of it. And they're easy to argue from kind of a simple simulation math kind of video game standpoint. But in real actual life, that's a completely separate matter than what keeps a lot of guys going. Jordan, Kobe, to some degree Bird and Magic, the rings count. They are different animals altogether that stand on their own. They do not exist as the majority of people, and that's okay. The reason why LeBron is so fascinating as a basketball character is because, A, he's in the alleged rings conversation, and B, there's also so much more he's given to the game for reasons that are not just about winning. That's real life. I'm glad that analogy stuck with you. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. K9, what's up, brother? How you doing today?
Yo, what's up, OG?
What up? How we living?
Hey, man. I haven't been able to go to the barbershop now in about 2 weeks. I can't show my face at the barbershop. I had to get me a new barber, man, because the Mets have lost like 13 out of 15. I don't know what the hell is going on. I need Mardi Gras Bob to do some voodoo or something, dude. I look like a damn werewolf, bro.
K9, you got to show some accountability here. That's what we preach on this program. You got to wear it every once in a while. What are you working on this morning, K9? What's going on?
I'm working on the tennis court right now. It's a little windy out here. I don't know if you can hear me, but it ain't too hot today, man. It ain't Mike Tomlin weather right now.
All right. Appreciate the phone call, K9. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Speaking of, quickly, Mardi Gras Bob, what's up, dude? How you doing?
Oh, yeah, John, a pleasure to visit with you. Tell K9 Voodoo is available at a price, and the price tomorrow is not the price today. Go with me on this. I got the Wordle in 3 this morning on a wild guess.
All right.
So I'm feeling pretty prescient.
Nice.
I got a feeling, and I hope this is true, that the Pelicans somehow are going to find some buyer on Zion Williams and move him. I don't know why. I don't know how. The numbers don't make any sense that they would do that, but I just got a feeling.
All right.
I'm probably wrong.
Thanks for the phone call, Bob. We're running up against it. That was a nice little communication element there between callers.
I was just telling James, those are 3 really good calls back to back to back.
Just saying. We know what we're doing over here. Zion Williamson getting dealt by the Pelicans would be a bit of an upset for me, but you never know. Stranger things have happened. Coming up, we got quite a bit of update news from Camp CNF. The bunks are popping, kiddos. We got to figure some things out. You're listening to Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. Listen et bon temps roulé, mes amis.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
If Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea was your best friend, it would be the kind of friend that starts an impromptu dance party in the supermarket aisle that turns into an all-day pool party rager at your place, and you don't even own a pool. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea turns any day into a legendary adventure. It's smooth and refreshing real iced tea with just the right kick of alcohol. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Hey, this is David Kaplan. I love the heat. Give me 90 degrees and a chance to be outdoors, and I'm a happy guy. But when you step out of the heat and into your home or business, I totally appreciate being able to control the temperature to make everybody comfortable. My friends at Automatic keep your AC system running its best no matter what Mother Nature throws at us. And if something were to break down, Automatic can help find the best system for your space and have it back to the perfect temperature in no time. Go to Automatic.com. That's Automatic.com.
This summer, the X Insurance Great Lakes Grand Prix roars into Washington Park, Michigan City, Indiana, July 28th through August 3rd. Enjoy high-speed offshore powerboat races, a boat parade, block party, live music, and more. Plan your visit now at GreatLakesGrandPrix.com. This July, let's drive for the troops. All month long, Chicagoland's new car dealers will be raising money for the USO and our troops. Barbecues, bike rides, family fun, and more, all month long. Visit DriveChicago.com for more details or to make a donation.
Hey, Joy. Oh, you are glowing.
Oh, hey. More like Mirajoyed. That Miralax helped me go. I was so backed up. Tried mega coffees, prune juice, everything. Then Miralax. And hello, gentle relief without the harsh side effects.
Ooh, how does it work?
It works naturally with the water in your body for constipation relief. Find Miralax today at your local retailer.
Use as directed for occasional constipation.
The Black Friday and July event from Dell Technologies is here with great offers on trusted technology. You'll also discover huge deals on new AI-ready laptops like the Dell 14 Plus featuring Intel Core Ultra processors starting at $699.99. Save on top accessories, plus enjoy fast, free shipping and other benefits. Upgrade today by visiting Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
My husband and I were ready to sell our home of 25 years, so we got it appraised. We thought we knew what to expect, but when our home appraisal came back, we felt robbed. Compared to a similar home right around the corner, our appraisal was $80,000 less. That's a big difference. It was the same type of home in the same neighborhood in the same condition and age.
A recent study found that Latino and Black homeowners are about twice as likely as white homeowners to get low appraisals. For example, one Black homeowner received an appraisal more than double the original after removing family photos. If you believe your home has been unfairly appraised because of race or national origin, that could violate the Fair Housing Act. Contact HUD at hud.gov/fairhousing. That's hud.gov/fairhousing. Everyone has a right to fair housing. A public service message from HUD in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
Small businesses are the heart of America. Like you, these entrepreneurs started out with a dream and the drive to build a better life. If you have a small business idea to grow or challenge to face, you don't have to go it alone. Since 1964, SCORE has helped millions of entrepreneurs build their businesses. Today, they are the nation's largest nonprofit source of expert mentoring, resources, and education. Whether you're starting out, building back, or have worked at it for years, SCORE will match you with specialized mentors. Our thousands of volunteers provide the guidance and connections you need for free. Your success is waiting. SCORE is ready to help. Find a mentor today at score.org.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Did you hear this one?
The Bears voted in favor of banning the tush push.
They know what the play was, or are they just going on the term tush push? That doesn't sound very posh.
Is that a profane term? I don't want it.
It sounds uncomfortable. Go ahead.
That too.
Ow! Ouchie!
I haven't done that.
Ouchie!
This station is participating in a test of the Illinois Emergency Alert System. This system was developed to provide information to the public during emergencies. This was a test.
Chicago Channels, brought to you by Glenview Park Golf Club.
Transmitter is working perfectly. I hear everything clear as a bell.
Clinton Yates always brings the heat.
I can lead a nation with a microphone.
I am pleased to be joined by ESPN's Clinton Yates.
With a microphone.
I would imagine most of you have never heard Clinton Yates. He's irrelevant.
This is my new favorite show.
We welcome in Clinton Yates. Clinton, I've mentioned this to you before. When I think of people who love the game, I think of you.
That right there is Clinton Yates.
Clinton Yates!
Clinton Yates, incredible job today.
Our pal Clinton Yates. People like Clinton Yates.
Let's first begin by saying good day to my friend Clinton Yates. There's a lot to talk about here.
Clinton, where the hell are you at?
From Studio 5 at LA Live, this is Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Happy Bobby Bonilla Day, kiddos. You're listening to Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80, and we're back on Watch ESPN because I'm back in Los Angeles. Studio 5, downtown LA, the cool breezes of the South Bay. I'm enjoying quite a bit after being in the nation's capital over the weekend for a family function. For those of you who listened yesterday, you know that I got to do the show from the District of Columbia. That was fun. So shout outs to everybody at 630 The Sports Capital for being quite the hospitable hosts. Got to see a bunch of old friends and family members, so that was exciting. But, of course, it is summertime. Are we going to hit the production here, Devin, or what are we doing?
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's do it. Let's go to Camp CNF.
This summer, we're headed to camp.
This one time at Band Camp.
And like any good camp competition, there'll be winners and losers. But everyone will have fun.
Everyone had a great time.
Welcome to Camp CNF.
Welcome!
On Clinton and Friends.
So, just as an aside, I told you I was watching a lot of TikToks on the plane because it was freezing and I had to get my mind off of something. I ended up watching also and following a lot of camp accounts. Unsurprisingly, summer camps are big on social media. It's part of how they, sort of draw people in and, get people to know about their camps. And like, some of these places are fascinating. There's also a place, and this is an idea that got into my head before we jump into what we're doing with the bunk draft and everything else for the points of this week and the day. There's a Camp No Kids where like adults, there's like 3 different spots across the country. There's one in New York, Pennsylvania. There's one in the Midwest. There's one in California where grown adults go bunk with other adults and do camp activities. James is shaking his head like this is way off the list.
No,
how do you feel about it?
Get a job or something. Come on.
Yeah, like what are we doing? No, camp is for kids.
Get a job. We're up here making up ridiculous bits about how we're going to kill summer programming time, and people are actually going out and touching grass, and you're telling them to get a job.
That is our job, to come up with stuff to talk about.
I guess that's true. That's true. So you guys are totally out on Camp No Kids?
Yeah, I think I'm out on that one.
Wow.
Camp.
Okay.
When you think camp, you think kids. I don't need adults.
This is true. This is
running
true.
around.
But it did seem like it was. I mean, that to me is like maybe a weekend at best. You know what I'm saying? There's no world in which I'm doing that for 2 weeks or even a week, to be quite honest. But the point is that I have been in the camp mindset as a result of intaking a lot of content. Devin, though, you are the camp director as I am the camp founder. Could you please update us on the latest scoring? And we have a little bit of controversy that we might need the listeners to help sort out.
Yeah, so we this is a big update. I feel like most of these days are going to be big updates because we got some heavy hitters on our team. So let me just go through kind of the headlines, right?
Right.
So Sam, the Monmouth University bunk, he has Drake on his team, and
disastrous pick, by the way.
Yeah, Drake, he's kind of embroiled in a little online controversy right now. He posted a shirtless mirror selfie showing off highly defined six-pack, which a lot of people are speculating are not real. So I'm just going based on, like, listen, if they are real, I'm sorry, but that's not our job to determine. Our job to determine is what's happening in the news, and this is a negative headline. This is, I guess, arguably, this is a major controversy. Would you agree, Clinton?
I would totally agree. People are saying that he's got the BBL of abs. And if you look at it, people are trolling this guy left and right, posting pictures of packs of Hawaiian rolls in order to try to indicate what this guy's abs look like. And listen, I don't mean to poke fun at people's personal appearances, but Aubrey Graham is a separate case. And in this scenario, I'm sorry, this is all extremely hilarious.
So this is -5. And then also Sam has Stephen A. Smith, who's not on First Take this week. So we've decided as a group, with I guess without Sam's approval, that any day that Stephen A. Smith is not on First Take, it's -1 points. That brings Sam to -6. So he's starting in the hole early.
Oof, that's tough. That's tough. But that's what he gets for picking.
I think it might actually be -7 because Stephen A. wasn't on First Take yesterday either.
Okay, sure. We'll round that up.
-7.
Very well.
Number,
-7.
Very well. -7, Sam, if you're listening. Sorry, buddy. I have, I guess I have +4 points. Mariners,
Sure.
Cal Raleigh yesterday. He belted his MLB leading 33rd home run before July, which obviously he leads baseball in home runs. He tied an elite MLB record. His 33 home runs through June 30th matched the third most in MLB history before July 1st, joining legendary sluggers Ken Griffey Jr. and Sammy Sosa. I gave myself +3 for that.
Okay, I'll allow that.
I think
+3 is fine. Mainly because of the names mentioned in the record. Elite, rarefied air, if you will.
Yeah, he didn't break a record, but he tied a record. So I think that qualifies. And then James is telling me again, I wasn't here yesterday, but I think I got 1 point for just Cal Raleigh being on McAfee. Listen, I know there's controversy.
Okay, hold on.
Okay.
We need to figure this out. And we need to let our callers or listeners chime in. Do McAfee appearances count as extra points is an interesting question. I'm not saying that you can't do something on McAfee that gets you points, but the average appearance on McAfee, to me, it feels like that's just regular at this stage, if that makes sense.
I can agree with that. I will say maybe if they say something noteworthy on McAfee,
sure,
I think maybe that's kind of the cause for double points. Otherwise, McAfee needs to say something that like goes viral for him. But I agree with you. I don't think just appearances by any of these people can warrant points.
I think yesterday was a special case because it was 2 of Devin's guys.
Yeah, okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
So there's a cumulative point there overall. Fair enough. Okay.
Okay, so that's myself. Now, James, listen, this is going to be a tough one for James today.
Yesterday was tough.
Yeah, James. I mean, granted, James had John Cena, who, according to what did he do, James? He broke a record.
So yeah, I mean, he defended his.
Don't try to dismiss it. Don't try to poo-poo it, Devin.
Yeah. I argue that there was also a viral moment, which would have given me 4 points yesterday for John Cena, and I think we all agree on that. I think.
Yeah, well, you're going to need those extra points because
correct.
These are your headlines today. You have Shedeur Sanders in your bunk. Deshaun Watson is taking Shedeur Sanders under his wing as mentor to Browns quarterbacks. I would argue that that's not a great headline. Maybe it works out, but I don't know if it's. So we decided that's -5.
I'm not sure there can be a worse headline than that.
Yeah, that's about as bad as it's going to get for Shedeur out of camp as far as anybody else is concerned. You know what I'm saying? That's not the guy you want being your bunk buddy, for lack of a better term.
Yeah. So James, -5 there. Sorry for that. And then also you have Chase Burns.
Got smoked last night.
He couldn't get out of the first inning.
This is brutal.
What did he have? He had a feat unmatched by any starting pitcher since at least 1961, which was the good thing. The bad thing is he struggled in the second outing against the Red Sox at Fenway Park. He allowed 7 runs, 5 earned on 5 hits, and 2 walks, recording just 1 out before being pulled from the game.
Tough day for the Redlegs, yeah.
Yeah, that's going to be -1 for just a bad performance. That brings your total to -2. So thank you, John Cena, to making you salvageable at the point. So
just to be clear, there was some discussion behind the scenes about whether or not John Cena's points would count because Devin wasn't here and therefore he couldn't calculate them. I'm vetoing the Devin's requirement to be in chamber for the vote in order for it to count.
Well, hold on a second. Listen, I appreciate James and everyone when you fill in, but you got to record the points from the start.
We talked about it on the show.
I don't see any points. I am adding this up in real time, Clinton.
Is there an official Excel document?
Yeah, the Google Doc. It's
the
all
Google Doc is the official one?
I put the stuff in the Google Doc.
Yeah,
so
there was no numerical symbols on that.
I'll say this. If we talk about it on the show, it will then go to the next procedural count, if you will, in committee to then be determined what the point system is when you arrive.
Okay, very well.
Right.
So -2 for James in total.
Sure.
I don't believe Ryan had anything come up yesterday. I know he tried to get Pedro Pascal because he had a
Judge Homer. Judge hit 2 home runs on Sunday, so he got points for that.
So that's a +1 for him for yesterday.
Right.
So he is going to be -1 in total because one of his bunk mates, Connor McDavid. Now, the headline here is Connor McDavid contract talks will begin, quote, whenever they're ready, Oilers GM says. So I don't love the sound of that. He's entering the final year of his 8-year, $100 million deal. He's eligible to sign an extension as of July 1st, 2025, today. And I just don't love the sound of they'll begin when he's ready. So to me, that's a -2. That's causing team drama. So that's a -2 for me.
Let's get into this from a actual sports standpoint, though, because there's a full-blown 30 for 30 about what happened when Wayne Gretzky left Edmonton. Like, not to say that it's the same deal. They had many more Stanley Cup rings, for those of you dying on Rings Mountain. But if there is a sort of a generational refresh of that kind of a situation, that is horrible news, not just for Edmonton, but I would go so far as to say for hockey in general. So this isn't just about the bunk stupidity. That's a real problem, I would say, for the Oilers if this cannot get out of the chute.
So that brings Ryan to -1.
Okay.
I'm going to say Emily's got 2 good ones today.
Sure.
Headline today, she obviously has Jerry Jones. Netflix releases official trailer for 8-part docuseries about Jerry Jones and the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah.
So to me, that's a +1. The Cowboys are in the news, and Jerry Jones is in the news.
I'm almost
as well.
willing to give her 2 points for that because I believe there was a headline somewhere that said that the Cowboys cheerleaders are getting a raise, the likes of which they have never gotten before in terms of what they do and the sacrifices and the entertainment that they provide overall for that team.
And then Taylor Swift, who's also in her bunk, she buys a giant friendship bracelet for New Orleans Eras Tour for $13,000, and she donated all of the money to a local children's hospital. So I would argue that's a +2 for making headlines in a positive way.
Okay, sure.
So that
sure.
If you add the points from yesterday for her and Caitlin Clark, I believe she's at +4. So I think she was tied.
Oh, wait, hold on. Okay, so what are we saying about Caitlin Clark in terms of points? She was named the captain of the team, But that's only because they're playing at home. She was also voted 9th by her peers as far as who she is as a guard in the league. Do those cancel out? What are we doing with that?
I mean, that's up for discussion.
All right.
I mean, I don't think you can. I mean, she's on the All-Star, so I guess her getting 9th was. Because you can make the argument that that's ridiculous in and of itself as well.
Oh, could you?
Yeah.
Why is that?
I mean, because I think she's having a fantastic year.
Oh, is she having a better year than somebody in my bunk? Not sure, Devin. Can we get that update, please? Thank you.
Okay, so for you have Paige Becker's headlines WNBA All-Star starters reveal she's been named to the 2025 WNBA All-Star game as a starter. She's averaging 18.4 points per game, 5.8 assists per game, is among the league leaders in steals, scoring, and assists. How many points do you think, Clinton?
I don't know. She's also the only rookie. So you're the point assessor. You let me know. Let's just say, though, that happened with somebody in my bunk did not happen as a result of a home court advantage for somebody in somebody else's bunk. Just saying.
Okay, well, I mean, listen.
I'll take a 3. You know what I mean?
Oh, okay, you will. You'll take a 3.
No, that's 2 to me. That's 2 to me only because she's also the only rookie.
Yeah,
she's the only rookie as well. So, yes. That's +2.
What else? Also, Ryan Coogler, which, again, you got to get these headlines while you can. I guess that was a good pick by you. He's making history again. 3 months after Sinner's theatrical debut, they're poised to extend the film's historic streak as it becomes the first movie to debut on a streaming platform in Black American Sign Language, arriving on Max on Friday, July 4th. Clinton, I mean, I think this is a positive news headline, so this could be a tour as well.
Absolutely a positive news headline, and I think it's a tour because none of us before this headline were familiar with Black American Sign Language.
I'm glad you said it.
This is a news element of this for me. That is very exciting. The Black Deaf community, we are inclusive here, so that is good to know. Ryan Coogler, that was a upset poll on Cougs, from Cougs rather, for me and my bunk. So I'll take 2 for that too. So we're at +4.
Okay, so I think that rounds out the update. I just want to say, probably someone should have drafted in their bunk Miles Turner, because a little bit of ranking news here.
Okay.
Free agent center Miles Turner has agreed to a 4-year, $107 million deal with the Milwaukee Bucks.
Oh!
Plus a player option for year 4 in 28-29 and a full 15% trade kicker, according to ESPN. Shams labels this as a stunner. We were talking about Giannis. Does this get, are they starting to build around Giannis for a little, could they make a move?
We'll talk about that next. You're listening to Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. Camp CNF, having fun with the kiddos.
Saturday on ESPN Radio. The Subway Series takes center stage. Juan Soto and the New York Mets face Aaron Judge and the New York Yankees.
Aaron Judge has gone deep.
Coverage begins Saturday at 3:30 Eastern with first pitch at 4:10 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app. Presented by Progressive Insurance.
A Progressive Home and Auto Bundle can protect you round the clock, but we can't protect you from those painful moments in sports.
I can't believe they're moving the team to another city.
True, but you'll never forget all the joy they brought into your life.
Joy? They made the playoffs twice in 50 years.
Gosh, those 2 times were pretty great, weren't they?
How would I know? I wasn't even born yet.
Just think of all the free time you'll have on game days.
Those games were the highlight of my week.
Well, at least your home and auto are protected with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Hey, Joe Fortenbaugh here. Whether you're locking in your home run picks or riding with your favorite golfers this summer, ESPN Bet is your sportsbook for all the action. Go from checking stats on your favorite teams and players to placing bets in just a few taps. Plus, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with the promo code JOEQ to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Are you going to do something today?
Yes, I am.
And what exactly might that be?
My plan is to sit here and enjoy our amazing new patio set from Steinhoffel's.
Steinhoffel's 4th of July sale is going on now. Take 10% off store-wide, plus an extra $100 off every $999 you spend. But don't wait too long, because this sale ends soon.
Now, would you be a sweetheart and get me another lemonade? I have to stay hydrated.
Steinhoffel's 4th of July sale, going on now.
Hey guys, it's Silvy for Window Nation. You've been trying to stay cool this summer, but your windows aren't keeping the AC in your home. It's a problem I had. Window Nation can help. With their energy-efficient replacement windows, your home will be comfy and cool for the rest of summer. And better yet, Window Nation is currently offering 50% off all window styles. And how about this? No interest until 2030. 0 interest for 5 whole years. Don't miss the best deal of the year, plus 1-day installation from Window Nation. Call 866-90NATION or go to windownation.com.
My mom is a veteran and she was injured in the line of duty.
I hurt my leg in a training accident when she was only 2 years old.
She had 7 different surgeries over the span of 9 years, and there were tons of complications.
I couldn't be the mom my kids needed me to be.
She missed so much.
After my last surgery, I got an infection so bad I thought it was going to kill me.
I told her she couldn't leave me yet. There was still so much she had to see. I hadn't even graduated.
I'm doing much better now. I may have lost my leg, but I've gained so much. I'm an active part of my kids' lives.
She can kick a mean soccer ball.
DAV's been there for me and my family. Through thick and thin, they've had our back.
Every year, DAV helps more than 1 million veterans like Sandy get the health and disability benefits they've earned so they can achieve victories great and small.
My victory is getting my life back. I got my joy back.
We got our mom back, thanks to DAV.
Support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org.
Hi, I'm Connie Britton, and I want to share with you the experience of Donna in Washington. She writes, I got injured about 5 years ago. I was let go when, because of the injury, I couldn't keep up with my schedule. I've tried to find other work, but I'm 68 now. No one wants to hire someone that old. This week is tough, though, because I had to get my tooth fixed. So I only have $10 in my checking account. But it will be okay. I at least have food because of this pantry. Millions of people face hunger. Some every day, just like Donna. The Feeding America network of food banks helps provide over 6 billion meals to people in need each year. Learn more at feedingamerica.org. Feeding America, 200 food banks strong.
We expect our information in real time. US Med carries continuous glucose monitors, which provide real-time readings of blood glucose levels. US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 500 private insurers. So call 888-665-0696 today for a free insurance and Medicare benefits check as easy as, that's 888-665-0696.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. SkillBridge and other VA benefits are available to those who qualify.
Kap and J Hood, morning 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
Sometimes we like to move fast.
Oh, wow, gosh, that was fast.
So you better pay attention or you might miss something.
Oh, no, I missed it. Do it again.
It's time for Quick Hitters with Clinton and Friends.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Lots going on in that break. That was one of the more chaotic breaks we've had since this show began. Folks popping in and out of the studio, bunk updates, actual news updates. Devin, it's been a heavy hour for you, the second hour of this show. What's going on?
I was going to say, bear with me during this quick hitters because I'm currently adding quick hitters as we go. So let's just start off kind of where we left off the last segment. Miles Turner has signed a 4-year, $107 million contract with the Bucks, making him one of the top center acquisitions of the 2025 NBA free agency period. The deal includes a player option for the final year, 28-29, and a 15% trade kicker. Turner, who was 29 years old, is recognized as an elite stretch big, and he averaged 15.6, 6.5, and 2 blocks last season while shooting a career-high 40% from three-point range. Obviously, the obvious question, Clinton, does this make it more likely that Giannis will stay in Milwaukee?
Well, at the risk of blowing our own horn here, we were literally just talking about this, and I said I don't necessarily know if it's easier for Giannis to leave Milwaukee and join a team than it is for the Bucks to just kind of figure it out. And if this qualifies as one of the steps, Miles Turner, big part of Indiana basketball that we hold near and dear to our heart. Gonzo. Now he's going to be on the Bucks, obviously an impact player, obviously has done well in the Eastern Conference. This is a step in the right direction towards Giannis staying put. Quick sidebar. Dan Schaefer tweeted, Brook Lopez should have his jersey retired in Milwaukee. And Giannis himself quote tweeted it with the words, 1,000,000%. How about that? So Giannis keeping his, finger on the pulse, if you will, of what's going on around this franchise. I like this move for the Bucks a lot.
And with this move, obviously, the Milwaukee Bucks are also waiving Damian Lillard and stretching the remaining $113 million on his contract in order to acquire Miles Turner. Lillard's first 2 seasons in Milwaukee come to an end as he rehabilitates his torn Achilles tendon. What are your thoughts about Dame's career and just like how it seems to be ending right now?
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. I feel that Dame is one of those guys who just a victim of circumstance and injury in a lot of situations. I mean, I'm trying to think of the signature moments of Dame's career. And, yeah, he hit a bunch of big shots in Portland. There's always the Dame time celebration. There's always the moment of him looking into the camera when he got swarmed by teammates after hitting one buzzer beater. But I'm never gonna look at him as somebody who I feel like genuinely fulfilled their basketball destiny, to use a Star Wars term. He always struck me as somebody who probably was, I don't know, better said than he was. I don't think that's true. I just don't think he was ever on the stages to really demonstrate who he could truly, truly be in the biggest spots in the NBA, which is unfortunate. But likable guy. Just maybe probably not going to end how most people thought it was going to end when it started.
And then this happened just literally in the last 3 minutes. Dolphins are trading a conditional 2026 6th-round pick to the New York Giants for a 2027 7th-round pick and Darren Waller. Waller, the tight end, is coming out of retirement after agreeing to a 1-year deal with the Dolphins worth up to $5 million through his agent Drew Rosenhaus and Robert Bailey. Clinton, question here. Do you know more about, or when you think Darren Waller, do you think more about his NFL career or Kelsey Plum?
His personal life? Well, listen, Kelsey Plum is my favorite player in the NBA. So, yeah, that was the first thing that came to mind is that Darren Waller? Oh, boy who made a rap song about his breakup and had a lookalike of his ex in the video? That dude? I feel like the Dolphins general manager does not know that video exists. Because if you know that you've got a guy who was A, retired, and B, has what we like to call a fledgling rap career on hand, and you're signing him to play in Miami, dog, that dude is there for promo for his album, not to run hook routes and catch touchdown passes. Trust me on this. I can't wait till he drops his latest Heat Rock from wherever he is. He's like a country rap dude now. That's right? We got to bring in that song. Yeah. We got to play that song for whenever he makes news again. I mean, the idea of making a song about your famous ex and then having a lookalike, that is peak lame territory. You're just not. Oh man. Anyway, I could go off on a whole other tangent on this, but I won't. Anyway, Darren Waller, wish you luck, buddy. Go Dolphins.
Ryan Mallett, cover your ears for this next one. The Maple Leafs have traded star forward Mitch Marner to the Vegas Golden Knights in a major sign and trade deal completed on the eve of NFL free agency. Marner, who's 28 years old, immediately signed an 8-year, $96 million contract with Vegas worth $12 million annually, opting out of testing unrestricted free agency. He leaves Toronto after 9 seasons where he was a consistent top-line scorer, key playmaker, finished last season with 27 goals and 102 points as the Leafs won the Atlantic Division. Are the Maple Leafs ever going to win the big one, Clinton?
Tough to say. Future's cloudy. This was a big one in the group chat. You guys think the shenanigans are going on, right, Steele? That these no-tax states are stealing players from teams unfairly around the league between Florida and Nevada, however you choose to say that. Look, I don't want to go so far as to say the Maple Leafs are cursed, but I will go so far as to say that never once have I thought to myself, ooh, this is going to be the year for the Leafs. Because never once has that been the case in my lifetime. Alas.
It's the exact opposite for what Ryan Matlack thinks.
Yeah.
Every year he thinks that.
Matlack, though, we're wishing him well. He's out for a reason, and we're hoping we'll get some good updates soon. What's next?
The next up is Dallas Mavericks have agreed to sign free agent point guard D'Angelo Russell to his 2-year, $13 million contract, with the second year being a player option. Clinton, I know you've watched a lot of D'Angelo Russell for his time in L.A. What's his ceiling in the NBA? Like, can he still get it done?
I think this is a good situation for him. He's bounced around the league in a way that I don't want to say was unfair to him, but he's never really had the stability of a circumstance that's allowed him to truly flex what I think what he does best is on a team that he's not required to be some level of the guy. And being in Dallas, a team we've discussed quite a bit on this program as a result of how they've built their roster over the past 3 months. AD's there. I think Jason Kidd will be very good for him as a coach. I think the idea of Cooper Flagg being there means that a lot of the spotlight is off of him. I just think it's a good circumstance for D'Lo, who's been, I don't say unfairly maligned, but, he's got some talent. And I think at this stage of his career as an NBA veteran, probably has a lot to offer that locker room as well as a leader. I think this is a good circumstance for him, absolutely.
And then last but not least, you referenced it a couple of times, but Bobby Bonilla Day celebrated every July 1st because the New York Mets pay Bobby Bonilla almost $2 million on this date each year, a tradition that will continue from 2011 through 2035. Even though Bonilla last played for the Mets in 1999 and retired from the MLB in 2001, the unusual arrangement began when the Mets agreed in 2000 to buy out the $5.9 million remaining on Bonilla's contract, choosing to defer the payment over 25 years with an 8% interest instead of paying it all at once. The Mets made the decision partly because their ownership was invested with Bernie Madoff and expected high returns on their money, which ultimately did not materialize. How do you celebrate Bobby Bonilla Day, Clinton?
Somebody asked me yesterday when I did an AMA on the plane how I think Bobby Bonilla should celebrate Bobby Bonilla Day. And I said he should have the biggest tailgate party ever every year in the Citi Field parking lot when he gets that check. Whether they're playing that day or not, you should be able to celebrate Bobby Bonilla Day as a Mets fan with Bobby Bonilla on the grounds of Citi Field. That would be incredible. Can you imagine? Like a receiving line for Bobby Bonilla? You get like a hot dog, maybe a couple ribs, and then you get to come by and shake Bobby Bonilla's hand, and he just sits there on a throne with like a crown on, and maybe you get a signed Mets jersey if it's a Bobby Bonilla jersey. That would be incredible. Still one of the most amazing stories in the history of American sports. Getting involved with Bernie Madoff. Shocker. That turned out to burn you. Clinton and Friends is presented by Progressive Insurance. Insurance for motorcycles, boats, and RVs for protection on the road and on the water. See how much you can save at 1-800-PROGRESSIVE and Progressive.com. Joining us right now, Landscape writer, my homie Justin Tinsley. You can find him on the internet at Justin Tinsley. We've been talking about the free agency period all morning, JT, and then in the last 10 minutes, we've had a lot of major news sort of develop. So I'll ask you off the rip. Miles Turner heading to the Bucks. It's an interesting situation because we don't know what Giannis might want to do in the next couple of seasons. What's your reaction to that news, sir?
Well, I heard you talking about it right before I jumped on the call, man. Happy Bobby Bonilla Day to you, my brother. But in terms of this trade, this trade literally probably broke like you said less than 10 minutes ago, and I like the trade. Not Giannis, but what it gives Milwaukee in the front court, and that's pending you keep Giannis, because now you get rid of Damian Lillard, which we kind of figured he was going to miss all of next season anyway with this torn Achilles. I still have a lot of questions about where Milwaukee is heading in the future. Like the big domino is Giannis, because I think he will dictate a lot of other moves in the future. I don't know if he's going to request a trade within the next couple of weeks or so, but the East is in a very weird position right now, Clinton. There's so many injuries to major stars, whether it be Jason Tatum and obviously Tyrese Halliburton, and it feels like the one contender, the one healthy contender, which is the Knicks, they don't have a coach. The East feels so much in flux, so I like the move from Milwaukee because I think Miles Turner is a very solid piece on a team that can win a championship, as we just saw this year. But it opens up more questions for me just moving forward about what is Milwaukee's future, and that starts with Giannis.
Well, Turner signed as a free agent, by the way, but I do think that it's important to say because, look, I was asking this question before. Somebody said, well, if the Rockets still have all these assets and Giannis could make a jump to a team like that, why wouldn't you do it even if you have 2 years left on your deal before becoming an unrestricted free agent in 2028? And my response to that was, bro, have you seen the East? Are we sure that it's easier to go to some level of a super team in the West and win when you've got an OKC, you've got a Denver still hanging around, you don't know what the Lakers are going to become? Is it not easier perhaps to just stay still and hope that the team that you're on can put it together around you, considering all the things that you said? The question marks may be there, JT, but I also think the road is a little less steep towards getting back to the finals, No,
I absolutely agree, which is why I don't think Giannis has requested a trade yet. Because if you're asking to go to the West, like you said, there is a buzzsaw out west of teams. Obviously, OKC just won the title, as you said, but there's so many teams that can, legitimately be title contenders. Obviously, we're talking about the Houston Rockets and what they've done this offseason. The Dallas Mavericks are going to look like a totally different team next year. So, those are just two of many teams out west. So, yes, if you're Giannis, you're looking at the Eastern Conference right now. It's like, okay, well, we don't necessarily have a perfect or ideal team here in Milwaukee, but there's so many non-perfect, non-ideal teams in the East that, if we make one or two moves, I don't know what those one or two moves may be, but if we make one or two moves in the right direction, Giannis could be right there because he is a guy that is going to get you, especially in the playoffs, 35, 15, and maybe 3 or 4 blocks every night. So he just needs a little bit of help to get out the East. And I agree with you. There's so many question marks around the East right now. I necessarily wouldn't want to leave that conference at this very moment.
Justin Tinsley joins us here on Clinton and Friends talking about NBA free agency. I got to say, though, I love the moves the Rockets made. Kevin Durant almost aside in a certain way. Clint Capella, to me, is such a nice piece to have from a depth standpoint and picking up DFS. Again, I just feel that they've done such an incredible job with not just the big piece in KD, but the small pieces as well. Where do you think their ceiling is right now, JT, in terms of what that roster looks like?
Clinton, this is a legitimate title contender. Obviously, health withstanding. We always got to put that disclaimer out when we're talking about sports, right? But this is a legitimate title contender. This is a deep team. They have a legitimate, bona fide super mega star in Kevin Durant. You have an up-and-coming star in Amen Thompson. And I love their the potential starting lineup of Fred VanVleet, Amen Thompson, KD, Jabari Smith, and Alperen Sengun. But like you said, they picked up DFS. They have Reed Shepherd coming off the bench. They still have Cam Whitmore, Steven Adams. This is a deep team, and they're being coached by one of the best coaches in all of professional sports, in Ime Udoka. You can say whatever you want to about him. I understand the history, but what he's done in Boston and what he's done in Houston from an on-court perspective, you can't deny it. This is a very well-rounded team from the very top to the very bottom, and this is a true threat to Oklahoma City in the Western Conference next year.
Staying out west, the Lakers, you know where I live, Justin.
Oh, boy.
They got a lot going on in terms of LeBron saying rings don't matter. Then he's turning around and Rich Paul saying he only wants a ring. Some confusing messaging out of the LeBron camp. How do you feel about what the Lakers are doing, especially with the sale of the team overhanging all of this?
The Lakers, I mean, this is a Hollywood drama if you could ever script it. I understand LeBron saying I want to take the most money that I can because I've taken pay cuts over the course of my career and I want to get this money, but I also want to win a ring. You may not be able to get it both ways, but I mean, when you look at the Lakers, they still need a center. Obviously now they're going to need another 3-and-D guy since they lost Dorian Finney-Smith. So there's still a lot of questions about this Lakers team. But here's the thing with this, Clinton. I know the word trade has been brought up with LeBron James over the last couple of days or so. I don't envision a trade for him that gets him any closer to a fifth ring than he is on the Lakers right now. Like, I don't see that trade because you have to give up so much to get this guy. I think opening night, LeBron James will be there with Luka. This is Luka's team moving forward. The Lakers still need to find a big man. We'll see if they actually pull the trigger on the DeAndre Ayton rumors. But there's still a lot of question marks around this team. I feel like outside of maybe Houston and maybe a few other teams, in terms of free agency in the offseason, there's still so many more questions than answers. And the only difference is the Lakers are in Los Angeles with you, Clinton. So every decision or every non-decision is going to be amplified times 1,000.
Justin, one of the things I like about you is you provide cultural context beyond just specific NBA analysis regarding a lot of things. And this is where the LeBron James conversation to me gets very interesting. How he handles these last couple seasons. I do think, and I don't love legacy talk as a matter of course, and that's numbers, but in terms of social and sort of sporting impact, how he handles these last few seasons, I think will be very interesting towards how people view his larger career because he's been around so long and nobody's played this long. How do you feel he's got that under control just in terms of, I'm getting updates from sushi bars about what his wife thinks he should be doing. His agent is saying another thing. The team is saying another. In terms of just the King James of it all, how do you look at this and LeBron handling the final stages of what his legacy is going to be in the NBA as a player?
I think he knows this, and I think some of the statements that he's making or some of these, clips that we're seeing on social media, he knows he has to stick the landing. He's going to go down as one of the greatest basketball players of all time, arguably the greatest basketball player of all time, depending on who you ask. But you have to stick the landing. Yes, I understand Michael Jordan, he had his Wizards tenure, but you know what? We know how the Bulls tenure ended. Kobe, yes, those last couple of seasons of his career, they were tough to watch, but guess what? He went out on a 60-piece in his last game. LeBron knows he has to stick the landing somehow. And for him, sticking the landing is like, I need another ring. Like, it really doesn't matter if I make it back to the Western Conference Finals. It really doesn't matter if I have a crazy game, even in an NBA Finals. He knows I have to get a ring to stick this landing and walk out in the manner that he wants to walk out. The only difference is, man, how history remembers you, how history remembers your last steps will carry you forever. And I'm not going to say that's going to tarnish his legacy or anything. I'm not saying that. But if you're LeBron James and you understand the history of basketball, you understand the history of basketball probably better than 99.9% of star players to come through this league, you know that you cannot go out with a dud. Yes, a farewell ceremony is great, but you need a one last irrefutable point to say, this is why I'm one of the best.
Last thing I'll ask you, JT, and this is on a non-serious tip. Did you see your boy Aubrey with those Hawaiian roll abs that everybody says are fake? Did you see that picture online, dog?
Bro, you can't buy the abs, but don't buy the arms or the traps. Like somebody said, he ordered those things off Temu, and that's what it looks like. Again, I'm not trying to pile on the dude, but when you go back to that line on Euphoria where Kendrick was like, V12, tell him where you get your abs from. You talk about a line that is aging like the finest vintage vino right now. I don't understand the purpose of posting that picture. Like, what was the purpose? You could have taken that picture in front of those bottles of alcohol and, with a shirt on and whatever fake deep caption that you have. Why would you open yourself up to this type of ridicule? Because it doesn't look good. The Hawaiian sweet roll ab package, that's not what you need to buy.
Justin Tinsley, sports, culture, and everything in between. Appreciate you, JT. Thank you, sir.
My brother. Happy Bobby Bonilla to everybody who celebrates out there.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. The Hawaiian six-pack abs are not what you need. Justin Tinsley, speaking truth. Coming up, you know what time it is. We head to the watering hole, kiddos. You're listening to Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Sunday on ESPN Radio. Undefeated rivals face off at Wrigley when the Cubs welcome the Cardinals.
Kyle Tucker adds an exclamation mark.
Then the Rangers and Padres face off in San Diego.
Second deck and left for Machado.
Coverage begins Sunday at 5 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
Purple Wave Auction remains the trusted leader in online equipment auctions. What makes the difference is you. You are part of our growing global community that continues to trust Purple Wave with the equipment that builds and feeds America. This trust placed in us by our community, from construction to ag producers and fleet drivers, brings great equipment opportunities to their next owners. Join the Purple Wave community today. purplewave.com.
When you ante up your insurance premium each month, you believe that if you're ever in an accident, your insurance company will treat you fairly. But that's not a safe bet. In truth, casinos play by much fairer rules than your insurance company. And here's how. Imagine playing blackjack and making a $100 bet. When you win, the casino will immediately pay you $100. But now imagine winning, and instead of immediately giving you $100, the casino only offers you $50 and makes you wait years to collect it. If the terms were that unfair, no one would ever step foot in a casino. Unfortunately, that's what's happening to people every day who are injured in car accidents with uninsured drivers. You ante up your premiums in full and on time every month, but if you're a day late or a dollar short, your insurance company will drop you. And when the time comes for your insurance company to pay you, they will offer you pennies on the dollar and, even worse, string you along for years to collect it. Dealing with your own insurance company shouldn't be riskier than gambling in a casino. If you need a law firm who will put the odds in your favor, call the Verdoliak Law Group, 844-4VLG Law.
Chicago, this is your chance to see the Premier League live. The Premier League Summer Series is coming to town and features two incredible matchups. Everton versus West Ham United, followed by Manchester United versus Bournemouth. It's the only international soccer event in Chicago this summer. Don't miss out. Wednesday night, July 30th, Soldier Field. 2 matches, 1 ticket. Grab yours now at Ticketmaster.com.
Save big at Menards and prepare for the summer heat with a new air conditioner from Denali Air. Quickly and efficiently cool your spaces with auto and eco modes to maximize performance and save on energy costs. Cool your space from anywhere in the room with 3 cooling speeds and a remote control. Save big money on Denali air conditioners. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for more great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
There's an old saying, the only true wisdom is knowing that you know nothing. But when it comes to COPD, knowing the signs can mean the difference between life and death. COPD is a chronic lung disease that may be caused by genetics, frequent lung infections, or irritants like smoke, fumes, dust, or chemicals. The most common cause of COPD is cigarette smoke, but anyone can get COPD. Despite being the 3rd leading cause of death worldwide, millions of people have COPD symptoms but still go undiagnosed. Wisdom might come with aging, but symptoms like shortness of breath, tightness in your chest, coughing, and wheezing shouldn't. If you find yourself struggling to keep up with other people your age, or if you get short of breath walking up the stairs, it's time to talk to your doctor. COPD does not yet have a cure, but it is treatable. Early diagnosis and proper care can add years of better breathing to your life. For more information, visit COPDfoundation.org.
My husband is a veteran, and he was injured in the line of duty.
It happened while I was deployed to Iraq. We were stopped at a checkpoint, and then all of a sudden, there was a loud explosion. An IED detonated 3 feet from my face.
It was bad.
I remember thinking, who's going to take care of my wife and daughter?
We took care of each other, with a lot of help from DAV.
When America's veterans face challenges, DAV is there.
I don't know what we would have done without them.
DAV was the voice that we didn't have.
Every year, DAV helps more than 1 million veterans like Jason get the life-changing support and benefits they've earned. so they can achieve more victories.
It wasn't easy, but he never gave up.
My victory is knowing my disability doesn't define me.
He's an inspiration.
Support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org.
That's the ease at which you get information. You want it, you get it. Like that. Ask your phone. Group chat. Smartphone. You're always connected and informed in real time. No waiting. So if you're diabetic and still using finger sticks to read your blood sugar, what are you waiting for? Knowing your blood sugar levels instantly is important for managing diabetes. Call US Med at 888-665-0696. To learn more about continuous glucose monitors, a real-time instant method to track your blood glucose, US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 1,000 private insurers. And the best part? Call 888-665-0696 and we'll give you a free insurance benefits check today. So call 888-665-0696 today. That's 888-665-0696 and manage your diabetes as easy as...
Chicago's home for sports is in your home through your smart speaker. Just ask Alexa or Google to play ESPN Chicago.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. I want to thank Doug Glanville, ESPN MLB analyst, who joined us on the program to discuss the latest goings on around the legs. You can find him on the internet at Doug Glanville. And, of course, I want to thank Justin Tinsley, Anscape writer, for joining us to discuss not just NBA free agency, but also the physical stylings of one Aubrey Graham and his choices in social media posts. Always funny. You can find him on the internet at Justin Tinsley. But quickly, Devin, you said you're having some issues with the tan, with the skin burn. What happened here? You were gone yesterday. What were you doing?
Yeah, just a PSA to anyone listening. Wear sunscreen. Don't do as I did. I was outside for a little bit. It wasn't even that long. It was like 2 hours playing basketball. We were out at park. I got there every intention to put sunscreen on before I got there. I just didn't do it. And then, obviously it was a little overcast. I know for everyone listening, I know the UVs can still get through. And then once you got playing, right, you're not going to leave the game. You're not going to, excuse me, guys, like I need to apply some sunscreen, which is, I should have. I absolutely should have. Yeah. So now I look like a lobster. The arms are worse. That's why I wear a long sleeve. It's like 80 degrees outside. This is awful.
The only way that really works is if you've got like your honey with you and you can say, hold on, babe, let me walk over to my lady and she can apply the sunscreen. That's where you look like a boss for the mid-game sunscreen application. You can't just sit down by yourself and remove your shirt and start sticking cream on your nose. That's not going to work.
Yeah,
that's a little awkward.
So just apply the sunscreen beforehand. Maybe I'm a 50 SPF guy because listen,
sure,
people of my complexion, it doesn't really turn into people are like, oh, it's going to turn into a tan. I'm like, no, it's just going to burn and then it's going to be white after that.
There's no base tans in Poughkeepsie. Was this a shirt and skins games or no?
No. So yeah,
no?
The tan lines are not good either.
Okay, very well. With that, let's go to the watering hole.
Time to check my social media, yeah. To see who loves me online.
The dulcet tones of Dustin Akui and the Circle of Life, where we take stock of the day and reflect on what we've done. Camp CNF update. Monmouth University bunk, -7. Sam's in a big hole to start things. Big Dumper Cove, Devon's crew, +4. Seymour Johnson Air Force bunk, Shady J bunk, as they're known.
Shady J bunks not doing too
rough
well.
day today.
J squad, tough scene at -2. Camp Cup check, Matlack is at -1. By the way, there was some discussion about whether or not there will be some transfers of power in the Cup check camp. We'll discuss that at a later date. In the lead, Camp Walden for girls, Emily Hebel at +5 after a big day with Jerry Jones and Taylor Swift. And your boys squad, the Rebel Base Bunk, we're at +4 after Paige Becker and Ryan Coogler got it done. Let us read some tweets. 2K_Chris K says, well done on the priest, monk, and pope analogy. I thought the same thing. That dude is trying to compare 3 of the greatest players of all time instead of 90% of the rank and file players. Exactly. Just because your kids cry when they don't win trophies doesn't mean that every NBA basketball player or even pro athlete feels that way at all. Not even close. That's kind of the whole point I was trying to make. Those guys are the exceptions that make the rule. Don Jenver says, fumbling Kelsey Plum is definitely what I'm going to remember Darren Waller for. That rap video was so lame. Exactly right. Who else we got here? Oh. This guy says, I don't think Rob understood your analogy regarding religion. I don't think he did either. And that's not my fault. But that's just what it is. And with that, the circle of life is closed. I just want to thank again the people at 6:30 a.m., particularly my man Isaac. He does a show with his buddies about NBA basketball and the Wizards, the Capitol Hoop Caucus. It was fun to be able to get them to shout it out. It was just kind of a full circle moment for me to be able to come back and do this program after listening to this network for so many years and hearing guys like Tony Kornheiser spread the love and spread the knowledge and spread the fun. Just doing my best on that front. It's all I can ever ask for. It's all I can ever achieve. And honestly, it's kind of all I ever wanted. All I ever wanted. That song is a banger. Joe and Q is coming up next. This has been Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. I will see you on the internet, kiddos. Happy Bobby Bonilla Day.
Evan Cohen here. Whether you're locking in your home run picks or riding with your favorite golfers this summer, ESPN Bet is your sportsbook for all the action. Go from checking stats on your favorite teams and players to placing bets in just a few taps. Plus, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Shop the Sherwin-Williams 4th of July sale and get 30% off paints and stains June 27th through July 7th. With prices starting at $34.29, it's the perfect time to transform your space with color. Whether you're looking to revamp your interior or exterior, we have you covered with bold hues, soothing neutrals, and everything in between. Visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store or shop the sale online. Delivery available on qualifying orders. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
This summer, the Roar returns to Washington Park in Michigan City, Indiana. The X Insurance Great Lakes Grand Prix takes over July 28th through August 3rd. High-speed offshore powerboat racing and non-stop action. Boat parade, block party, brew fest, live music, and heart-pounding thrills on the water. Just an hour from Chicago. Make the short drive and feel miles away. July 28th through August 3rd. The X Insurance Great Lakes Grand Prix. Plan your visit now at GreatLakesGrandPrix.com.
Are you going to do something today?
Yes, I am.
And what exactly might that be?
My plan is to sit here and enjoy our amazing new patio set from Steinhoffel's.
Steinhoffel's 4th of July sale is going on now. Take 10% off store-wide, plus an extra $100 off every $999 you spend. But don't wait too long because this sale ends soon.
Now, would you be a sweetheart and get me another lemonade? I have to stay hydrated.
Steinhoffel's 4th of July sale, going on now.
You've seen it asked 1,000 times on the big screen.
You got a light?
But it's the sound that's unmistakable. The iconic sound of a Zippo lighter. But that's only the beginning of the Zippo story. Zippo is famous for everything from vintage lighters to sunglasses. Visit Uptown Cigar Store and Lounge on Wells Street at North Avenue. The best selection of Zippos, premium cigars, and accessories.
What do you need to know about Zippo?
Nothing. The sound says it all.
Chicago summers are no joke. It's been hot, guys, and if your windows aren't keeping the cool air in, you're just wasting energy and money. Window Nation can help with energy-efficient windows that keep your home comfortable, even on the hottest days. Hey, guys, it's Silvy. Right now at Window Nation, you get 50% off all window styles, plus no interest until 2030. That's 0 interest for 5 whole years. The biggest deal of the year, and with one-day installation, there's no reason to wait. Call them at 866-90Nation or head to windownation.com.
I'm Shanola Hampton. Every day, millions of people face hunger. Today, I will share with you some of their experiences. I'm stuck between paying for medications or paying for food. John from Maine. After paying my bills, I can buy groceries. It's sad to say, food comes last. Alice from Oregon. I thought pantries were for less fortunate people. But anybody could be less fortunate in a day or even a second. Claire from Virginia. The Feeding America network of food banks helps provide over 6 billion meals to people in need each year. No one should have to worry where their next meal will come from. Together, we can end hunger. Learn more at feedingamerica.org.
It's been said that when someone you love has Parkinson's, you have Parkinson's. The Parkinson's Foundation knows that the disease doesn't just affect the diagnosed. It affects everyone who supports and helps care for them.
If you or someone you know is living with Parkinson's, a neurological disease that affects movement, we understand that it can be difficult to know where to find help.
If you have questions, the Parkinson's Foundation has answers. Answers for everyone in the fight.
We can help you understand the disease,
help you find expert care and local support,
give you tips for living a better life,
and share the latest research.
Find your answers and join us in the fight against Parkinson's.
To learn more, please go to parkinson.org
or call 1-800-473-4636.
That's 1-800-473-4636. The Parkinson's Foundation. Better lives together.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Yurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Welcome to July. And look what the cat dragged in. It's Jesse Rogers.
Let's go, baby.
He's all fired up. You know, he's coming with ideas and topics and guests.
Carter Hawkins, the GM of the Cubs.
The GM of the Cubs.
1 hour from now as the Cubs face his old team.
Oh, my. Yeah, that's
he
right.
He was an executive with the then Indians when the Cubs beat them in the World Series.
That's how we started. That's a good point. Yeah, Carter Hawkins will join us in an hour. Former Blackhawk and now Hall of Famer Duncan Keith at 2:15. We'll have a list today. We'll have the lunch rush. Jesse's going to go after Silvy and Kap and Cub fans that want Kyle Tucker signed immediately. He's out on a boat having a party. We'll get to all that. There's some breaking NBA news here late morning, early afternoon. Of course, it's not really related to the Bulls all that much, but it's big news in the Eastern Conference as the Bucks waived Damian Lillard today and then signed Miles Turner, fresh off a performance and an appearance in the playoffs, in the finals. Miles Turner leaves Indianapolis to go to Milwaukee. You got a source-off going on now, too, guys. There are conflicting reports. We love a good source-off. Jesse knows all about
Yes.
I've
had a few.
All about it. You've had a few. I think a few with Kyle Tucker here recently, it seems like, with Kap. Jesse loves a good source-off. You've got one prominent NBA voice, I guess you'd say, and Chris Haynes claiming that Giannis was very upset and blindsided that Damian Lillard was waived. And then you've got Shams Charania, who's probably the most plugged-in NBA insider there is today, saying that Giannis had been scheming. Well, scheming's the wrong word, but that Giannis and Miles Turner have been planning to join forces and play together, which I was like, really? Giannis wants to play with Miles? I mean, I like Miles Turner, but really?
Yeah, I mean,
Giannis wants to play with Miles Turner that badly? All right, whatever.
But I tend to believe that one a little bit more.
I do too.
I for a bunch of different reasons. One of them, Lillard's out.
Me too.
I mean, so who's Giannis going to play with? So yeah, I tend to believe the Turner one a little bit more. The question is, if he is upset, can the Bulls get him?
That will always be the
if
question.
For some reason,
Jesse,
he's upset. Can the Bulls pick up Giannis?
This is like for years. I love how we concoct these things
Right,
in
that's
our
what
mind.
I'm saying.
We concoct it in our mind like, well, Giannis doesn't like it there, and he wants to go to a big Greek population.
Well,
so he wants to be traded to the Bulls. I doubt it.
Which is
I highly, highly doubt Giannis Antetokounmpo wants to be traded to the Bulls.
If we can just immediately circle back to your Kyle Tucker thought, it's the same thing yesterday. He's on a boat in Lake Michigan. He must want to stay here for the next 12 years.
Must want to be here forever.
Oh, my God. I got to stay off Instagram.
Yeah. Oh, boy.
He's photographed on a boat, so he's going to take $7 a year to stay here.
I don't know if Giannis is happy, if he's sad, if he's mad, if he wants out, if he's staying put. What am I supposed to do here exactly? You lead me. Go ahead, Bulls fans. I'm supposed to what?
I don't know.
What am I supposed to do? Think that AK and Eversley are pulling off a trade for Giannis? I mean, are we living what are we living in here exactly? Like, what am I supposed to do?
No.
So I don't buy it for a second. I don't know that Giannis wants to go anywhere, really. I mean, even that reporting early in the offseason by Shams was kind of like, okay,
right.
What is it exactly? He's open to the possibility of yada, yada, yada. And what am I supposed to do with that information? So I'm sorry. I can't get excited or think that something is brewing or something's going to happen. I think it was big NBA news that Lillard was waived, that they're stretching the remaining, are you ready for this? $113 million on his contract in order to acquire Miles Turner from Indiana.
And he's out all next year, right?
I mean, I would think that was it was the first round of the playoffs, right, guys? When that was late April-ish when he tore the Achilles. So at his age, I mean, that's, you're probably talking about a full season. I mean, maybe, you get back to the playoffs, you win a round, could potentially a player come back? Maybe, but for all intents and purposes, you're talking about a season.
Obviously, this is Milwaukee just trying to extend its window.
Well, for sure.
In whatever way they can.
They signed Gary Harris today as well.
I mean, this is to keep Giannis happy. So I don't, right? Isn't it? Pair him with another good player?
Yeah. I mean, so everything you do when you have a player like Giannis is try to keep him happy and
keep the window
to a
open.
certain degree, placate that player and keep the window open. Yes.
That's what I'm saying. It just doesn't make sense to say he would be unhappy with it.
Shams tweeted, Turner, the longest tenured Pacer, made it known he wished to remain in Indiana. Since the Game 7 exit, Turner's reps pushed to get a deal done. Ultimately, Indiana's aversion to the tax, which grew after Tyrese Halliburton's injury, allowed the Bucks to get their new franchise center. Brook Lopez left, by the way, and signed, I think, a free agent deal with the Clippers. Right, guys? I think Brook Lopez is out of Milwaukee. They re-signed Bobby Portis. They signed Harris. They just did this deal with Miles Turner, and that does give them a pretty formidable front court with those two, obviously. But you're right, Jess. This is about making sure that Giannis is happy and content, and that you have kept whatever championship window that exists for your franchise stays open as long as possible. You still got, I think, a good handful of dominant Giannis years. He won't age as well as some players. He can't shoot. At some point, Giannis's ability to just overpower everybody and get to the room whenever he wants, at some point that will dry up, and without the ability to shoot, it will be much harder for him to thrive and succeed the way he does today. So the clock, in a sense, is always ticking, but you have plenty of prime years left of Giannis Antetokounmpo. So yes, you want to keep that window open as long as possible.
As soon as those skills go south on him that you just mentioned, that's when the Bulls will pick him up. they're going to pull a Kenny Williams.
Real nice.
Pick up Ken Griffey Jr. at the end of it, right? That's when the Bulls will finally get Giannis.
Here's more from Shams on this. Bucks GM John Horst and CAA co-head of basketball Austin Brown partnered on executing a massive deal in a market scarce of salary cap space during the opening days of free agency. Milwaukee retools aggressively around Giannis again. So I would think most of this makes him happy, right? And, you know, whatever he feels of Damian Lillard wasn't going to be able to help him next year. So that's the big NBA news. There's really nothing going on locally with the Bulls. They did re-sign Trey Jones. He was a really nice player for them after the trade last year.
You're okay with that. But
yeah, totally. Lonzo's gone, so
they're not really moving the goalposts. They're not.
No,
they're not really making significant change to this roster, which raises their ceiling.
I don't think they really have the ability to. I would anticipate a Giddy deal happens at some point. The only thing that makes next season, barring some sort of miraculous transaction that happens here in the offseason, which I don't think any of us expect us to do, the most successful Bulls season next year is one in which Matas Buzelis continues to grow and goes from like, oh, that's an intriguing prospect to, now you have something, and potentially still picking in the top 5 or 7.
And Giddy continues to grow.
Yeah, I'll give you that. Like, you're going to re-sign him to a massive deal. I'll give you that. Like, can Giddy really get better?
And so, does any of that raise the ceiling all that much? I suppose it raises it a tiny bit, but not enough to really make noise.
It doesn't raise the ceiling on next year, though. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
You're just basically looking for a couple of your young players to grow and blossom, and everything about the Bulls' future is tied into Matas.
Well, that's kind of what I mean. If your young players do grow and blossom, you're maybe a little bit better than you were.
Yeah,
that kind of thing, but not enough to really matter.
It is always convenient, though, how we just assume, well, that player's unhappy. Oh, you got to go get him. He'll come here. Giannis will come here. Kyle Tucker's out on a boat. He's got to love Chicago.
God,
Silvy, you better be careful. He came after me when I brought it up a month ago. You better tread lightly here.
I live in this world, right? This is my job, daily job, being the reporter for the team, for the Cubs and all that stuff. And also if you live online a lot, which we all do, I guess, it's just enough with the Kyle Tucker extension. Can't you enjoy?
Boy, you and Big Cat and Silvy are coming for you.
Can't you enjoy the season in front of you?
I didn't say it, Silvy.
If the Cubs were in last place but had this great player, then I get it. Let's just focus on extending him.
I didn't say it.
But every little sign, Cap, he loves it here. Oh, he's on a boat with his teammates. Oh, he must want to sign here. Like, can I give you a reminder? Anthony Rizzo was Mr. Cub.
Yes, he was.
Mr. Cub, and had a decent offer, 5 years at $70 million, and still said no thanks to Chicago. Chris Bryant, depending on, where you land on this, was either presented an offer or there was some at least conversations with Scott Boras, and he didn't sign up either. And this was post-World Series.
These are World Series heroes.
Where these two own this city. Yeah. They own this city. I don't deny Kyle Tucker likes it here. Fine. But can we just get to the end of the season? Because it'd be different if things were ongoing. But how many times have I reported on this station, on this show, there's been no real communication between the sides about his free agency?
You've said that a lot.
They traded for him. That was one deal. If they are going to sign him up, they're going to sign him up in the same way they'd sign up any free agent, which is something Silvy even asked of Dionne. They were talking about it yesterday. Yeah. He's going to be treated basically like any other free agent, with the one caveat that he played here for a year, so he does understand what this is all about here. But there's other cities that have rivers and lakes and boats and things. Like, I don't deny Chicago's great. I've lived here my whole life. Love it. But please, just enjoy the season. Stop with the silly
said that a while ago. I was like, you guys
stuff.
have to just kind of enjoy it because Kyle Tucker's not signing during the season. It's not happening.
It's not happening.
He's going to go to free agency. He's got a big, powerful agency, and as Jesse has continued to report, it's not like they're moving on this. There have been no conversations as far as you can tell. You're pretty plugged into this.
There's been none. There's been none.
It's Kyle Tucker is not magically like going to come in one day and be like, yeah, you know what, guys, go ahead, make it. Like, it's not happening.
The one other option, which I've mentioned, is at the end of the year, the Cubs will take out their calculator, come up with what they think is a fair market offer. It probably would not be the best offer if he goes to free agency. And there's that offer that happens maybe right before the other 29 teams. So that could be October. That could be November 1st. I would think they would try to use the leg up that they're allowed to because he's on their team and make him an offer. But I think it's going to be almost like Ohtani was, like a huge offer. Not that they made one to Ohtani, but a huge number, but not necessarily the best if he goes to the market. That's my feeling on it. But let's enjoy the season.
Do you think they don't want to hear that? I'm telling you. Do you think Ricketts feels any added pressure?
Here we go.
About
is this the Tyler Rocky theory?
No, I mean it's not just Tyler.
Here's another dumb online thing. Cam Smith had a great weekend, so that puts more pressure on the Cubs to sign Kyle Tucker.
Does Tom Ricketts care one way or another?
I will put up my first-born child that Tom Ricketts, Jed Hoyer, Carter Hawkins do not care what Cam Smith does in terms of the impact on signing Kyle Tucker. I will bet any amount of money on that. Any amount of money.
Jesse, I asked this yesterday to Carmen and
Stop with the meatball stuff. Yeah, what, Adam?
Listen, you're King Meatball, so. Hello. So I asked this because of the possible pitchers and pitching that they could add at the deadline.
Yeah.
Is there a concern that they could add too much future payroll where they wouldn't be able to willing to go the extra mile, like where it could top them out at like $400 million for Tucker, and they're like, well, and Ricketts says, well, we added,
Mitch
two
Keller.
pitchers. Yeah, we added Mitch Keller, who's costing us,
Which he doesn't make that much.
But I'm saying, like, is there a certain amount of payroll that they add for future years at the trade deadline? Because as Kap has reported, they're all in, which, of course, why wouldn't they be? They're a baseball team that's going to be in the playoffs. They're all in this year. Is there like a number, not necessarily like a number, I'm not asking you for a number, but is there like a concern that they could add too much at the deadline and then Ricketts wouldn't be willing to go the extra mile for a contract for Tucker?
Yeah, my answer to that is everything is a data point. So sure, obviously if they add, that impacts the future. And yeah, the answer is, the short answer is yes, but the bigger answer is at the level that Kyle Tucker is going to get, I don't think any July signing is going to be the difference maker. They're either going all in for Kyle Tucker or they're not. They're either making a really competitive offer and he wants to stay here or he doesn't. Like, I don't think.
What does $16 million next year of Mitch Keller mean in the grand scheme of things if you're really going to be serious about doing what's right for your team? And if you believe that's Kyle Tucker, like, why would $16 extra million or $17 million for Alcantara next year, whatever it is, like, why would that impact?
Yeah.
Well, and you're really being short-sighted.
History would tell you that stuff does matter.
You're really being short-sighted if you ask me.
Cam Smith had a big weekend. Oh no, Tom's got to sign Kyle Tucker. Come on.
Boy, Jesse coming in just firing on everybody. He's taking a flamethrower to this place.
I know.
Tyler,
hey, at least I listen all day long, right?
Oh my God. Do you think Tom gets wrapped up in what people are saying on social media, what us talking heads are saying, what fans are saying, sign Kyle Tucker? Do you think he cares?
I think he cares about his big picture legacy.
You think he does?
I don't think he cares about the minutia. He knows if he puts a winner on the field, even more. Like, if they don't sign Kyle Tucker and they win again next year, who cares? It's about winning. It's about winning, right?
Like, if Owen Casey comes up and he's awesome and like Tom could be like, I told you.
Well, because think about it. You're signing good players to win. And if you can win without spending a ton of money, that's even better. And by the way, and I'm all for signing Kyle Tucker. Like, I think he's money in the bank.
Yeah.
But having said that, I thought Chris Bryant was money in the bank.
Very true.
And it's so funny when I covered Devers' trade a little bit. I went out to San Francisco when they played Boston.
Yep.
And I heard from a lot of Red Sox fans. I mean, the moment they traded Devers, half of Red Sox fans were like, "Good riddance with that contract," and half were, "How dare you trade him?"
How could you trade Devers?
But I guarantee you, the ones that said "good riddance" of that contract would also been upset if the Red Sox had never signed him. Like, my point being, as soon as you sign a guy to that kind of money, it takes about a week for people to be like, "Oh my God, that contract's a killer. That's going to kill us in the future."
Are you saying we're never happy as fans, Jesse?
Yes.
I think that's right.
Yes.
Yes.
Another great example of never being, like, this is different, but Silvy was talking about Craig Counsell, and he's like, from afar,
oh, yeah,
I loved him.
Yeah.
Now that I see him every day, I don't love him as much. But that's because you hear him twice a day meet the media. You're watching 162 games. Yeah. A manager makes 10 decisions a day. Are you gonna agree with him 10 for 10? So like you always see the warts of a manager up close.
I think,
and so yeah, the answer is we're never happy.
We're never happy. We're very rarely right. And I think I always thought Craig Counsell was a very good manager. I still think Craig Counsell is a good manager. I do find it. I don't know what the word is. I don't know if it's curious, if it's interesting, if it's fascinating. Maybe a little fascinating that the Cubs plucked what most think is like one of the premier managers in the game from the Milwaukee Brewers, and the Milwaukee Brewers haven't skipped a beat or missed him for one single second.
Yeah, it's pretty clear.
Not one.
It's pretty clear organizationally.
Yes, that's kind of what I mean.
There's three teams I hold up there. Ironically, one of them's in town here, coincidentally, whatever. Cleveland I hold up there, Tampa Bay, and Milwaukee, where you can go from Joe Madden to Kevin Cash and pretty much not miss a beat. There's always a down year.
But they did miss a beat.
Milwaukee goes from Stearns to Arnold. Counsell to Murphy, don't really miss a beat. Cleveland goes from Hall of Fame manager to unknown Stephen Vaught, and they're in the playoffs last year.
Correct.
Now they're 500-ish this year, but so it's organizationally there's something
kind
there.
Of remarkable, and Milwaukee just is doing it very well. Whatever it is that they're doing it very, very well, and they don't miss Craig Counsell for 1 second. They haven't batted an eyelash for a second, and that's not a shot at Craig Counsell. It's not. I do think Craig Counsell is a good manager.
Yeah.
And I think he's proven as much over the course of his career, but they don't have to sweat it for a single second.
Remember when it comes to getting paid, it's all about timing. I mean, if Pat Murphy had 7 good years in Milwaukee, he might get paid like Craig. Like Counsell had that moment where he became a free agent and the Brewers had done so well.
Right.
And he got paid.
Yeah.
But it doesn't mean he's making $40 million. Pat Murphy might be making $5 and $5. Like, doesn't mean he's 40 times better than Pat Murphy. He even knows that.
I think you're
It's
right.
about timing, just like free agency.
Sure, of course.
It's about timing and all this other stuff. They were grading Craig Counsell yesterday. I'll just say this, that Silvy and Dionne. And I'll just say this, like, I feel like he just gave away last year. The whole organization just gave away last year. That's it. He didn't know anybody. He didn't bring his coaches. He just kind of like, I've said this all along when, Waddle has asked me a lot about Counsell over the last year and a half. It's like he just kind of gave away last year. But he is a good manager. And we're seeing his impact this year a lot more. And that it's a lot behind the scenes when it comes to a manager.
Yeah.
And in his case, his impact on player acquisition, as well as, honestly, what you see from 7 to 10 p.m. is a small amount
it's true.
of what a really good manager is involved in.
Yeah, and the impact of the organization day to day. There's a lot that goes into it. You're right. 312-332-3776. Jesse's in for Yurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
He is the best American-born hockey player of all time. A 3-time Stanley Cup champion with the Chicago Blackhawks. ESPN Chicago is proud to announce the return of Patrick Kane for a truly special day, Friday, August 8th, a day that matches his coveted number 88.
Let's hear from number 88.
Kaner will be everywhere, just as he was on the ice, including a youth hockey clinic at Johnny's Ice House West at 9 a.m. And you can purchase tickets for an exclusive autograph signing at the Chicago Sports Museum at 11:30. Or a very special Q&A event at Morgan MFG at 6:30. All tickets for events can be purchased at Eventbrite. Just search Patrick Kane.
What's up, Chicago?
Friday, 8/8. Celebrate the legend number 88, Patrick Kane.
$6 million. The Veroliak Law Group wins again for their clients. You heard the good kid right. The Veroliak Law Group recovered $6 million for a client who was injured due to medical error. If you're injured, make sure to call the Veroliak Law Group. Playing pro football, being on the radio for years, I've had the chance to endorse many companies. But I've never endorsed one owned by close friends until now. The Veroliak Law Group has been helping people for over 60 years, including my friends and neighbors. When you need a lawyer, Experience matters. The Veroliak Law Group has recovered over $9 billion for clients, serving over 40,000 cases in personal injury, auto accidents, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and more. Their proven results and commitment to clients make them the right choice. They've helped my neighbors and friends, and they'll help you too. Call 8444-VLG-LAW today. The Veroliak Law Group. Experience you can trust.
3 games left. Just 3 games to settle the entire LIV Golf season, and it begins at Bolingbrook, August 8th through the 10th, where 54 of the world's best players will come out swinging for glory. DeChambeau, Rahm, Koepka, and more. Up close, personal, and locked in, with special guests Good Charlotte providing the soundtrack. Ready to see things get clutch? Get tickets now at livegolf.com. That's LIVgolf.com.
Hi, I'm Bob. At American Sale, you'll find the largest selection of pools, patio sets, hot tubs, and grills. Everything you need for your backyard fun. And right now, you can save up to 50% and get 5 years special financing or 10% cash back, plus free delivery and our lowest price guarantee. See store for details. The summer celebration sale is going on now, so come in and see us or visit us online. American Sale, bring the fun home.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. SkillBridge and other VA benefits are available to those who qualify.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
This fall, the Sandman, Adam Sandler, You're My Best Friend Tour.
I feel like we're very good friends now.
United Center, October 20th. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster.com.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Carmen and Yurko are back. This is Chicago's Home for Sports. ESPN Chicago.
Jesse's in for Yurko.
All right, I had to get that off my chest, but I'm fine.
Your Silvy's already in here.
I know.
Get ready for a feisty crosstalk in a couple.
You know what's funny is if you don't sort of live online, or I guess listen a lot to the radio station, you might be like, what are you talking about? Like, who's talking about extending Kyle Tucker so much?
Nonstop.
But it's nonstop online.
I'm telling you, I said this a month ago, and they all came after me. I was like, you guys got to kind of just take it easy. It's not going to happen. Just enjoy the season. He's awesome. Well, you hope the Cubs sign him in
it's just not going to happen anytime soon. Yeah.
But it's not going to happen anytime soon.
But just enjoy this first place team, and let's debate that and what they need to do at the trade deadline. That's all fair game. But I'm just like, extend Kyle Tucker. And it's people just having fun. I get it.
No, it's not people having fun.
Well, you know what I mean. It's not like it's not life and death.
People are nuts, Jesse.
Maybe it is life and death to them.
People are nuts.
But like, I'm curious if there's even some people are like, well, I don't want to tie up. Like, there's a contingent. I don't want to tie up $40 million a year on my payroll.
I guarantee you could find, believe it or not, a section of the fan base that would say, no, it's okay. I don't believe in paying players $15 million a year. And tying up that kind of money.
Because especially this is not Steve Cohn. Like, I'm not criticizing Tom Ricketts for not being Steve Cohn. But if you're Steve Cohn, you don't mind the payroll just going up and up and up and up. But assuming that Tom is going to be, in his world, responsible in terms of payroll, well, how are they going to carry $40 million or $50 million and then and still be at $220 or $230 or something?
Hard.
You know what I mean? Like, so there's a lot that goes into this thing. But
every
of course,
once in a while, you have to weigh.
You're probably less likely to win without him.
Right, exactly. I mean, I think every once in a while you have to weigh like certain special players that might be worth it. Now, the point that any Cub fan who would be against it could always bring up is a name you said earlier, and that's Chris Bryant. Chris Bryant looked like, I mean, he was everything that he was said to be. He was a can't-miss prospect that didn't miss. He was phenomenal. And then 4 years in, it fell off a cliff.
Yeah.
And so there's always a cautionary tale. Injury could happen at any moment. There's always going to be that cautionary tale. I don't know that it's as great of a comparison, apples to apples here, but like when Rendon signed the deal in Anaheim, he was coming off an unbelievable World Series run. He was a little bit older, but he was a great player coming off an unbelievable postseason run. You're like, this guy's done it in the biggest moments. It's great. And it has been probably the worst contract in the history of baseball for the Angels. There are always cautionary tales. So I understand how a fan base or certain sections of the fan base would say, no, it's not worth it. You're never going to get the real value out of it, or at least very few players ever do. The Scherzers of the world are kind of rare. And you could say you're never going to get the fair value out of it, and forget it, and don't tie your money up in that way. Well, if you're not going to be Steve Cohen, don't tie your money up in that way.
Because if there is an injury, Steve Cohen will just outspend the injury, so to speak.
And I don't
think this ownership will. And again, I'm not being critical. I'm not praising. I'm just saying factually. But anyway, I think they should sign him because he's even better than he's been in Houston, and he's money in the bank and all that stuff. And you eventually have to roll the dice on somebody.
That's what I think. Like, sometimes a player comes along that is special enough, that is young enough, special enough, and you traded a first-round pick for him. I think sometimes those players come along where they're special enough where you assume the risk. You take the risk. You take the swing on it. And I know it's easy for me to say. I'm not the billionaire owner of the Cubs. It is very easy for me to be like, yeah, I'd pay him if I were the owner. It's a scenario. I mean, it's fantasy land for me to be able to say, of course, if I were the owner, I'd pay him. It's not my money. It's not my responsibility. I don't have. I'm not looking at balance sheets and all that other stuff. I don't believe the Cubs for 1 second when they cry poor. That's for damn sure. Don't get me wrong. But it's easy for me to sit here and say it. But to me, this one feels a little bit more like a no-brainer. Like, do what you have to do to re-sign Kyle Tucker. And he might choose somewhere else ultimately at the end of the day. I don't know. But to me, it's like do whatever you have to come the offseason to sign a player like Tucker.
Is it 2:30? Is it crosstalk? What's going on here?
Hold on, we got to hit the sounder. Hold on.
Yeah. Well, I went to Abdalla and Bleck first because I didn't want to impose on you because I do have many thoughts for Jesse. You better wear your hat backwards. You better have a helmet on.
You better stay out of Cubs business.
I have some breaking news. Kyle Tucker and the Kyle Tucker Foundation, they've just posted on Instagram 9 minutes ago, Jesse. This is happening in real time.
Is this real?
The Kyle Tucker Foundation is excited for its next chapter here in the Windy City. We are ready to make an impact in the community and support the people that make this city great. Check out our website for more information or how you can help give back. My question to you is...
and it's his...
Yeah, and they're wearing their Cubs jerseys, him and his wife. You think a guy who's about to leave... They are dropping breadcrumbs right in front of you, and you as a reporter refuse to pick them up and follow them.
Well, you finally gave me a breadcrumb to follow. Being on a boat on an off day is not a breadcrumb.
Hell,
that you think it is.
I just wait till 2:30. I just wanted to drop that breaking news information.
Now, that might be a breadcrumb.
That's amazing.
But him on a boat? My God.
Why do you hate Chicago?
I love Chicago. Lived here my whole life.
Everyone's got a boat. Everyone's got a river.
Well, there are a lot of rivers out there. This is amazing. The timing of that is incredible. Sylvie's right. 12 minutes ago.
Well, we're going to have another round of
Guess who liked it? Guess who liked it?
Cap.
Tyler Rocky.
Cap.
Hello.
That's incredible. He and his wife with their Cubs number 30s on. Look at that.
Amazing.
Amazing, Jesse. Yeah.
Oh, my God. People aren't going to run with that, are they?
Holy cow. It's Carmen and Yurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on ESPN 1000. 1000, Chicago's home for sports. Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Dodgers.
Live coverage begins tonight at 8:30 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
All right, Abdalla, a big holiday weekend is on tap coming up at us this weekend. Why don't you give us a lineup of beer that could maybe help us out?
Let's see. We could start with some Yuengling, the traditional lager. That would be a great way to start. It's smooth, it's rich, and it's a beer that's been around longer than that North Side and South Side rivalry.
Yeah, I mean, go with the light lager, the golden pilsner, the black and tan, and it's summer, so try a flight. They're delicious.
Absolutely. Grab the entire lineup. It is a holiday weekend. You're going to be out on the porch. You're going to be grilling. Maybe you're going to be playing some golf, having a barbecue. Grab some flight. Grab a six-pack. Grab whatever. It is the perfect summer beer. Don't just go with the usual. Try a Yuengling. You've waited long enough.
Yeah, that's right. This is Yuengling Country, Chicago. It's all brought to you by DJ Yuengling and Son, Pottsville, PA.
At Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric, we make home service easy. We guarantee same-day service and installation with no extra charge for nights, weekends, or holidays. Family-owned for 53 years, Four Seasons has over 30,000 five-star Google reviews and an A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau. For all your plumbing, heating, cooling, and electrical needs, for all the right reasons, call 866-4Seasons.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4Seasons.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-329-2121. That's 800-329-2121.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
With Progressive customer service, there are lots of ways to connect with us, so you never have to miss a second of your favorite sport. Because you'd much rather watch a ball go through a net 124 times in 48 minutes when you don't really have to pay attention until the last two, and then somehow those 2 minutes will take an hour. You don't want to miss all that. Luckily, you can chat with Progressive on our app, online, or over the phone without missing a single one of those times the ball goes through the metal circle. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates with other insurers, not available in all states or situations.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
This summer, the X Insurance Great Lakes Grand Prix roars into Washington Park, Michigan City, Indiana, July 28th through August 3rd. Enjoy high-speed offshore powerboat races, a boat parade, block party, live music, and more. Plan your visit now at GreatLakesGrandPrix.com.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko. Listen to us now, live on the ESPN Chicago app. Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
We have Adam Sandler tickets to give away today. 3 pairs of them. Wow. For the You're My Best Friend tour at the UC in October.
Very cool.
Yeah, stick around for that. A little bit later on, crosstalk in a couple hours. Dionne is in with Silvy again today. I'm in with Silvy tomorrow.
Really?
Yeah, Silvy and I are doing Waddle and Silvy. And Chris and Adam will be in the Carmen and Yurko slot. Yurko's back next week. I think he's coming back from Scotland tonight, if I'm not mistaken. He said it's been the trip of a lifetime, but he's very beat up. He said his body is feeling.
I can't wait to hear the stories.
Yes, I'm sure it'll be good.
The good kid.
He's done a great job posting a lot of content on his Twitter handle on X. So make sure you go to. You can see a lot of fun videos that Yurko's been posting. They've had a great time. It's going to take him like a week to recover, I'm sure.
Let me be clear. I'm not predicting Kyle Tucker's going to walk or anything like that.
I know you're not.
I think
you're just saying it's not going to happen today.
Well, right, exactly, and so it reduces the chances because, like, they have exclusivity right now.
Yes.
And the closer you get to November, the more likely he is to listen to 29 other teams. Probably more like 5 or 6.
Three teams.
Yeah, exactly.
The Dodgers, the Mets, the Phillies.
So, and that's why I keep reporting.
The Yankees, excuse me.
It's just, they're treating this as two different transactions. Trade, play the season out, and then maybe we'll sign him just like any other free agent. So all these, I think, breadcrumbs are not really breadcrumbs, especially until he gets an offer in hand.
Sure.
But I'll repeat what I said earlier, and I love Chicago, but Mr. Cub, Anthony Rizzo, was offered a deal to stay, and he turned it down after winning a World Series. So I think Chicago's great, and it is it's helpful, but the offer is what matters.
Sure. If
97% of it is the offer.
And I said the Mets, I meant the Yankees, excuse me, because I don't think the Mets would be in the market a
No.
year after Soto.
Certainly if Bellinger opts out, which he may or may not.
I would think Yankees, Phillies, Dodgers, if one of those contracts approaches $600 million, that's probably what's going to do a lot of the
there is
talking.
always a chance at a mystery team. Could Seattle find some money to pair with Raleigh or something? Who knows?
Toronto's
always looking.
They're always trying.
Especially left-handed.
I know.
Especially left-handed. They need. So there's always that. Now they're paying a guy $500 million, Vlad. So
Right.
how many,
that's true. They probably.
But you never know. You just never know. So it just gets a little wonky if you wait till November, which it does feel like the Cubs are doing.
Big series this weekend with the Cardinals coming to town. First things first, the Guardians are here. You're going over there later, right?
Yeah.
Check out what's happening on the north side. John's in Old Town. What's up, John?
Hey, guys. Comment and a question for you. The comment is you really start recruiting Kyle Tucker right now at this trade deadline by the front office showing that you're willing to put in the resources to go get a starting pitching right now. And then question for Jesse. Say Cubs offer him $50 million per year, 10 years, whatever. He decides to go somewhere else. Does Ricketts then give Jed the okay to spend that money elsewhere during this off season, or is it a one-time thing only for Kyle Tucker and then move on from there?
I could pretty much answer that. It'd be a one-time thing. They don't take and redistribute that money. Now, they'll take and redistribute some of that money, but I don't think that's how it would work. I don't think so. And I really don't think, the trade deadline is really selling Tucker. I think the offer is selling Tucker. Now, that doesn't mean it has to be the max offer. And that's where playing in this city for this team does help. But it better be damn good. It better be damn good. And I kind of feel like Vladish is the floor and Soto is the ceiling.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, if
now, Vlad's 2 years younger, but
Vlad is younger, but
he doesn't steal bases. He doesn't.
Right.
Exactly.
Kyle Tucker's a better player.
That doesn't mean he wouldn't take $450 or something, but precedents matter. Precedents usually lead to the next contract. So, they need to be competitive. That helps. The city helps. Those first 2 months hitting into the wind don't help. But in general, Chicago and the Cubs are a good place to play, but the offer is the most important thing.
He's trending for like an 8-win season. He would have easily got there last year had he not gotten hurt. He was trending for about a 9-win season a year ago, which is you're in pretty rarefied air when you get up that high. So he's trending for another monster year. I was telling Eddie yesterday at Barstool, and I were talking about it. Like he finished June on an absolute terror. I mean, you look at the slash line in June, it was incredible.
What he's done, sorry to interrupt, what he's done is just, it's as simple as this. He's reduced the strike zone. He will not swing at balls, which means eventually they're going to give him hitters pitches. It's an amazing feat, amazing skill set if you can do it. Like, why isn't Pete Crow Armstrong doing that? Taking a few more walks.
Easier said than done, right?
It's so much easier said than done. Why didn't Javi Baez figure it out, all those years? It's just easier said than done to identify these pitches with incredible movement as balls and lay off of them. And he shrunk his strike zone, so now he only hits hitters' pitches.
It's the skill that every great hitter has. Mike Trout thrived doing it for so many years when he was at his absolute best. The Judge is very good at it. You read my mind. The best Kyle Tucker stat is that in the last 2 seasons, which is about a full season now, because remember, he only played a half year last year, and he's played obviously a half year this year. So about the last full season of big league baseball that Kyle Tucker has played, with his power profile, mind you, a guy who, he's got a career .519 slugging percentage. He's got a good power profile. He has more walks than strikeouts.
Yeah.
He has 109 walks the last 2 years and 104 strikeouts. That is remarkable.
And what's even more remarkable, because I did a feature on him in spring training, he basically just decided to swing at less balls. Like he just made a conscious decision to just swing at strikes. And you don't think Javi Baez has tried to make that Javi?
I don't think he has, Jess.
No, I think he's tried.
I don't think so.
Well, maybe not him. But most guys try, and it's just hard to do because
hard to do.
These pitchers are amazing, with the way they can move a baseball. But he could identify a ball and identify a strike, and he stopped swinging at things that were balls.
Is there any weakness that the Cubs have in terms, like sort of relative to everybody else in the division? And this division might be a lot closer than I thought. I mean, I figured the Cubs would win this by 5 or 6 games. Maybe they won't.
Well, 5 or 6 is still close. That's coming down to the last week.
I don't know. I feel like if you've got a 5 or a 6 game lead when you get into September, it usually feels like you feel pretty damn good about that. You know what I mean?
The number I actually use is 7.
7?
If you're 7 or more, it feels comfortable. I think 6. Right, exactly.
You got a week.
If it's 6 or less, that's one good week, one bad week,
maybe
and that
right.
happens.
I figured it'd be somewhere between 5 and 8 games that the Cubs would win this division, which feels a little comfortable to me. Maybe it's closer than that. We'll see.
Yeah.
Is there any?
Because I can buy into 5.
Yeah.
I just don't know if I can buy into
8,
10
yeah,
or 8,
10. Is there any disadvantage that they potentially have when you look at what's going on in this division now with Mizorowski coming up, with Chase Burns coming up in Cincinnati? They don't really have it as much they have it in their bullpen, obviously, in St. Louis, but they don't have it as much, I don't think, in their starting rotation. But with now these young guys that are throwing 101, I mean, look, it's 1 out of every 5 days. The impact is lessened when we're talking about a starting pitcher, but the Cubs don't have that guy. If
you use ERA, which is still a good measurement, especially halfway through a season, the Cubs have the 5th best rotation via ERA. Now, they lost Steele, they lost Shota. I'm talking about including Pittsburgh has a better ERA, probably because of Skeens in part. But the Cubs' ERA is 4.3 from their rotation. Okay, it's 4.30. Ranks 23rd in baseball.
In baseball, yeah.
Now,
bottom third of the league.
I mentioned to Kap yesterday, like you can survive that a little bit more in 2025 because of bullpens and things like that. And their offense actually has been like their stopper, so to speak. But they need to improve there. I think we'd all agree they need to improve. The Reds have the best rotation in the division, then probably the Brewers, then the Cardinals, then the Pirates, and honestly the Cubs. Now, again, Shota and Steele hurts. So the numbers should get better with Shota back.
Getting Shota back helps.
But there's no doubt that they're looking for starting pitching. That's pretty obvious.
Carter Hawkins, the GM of the Cubs, will join us in about 15 minutes. If you got a Cubs question while Jesse's here, 312-332-3776. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Courtney Cronin, the latest from Hallis Hall and wherever Bears roam in Chicago. Be an informed fan with ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Costa Ivoni.
$6 million. The Veroliak Law Group wins again for their clients. You heard the good kid right. The Veroliak Law Group recovered $6 million for a client who was injured due to medical error. If you're injured, make sure to call the Veroliak Law Group. Hey, it's the good kid. Let me tell you, playing pro football and being on the radio for years, I've had the chance to endorse many companies, but I've never endorsed one owned by close friends until now. The Veroliak Law Group has been helping people for over 60 years, including my friends and neighbors. When you need a lawyer, experience matters. The Veroliak Law Group has recovered over $9 billion for clients, serving over 40,000 cases in personal injury, auto accidents, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and more. Their proven results and commitment to clients make them the right choice. They've helped my neighbors and friends, and they'll help you too. Call 8444-VLG-LAW today. The Veroliak Law Group. Experience you can trust. With 3 locations to serve Chicagoland, Advantage Chevrolet gives you so much more. Visit and see the amazing inventory and savings at Advantage Chevrolet Bridgeview. And Advantage Chevrolet values your time. They'll have you in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. That's right. Drive off in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they will make your first car payment. Visit AdvantageChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
Must mention offer upon arrival before negotiation. Restrictions apply. Ask dealer for details.
White Sox fans, be part of the action at the ballpark with our unbeatable season-long deals. Every Tuesday home game, enjoy a specially priced $5 concessions menu, which includes Miller or Modelo draft beers, Vienna beef hot dog or Polish sausage, Beggar's pizza slice, nachos, Coca-Cola products, or Garrett popcorn. Plus, take advantage of a fan favorite this season and get 1 ticket and 2 beers starting at $19 with our Miller Lite Baseball and Brews promotion. It includes all fees. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/offers.
Hey, Joe Fortenbaugh here. Whether you're locking in your home run picks or riding with your favorite golfers this summer, ESPN Bet is your sports book for all the action. Go from checking stats on your favorite teams and players to placing bets in just a few taps. Plus, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with the promo code JOEQ to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Adam Schefter here for Vivid Seats, your ultimate destination for all your sports and concert needs this summer. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every home run and thrilling comeback in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
Guys, it's Silvy for Window Nation. Now you can get 50% off all window styles, plus no interest until 2030. Stop procrastinating on upgrading your home. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com to take advantage of Window Nation's best deal of the year.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko. Follow the show on Twitter at Carmen DeFalco and at Yurko64. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
All right, what are you looking for over at the park today? Talking to PCA?
Maybe.
It was cool the last week after the little gaff in St. Louis. Kind of cooled them off.
Yeah,
a little bit, it seemed like.
yeah. I mean,
not that 6 games is a big deal, but
what they faced 2 starting lefty starters in Houston, and then you get a Hader late in the game.
Yeah, he had to have it at bat against Hader. He let off that inning against Hader.
His numbers against lefties not great. He does have 5 home runs off lefties, but like 186 batting average.
Yeah,
208 on base. You know, he's still learning that part of the game.
He is still your second choice for MVP in the National League.
Really, betting-wise?
Yes, betting-wise. Behind Shohei's like minus 1,200.
Yeah, that seems like it's going to happen there.
It sure does.
And I guess tomorrow, I think, on ESPN, if I'm not mistaken, they announced the starters for the All-Star game.
PCA's.
Yeah, there's final voting going on right now. PCA starting. Tucker's the one that, you know, if Cub fans, you want to help out, he's the guy that's kind of on the bubble.
Make the push.
Yeah.
So who is it? Was Soto? Did Soto end up getting
I can't even remember now. You have to look it up. But PCA got 3 million votes in the first round, which was 700,000 more than the next outfielder, which I think was Soto. Maybe I'm wrong.
That's pretty incredible. Hold on, let me see here. Let me go to the National League.
Tucker and PCA are among the finalists.
Shortstop, third base. Outfield, Ronald Acuna Jr., Pete Armstrong, Kyle Tucker, Tasker Hernandez, Juan Soto, and Andy Pages, who has been awesome. He's like PCA out in L.A. He is a base-running, power-hitting, slugging, base-running, chase it down in the outfield, phenom.
You know, it's funny. I remember this happened with Addison Russell back in the day before the Cubs traded for him. I remember watching him for the A's, and I was like, "This is something special about him." Same thing with Pages in spring training a year ago.
Yeah,
he took one of the White Sox pitchers it's like the ball's still traveling. I'm like, this guy, there's something about this guy.
Dude.
And he came on like this. I think it was Teoscar Hernandez who had the second most votes in the first round of voting. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. PC had 3 million. He had 2,300,000. So Tucker's the one that's kind of on the bubble in terms of being a starter.
It is July 1st. New taxes kick in, everybody. You can wait a little bit longer before you have to pay the tax on your sports bets, though.
Okay, tell me about this.
They're going to bust that out for the football season. So let's see. Things that are going up today as of July 1st. Chicago minimum wage and tipped minimum wage increases. There's also tobacco and vape tax increases that go into effect today. A gas tax hike. Oh, we all love that. From today through June 30th of next year, the Illinois gas tax rates are increasing. Gasoline will now be taxed at 48 cents per gallon, up from 48.3. So
Danny might have to give a raise to half the producers here for the cost of vapes and
vapes,
Zins.
Yeah, right.
For 45% tax on vapes and Zins.
For 15 to 45%.
45%.
Between all the vices these guys have around these parts, the vapes, the Zins, and then the sports gambling. Now, that doesn't go into effect until September. So starting today, Illinois sportsbooks will pay 25 cents on the first 20 million online bets statewide annually, and then 50 cents on every bet after that. Now, I don't know when they would get to bet number 21 million. Does that, I don't really know what that looks like.
So what happens September 1st?
That is when FanDuel and DraftKings, and I would expect all to follow suit, FanDuel and DraftKings are expected to eat the cost for a small period of time, but FanDuel has already stated that it will be charging a 50-cent fee on every wager placed in Illinois starting September 1st. DraftKings followed shortly with their own announcement of the same 50-cent fee starting.
So now,
on September
in order
1st.
to bet and lose your money, you need
$2. If you make two bets, you're betting an extra $1. It's not betting.
Oh my God!
It's costing you an extra $1.
I think that's hilarious because most people lose, right? So
I think yes,
you're going to lose
even more.
You're going to lose the juice, and you're going to lose this tax.
Now you're going to lose the juice and the
How can they tax you for just making a bet? That seems
because they've got to cover their cost, I suppose.
Really?
It's going to get passed down to the kids. That's the way it works.
How are they covering their costs now? I don't know. I don't understand it.
And there's also, did you know that there's also an Airbnb and Vrbo
tax?
Hotel occupation tax? Yeah.
Occupancy tax?
Yeah, an occupancy tax, yeah. Short-term rentals offered through sites like Airbnb and Vrbo will be subject to the state's hotel operators' occupation tax of 6.5% of 94% of gross receipts. Short-term rental business owners are responsible for paying it, but may pass that tax cost along to their guests. Hey, the Bears got to pay for that stadium somehow. They got to pay for it somehow, my friend. So July 1st is also the famous day of I don't know, are people sick of it? The Bobby Bonilla thing? He gets another check today. Bobby Bonilla hasn't played in 20 years.
For over $1 million.
He gets a check for over $1 million from the Mets.
That's a deferral that keeps paying.
Happy Bobby Bonilla Day.
It goes till 2035. At this point,
what does the Bobby Bonilla Day thing?
At this point,
10 more years?
Wouldn't Steve Cohen just be like, "Here you go, just take 15
I don't know
million.
if he can.
Take 15 million, and so we can stop doing this."
Is there something in the way that contract was structured where he can't even do that?
Not sure. Don't know. Maybe he likes it this way.
Maybe he does. I wouldn't mind.
Would you take,
imagine?
If you won the lotto, would you take the annual thing or the lump sum?
No, I think you take the lump sum, right?
You take the lump sum so you can invest it.
Right. Exactly. You pay the tax, right, on your lump sum, and then you invest it. I think you got to take the lump sum.
Most people, I think, say that.
I would think so. I would like the opportunity, Jess,
to make that decision.
I would love the opportunity. We're going to push back the list for today because Jesse was kind enough to book us Carter Hawkins, but the only time he could join us was 1. So we acquiesced, and we'll do a list at 2 o'clock for everybody. The lists have been very popular. They're a lot of fun. Have you done one yet?
Yeah, I was with you a couple weeks ago,
okay.
yeah.
Yeah, that's right. You were in a couple weeks ago. So we'll do a list. We have no idea what it is. You can't really prepare for it. We are also doing an early Immaculate Carmen. We got to knock that out today because I'm in the afternoon with Silvy tomorrow, and then we're gone the rest of the week for the holiday. So we're going to knock that out in a little bit, And you'll have a chance to win. We got those Adam Sandler tickets where we're going to give away 3 pairs, too. So that's kind of nice. The You're My Best Friend Tour, Monday, October 20th at the United Center. When is the new Happy Gilmore hitting?
Late July.
Late July?
Late this
27th,
month.
I think?
Yeah, something like that.
Late July 27th?
Something like that.
Was that a Netflix thing that he's got?
Yeah, it's a Netflix movie.
So I'll have to...
Yeah.
All right. My fear is it's not going to...
You'll be fine. I don't think you're going to miss anything.
I know, I might not.
Oh,
which
really?
breaks my heart.
Because
I love it.
I'm gonna watch the first one again this month, and then...
Have you seen the trailer? It looks terrible.
Yeah, it doesn't look good.
So my daughter was so excited for 28 years later, I think.
Oh, really?
Right?
So Eddie and I were talking about that yesterday.
She said it was disappointing.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Is it scary?
She made me watch I didn't see it. She made me watch 28 Days Later.
Is that one scary?
Yeah, a little bit. Not terrible.
Zombies, right?
Terrible. Well, sort of.
What do you mean, sort of? Yeah.
Right. They're not infected with they're not zombies, but they're kind of zombies. I don't know how to explain it.
They're not.
They're infected with anger. The movie's 20 years old.
With anger.
Yeah. So it's not like COVID or whatever. It's like they're infected with anger.
Not infected with COVID.
That's 28 days later.
So there's originally 28 days, then 28 weeks,
and now just recently 28 years. And Danny Boyle.
Yeah, I love Danny Boyle.
Did the first and this one, and my daughter said it was disappointing.
Really?
Yeah, and she was very excited for it.
Oh boy!
So I didn't see it. She went to the theater and saw it.
I've never seen him. I don't do as well with scary movies, so I love
Really?
Danny Boyle. Yeah, zombie movies I don't mind, but I
Get Out. What about Get Out?
Get Out I won't watch.
Oh,
Nope.
that is freaky.
Can't do it. Can't do it.
Really?
That scares the hell out of me.
So
zombies one thing, but
what about horror compared to scary?
Save that thought because I want to break on time for Carter Hawkins. I will try to answer that question and tell you what I can and can't stomach. Carter Hawkins, the GM of the Cubs, will join us coming up next.
Carmen, Yurko. Don't worry, they'll be right back before you know it. Right here on Chicago's home for sports and the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Everyone loves a fresh haircut for summer, but with the weather warming up and the kids out of school, this season is the time for making memories, not appointments. That's why I go to Great Clips. I can use convenient online check-in to get in for a cooler, shorter haircut whenever I have time. They even send me a ready next text when it's time to come into the salon. The skilled salon stylists at Great Clips save my haircut details in clip notes so I can get the same cut next time, no matter who I see. And the best part, Great Clips haircut prices are so affordable, I can look and feel great while still having money left over for all of those fun summer adventures. So what are you waiting for? Stop wasting time and money on appointments at overpriced salons. Get in, get out, and get back to enjoying the season with cool summer haircuts at Great Clips. Download the app today. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
Hey golfers, it's Silvy. I've been talking about Chicago Southland's finest golf course for years, the Sanctuary in New Lenox. The Sanctuary offers 18 holes of great golf on a beautiful course. The track may be a challenge, but it's an easy drive from anywhere in Chicagoland. Sanctuary features a 20-bay heated top tracer range, a 30-station grass range, a putting green, and a short game area. Check out golfsanctuary.com for the best rates and book your tee time. You no longer need to find your golf sanctuary.
Sagamore Rye Whiskey. Handcrafted in Baltimore, Maryland, and reviving a style of rye that's older than America itself. It's made entirely in Maryland, from grain to glass, using a unique blend of high rye and low rye mash bills. The result? A smooth, subtly sweet, and delicious whiskey. Aged and bottled right in Baltimore, Sagamore Rye is perfect for sipping or mixing in your favorite cocktail. Check them out at sagamorespirit.com. Must be 21 or older. Please drink responsibly.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Yurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Yurko's off today, and Jesse is sitting in. It's Carmen and Yurko on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app. And we always love having Jesse in. He's a fount of knowledge. He's not afraid to piss people off, and he always comes with ideas and takes. But what I love is the bulldog mentality of a young reporter that existed, and that fire that burned deep within Jesse when he was young in this business still continues to burn to this day. He's done more work today than Yurko will do in 3 weeks. And he booked not one, but 2 guests. We'll talk to Duncan Keith in about an hour and 15 minutes, the new Hall of Famer. It'll be fun to catch up with Dunks. And Jesse also pulled some strings and got Carter Hawkins.
Yeah, the GM of the Cubs joins us right now. He's always good to talk to. Well, before we get into anything with the Cubs, Carter, where were you in, what was it, the 8th inning in 2006? With Rajai Davis?
Tie, the home run was in the 8th. The Rajai Davis home run was in the 8th.
Of course, Carter was the assistant GM of the then Indians. Now they're the Guardians in town. So where were you watching when Rajai Davis hit the home run? And did you think you had the Cubs right where you wanted them?
Yeah, that's a great question on the second part. The first part, I can tell you, I was the front row. You can see my legs, I think, in the video. So I was like in the scout seats, front row, right behind home plate. So, was sitting there for that. That was an unbelievably exciting time, and then everything kind of blacked out after that. So couldn't tell you. Couldn't tell you how it all ended up.
Well, Jason Kipnis was on this radio station yesterday. And he was asked if it comes up, and he said, just about every day. So, I mean, how much fun has Jed had over the years with you about that? And certainly when you play Cleveland.
Yeah, Jed can be cutthroat in a lot of places, but in terms of that, he is not. So he has been quite gracious and does not wear his World Series ring around. And, interestingly, this is how gracious Jed was. So when I took the job, they were going to get me a jersey. And I guess I'm like the 16th of this role that I'm in right now. And they decided not to put 16 on the jersey, lest they rub in, that year.
That's incredible. That is pretty, that's sort of like magnanimous in a way of them, I guess. Yeah. That's pretty good. Last thing about that game, I was fortunate enough to be in the building, and not even being a Cub fan, being a White Sox fan, it's still one of the greatest experiences of my life as a lifelong sports fan, and certainly one of the highlight games I was ever at in person. I don't know that I've been in too many buildings, and it's an open-air stadium, of course. I don't know if I've been in too many scenarios, buildings, Carter, where it was as loud as when that place erupted, and you could literally feel it when Davis hit that home run.
Yeah, no doubt. And then you had all the fans, over on the patio that was in between the Quicken Loans Arena and the Progressive Field at that time. So, the whole city was on fire, and there was, basically everybody that I've met in Chicago was there too. I think it was just a really cool moment for this region from a sports perspective, and an unbelievable game. Unfortunately, I was on the wrong side of it, but still a great experience.
Well, fast forward 9 years, and you're the GM of a first-place team. So many things to get to with you, Carter. But let's just start with big picture, a 500 month. I've kind of been accused of giving the Cubs an excuse of their own, because I think the schedule matters. And when you play 26 and 27 days, and there's no off days even in travel, 3 cities earlier in the month, just the last road trip, no off day. I think that's impactful as much as anything. Am I being too easy on your team? Are you digging deeper and saying, that 500 month is worrisome?
Definitely not worrisome. Look, obviously we want to win every game, and we'd rather be well above 500 than well below it. But I mean, look, you talk about those 16 teams. There was 2. Each of those teams, the Indians then and the Cubs, both had sub 500 months over the course of those 2 seasons. So it's just a long season, and to look at just any 30-game chunk of it and say it's something to be excited about or something to be worried about, I think is just too myopic of a view. So, even the 81-game look we have right now is probably not enough to come to any firm conclusions. But generally, obviously, we played really, really well. We're playing above expectations, and guys have put us in a really good place to make a fun run here. So from that perspective, we're really excited and just trying to take the old cliche one day at a time.
I think the most impressive thing you guys have done is kind of figured out this bullpen, and they can be fickle. They can be hard. It seems it could be really challenging to do sort of in season, but you guys have done that. And I guess I was just asked, how does that come together? Is it, stuff that you guys are doing? Is it the analytic department? Is it just on-field stuff with the manager, with the pitching coach? I mean, how is it that you guys have formulated one of the most dominant, assured, things right now with the bullpen when you look at the way you've pitched over the last month or so?
Yeah, a couple things. I mean, I think generally, I've not found many things in this game that don't involve, everyone that touches a player or touches a decision around the player. So, we're talking about the success of a particular pitcher. It's typically because all of those different functions that you talked about, whether that's our analysts, whether that's our coaches, whether that's our baseball operations staff, are all operating, with some synergy, to use some buzzwords, but like it's real. We have to find the player, then we have to have a plan for the player, then we have to implement that plan with the player. And if there's any breakdown in that chain, it just doesn't work. So, most of the time, the successes and the failures are due to all of us. So from that perspective, yes. And then two, I think one thing we realized, 4 years ago when I was coming in here was, just we need to be more transactional and be more willing to make some really hard decisions on moving away from a player and kind of churning through the different options, especially in a bullpen. Now, to be transactional, you have to have a lot of conviction in your forecast of your players. You have to have a lot of conviction on how good you think players are going to be, and you have to realize that you're going to be wrong sometimes. But it's kind of like counting cards in a casino. Mm-hmm. If you do it over and over again, you're going to be right more often than you aren't. And you're also going to take some losses, but you're going to take some wins on the long term. And I think that's kind of what we've done over the last couple of years, and we've seen some success from it, and we'll keep on trying to get better.
Visiting with Carter Hawkins, GM of the Cubs. A couple of, let's call them like internet debates, callers that call into the radio station, and they're involved in the lineup. So that I know it's more for Craig Counsell, but you guys are all involved in these kinds of things. People, Carter, are upset when there's a lefty on the mound that Dansby's batting fourth, even though Pete Crow Armstrong's numbers against lefties aren't great. What is the calculus there? Is it really about the first inning getting Dansby up against what he's traditionally better at, hitting lefties? Not so much this year, though. So that's like a big internet debate. People get all upset when Swanson bats fourth.
Yeah, I mean, when things don't go well, typically people get upset, and that's just kind of part of the deal. And our focus can't be on what's happened. Our focus has to be on what's going to happen, and continuing to try to predict most effectively what's going to happen. We think Dansby's a really good player. We think his body of work against left-handed pitching, makes him have more likely to be a successful hitter moving forward against lefties, and so we put him in that place. The batting order, it's we're solving for trying to score the most runs in that game, but there's a lot of other things too, right? Like we try to alternate righties and lefties, so you can't just have this pocket of lefties that a left-handed reliever can come in, or same thing with right-handers, where you have this pocket where a right-handed reliever can come in and mow down three guys in a row. So there's a little bit of everything that goes into it, but overall, we just trust in the player that Dansby is, and think that he'll be the version of his general version of himself overall moving forward. The
one thing I would push back on is, and Jed has said this over and over again. Let's not get too caught up in the lineup. Put your better hitters at the top, and that makes a lot of sense because of the extra at bat. And so here's my thought on PCA batting at least fourth. Is that most bullpens are right-handed. Most closers, minus Josh Hader, are right-handed. And do you not – I mean, look, it's a 51-49 decision maybe. Do you not want to leave PCA on deck? And I think that's happened a couple times in the ninth inning against a right-handed closer.
Yeah, I mean, I think that certainly, like I said, there's things that happen in the past, right? And, sometimes it's a good decision, sometimes it's a bad decision. It's trying to make sure that more often than not going forward in the future, it's going to be a good decision. So, yes, there's going to be times where he's on deck, but there's also going to be times where he's up to bat early in the game with runners on and have the opportunity to knock them all in. So it's trying to weigh all those different things, but, kind of what Jed said, the order thing, overall over 162 games, it's on the magnitude of runs, not significant amount of wins.
Carter Hawkins is our guest on the Yuengling guest hotline here on ESPN 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app. Do you anticipate any payroll limitations maybe that might impact a player you'd like to add or players you would like to add at the trade deadline in about a month?
And I think generally, we've had the resources we've needed to win, and, I don't expect that to change over the course of the next couple months either. And, those are constant conversations with ownership in terms of the opportunity cost of any particular player, but we feel really good about the resources we have to win, and expect to feel good about that. as we get closer to the deadline.
Can you update us on any conversations you guys have had with Kyle Tucker potentially signing long term?
I cannot.
Damn.
Almost got me. You almost got me.
Kind of like an obligatory question at this point, right? So speaking of the deadline, I mean, it's July 1st, so plenty of time to go. I'm sure you're having as many draft meetings as trade meetings, but draft is not sexy, even though, draft talk isn't sexy, even though Cam Smith was a huge pick and turned into Kyle Tucker. So setting the draft meetings aside, just like on July 1st, like you're not going to give us too many specifics, but were you on the phone with other executives today about trades? Like, is it a daily thing on July 1st, or is it become more daily later in the month?
Yeah, I mean, I think it definitely increases in intensity the closer you get to, to the end of the month. That's for sure. This time of year, you're looking at the broad landscape of players. Most teams don't even have a great feeling about the direction they're going to try to go. So it's a lot of just, laying the groundwork, foundational type conversation. So yeah, like I was on the phone with a couple guys over the course of today, but, nothing specific as much as just, hey, what do you think you're going to do? What are the things we should be thinking about with you guys and vice versa? And you just want to be prepared for, when things do speed up, but it rarely speeds up this time of year, that's for sure.
You've got 6 teams in each league that are within like 3 games of the wild card, with the added wild card. And, that doesn't obviously include the division leaders right now, like you guys. And then when you've added this wild card, I mean, it seems like it would make it, I don't know, maybe a little bit more nebulous this time of year when teams kind of feel like they could still potentially be in it. I mean, is that must change the calculus for you guys a little bit, or like change it for the league over the years here since they've added the playoff teams, right?
Yeah, I think definitely. I think there's definitely less clear delineations between sellers and buyers. From Jed and my perspective, it's kind of fun. It really forces you to think creatively and try to make deals that potentially wouldn't fall clearly as a buy deal or clearly as a sell deal. You think about like the Morel trade last year. That was a creative deal where we're getting a player that in Paredes that was going to help us, over a course of a couple of different years, but probably was more of a buy type deal overall, even though we were kind of in more of a sell mode. And so it's a little bit more creativity that's allowed given that circumstance, and makes it fun for all of us.
When in the development of PCA did you guys realize he had this power profile, this power potential, and all this slug?
I mean, I think we always knew he could hit the ball really hard, and he definitely hit for power in the minor leagues. So it's not all that surprising that he's hitting home runs. Now, the rate that he's hitting home runs is definitely kind of a 95th percentile outcome for us in terms of what we could have expected. I think he might be the only one that would have expected that he would play like this. And, I think typically when you talk about great players like him, that they're the ones that kind of lead the way in terms of belief on the particular player. But, man, I couldn't pinpoint one particular moment. I mean, I remember that home run against the Astros last year. It kind of came out of nowhere when he was in a really big slump, and that was the catalyst, it feels like, to him really starting to put things together. And, I think I wouldn't say it's something that creeped on us, but, I mean, heck, around May of this year, we just, that Brewer series, maybe it was kind of like, oh, man, like this has gone from something good to something special.
Amazing. Visiting with Carter Hawkins, GM of the Cubs. Couple trade-related questions. And really, I know in a lot of ways it has to happen internally. Like if you make a trade, it's for one pitcher or for one hitter, but the guys on your team have to perform. But there's 2 areas. Like starters ERA is 4.30. That ranks 23rd, Carter. And the other thing is you guys are 11-13 when a left-handed starter, opposes you, which I think is probably a surprise in some ways. I think you thought you'd be better against left-handed pitching. Are those 2 areas where you think you can improve via the trade deadline? Improving that starting rotation, improving your luck against left-handed pitching?
Yeah, I mean, look, like you kind of hit it early, but, we're just looking to make the team better, right? So that can be in any particular way, depending on the cost of making the team better. And it could be offense, it could be defense, it could be base running, et cetera. I think, when you talk about places that are more obvious where we can improve, definitely, we got to figure out, like you said, the starting rotation to where, we're not, towards the back end of the league, that, we're able to improve there. So, I would think that would be a spot that, it's likely that we could find upgrades in. We will obviously be very robust in the search for that. In terms of the left-handed hitting, I mean, I think we're 5th in the league against left-handed pitching overall.
6th in OPS, yeah. Yep.
Yeah, so, I mean, that's a strength of ours, honestly. And, look, we faced some really good left-handed starting pitchers, your Skubals, your Valdez's. So I think from that perspective, the 11 and 13 or whatever that stat was you said, I think that's a little bit misleading. Feel really good about our lineup. If we can improve, of course we will, but that's not an area that we're staring at and going, oh, man, that's a big weakness for us.
Oh, that's interesting because I wasn't sure if the 6th in OPS was misleading or the 11 and 13. You know what I mean? Like, do you achieve the 6th ranking because of lefty relievers that were C relievers on other teams? But no, I'm buying what you're selling. The one guy that I think everyone thought would hit a little bit more was Justin Turner, and he hasn't as much. I didn't realize, Carter, he was pretty much an everyday player through last year. For some reason, I just had in my head that he was kind of a part-time player last year, and he put up a 350 or 360 on base. Has adjusting to being a part-time player, even as smart as he is, has that impacted him, or is it just obviously a 40-year-old guy, or where do you see with Justin Turner? Because I know he could be key against left-handed pitching.
Yeah, I mean, look, he has an unbelievably professional approach, an unbelievable professional at bat. He's situationally very, very good. I don't think he's necessarily hitting the ball as hard this year as he has in the past, and that's something that he's working on and trying to get his contact point out in front a little bit more effectively. And he is working diligently on those things. I don't think that the fact that he's not playing every day has affected him significantly, other than probably don't get the reps to work through adjustments like you would otherwise. But no, he's a guy that's been a big part of this team, and we'll continue to try to help him get better so that he can help impact us down the stretch here.
One more question about the trade deadline. It's kind of fascinating now that you can't make moves in August or September. So I'm curious, are there two different calculations you make in terms of deals that help you get to October, but also deals that help you in October, if that makes sense? And I'm thinking about both. There are. Okay, because you think about 16 with Hector Rondon, was good as he was. They traded for Aroldis Chapman. Like, as good as Palencia is, I mean, is it a luxury if I said, boy, it'd be nice to trade for another reliever that could get you saves in October? But Palencia would probably get you to October, So is it two different calculations?
Yeah, it's a really fun conversation, and we could nerd out on this for a long time, I'm sure. But yeah, I mean, so you talk about like the marginal value of a win. You might have heard me say that at some point, and that's just how valuable any additional win is during your season towards whatever goal you're looking for. And relievers, for instance, aren't super impactful over the course of 162 games relative to a starting pitcher, relative to a position player. But because of the way you could use a roster in the playoffs, because of the off days, because of just the fact that you can just blow guys out during the playoffs, relievers become more valuable because the leverage of their innings increases. And so that's a particular player that is valued differently depending on what you are solving for. So going back to the 16 series, right, Chapman was a very, very valuable piece because of the leverage of innings that he was able to throw, as we saw in the World Series, not necessarily Game 7, but the ones before that. Yeah. So, it's really, there's always that conversation of what are you really solving for? And counterintuitively, the best way to put yourself in position to win a World Series isn't necessarily punching a ticket to the playoffs year over year over year. It's building elite teams. So when you're talking about trying to win a World Series, it's not about just getting your foot in the door. It's about trying to build that, the best optimal roster for the playoffs that you possibly can. And, I think different teams have different goals as it relates to that at different points in their win curves. And, certainly a conversation that we have. And, I think that was a long answer to your short question. The short answer is, yep, absolutely. It's a conversation that happens here.
There's a lot of nuance in those conversations for sure, and in those decisions that you make.
And I mentioned on the air yesterday, Carter, I mean, I don't think people realize this. Hector Rondon had 18 saves and a 1.95 ERA when Theo and Jed traded for Aroldis Chapman. So that was like a all-in moment, wasn't it? Like, I'm sure the league kind of thought it that way as well.
Yeah, I mean, and similarly on the other side with Cleveland, right? We traded for Andrew Miller and utilized him in some really high-leverage situations. I think he ran out of gas a little bit towards the end there in the World Series, but Yeah, I mean, that impact of a reliever in the playoffs is disproportionate to the impact in the regular season, and that's the reason why.
Yeah, for sure. Carter, we appreciate the time. Thanks for joining us today. Good luck in the second half.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
There's Carter Hawkins, the GM of the Cubs, on the Yuengling guest hotline.
I think that was kind of the most interesting part there at the end.
Yeah,
the two conversations, getting to the playoffs and winning in the playoffs.
It's also oppo of what like Theo used to say about getting there. He kind of said the opposite. He said it's not necessarily all the time about just getting your foot in the door. It's like building the perfect roster. If such a thing exists, that's hard. So like building and optimizing the perfect roster is what you're really going
And that's
for.
kind of what the point I've been making the last few appearances I've been on is that Palencia is great.
Yeah, he's been
He's
really
just
good.
never done it in October.
I know.
And I'd have no problem rolling the dice with him. But if you really want to be a special bullpen, you'd pair him with someone probably from the left side.
Right.
Maybe even Aroldis Chapman
even
again,
Chapman.
which is amazing.
Yeah.
And then, but that's about in October. Getting there, they have other needs.
Right.
Starting staff. I mean, he pretty much said, forget about hitting left-handers. We will be okay.
They'll be fine.
We need to be better on the mound.
I think he knows it. It sounds like that's going to be the
And
key acquisition.
And the good thing is in the division, no one else is going for starting pitching. So they don't have competition with the Reds or Cardinals or Brewers for starting pitching. They don't.
Okay.
I'd be surprised if
Any of those
teams
I don't
added.
think the Reds really would.
No,
Yeah.
definitely not.
Yeah.
I'd be surprised if any of those teams added a significant
you're
starting
probably right
pitcher.
about that.
Maybe depth, but that's it.
All right, coming up, we'll play Immaculate Carmen. We'll have some fun with that. We got the lunch rush around the corner. 312-332-3776. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
Hey, this is Adam Abdalla from the Bleck Abdalla Show. We're here weeknights 6:30 to 8, or you can catch up with our podcast, available on the ESPN Chicago app. We are proudly supported by Yuengling, the oldest brewery in America. Yuengling is legendary, and now they are here in Chicago.
$6 million. The Veroliak Law Group wins again for their clients. You heard the good kid right. The Veroliak Law Group recovered $6 million for a client who was injured due to medical error. If you're injured, make sure to call the Veroliak Law Group. Hey, it's the good kid. Let me tell you, playing pro football and being on the radio for years, I've had the chance to endorse many companies, but I've never endorsed one owned by close friends until now. The Veroliak Law Group has been helping people for over 60 years, including my friends and neighbors. When you need a lawyer, experience matters. The Veroliak Law Group has recovered over $9 billion for clients, serving over 40,000 cases in personal injury, auto accidents, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and more. Their proven results and commitment to clients make them the right choice. They've helped my neighbors and friends, and they'll help you too. Call 8444-VLG-LAW today. The Veroliak Law Group. Experience you can trust.
Baseball, fireworks, and the 4th of July. Nothing beats a summer night at the ballpark, and nobody does it better than the Schaumburg Boomers. Catch post-game fireworks super shows on July 3rd and 4th. And don't miss the epic drone and fireworks spectacular on July 5th. Get your tickets now at boomersbaseball.com. Feel the boom with Schaumburg Boomers Baseball.
Save big money when you shop at Menards. Highlight your home's beauty with outdoor wall lights from Patriot Lighting. Shop a variety of style and color options in-store and on Menards.com. Now through July 6th, get $10 instant savings with a purchase of $75 or more on all stock outdoor wall lights. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for more great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
Texting enrolls you into reoccurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone. I went through it a while back. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again at work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text. Text HOT to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful Fed incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text HOT to 42424. That's HOT to 42424. Products and statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or illness.
You've got stuff you've collected, and you want to know what it's worth. ESPN Chicago suggests you tune in Saturday mornings at 7. It's Sports Collecting with Tom Morgan, brought to you by Huggins & Scott Auctions, ERC Delivery, and REA.
Working from home or back in the office? Don't miss a minute of Carmen and Yurko. Just ask your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
All right, Jess. You ever play Immaculate Carm?
No.
You ever play Immaculate Grid?
I have. I mean, not recently, but like everyone when it first came out,
kids
I did it a lot.
The kids still do it a lot. They like the baseball one. They play that one a lot. Ooh, today's got a Cub and a Yankee.
Remember do they still
have?
have
like a Cub row or White Sox row.
Oh, they do? Yeah.
Yeah, because then we can do really well on it.
Do they still have the hit pool thingy? You know how you could win the hit streak thing?
I don't know.
You know what I'm talking about, though?
No clue.
You know, there was like you could win $1 million if you could beat Joe DiMaggio's hitting streak.
Ooh,
online. Like you pick a hitter every night, and if he gets a hit, you go to. But then you can't repeat the hitter. I think
is that right?
It was huge, wasn't it, Adam? Yeah. This? Whatever happened to that?
I thought it was ESPN that did it.
Was it?
I don't remember.
Whatever
Wasn't it called Beat the Streak?
Yeah, maybe it was Beat the Streak. Whatever happened to that?
And if you could do it, you would win $1 million?
Something like that.
Legal gambling.
Oh, is that what that is? Okay.
You didn't need to give away $100,000 with weird games like that when you could just bet on sports.
Wow. What was the gaming thing, not sports, that everybody was doing for a while? My kids were so into it, where at the same time every night.
Oh, it was.
What was that?
It was. I remember it. It was the
quiz
trivia
thing.
It was the
quiz.
It was the trivia game, but I can't remember what it was called.
What was called? That guy got famous off of it. The guy that would read the questions.
Well, I don't know if he got famous
or whatever.
No, the host got famous.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah, but I don't even know if he really.
But the company went under.
Yeah, it was called.
God, that was huge.
We played it every night when my kids were little. Yeah,
mine too.
It was HQ Trivia.
HQ Trivia.
Yes, HQ.
Thank you, Roderick James.
So beat the streak. HQ Trivia. Anyway.
So what we do here is I'm going to give you some clues. You got to figure it out. All right, you got to piece it all together. You got to figure out who I'm talking about.
Okay.
We always do something somewhat timely. I mean, not somewhat. I mean, it's timely. You got to think about kind of what's happening this week. I'll even give you a hint. What's happening this week in town? And that clue could help you get to
Mario Andretti.
No, it's not. That's actually a really good guess. It's not related to the NASCAR street race. Immaculate Carm is brought to you by the Village of Elmwood Park, and today's winner gets an Angelo Caputo's gift card. $50 Angelo Caputo's gift card. When you think you know, be the first correct caller at 312-332-3776. So here you go. Clue number 1. Ready, Jess? 938, second most all time. 938, second most all time.
Okay, Bleck and Abdalla.
Now, if you have a guess, write it down.
Bleck and Abdalla are in with me on this.
Abdalla knows. Bleck does not.
Bleck, play along with me, will you?
Okay, write it down.
What was that first clue?
938, second most all time.
938, second most all time.
Here is your second clue. Are you ready? Here's your second clue. Member of the 3000 Club. Member of the 3000 Club.
Member of the 3000 Club.
This one's a little trickier, I will say.
What's already throwing me off is
Twitch
you mentioned...
Twitch got it. See? The Twitchers are good.
You mentioned something about it being in town.
I mentioned that there's something happening this week in town that this person is somehow related to. That's all. 938, second most all time. Member of the 3000 Club. Twitch already has it.
Bleck, what are you thinking?
I have no idea right now.
Here is your third clue.
Okay.
Numbers 24 and 20. Numbers 24 and 20. Oh, and I think we have a winner on the phones, too.
Bleck, help me out.
Well, it has to do with something that takes place this weekend.
Yep.
That's what right. But
4th of July weekend, baseball.
Albert Pujols.
It's not a bad guess.
Yadier Molina.
It's wrong.
All right, so it's a Cardinal. It's a Cardinals player.
I wasn't, when you said this weekend, I was thinking Cleveland, not St. Louis.
Chris just gave it to you now. Now you should get it. 938, second most all time. Member of the 3,000 club. I even gave you his jersey number for crying out loud. Your fourth and final clue is Cardinals. Cardinals. We have our winner, though. Jesse, I'm so ashamed of you.
Well, I was on the right track.
No, it's a right track, right schmack. I mean, what are you talking about? You still don't know it? Kyle is in Glendale Heights. Kyle, who are we talking about?
The guy that should have been a Cubs legend but became a Cardinals legend instead, Lou Brock.
Very good, Lou Brock. Nicely done. Kyle, sit tight.
Albert Pujols was a pretty good guess.
Well, it's a wrong
Although
guess.
I don't know Pujols'
Do you think he
number.
had,
I don't know Pujols' number.
5 was Pujols, right?
There you go.
Number 5 was Pujols. The 938 are the steals. That's the second most all time. Ricky Henderson broke his record. Lou Brock was a member of the 3,000 hit club. He wore 24 with the Cubs. He wore 20 with the Cardinals. They retired his number. And he played for the Cardinals. Kyle will get a $50 gift card to Angelo Caputo's Fresh Market. We love those guys. Thanks to the Village of Elmwood Park. We got the Lunch Rush coming up next.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Saturdays on ESPN Chicago. Join me, Peggy Kaczynski.
And me, Dionne Miller, for the cleverly named Peggy and Dionne.
Of course, we are always talking about the saga of Chicago sports.
And occasionally, we may dive into other areas of interest. So join us Saturday morning at 11.
Peggy and Dionne on ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Advantage Acura of Naperville.
At Wintrust, our approach is to let Southside fans show off their Southside pride anytime, anywhere. With the White Sox debit card from Wintrust Community Banks, you're not just swiping, you're making a statement. It's like a megaphone for your wallet, broadcasting your Sox pride with every transaction. Open an eligible checking account. Visit wintrust.com/Sox today. Wintrust, different approach, better results. Member FDIC.
News just in. Bet365 is now live in Illinois.
That's right. Join Bet365 today and get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose.
That's amazing.
That's for sure. With Bet365, you can bet on the spread, totals, and money line.
Well, there you have it, Illinois. Download the Bet365 app and get your $150 in bonus bets today.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. TVs apply in app only.
Hi, it's Peggy Kaczynski. You've heard me talk about how the village of Bolingbrook continues to rank as one of the most livable communities in Illinois. Here's Mayor Mary Alexander Basta to tell you herself.
Thanks, Peggy. With excellent schools, beautiful parks, and a wide range of shopping and dining options, I invite you to come and experience the warmth and friendliness of Bolingbrook for yourself.
If you're looking to elevate your future and the future of your family, visit bebolingbrook.com to learn more.
Join us and be Bolingbrook.
You've seen it asked 1,000 times on the big screen.
You got a light?
But it's the sound that's unmistakable. The iconic sound of a Zippo lighter. But that's only the beginning of the Zippo story. Zippo is famous for everything from vintage lighters to sunglasses. Visit Uptown Cigar Store and Lounge on Wells Street at North Avenue. The best selection of Zippos, premium cigars, and accessories.
What do you need to know about Zippo?
Nothing. The sound says it all.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-494-6139. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-494-6139.
Introducing the new Dell AI PC,
powered by the Intel Core Ultra processor. It helps do your busy work for you, so you can fast forward through editing images, designing presentations, generating code, debugging code, summarizing meeting notes, finding files, managing your schedule, responding to Jim's long emails, leaving all the time in the world for the things you actually want to do. No offense, Jim. Get a new Dell AI PC starting at $699.99 at Dell.com/AI-PC. How those ahead stay ahead.
This fall, the Sandman, Adam Sandler, You're My Best Friend Tour.
I feel like we're very good friends now.
United Center, October 20th. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster.com.
Zoning out on that Zoom meeting? Zoom. Find out what Carmen and Yurko were talking about. Tell your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
July 1st. Oh, my gosh. It's going too fast, Jess. Too fast. We'll do a list at 2, counting down the days to the start of the NFL season. We didn't do it at 1 today because we were talking to Carter Hawkins. Carter was very good. If you missed it, check out the podcast page on the ESPN Chicago app. Go to our YouTube channel. Catch up there. YouTube.com/@Carmen and Yurko. Like and subscribe while you're there. Don't forget about the X Insurance Great Lakes Grand Prix. It's on the shores of Michigan City, Indiana at the end of the month, July 28th through August 3rd. For tickets, go to GreatLakesGrandPrix.com. Let's lunch rush it. I now turn it over to Adam Abdalla.
Hello. I tried to get Jesse mid-drink, but
hello.
He, if you want to isolate this, he swallowed too fast.
What are you drinking over there, by the way? What is
Well,
that,
you know,
orange drink?
I had one of these fun topics to bring up. This is pineapple mango. And so my topic was going to be, honestly, the three of you, real quick. When's the last time you tried something for the first time? I'm in Dunkin'.
God, I hate this.
I wanted an iced tea, but I'm like, you know what? I'm going to try something different. And I tried a refresher pineapple mango. It's
gotta
okay.
be loaded with sugar, dude.
I love it.
It's okay.
I love it, Jesse. I think we should all try something new today.
Yeah.
I love it.
I'll talk to the wife when I get
When
home.
was the last time
You tried something for the first time?
Hello.
Adam, keep it clean. It's a
I mean,
family
really,
show.
Adam. It's a family show.
Yurko, come on.
You should have heard what he
Yurko.
said last night on the show. I'm surprised he's here today.
What did he say? I missed it.
It was Safe Harbor.
No, 7:45.
That
Not
ain't
Safe Harbor.
Safe Harbor's when Danny's not here.
That ain't Safe Harbor.
That's not
Safe Harbor's when Danny's not
I
here.
missed it.
It's, how can I clean this up and make it quick?
I just said it.
Saturday night.
I literally just said it.
Saturday night at the bar, there was a gentleman with his girl, and he had his hand down the back.
Down the back.
Inside, down the back.
Whoa. Inside
in the pants.
The pants?
Yeah,
Middle.
in the
Not
back.
like
didn't down the middle.
Didn't pick a side either. Went right down the middle.
Center cut.
And this wasn't like at a table where they were like obscured.
This was at
a
the
little
bar.
bit?
Everyone could see. And Abdalla said something, and I was like, "What?"
It rhymed.
Wow, look at you. That's an interesting look, though.
That sounds like someone that tried something for the first time.
Yes.
Or was trying to.
I don't want to go down. I want to go down this road, but I don't because I think we'll get in trouble. We need to do it on like an Unhinged. We need to fire up an Unhinged. But I'm curious.
You want to try that?
To learn more about the story, what these guys were doing, what they were seeing. I was going to bring up some other acronyms, but I probably shouldn't.
But I think my question's a good one, Bleck.
Yeah, I agree.
At our ages, when's the last time you tried something for the first time?
I can't
honestly,
even.
Right, that's why I got the mango pineapple.
The last time I tried something.
Does that have caffeine in it?
Yeah, I think so. That's probably why I'm bouncing off the walls.
Okay.
I don't.
Yeah, see what I mean? Like
know.
it's hard to, like a vegetable, a fruit, anything, a food. Because we all get this, you always get the same stuff, right?
And we've had everything, and you get to be our age. You've tried just about everything.
Not necessarily.
For crying out loud.
Not necessarily.
What haven't we tried?
Especially when it comes to coffee, Starbucks, Dunkin', like there's so many options. I haven't tried everything.
I can't even. I have no idea. You've stumped me.
Yeah, it's a great question.
It's a good question, though.
So why not make this a thing? Like Adam said, try something for the first time.
Yeah, today should be the day.
Yeah.
Come on, Jesse.
Why are you such a hater, Abdalla?
I'm not.
I love it.
Are you in a bad mood because Jesse's here?
No, I love when Jesse's here.
I mean,
we get
you
to talk
should've seen-
to we get to
like,
talk to all the stars today.
If I mean, like the drama. If you want to, I don't want to call it drama, but like what in it's just the conversation between me and Adam and Jesse last night around 4:00, and Adam was getting so
I
frustrated.
may have overstepped my bounds.
You
You
may
thought
have
I was
overstepped
mad.
a
You
little
should have
bit,
seen Danny today.
It was so good. It's just so good. I'm telling
Anyway,
you, that's why I love
Duncan
Jesse.
Keith coming up at 2:15 today.
Duncan Keith at 2:15. Jesse comes in here and he's like a whirling dervish. It's great. He's like, we could do this, this, and this. I'll get us guests.
But
You're
that's
going
the
to
beauty
work
of-
this hard in a month.
That's the beauty of being in here once every 3 weeks or 2
It's
weeks.
fantastic.
I bring all this in. If I had to do this every day like you guys, I'd be
spent.
exhausted.
Yeah, like, now you know how
I'd be
Yurko
like,
feels.
I got nothing left on Tuesday.
There's a great Jesse story.
Can we not tell it?
No, we can't tell it.
Oh, my
No,
God.
we can't tell it.
Do I know it?
Why'd you bring it up then?
Do I know
Because,
it?
well, it's about this. Like, Jesse always has, like, the ideas, the, like, radio ideas. Like, hey, I'm working on a Sunday. It's Mother's Day. Let's get some players' moms on.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
I think that's a good idea.
It is a good idea.
I think that's a good
pulled
idea.
that.
It is.
But wait, what's the idea that you can't say on the air?
No, that. It was, like, it was stuff like that.
Oh,
it was
that-
stuff,
yeah,
yeah.
say that.
yeah. I didn't want to besmirch
right,
the
that-
good name of Jesse Rogers, but it's
That-
always
no,
stuff.
that's-
Like, as a producer, you're like, dude, it's Sunday. Like, can we just talk about the NBA or something? Like, what are we doing?
That is kind of my part of my DNA. I'm always coming up with something goofy like that.
It is. It's awesome.
Like, I'm just trying to get to noon on a Sunday, man. What are you making me work
Adam,
for?
I used to play the newlywed game with two players and their wives on the air.
Love that.
That is
great.
fun.
It was
That's
insane.
I love
But it took so much work for the
Yeah,
producer.
there's a lot of
'cause
coordination
you
that
have
goes
to get
into
the
it.
answers ahead of time
Yeah,
for each
yeah.
party.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
a lot of work, but if you pull it off, it's great radio.
Yeah, it was
Fabulous.
good.
I love it. All right, what do we got for the lunch rush?
All right, you guys mentioned a little bit, but this Saturday, NASCAR comes to Chicago. This weekend, there's two events. The one on Sunday is the official NASCAR event, the Grant Park 165, or as it's been in the last couple of years, the Grant Park 20. Because
Well,
of
the
its rain the last 2 years, there is currently a 41% chance of rain on Sunday afternoon.
Well, we need some rain. I don't want to rain on anybody's parade, pardon the pun, but my lawn needs some rain right now.
Yeah.
Need a little rain.
Well, this is the third year, and this is the final year of the agreement with the city of Chicago for NASCAR. There is some belief that they've been having negotiations with San Diego, and they might move this to San Diego because there's less likely to be rain. A NASCAR spokesperson has said that why not have two street races where there's been conversation, too, about moving.
The rainy one and the dry one in San Diego?
Well, moving this one to a later date in the season because the city is already, like, taxed as far as, police and stuff goes because it is the 4th of July.
Think about it, the 4th of July.
Yeah.
Are there no fireworks this on
They do them on the
3rd?
3rd. They always do them on the 3rd. Yeah.
There's no fireworks on the 3rd, though, I thought, this year. Or is it because Wednesday's the 2nd? They always do them on Wednesday, so they're not doing the 3rd?
I don't know.
No, I didn't know
think they're
that.
doing the 3rd this year.
I didn't know that.
Maybe I got bad info.
They're doing the 4th in Northbrook. I know that.
Well, the city...
Well, they've already scaled it back. They're doing, like, less... I don't know about the fireworks, but they're doing, like, less concerts for this NASCAR thing. They're doing, like, less stuff around the race. It's basically just like we're coming in and we're racing and we're getting out.
Yeah, I don't know. I think because every Wednesday during the summer they do the Navy Pier fireworks.
Right.
So I thought they were saying instead of doing back-to-back nights, they're just doing the regular Wednesday.
Sounds kind of lame if that's the case.
I don't know.
Sounds like something the city would do, though.
Why not skip
Carm's
Wednesday
right.
and do
So-
July 3rd or 4th?
So the 2nd, there will be fireworks at 9 p.m.
Which is always what they have on Wednesdays at Navy Pier.
And then there will be an extra patriotic show on Saturday, the 5th at 10 p.m. But there will be no fireworks on Friday, the 4th, or the 3rd.
Or the 3rd.
So the fireworks downtown will be Saturday night at 10 p.m. So you get extra at 10 p.m.
Boy, and maybe they're doing it late because it's after the race. Adam was just saying the race is Saturday. You said, Adam?
There's two races.
There's
There's a race Saturday and Sunday.
Oh, Saturday
there's
and
the
Sunday.
Cup Series, and then there's
Okay. Well, it's a lot of extra police and everything else, though. You're right about that. I mean, it probably stresses the limits of some of the infrastructure.
But Wednesday better be extra special fireworks.
No. Wednesday is normal.
But Saturday.
Saturday,
Okay.
get this, guys, the extra 5 minutes.
Ooh.
So usually it's a 10-minute feature.
Talk about trying something new.
Saturday, you get
an extra 5 minutes. That's brought to you by Blue Chew.
It's
15 minutes.
It's going to be a real party. on Saturday. All right, what else, Adam? I don't know. So I was like, we were talking NASCAR, but I mean,
yeah,
like,
that's. I just wanted to give you guys the news. This might be the end. Not that anybody cares. I forgot
listen,
it was this weekend
I
too.
think it's fine. And to the racing fans, the NASCAR fans, hey man, I'm not I'm not like poo-pooing it. Like I get it. There are diehards.
You watch a little bit.
The ratings are bad for this race. And they basically only do this to attract new fans. So there's no like benefit. This is a loss for NASCAR.
Yeah.
Coming to Chicago, they lose money. Every year. The last 2 years, they've lost money.
And the weather's been bad.
And the weather's been lousy, and I doubt there's any great economic impact that they like to always talk about for the city either. I just don't think it really exists. So, all right, what else, Adam?
Money being handed out left and right in the NBA.
Yeah.
It's less than 24 hours into free agency, but the Bulls have yet to re-sign Josh Giddey to an extension. Are you worried that they're going to let him test the market and get screwed with a qualifying offer, as they have in the past?
Well, is that getting screwed, though? I don't think they mind operating that way necessarily, Adam. I don't know that it's getting screwed. I mean, I guess you're essentially letting somebody else do the negotiating. I don't think they get screwed by doing it. Where is there any movement whatsoever? Have we heard any buzz about Giddey?
Is this a bad look for them?
Interest?
So it's actually, I think they're in a good position because the only team that was seriously going to go after Giddey, who had the space, it would be Brooklyn. And with Brooklyn's move yesterday of taking on Michael Porter Jr.'s contract,
right,
they really don't have the money anymore. So for once, it would appear as if the Bulls are sitting in a position of good leverage in negotiations because it doesn't seem like there's anyone out there that can really splash and go after him. So maybe, but again, I think I saw it out there. John Greenberg or someone pointed out that it's AK betting against himself. So perhaps he will outplay himself and
Can you imagine?
Overextend with the Giddey offer.
It's what the Rockies did with Chris Bryant. They were bidding against themselves.
Yeah, I mean, don't do that.
So I actually think the way this has played out so far, I'm surprised if it doesn't happen today at some point. But I don't think there's a lot of landing spots for Giddey.
Well, between the money and, like Chris said, like like who's got the available money, and I don't know. Look, I understand he played well, and he certainly played better. Excuse me, my goodness, I'm knocking stuff all over the place. What the hell? He certainly. What happened?
Your mic went limp.
He certainly. I don't know. He certainly played better, and I think. What's the word I'm looking for? I mean, he played better, right? Okay.
I agree.
How many teams are lining up for Josh Giddey? I don't know that there are a ton of them out there when you factor in the limited cap space that most teams have. And now you've got this first wave where certain guys were prioritized amongst teams. You saw those guys strike deals early, whether that was with their own team or a different team. You saw Houston. You've seen Milwaukee. You saw the Clippers make a flurry of moves. Josh Giddey was never going to be in any of those teams' plans. I mean, I think this probably is working out okay for them. They want to keep him. They're going to have to pay, probably overpay a little bit, but you know he was better last year.
Yeah, and look, it's going to get done. That's the bottom line.
I think so.
It's going to get done.
I think so. What else, Adam?
That's it.
All right, that's the lunch rush. You want to give away these Adam Sandler tickets next?
Yeah.
All right, we'll do that. Stick around. If you want to win some Adam Sandler tickets, he's got the You're My Best Friend tour coming to the United Center on October 20th. Tickets are available now at Ticketmaster.com, so you can buy them or you can win them. We have 3 pairs to give away, and we'll do that coming up next. Then we'll have a list at 2, and we'll talk to Duncan Keith, who is now, and certainly will be officially when the induction ceremony happens in November, a Hockey Hall of Famer. It's Carmen and Yurko. Jesse sitting in. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Dodgers.
Live coverage begins tonight at 8:30 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
Hey guys, it's Silvy for Window Nation. You've been trying to stay cool this summer, but your windows aren't keeping the AC in your home. It's a problem I had. Window Nation can help. With their energy-efficient replacement windows, your home will be comfy and cool for the rest of summer. And better yet, Window Nation is currently offering 50% off all window styles. And how about this? No interest until 2030. 0 interest for 5 whole years. Don't miss the best deal of the year, plus 1-day installation from Window Nation. Call 866-90-NATION or go to windownation.com.
You ever notice that some people are picky when it comes to their beer?
Yeah, and Yuengling gets it. That's why they brew a beer for everyone's taste.
You want something light and easy? They've got it. Rich and toasty? That too. Something classic? That's their bread and butter.
So whether you're on the golf course, watching the game, or grilling in the backyard, there's a Yuengling for the occasion.
Check out the lineup next time you're out. You might end up bringing home more than one.
Yuengling, the oldest brewery in America.
DG Yuengling & Son, Pottsville, PA.
Chicago, this is your chance to see the Premier League live. The Premier League Summer Series is coming to town and features 2 incredible matchups. Everton versus West Ham United, followed by Manchester United versus Bournemouth. It's the only international soccer event in Chicago this summer. Don't miss out. Wednesday night, July 30th, Soldier Field. 2 matches, 1 ticket. Grab yours now at Ticketmaster.com.
The Nissan No-Hitter is back on the White Sox Radio Network. Head to NissanNoHitter.com to enter, and if the Sox throw a no-hitter this season, you could drive away in a brand new 2025 Nissan Rogue. Presented by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Nissan dealers.
Save up to $4,000 on new air conditioners and comfort systems with 4 Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric. New AC units start at just $39 a month, and furnace AC combos from $57 a month. For all the right reasons, call 866-4Seasons.
Hey, Joe Fortenbaugh here. Whether you're locking in your home run picks or riding with your favorite golfers this summer, ESPN Bet is your sportsbook for all the action. Go from checking stats on your favorite teams and players to placing bets in just a few taps. Plus, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with the promo code JOEQ to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York. Every great team has its core players, but when the season gets tough, adding the right free agent can make all the difference. The same goes for business. At Robert Half, we found that 67% of companies surveyed plan to increase their use of contract talent to handle workload peaks and backlogged projects. With Robert Half's specialized recruiters' experience, combined with our award-winning AI, you can quickly find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
This summer, the Roar returns to Washington Park in Michigan City, Indiana. It's the X Insurance Great Lakes Grand Prix. It's July 28th through August 3rd. It's the ultimate offshore high-speed powerboat races on Lake Michigan. So don't miss it. Boat parade, block party, live music, and much more. Make the short drive and feel miles away. Plan your visit now at GreatLakesGrandPrix.com.
Working from home or back in the office? Don't miss a minute of Carmen and Yurko. Just ask your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
I wanted to do some Sandler trivia, but Adam makes a good point. We got 3 pairs to give away, so just fire out some random numbers maybe. What do you like, Jess? Go ahead. Just 3 random numbers. Don't make it too hard on Adam.
7, 9, 14.
All right, it's pretty good. It's not too bad. 7, 9, and 14. Callers 7, 9, and 14. You win a pair of tickets to see Adam Sandler and the You're My Best Friend tour Monday, October 20th at the UC. Tickets are available now at Ticketmaster.com. You found the info on that game you were talking about. It's on the MLB app?
Well, someone just tweeted at me that it's on the MLB app. No, I believe them, but MLB app. Someone said that he got to 50.
Get out.
The tweeter said he got to 50.
You have to pick a hitter every night that gets a hit.
But I don't think you can repeat the hitter, right, Bleck? You can't repeat the hitter.
That sounds right.
Yeah, and he got to
someone
50,
different every day.
And he said the guy lost because they ruled a Jacob Wilson hit was an error or something like that. So,
my God.
I mean, getting to 50 is
And so if
impressive.
you break, Joe, if you get to 57, you win.
He said $5.6 million.
What?
Yeah. That's how hard it is.
Holy cow.
That's how hard it is.
I was saying to Eddie yesterday, that's one of those records. I never thought Ovi would break Gretzky's goal record.
Right.
So it does go to show you.
But that one's more
craziness
of a
can happen.
longevity record.
It is. I don't think anybody can ever get to 57.
I think
games.
longevity records are more likely to be broken than than this one,
Like
than
that
DiMaggio.
56 game hitting streak seems impossible.
We say impossible. I mean,
so hard to
in
hit.
part because of hitting. Right.
It's
The
so hard
pitchers
to
and
hit.
hitters in this day and
Pitchers are
age.
so good.
Like, let's say it was a complete opposite. It was easier to hit these days and harder to pitch. You could see it happening.
Maybe.
But the fact is, it's gone the opposite way.
It's so tilted in the favor of the pitcher.
All right, so there's our topic for the rest of the show. Is that the record that won't be broken? We'll say in all of sports.
Yeah, listen,
but not a longevity record.
Well,
as
amazing as it
streaks
is,
and things.
as amazing it is that Ovi broke the goals record, Gretzky's points record is unbreakable.
Yeah, that is.
Because you talk about longevity, nobody is going to be able to accumulate that many points over that long of a career anymore.
You know what like, you and I have in common?
No.
Okay, I'm going to tell you. I don't think you knew this about me, because I do know this about you just listening to you all these years. We had the same favorite all-time athlete growing up.
Gretzky? How about that?
The great one.
He is the great one for a reason. That's because we liked him so much, Jess. He's
for
the
some
best.
reason, he didn't rub off on your hockey skills, though.
I wish he would have, I wish an eighth of it would have rubbed off on my hockey skills. It would have been nice. I would take
But he was
1/8.
Yeah, I mean, if you had
amazing.
Obviously you had to like hockey as a kid, but if you did like hockey, he had to be your guy.
Of course.
Even in Chicago.
Even here.
And I loved Amante and Roenick and everybody else.
And I love Savard. I mean,
but the great one is the great one.
But he was the best.
And the best nickname
My
of all
dad
time.
would take me to the stadium just when the Oilers would come to town. It was the biggest thrill ever. I mean, yes, he's
nickname,
number one.
Best nickname? It's got to be.
Yeah, it's up there. I mean, you're the great one for
the
crying
great
out loud,
one.
You know,
that's such a good nickname. Can you? When I come on during my appearances, can you start calling me that?
No.
The great one.
No.
Are you sure? Can't that be my thing?
I'm trying to think now. Now you've got my brain going. The best nicknames. I mean, the great one's up there.
I mean, 3 a.m. was good, but it's not the great one.
No, it's not the great one. There's. I mean, I don't know. Jolton Joe's kind of a cool nickname when you think about it. There's some weird baseball, like old-timey baseball ones that are just weird. They're not cool. They're just weird.
I mean,
like
Shoeless Joe
Shoeless
Jackson.
Joe's.
It's famous.
Weird. It's famous.
Yeah.
Iron Horse is pretty good, I guess. Old-timey.
But man, just the great one.
I'm trying to go through some of the good. It's like I feel like there's a lot of good basketball ones, like the Black Mamba. That's a great nickname.
Do we know how
Air Jordan's a pretty cool nickname?
A lot of nicknames happen because a journalist describe. Is that how it happened with Gretzky? Like who's
I
the
believe
first?
so. I believe he was playing,
and it's
he was as a 9-year-old. He was like playing with 14-year-olds, and he was dominating.
Right.
And they're like, "Well, this is ridiculous. Like this is the great one right here."
And did he get it that young though? Do you know?
Yeah, I believe so. I believe it. I believe a writer in Ontario wrote about him when he was like 9. And he was literally playing 5 years up, and he was dominating.
Even better.
Yeah.
He got named the great one at like 10?
Yes.
Oh, I love that. I did not know that.
Yeah. I'm trying to think.
I love that.
There's a lot of really good basketball ones. Like, obviously, like I said, like the Black Mamba, the Truth. There's a bunch of Air Jordan's a cool nickname. I don't know. I'd have to think about that. I'd have to give that some considerable time. Maybe that's on one of the lists. Who knows? Like our favorite or best nicknames in sports history. There's a lot of good ones, and I'm sure I'm missing a whole bunch. Just trying to do it off the top of my head. Right?
Sweetness.
Sweetness.
I'm watching Bears highlights. Or no, not Bears highlights, but I'm watching football highlights.
Yeah, Sweetness.
That's a great one.
It's a great nickname. Of course, it's a great nickname. The Galloping Ghost. That's a cool nickname.
Yeah.
Sweetness is an amazing nickname. All right, coming up next, we will do a list. We've got Duncan Keith at 2:15, Crosstalk at 2:35. We're back in 2 minutes.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Hey teachers, congratulations on another year of being awesome to the students you lead. We salute you. Now it's time to relax and take care of the things you've neglected this school year. When planning for this time, don't forget about your family. And if your family is complete, summer is a great time to take the next step, a vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago, because experience really does matter. Especially with this procedure.
They make it so easy with their 30-minute, no-needle, no-scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read the testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago, with 4 convenient locations in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower, now with free valet parking. Their procedure is covered by most insurance, so everything is lined up to make your decision an easy one with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. Visit vasectomychicago.com today or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
Save big money now on siding at Menards. Update and beautify your home with your choice of 13 timeless colors of pre-finished LP Smart Side engineered siding. It's durable and includes a Sherwin-Williams machine-applied paint warranty that means no painting for years to come. Save big money today on all LP Smart Side products. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
Hey, it's Kap and Hood here with Howard Ankin. Howard, I know someone who was injured on the job.
I'm here to help.
My guy.
Howard, I have a buddy who was injured after being rear-ended by a truck. I'm here to help. My guy.
Wait a minute. Your guy?
Correct.
Oh, no. My guy is Howard Ankin.
Fellas, I'm here to help.
There's an Ankin Law practice area for just about any injury.
Ankin Law is injury law made personal. I could not have said it better myself.
Howard Ankin is our guy. Call 312-6-million.
On the Kap and J Hood Show, weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Yurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Everyone's having a great day. We're having fun. Jesse's in for Yurko. Crosstalk in 35 minutes. Dionne in with Silvy today, so we'll crosstalk at 2:35. I'm going to be in with Silvy tomorrow.
They're going to tee me up, aren't they?
Probably. Tyler's going to come in here looking for you.
Yeah, if you missed earlier in the show, I was making fun of them for all the Kyle Tucker's on a boat. That means he's going to be here for the next 20 years. Stuff from yesterday.
Just be patient and hope for the best when the offseason rolls around.
Right. You got to really cross your fingers. That boat was a yacht.
What's going on with that boat?
Serving drinks.
It was amazing as you were saying that, like, he's posting on Instagram.
About
Somebody
his
came running
charity,
in here that he's establishing his charity arm here now in Chicago too.
So far, everything sounds good for him staying here, except for the offer that isn't there yet.
Right. You just have to wonder, like, if the Dodgers or Phillies or Yankees offer him $550 million, like, are the Cubs going to go there? That's going to be the only question.
This is just a guess on my part, and I've said it a couple times. I think the Cubs will make an evaluation on their own and make him an offer and pretty much not budge.
Really?
This, I think we can all agree upon it. Tom Ricketts doesn't get into bidding wars. Like, I don't think he's going back and forth with the agent.
Yeah.
Oh, 450, okay, 480, 500.
Right.
I think they're going to make an evaluation and make him an offer. Hopefully before he hits free agency, so at least he has a tough decision
But
to
as
make.
you have continued to report, they're not there.
No.
And obviously, not that he's going to say much about it. We asked Carter Hawkins. He's like, no, I can't update you.
Yeah, they don't talk negotiations.
Of course not. But I mean, but you've made it pretty clear. It's not like they're exchanging figures.
Remember, there
here.
was a couple reports early on that they're about exchanging figures, and it was all untrue.
Mm-hmm.
They have not done any negotiating at all.
So
at all.
That's pretty definitive from Mr. Rogers over here. It was very plugged in. All right, let's do the list for the day. So we had Carter Hawkins on an hour ago. We saved the list for right now. And if you missed it, go to the YouTube page, youtube.com/@Carmen and Yurko. Like and subscribe. Go to the ESPN Chicago app. Carter was very good. A few people texted me, actually. We got our buddy Dino from Dino's fan shop up in the Glen.
Yeah, I mean, he
was listening and liked what Carter had to say.
We mentioned breadcrumbs with Tucker. Like, he gave us a few breadcrumbs. It didn't sound like he was overly concerned with their record against left-handed pitching. It's 11-13.
I wouldn't be either, by the way. I would agree with what Carter was saying about
It's interesting.
that.
So they rank 6th in OPS against left-handed pitching in all baseball, yet they're 11-13 when a left-hander starts. And he said it opposite that I was thinking. He said, well, the 6th in OPS tells me we're gonna end up in a good spot against left-handed pitchers. And I was kind of thinking, well, 6th in OPS against lefties. It didn't come against Skubal. It must have come against some bad middle relievers. You know what I
Well,
mean?
I mean, yeah, I'm not teasing this out. To your point,
Yeah.
this is the totality of where they are against left-handed pitching on the season. You said they're 6th in OPS?
OPS,
And they're 8th in weighted runs created plus, which is a pretty good correlation, obviously.
Yeah.
So they're top 10. They're also top 10. They're 7th in weighted on base average. So there are some good numbers baked in there somewhere.
But
against left-handed pitching.
But if you just,
do you want me to take out starters?
no,
and
if
see
you
what
just,
it looks like.
if you just take out, if you just look from 30,000 feet, okay, Tucker hits lefties, Seiya hits lefties, Hap, my mic, I thought my mic went out. Hap is okay against lefties. The rest of the lineup is kind of wonky against lefties compared to what they should be. I mean, right-handed Matt Shaw should be better. Swanson should be better.
Swanson should be
Pete
better.
Crow is not good at all.
He's got some slug against him,
A
but
little
it's
slug,
not,
but not lately, actually.
Yeah, you're right.
So I don't know what's believable or not, but it didn't sound like it was a major priority.
It did not.
But starting pitching did.
Yes.
He did give us that breadcrumb.
Yeah, so go listen
but
to
that's
the.
not a surprise.
No, if you missed anything, check out Carter Hawkins, who was on with us an hour ago. Let's do the list. Adam, 65 days, I believe, right?
65 days, and let's hope it doesn't land on top 5 things Carter Hawkins told us.
Boy, oh boy, you got to be a smartass.
Yep, I do.
You just can't.
Yeah, because we got to talk to Duncan Keith here, and we got a break. Come
yeah,
on, we
we're
got
on
to
a
go.
schedule here.
Yeah,
We
we're
are
on a
on a
schedule.
To be fair, this is like the it's all coming together for Jesse right now, and
Yeah.
Abdalla is furious behind the scenes.
You book a
because
guest when we usually
have
do the
Duncan
list.
Keith
We
on
gotta
the
move the
horizon.
list around.
Our favorite segment of the day, Danny's favorite segment of the day, is getting truncated, and you're just rambling about Carter Hawkins.
We're not
and,
rambling.
Well, I'm just saying, recapping what took place, which is cutting down time from the list, and we're slammed up against the Duncan Keith. This is an all-time Jesse job.
See what I got to deal with?
I'm just trying to do a talk show here.
No, I know. We're just looking forward to the list.
Abdalla,
All right,
spin
let's
the
do
wheel,
it.
please.
Let's do it.
I have spun the wheel. I've spun it. It has landed on number 38.
All right.
We go to number 38, and I think, okay, yeah. This is where the things might be a stretch.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
Okay.
jeez.
What do you mean? Okay.
All right, back to the baseball talk,
Yeah, right,
guys.
really?
Go ahead.
What is it?
Billy Crystal Things.
Billy Crystal thing.
Billy Crystal Things.
Wow, this is
anything that Billy Crystal has done, touched, been a part of, all that good stuff. Movies, TV, all of that good stuff.
Wow.
He's been in a bunch of movies.
I mean, I got one thing, right? I mean, I've got a couple, actually.
There you go.
That-
You need 5.
I know. That's
I
the
have
hard
two.
part.
I have two. Oh, okay.
I imagine we'll have some overlap.
Yeah.
A lot of overlap, I would guess.
Okay. I have 3.
I did too.
I have 3.
Billy Crystal thing.
Billy Crystal Things.
I'm stuck on 3.
We should be playing some Carter Hawkins while we're listening to this.
I mean, this is the all-time backfire for Abdalla.
No, it's not.
Being
This is
upset.
great.
Billy Crystal things. Yeah.
For being upset, and then this is what we
It's still the list, man. I could
Billy
have
hasn't
picked.
been that relevant
picked,
in a while.
I could have picked favorite side dishes.
I
if
don't
it would have
like- I don't
landed
like-
there.
I don't like that one.
Well, it might hit. You never know.
Billy Crystal things.
I mean, I have 4 that I really like. And I'm struggling to come up with a 5th thing that is like a great Billy Crystal thing.
I agree with you. I have 4 as well.
I'm ready.
And I think we'll have some
3 are
crossover.
I'm ready.
All right,
ready.
Adam's ready. Go
All
ahead.
right, I had to look it up, his name, but Morty the Mime in This Is Spinal Tap
that's
is
pretty good.
hilarious.
Okay.
Great
All right.
scene. Hilarious.
That is pretty good.
Number 4.
I'll give you that. That's pretty good.
He's hosted the Oscars
Oh,
like
it's
10 times,
my
and
list.
he is
same.
one of the best Oscar hosts ever.
Yep.
Number 3, You Look Marvelous from
Just
Saturday Night Live.
Just that. That's pretty good.
Just that one sketch.
That's pretty good.
Number 3, Analyze This, which is
Ooh,
great.
that's a good one.
And
That's a
number
good one.
1, because I've watched it at least 30 times in the last 2 weeks.
Monsters Inc.
Monsters Inc.
Yep. That's for sure.
I had some crossover
All right, that's
there.
good.
I have some crossover.
All right, I'll go. I got my list. Here we go. You ready? Number 5, I'm going to go City Slickers.
Oh, yeah.
Like that movie.
Yeah.
He was very good in it. He had his Mets hat on the whole time. You got to love it. Number 4, I'm with Adam. Monsters, Inc. I've seen it plenty of times as the kids were little. He's great in it. He plays the voice of one of the characters. Number 3, I'm going to go just Billy Crystal, the baseball fan. Like, he genuinely has a deep passion for baseball. He's actually pretty good if you've ever seen him at, like, Yankee spring training when he was younger or fantasy camp stuff. Like, you know, he wasn't, you could tell that he played a lot of baseball as a kid. Like, he genuinely loved baseball. He made the movie about the chase for HBO all those years ago. He made 61. Like, just Billy Crystal, baseball fan in general. Number 2, it was on Adam's list. I think it's going to be on Chris's list. He's the best Oscars host ever.
Yeah.
He's the best at it. And number 1, I'm going to go with his best movie, his best role, and they lit up the screen together, and they made the greatest rom-com of all time. When Harry Met Sally. So that is my list of Billy Crystal things.
That's a good list, Carm. I'm going to follow it up when Harry Met Sally's on my list. I'm going to give you guys My Giant. Remember that film?
My Giant is a good one.
With
Giant. George Mirasan, right?
With George Mirasan.
That's awesome.
My Giant.
That is awesome. I totally forgot about that.
I'm going to select Monsters, Inc. as well. I think we'll all have that. City Slickers, and then the best Oscars host.
The best.
He's the best. Like, to me, that's what he does. He's the best at that.
Yes.
So that's my list. Jesse, what do you have?
You're up.
So here I came up with one no one had. He played that old guy in The Princess Bride. I used to watch it with
somebody on the line.
For sure.
That's very good.
Yes,
that's a good one.
Have fun storming the castle.
Yeah, the Jewish sounding old guy.
Good.
Yeah. So Princess Bride was 5. I put down Tonight Show if you're old enough. I remember him on with Carson a lot.
Carson.
So I thought he was a great Tonight Show guest. I put down best Oscars host as number 3. I just wrote down I'll have what she's having for when Harry, that scene.
Yes.
And then number 1 for me was You Look Marvelous.
Yeah, that's
You Look Marvelous.
There it is.
We didn't say in the Twitch, let's see, Throw Mama from the Train.
Excellent.
Great movie.
That is Danny DeVito. It's so good. It's so good.
That was a good one.
I'm mad that I forgot about that.
Whenever I saw When Harry Met Sally, I always thought to myself, him?
Well, that's very late 80s.
Yeah, I know.
Right?
It is.
Like ugly men were pulling
that guy.
Well, think about it. We just talked about Bill Murray the other day. If you go back to that time and look at the way he looked, compare him to men in 2025 who are that age.
Yes. Like
who are like stars of movies. You're like, that guy's got craters on his face.
Very
what?
different. Yeah, he's pulling Sigourney Weaver.
He's got a receding hairline and craters on his face. How is he the love interest? Like, what? He's the leading man?
Peter Venkman is the desire of every woman in New York?
Like, I always think about that with Bill Murray, with Jerry Seinfeld, and with Billy Crystal.
That's so good.
All of them. It's like, you're the leading guy? Like, really?
Funny. Yeah. It's just Billy Crystal is sleeping his way through New York City.
Right.
Wow.
And Americans just bought it. They're like, I see it. Right. Yes, for sure.
Yeah.
He's got a great personality.
Bruno Kirby. At least Bruno Kirby got married. Like, you know what I mean? He wasn't the playboy. It was Billy Crystal.
They were, out carousing, doing their thing. You look at both of them. All right, what anybody else on there want to chime in real quick, Adam? Here, Viking Scott's got a good one. This is old school.
Oh, yeah.
This is really old school. But go ahead, Scotty.
Soap. It was one of the funniest comedies back in the late 70s, I want to say early 80s. And the cast of characters, Robert Urich was in there, Benson, that would led into the show Benson.
Oh, yeah.
And it was one of those comedies that were, it was sketchy back then. And, Dad might let you stay up because it was some bad, it was the first things about, it was the guy with the puppet, Chuck and Bob.
It was,
he was the guy that did
one of the first that kind of pushed the limits a little bit on what you could get away with.
And I think that started his career.
Yeah,
I'm not mistaken, I think it started his career.
I think it absolutely did. Yeah, that's a good one, Scotty. And again, we're dating ourselves a little bit, and if you're old enough to remember Soap, but yeah, and it did kind of catapult him, I think.
Line 4's got a good one too. Completely forgot about that one.
Yeah,
I love this movie.
Warner and Lincoln, I don't know where, Park or Nebraska.
Lincoln Park.
Lincoln Park. What's up, Warner?
Yeah, you can't forget about him in Forget Paris when he was an NBA ref.
Yeah, we should have put that on.
Yeah,
I thought that was a good one.
Yeah, doesn't he throw Kareem out in that movie? And Kareem's yelling at him. He's like, "You're throwing me out of my retirement game." Like, right? I think that's in that movie. He does. That's pretty good. And again, he's married to like Deborah Winger. It's like, how was Billy Crystal married to Deborah Winger? I got to suspend disbelief.
He's not that ugly.
No, I know. I'm just
no,
kidding.
but like it's just funny looking back at the way the pairings of the movies, leading men and then these beautiful women.
Without a
And
doubt.
it's like.
This is a good one. I thought about it for a second because it's a Chicago-based movie. Chad in Oswego, go ahead.
Hey, guys, the previous caller stole Soap for me, but Running Scared.
Yeah.
Great movie.
Great movie, and it's a Chicago movie. It's he and Gregory Hines.
Yeah,
the Chicago
that's
Cops.
right. I vaguely remember that one.
Very good 80s. You're right about that. Lewis and Lyle. Go ahead, Lewis.
So, hey, everything is good.
All right.
You too. Sorry about that. My boss came up and hello.
It's all good, Lewis. Now we just hung up. I think Lewis got wrapped up in the excitement of things. He was saying something to his boss, and then he hung up. Last one, Joe in Sugar Grove. Go ahead.
Hey, keeping it sports, guys, I got to go with his Muhammad Ali eulogy or his just Muhammad Ali impersonations. They were fantastic.
Pretty good. Good stuff, Joe. Appreciate it. All right, that wasn't so bad. That turned out to be pretty good. Better than I thought at first. Billy Crystal things.
Yeah, it was good
Good
to
job,
jog
Adam.
the memory a little bit on that.
Good
for
work.
Sure.
Duncan Keith is now a Hall of Famer. The 3-time Stanley Cup champ and the great Blackhawk will join us coming up next.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
The CDGA Golf Show. It's your source for golf news, course to course, and golf news coast to coast. Hosts Tyler Rocky and Mike Gilligan are linked up with golfing knowledge to help us all. Tune in Saturdays 9 to 11 on all the ESPN Chicago channels. Brought to you by Glenview Park Golf Club.
It's been over 2 years since Bobby Carpenter had regenerative treatments at QC Kinetics. He needed relief from knee pain, but he wanted to avoid surgery.
I thought I might have to have my knee scoped, had some injuries, some lingering pain from stuff that I had been dealing with from years of playing professional football, and things had kind of flared up again. I started talking to a friend of mine who's orthopedic, and he's like, well, try to avoid surgery if you can.
And you absolutely can avoid surgery. QC Kinetics provides patients with state-of-the-art regenerative treatments, orthobiologics from your own body that help heal and restore damaged, aching joints. And we'll let Bobby tell you about that.
It was all of a sudden that one day, a couple months later, I was, here, let's go jog, let's try to see what I could do. And the more I did, I was pain-free with it, and it was actually a pretty remarkable process.
Before going under the knife, see if you're a candidate for non-surgical joint pain treatments at QC Kinetics. Call them today.
Call QC Kinetics, 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955.
Hi, I'm Bob. At American Sale, you'll find the largest selection of pools, patio sets, hot tubs, and grills. Everything you need for your backyard fun. And right now, you can save up to 50% and get 5 years special financing or 10% cash back. Plus, free delivery and our lowest price guarantee. See store for details. The summer celebration sale is going on now, so come in and see us or visit us online. American Sale, bring the fun home.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, and it's no surprise. Same game parlay from Bet365 just keeps getting better.
Well, it's even easier to make a bet. Choose from the most popular markets like hits, run line, totals, and home runs. So many to choose from.
Download the app, start building your bet, and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. T's and C's apply.
Hey friends, it's your buddy Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. The 4th of July weekend sales event is going on now at all 12 Hawk Auto locations. Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Save with 0% financing for 72 months or no payments for 90 days. That's 0% or no payments till October. Find your next car this 4th of July weekend at hawkauto.com.
HawkAuto.com.
$13.89 per month per thousand financed on select models with approved credit.
Hi, I'm Dave Musial, owner of Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric. And this is our biggest sale ever. Buy a new air conditioner or furnace and get 72 months interest-free financing and up to a $4,000 system rebate. Plus, Four Seasons guarantees to beat any competitor's price by up to $1,000, guaranteed. Call today for your free in-home estimate and same-day installation.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4 Seasons.
Hey, Joe Fortenbaugh here. Whether you're locking in your home run picks or riding with your favorite golfers this summer, ESPN Bet is your sportsbook for all the action. Go from checking stats on your favorite teams and players to placing bets in just a few taps. Plus, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with the promo code JOEQ to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Empower. Tim collects bobbleheads. A lot of bobbleheads. Baseball bobbleheads, race car bobbleheads, little chihuahua bobbleheads. He's got an entire room strictly for bobbleheads. Does he need them? No. Is his wife mad about it? A little. But Tim works with Empower, and he got good at money, so he can be a little bad. Ooh, horse bobblehead. Classy, Tim. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
Just 3 games to settle the entire Live Golf season. It begins at Bolingbrook, August 8th through the 10th. DeChambeau, Rahm, Koepka, and more up close and personal and locked in with special guests Good Charlotte providing the soundtrack. Get your tickets now at livegolf.com. That's livegolf.com.
Zoning out on that Zoom meeting? Zoom. Find out what Carmen and Yurko were talking about. Tell your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
All right, it's Carmen and York. Jesse Rogers sitting in for Yurko. We're cruising along. Welcome to July, everybody. And we're going to get out to the Yuengling guest hotline to talk to one of the greatest hockey players this town has seen in the last 25 years for sure. He is a newly minted Hall of Famer, at least officially will be at the induction ceremony later this year in November in Toronto. Good old number 2, Duncan Keith, joins the program now on the Yuengling guest hotline. Dunks, thanks for joining us. Congratulations on being a Hall of Famer.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. Thanks for having me on. Always good getting back here and talking hockey with some Chicago people. Thanks for having me on.
Absolutely. Dunk, tell us what it means to make the Hall of Fame, and how did you find out?
Well, it's obviously a huge honor. These are players that I grew up idolizing and trying to emulate, and, for me, it feels kind of surreal to be mentioned in the same breath with these guys, Hall of Famers, and not something that I ever envisioned or thought too much about. As you're going along in your playing career, you just trying to go to battle every night and be the best you could and work as hard as you can and be a good teammate. And I would feel fortunate that I was spent most of my time with Chicago and the Blackhawks, and such a great organization with the Wirtz family, the way we got treated and as players, and so many great teammates to have had the pleasure of playing alongside of Seabrook and Sharpie, Taves, Kane, Hossa, and Hammer. The list goes on. So just grateful for the opportunity that I had, and to be coached by Trent Yanni and Joel Quenneville and Denny Savard. So it was it's a lot of reflection the last few days, but it's been a lot of fun to look back on.
Where were you when you got the call? What were you doing? What was that like?
I was just sitting around in the kitchen or just off the living room to kind of getting my day going, and I had Lanny McDonald's call and Ron Francis, and so when I heard it was Lanny's voice, I had a kind of immediate goosebumps thinking about it was kind of joking around a little bit, and but definitely super excited, and the call that I'll always remember from Lanny McDonald and Ron Francis.
Are you hoping at some point, Duncan, or have you heard it all about getting back here to have a ceremony to retire the jersey or anything like that? I mean, we always figured there's at least 3 to go from the era that you were a part of here with you and Taves and Kane once they're done playing. But have you thought about that? Have the Hawks talked to you at all about that?
You know what? I don't really think too much about those type of things. Not unless I get asked a question like that. But for me, I don't expect anything. It's those type of things that I don't think you really really put much thought into. If something like that were to happen, or even just to get asked that question, for me, is kind of humbling. It's the thought of having your jersey retired seems kind of, just seems like it's for guys like Chelios and guys that I looked up to. And but yeah, I haven't really thought too much about that. I know there's lots going on with the centennial season this year for the Hawks, so I think I'm excited about, hopefully seeing some old teammates at some point.
Two-part question here. Duncan Keith is our guest. Carmen and York. Jesse Rogers sitting in for Yurko on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app. Two-part question. What are you doing now that you love about your life post-hockey, I guess, playing anyway, and what do you miss about playing at the highest level?
Well, I like sitting on the dock out here in the sun listening to the birds chirp, so I don't mind that.
I don't blame you.
Spoken like a Western Canadian.
My son's still sleeping, so he must be going through another growth spurt. But I just enjoy spending more time with my son, Colton, and being around him more, and getting a chance to coach his hockey team and his buddies, and being around family and friends more. So I probably feel better getting to bed on time and waking up with the sun. So that's kind of nice. But having said that, I do miss the camaraderie of being on a team and being with the guys and practicing and getting being a part of a team that's kind of all pulling together to try to accomplish something. And I guess that competition, inner competition, never really leaves you. So I do miss it, especially when I watch the playoffs and the intensity going on the TV.
Well, I covered, of course, that first championship team and your early career, Duncan, and I've taken a lot of punches in my career as a reporter, but none more than from you and Seabrook. I mean, back in the day, you guys, I was a punching bag, but we had a lot of fun. You talk about waking up to the sun. I mean, that team, that first team at least, they were going to bed when the sun came up a lot of times, but you'd win hockey games. I mean, how much fun was that first championship team? That's the one that I was on the road and saw up close, just kind of turn into a championship team in the span of just a couple months.
Yeah, it was a close-knit group. We definitely enjoyed one another's company, and I think if you look back, everybody kind of grew up together, or mostly whether it was in the minors and then or our early careers in Chicago, and so I think just that we definitely had a good chemistry with that group, and very similar interests and similar ages, all competitive people and players too. So I think we all pushed one another, and that first cup there definitely is a memorable group, and we still keep in touch with everybody now to this day.
Well, and I mentioned Seabrook. You've said it so many times what he meant to your career. There's that relationship with your fellow defenseman partner that I don't know if it can be replicated in other sports, but you guys, were together. Then Joe would split you up, and then eventually you always found each other again. And so, how much do you maybe even owe to him to in terms of your Hall of Fame career?
Yeah, I look back and I just think how lucky I was to. And I really do mean it, to think back about how lucky I was to have a player like Brent and a person like Brent to kind of ride shotgun along with for 98% of my career, and sitting with him in the dressing room, whether it was home dressing room or the away dressing room, or riding to the rink or riding to the airport. And I don't think hockey would have been as fun, or my whole career, he's in every involved with every big moment, and we had a lot of ups and downs throughout the course of our career, but he definitely made me a better player and a better person just being around him. So I'm very thankful and grateful that for some reason I was lucky enough to have a guy like that next to me and enjoy most of my career with.
Hey, Duncan, before we let you go real quick, just, and I don't know how closely maybe you've watched the last couple of years and watched them, but I think Hawks fans might just appreciate your perspective on the future of the franchise now with young Connor Bedard. I mean, he's not even 20 yet, and he's played 2 full seasons in this league. I mean, just overall big picture thoughts about, where the Hawks are going forward with Connor Bedard and if he can really be a true centerpiece for the franchise.
Yeah, well, I think a lot gets talked about with Connor. Obviously, his first overall pick for the Hawks, and a huge piece to their young group now. But I think everybody has to remember just how young that they are, and when the team is, working its way back, it's not easy. And for a young 18, 19-year-old kid to be one of the lead dogs, it's hard. And, I think they're just going to have to be patient. You look at some of the prospects that, Kyle Davidson and Norm McIver and Brian Campbell, that management group has acquired here and then pulled together. It's pretty impressive. You look at, the guy they just drafted, a mass 6'6" guy that can multi-sport athlete, so that takes time, though. He's 17 years old. Right. He might be at his best in 10 years from now, so but you look at some of the defensemen that they've got already in their system, whether it was Rockford or right in Chicago, they're all big D-man that can move and skate. And so, I think they just have to be patient, and they're on a good path. And as time goes on, they'll probably, be able to add different pieces to help that young group. But it just takes time, and it's going to be fun to watch and pay attention to them grow as a group.
Dunks, congrats again on what is obviously a very well-deserved honor. You were great. We loved the contributions and all the fun that you guys provided with that championship run. So congrats on the haul. Thank you for joining us today. And enjoy the birds chirping and the beautiful sun, all right?
Dunk, great catching up. Right. Congrats again.
All right. Thanks for having me, guys. I appreciate it. And we'll hopefully see you guys again soon down in Chicago.
Sounds good. Good old number 2, Duncan Keith, joining us on the Yuengling guest hotline. It's Carmen and Yurko. We'll be right back.
Carmen and Yurko present today's Final Word.
Because you had to be a big shot, didn't you?
Keith, now a Hall of Famer. Thanks to our buddy Brandon Faber for helping hook that up as well. And thank you to Bleck and Abdalla. Jesse, always a pleasure, my
good
friend.
seeing you, Carmen.
I'm going to leave now. Let you and Silvy go at it. Silvy and Dionne are here for Crosstalk. Dionne's in for Waddle. I'll be in with Silvy tomorrow. Sitting in for Tommy. Yeah, we'll have fun tomorrow.
Are we going to bring are we going to bring back In or Out? Remember In or Out? How people got so mad.
Whatever it is, do it.
Let's
bring it back. I don't know what it is, but do it.
Let's bring back How Old is Juan Cruz? Remember? Silvy and I we did a lot of dumb stuff over the years, but we entertained ourselves, man.
It's
How old is Juan Cruz?
Do it. Bring back a couple of those. I would love it.
And no answer was correct.
And there was no right answer.
38. No, it says it in his biography. He's 27. Nope, not 27.
Oh, my gosh, that's awesome.
Guys, he's 40. There's never be an answer.
It was so great.
And then we did a segment that we did for a weekly where it was called In or Out.
In or Out.
And we would share, like, things in life.
Right.
Like, a bear's tailgate flag on the side of your car all the time driving.
Out.
And then they would, like, the car would say, in. That means you're a big fan. Say, sorry that you're out. And then I'd get emails. Who are you to judge what's in and what's out?
It's in or out.
You don't know anything.
That's actually a good idea.
Yes,
I love
bring
that.
those back. Bring those back.
We had a lot of fun stuff back in the day.
That's
we used to
great.
go to the Cubs clubhouse, the two hosts going to the clubhouse, and we would ask them these questions about, like, their likes.
Yes.
And we would record Mark Pryor saying, because this is when we were on, we would say to him, what is the number one song right now that you're listening to in your car? And then we would give the listener three choices.
Right.
Mark Pryor, and then we'd play the answer from Mark Pryor.
That's actually pretty brilliant.
I think you should bring all these back. I think you should
Sox
bring
players
all these
too.
back.
We would do like, how well do you know your Chicago athlete?
Yes, that's what it was called, right.
Yeah.
That is great.
And before I pissed off Kenny Williams to no end, we even got Kenny to do it at one point.
Wow.
Yeah. And
Did Kenny do that?
Oh, yeah. And one of the questions was, what do you like to cook on the grill the most? And Kenny's answer was salmon. And so, the caller would get three choices, and they had to try to guess, what would Kenny like?
So this is what I'll do for your show since I ticked you both up.
You'll tape it?
Right. I'll go today.
Okay, good.
I'll record pick a player. Pick a player.
Do PCA.
I figured you'd say that. And we'll ask him a few questions. You can air it tomorrow.
I even think
you can air it tomorrow.
As low-key as Tucker is, as far as, just standard answers, I think this would be a cool get-to-know-you on Kyle Tucker. Because all he has to do is give us a few words of the answer.
I mean, it's the holiday. You can talk
Like,
about
how well do you know
grilling.
Kyle
You can
Tucker?
do that, whatever.
I still remember, the ones we did, like Ozzy. I remember Ozzy's favorite sport other than baseball. You remember?
And then I'll ask him how big
soccer.
Ozzy's favorite sport.
Ozzy's favorite sport other than baseball.
Not soccer.
It's not going to surprise you. Bullfighting.
Oh, that's right. I remember this, yes. See, we would get all these side things.
I love
Ozzy's
this.
favorite food, shockingly, sushi, or as Ozzy called it, sushi.
Sushi.
I got to say, sushi. Ozzy. So we had all kinds of fun back in the day.
Hey, but when Sean Salisbury's available to hire, you got to hire him. Who needs that stuff?
And then I'll ask Tucker how big the boat was yesterday, since you guys were all obsessed with the boat.
Go ahead.
Everybody's obsessed with him being on the boat.
With his friends, his very good friends.
I think that's going to do it. A boat on Lake Michigan on your day off means a 12-year. He's staying 12-year contract.
All of a sudden,
$8 million a year.
I'm driving in and I just hear Jesse in front of my ears morph into Kap, telling everyone how to fan. You shouldn't worry about Kyle Tucker. Right. Just enjoy the ride. Right. Enjoy the ride.
That's exactly right. I am telling people how to fan. When there are rules, when you are last place team, you can worry about all these other things about the future. When you're a first place team, you don't worry about the future. You worry about the present.
Did you tell Michael Jordan that in 97, 98 during the Last Dance? Yeah. Did you tell the Bulls that? The Last Dance?
Yeah.
The whole topic that whole year while they were winning another championship was about the future.
He's got you on that one.
Like this is what we do in sports.
Yes.
It's not just blinders on. We're not players. We can think of a million things at once.
I think it's too much. I think the Kyle Tucker stuff is too much. It's over the top.
No, it's not.
Yes.
I don't think it is at all. We want to know if he likes it here. We want to know if they like him here, if they're going to invest in him.
But that's the part you're not going to know, though, Dionne. That's the...
dislike.
That's
this is the
why
other
we're
part.
trying to find a window into figuring it out.
Dislike, none of that matters. I'm holding up my fingers. This matters. The money.
Yes.
The money matters.
Of course.
Not boats, not foundations, the money. That's why you have an agent. The money. That's what's going to matter here.
Of course.
I think Tyler had good analytics on this. With the verse, how many times did he post last year? He's posting way more this year. Is this strictly a thirst trap?
Oh,
what is this?
Well, he did miss half the season though last year.
What's that?
He did miss half post
the
on
season.
Instagram.
No, that's what I mean. Like, why would he?
So he can't post, and he would have more time to post.
Yeah, but he's you're probably not posting when you're hurt as much. I don't know.
Well,
maybe.
I don't know if you can read too much into that. I mean, I think you're doing you're connecting a lot of dots. You're making some assumptions, I guess. Like,
no, but Silvy,
he's
here's
posting
the thing.
more. He must like it more.
Let's play this logic out. I agree with you. He must like. Everyone likes it here. I agree with that. But let's play this out. It's a matter of, does he like it here enough to take a sub-market kind of offer? That's the question.
Well, and that's where I'm with you.
Of course.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, all this other stuff is meaningless if they don't really come up with that big number.
Well, I think that's the hope, is that, well, I really like it here, so if it's not what I could get somewhere else, I'm going to stay here and take what they offer me.
Or if it's close.
But anything's possible.
But
we're also not going to know if it's close until November, December.
Well,
and then you're really
I want to bring
trouble.
that up here in a minute. Yeah. I just want to play for you, though. Some of the stuff, and like why I'm calling you Cap Rogers as well.
Buster.
You're telling us how to fan.
Yes.
When we know that's not the way to go. Let fans fan the way they want to fan. And if they're concerned about the Cubs winning today against the Guardians and that alone, fine. If they're worried about winning against the Guardians and Kyle Tucker, fine. Like, who are you to say?
Well, of course, you can do whatever you want, but I think it takes too much energy away thinking about Kyle Tucker in 2026.
Mr. Fan here. So this is what he was talking about. Listen to this 30-second clip, and then like Cap, how 10 seconds later he contradicts himself. So first...
Biggest insult ever.
So first, here he is downplaying what Tyler had to say.
Is this the Tyler Rocky theory?
No, I mean, it's not just Tyler.
Here's another dumb online thing. Cam Smith had a great weekend, so that puts more pressure on the Cubs to sign Kyle Tucker.
Does Tom Ricketts care one way or another?
I will put up my first-born child that Tom Ricketts, Jed Hoyer, Carter Hawkins do not care what Cam Smith does in terms of the impact on signing Kyle Tucker. I will bet any amount of money on that. Any amount of money.
All right, so that doesn't matter. That they gave up 3 players, including your number one prospect. That doesn't matter. But then Abdalla asked this question.
But is there, like, a concern that they could add too much at the deadline, and then Ricketts wouldn't be willing to go the extra mile for a contract for Tucker?
Yeah, my answer to that is everything is a data point.
Oh, now everything's a data point. None of it matters. That doesn't matter. The point that they gave up 3 prospects doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You're an idiot, Tyler. Silvy, you're an idiot. But now you're telling us everything's a data point.
Jesse, you walked right into it, Jesse.
No, I did. No, I'm not going to back down on this. That's apples and oranges. The data point Abdalla's referring to is payroll, where that's a physical thing that will matter because at some point it might be too much. But what I was saying is those 3 players are gone. And yes, you want to sign them up because you gave up 3, but how they do the rest of this season is not going to impact how Jed Hoyer or Carter, that has no impact.
And I think it should. And I think I agree with your second point that everything should be a data point. That you gave up a potential star to acquire this. It was your investment in Kyle Tucker. Your investment in Kyle Tucker is more than just the money that you're going to pay him. The investment was that you had to give up this ransom to get a star player. Why would you want him to walk out the door a year later? It makes you look even more foolish.
2 different things we're talking about. I agree, giving up 3 players with all that team control, for 1 and 1 year of 1 is not good. But whether those players perform or not has no impact on Jed and Carter. In fact, they probably hope they perform because that helps them in future trades. If the Cubs draft a first-round pick this year, you don't think teams are going to look up. Oh, well, they know how to draft.
I think Jesse's saying it doesn't enter their calculus. And
It doesn't.
I think it should. I bet it doesn't.
Why not?
I don't think it does.
Well,
I didn't think it did. Yeah,
because that's
right?
separate from what Jed and Carter have to deal with now. Like they made that move. That move has been made.
Mm-hmm.
Kyle Tucker is helping them, and who knows, maybe helps them win a World Series. I don't think that in their minds. Look, I think they'd love to sign him because they know he's great.
Exactly.
And it's not their money.
That's number one.
If Cam Smith wins Rookie of the Year,
right, I don't think it matters.
Right.
They don't look at themselves and say, not only did we trade 3 players that we thought would be good, now we've got the outcome that we let go. Tom Ricketts talks all the time about growing your farm system, having a good base, whether you can bring them up or use in a trade. And now that they gave up one of the best, it's even a bigger loss because you know the outcome if you let him walk out the door.
I guess I'd say, though, Silvy, like some of it is out of their control, too. They have to assume that risk when they make that deal. They know they're trading for a player that is in a walk year, and that player may very well want to get to free agency and may walk regardless of how good your offer is or how hard you try. So I do agree with Jesse on this point. Like, I don't
How
think...
dare you agree with Jesse?
And the other thing is...
I don't think executives look at it like, well, now because Cam Smith is performing so well, we must sign this
And
player.
you want to talk about breadcrumbs. The breadcrumbs are the fact that they didn't go after him huge after trading for him. Like Steve Cohn did with Francisco Lindor. Right. Like Alex Anthopoulos did with Matt Olson, traded from the A's to the...
They signed those guys.
They didn't go nuts. Now, maybe he turns it down because you don't know, but they didn't give him a hard choice right after trading for him. And now we're months away from the Yankees, the Red Sox, not the Yankees.
Red Sox.
Whoever.
I'd say Yankees, Phillies, Dodgers,
whoever.
Maybe Seattle.
Whoever. And most of the time an agent will be like, due diligence, let's listen to everybody. We can always go back to the Cubs. Not that
that's exactly, and that's why I tie it to it, Jesse, is... Like, when the Bears traded for Montez Sweat, they knew they were giving up a second-round pick, so they knew it was even more imperative to immediately sign him up, correct? So I know they didn't do it, and I'm with you on a lot of this. Like, I'm playing a bit of a game, too.
Right.
Like, just busting your balls. I thought you could take it, but maybe you
of course. Come on,
please. But now that they haven't, and now that you're even seeing the result of what the prospects are turning into.
You're saying it makes it look worse.
Like for me,
it will make it look worse. I don't disagree with that.
Like,
the optics will be bad.
When the Bulls drafted Patrick Williams and they passed up on Halliburton, it's bad enough that Patrick Williams is a bust. Correct?
Yes.
Now, when you enter the calculus that the guy they passed up could be a top 15 player,
or Maxey,
it makes it even a worse decision. I think it makes it a worse decision if they don't re-up Tucker, knowing now that Cam Smith is a stud.
Optically, 100% agree. But I can almost guarantee you they're not having any meetings now or in the future and using Cam Smith's results this year as any. What's the word I'm looking for? Impetus to sign him up.
That's not. They're not making decisions based on that.
They're going to pull out a calculator and decide if whatever that number is for the future that fits their budget, and that's even if they make a big offer because the lockout could be coming and all this stuff. So that's where I'm at with this.
I don't think that they are looking in the rearview mirror at all after this move. I really don't. I don't think they're making any decisions based on that. I agree with you.
And if they were, they would have done it. They would have gone hard after him. Now, maybe he says, I want to see what Chicago's like because April, May sucks hitting-wise.
Right.
Maybe he would have turned it down. But as I reported, now this is reporting.
No, and that's where you're great at.
Transactions.
You should stick to that part.
Trade was one. I don't disagree. That's why I'm in here once every 2 weeks.
No, the only thing that I'm going to say is I would hope they approach him after the trade deadline when the heavy lifting is done, or even maybe before, because if you get rid of your top outfield prospects in deals.
Well, that's what some people are saying, like, don't trade Owen Casey.
Right,
just
like,
in case.
I mean, but you need solutions. So I think it's always pieces of puzzles.
Yeah.
And I hope they're doing more than just, we're only focused on this year and at the offseason. What another line that I do agree with what you said is, they have the advantage because he's on their team currently.
Right.
So the only way you can use that advantage is if you come to him at some point in the season and just say to him, and I know what you're saying about the reporting, and I don't think they're going to sign him either. It's why I'm so passionate about this, because I'm worried about it.
Yeah.
But I would go to him and just say, all right, what does it take to get you off the market? Right now. It's August 1st. We just went in for it. We just acquired this pitcher and that pitcher. We believe in you. We believe in this team. What will it take? What number do you have to hear right now to take yourself off the market? And that's all. Like, then let the negotiations
I'm with
begin.
you. I think that's a great idea.
Yeah.
I do. When you mentioned yesterday on the air, you were asking Dionne, do you think there's a chance of that, or they're just going to treat him like another free agent? Unfortunately, my opinion is they're going to treat him just like another free agent. And that's unfortunate because they have a leg up.
Right now,
they do have a leg up. Yeah. Hopefully, there's at least an offer before he goes to free agency, whether that's August 1st or October 1st.
There better be an offer.
Because
or
then
else what's the point of him having on the team?
Yeah, I'm not sure why you wouldn't. I'm not sure why you would.
Because the only answer is Tom has just not shown an appetite for $400
That's what I was going to say. The only reason because you're not even going to be close.
Even if Tucker comes back and his agent says, listen, it's not happening. He wants to go to free agency. Okay, but how could you not at least get that answer or that response?
Right. What is it? What's the magic number?
Right. Because
you know the city now.
There is a number.
What can we buy you as far as happiness?
Right.
I agree with you. It's
I love that
500
idea.
divided over 12 years. Yeah. What is the number? Give us your number. And if he says $600 million over 10 years, then you dissect that and you're like, well, we don't think he's getting that on the open market. Let him go.
Yeah.
But maybe he may say, you know what? All I need is the $500 million. I want it over less time than what they did in Toronto.
Right.
And then we'll go.
Yeah, and I think there's still an opening for that. And the bad part about not going after him right away is he does get to experience hitting in the summer months. Because I do think there was a question for him, like April, May sucks around here. But now that it's gotten a little bit better, and maybe the boating and everything else,
Now the boat
matters, huh?
I do think there is still that chance. There is still that chance to pull on those heart, those strings. Yeah,
the heartstrings.
The
But
heartstrings.
please put a competitive offer on the table. You have to. You have to.
Because the other side of that is
Yes.
the 6 or 7 teams. They might come to him August 1st. His agent's going to say, we're 2 months away from the Yankees or these other teams.
And he's sitting at 6 wins and
So that's the balance. And they're taking a risk, but maybe the reward is we come to him at the better months of the summer here.
Yeah. All right. So, what do you guys have coming up on this show? Too much. You know that?
I'm really exhausted for you already.
You know my favorite part of Jesse during crosstalk today?
What, Tyler?
He's wearing his credential.
He's throwing it in our face. I'm a reporter. I report on these matters.
Big J Jesse over here.
Yeah. I need to get over there quickly, so I wanted to be prepared.
Go ahead.
Are you running?
Good seeing you, Dionne, as
Always
always.
good to see you, Jesse.
I'll talk to you
Thanks,
two both
Jess.
tomorrow.
Yeah,
if you want the what is it, in or out or what?
No,
Okay, I'll go to Tucker or PC.
Yeah.
Right. And if they both say no, go to somebody else. But
Nico would do it. Nico would do it in a heartbeat.
You know who would be good is Craig Counsell. We know nothing about Craig Counsell.
Nothing.
I could try to pull him
Not
aside.
and I'll throw you some questions, or do you?
Yeah, just my favorite food, whatever. I'll just do whatever.
Come up with some creative ones.
Yeah. So I'll go
how'd
to
you
one of
meet
those
your
three.
wife?
Yeah.
And then we'll list the 3 ways in a bar.
Yes.
I'll get one of those 3. One of those
high school
3.
sweetheart.
Get one of those 3.
Stuff like that.
Go do it, Jess.
Talk to you
Jesse
guys
the
tomorrow.
Bulldog. All right. See, what do you guys have coming up? More baseball talk?
Yeah.
NBA free agency?
What do you got, Dionne?
We're gonna talk about what's Tyler's question. We're gonna right out of the gate. Who will be the most surprising in Chicago sports? How do we frame
Who
this?
will prove you wrong?
Prove you wrong in
sports?
Chicago sports, and prove us wrong as if we expect a lot and they're not going to get there, or we don't expect much and they're going to overachieve.
Either way,
right? It makes you really think about. I mean, it's really something to think about. Yeah.
Like for instance, Eddie on the north side, and I still don't understand. I love it. I love when people call reacting to other callers. I love that. But it still is funny to me that there are callers out there who get mad when they hear a take from Eddie on the north side. I would think you never want to agree with Eddie on the north side. As soon as we start agreeing or you start hearing him have a thought that you have, that's when you start questioning everything.
Yeah, I'm like, maybe I'm wrong. Fetty agrees.
He was saying PCA hasn't made it yet.
Yeah, he's just on a heater. And
he's on a heater.
Well, all right. I disagree, but okay.
So line up your calls right now, 312-332-3776. Let's say in the next year, right? Tyler's in it in the next year. So from July 1 to July 1, who is going to prove us wrong? For good or bad? So far, the best answer I've heard is one from Jack McGrath.
Really?
I thought he brought one up in the pre-show meeting, and this is for good.
That we think is bad and is going to be good?
Or that in retrospect could be.
Really?
Yes, and it's something that will interest you as well.
It's White Sox.
Okay, so
Luis Robert.
He was the other way, right?
I think it's just bad.
We thought he was an MVP for years, right?
Well, I mean, it looked like
we talked about he was in the discussion for a while.
It looked like he was going to be the best one out of that whole group, and it's just fizzled quickly.
And then we were told by Dionne that we have to put the heat on because she's walking around the office for have you heard this, for a desk jacket? That's not her jacket. She's wearing a winter coat.
Freezing?
I was cold, yes. But that's fine. I would much rather be cool than too warm. So don't adjust the temperature. Don't. Right. I will layer up. That's just fine.
Layer up.
But then she should know the name of the person that she's borrowing.
It was Bailey. It was Bailey.
She didn't know at first. She said, I borrowed it from someone in marketing. I'm not sure of her name.
Okay, thanks.
I mean, boy, you're really like Aaron. You're just throwing Dionne
Bailey,
right under
I'm
the
sorry.
bus.
That's what I do best.
I'm going to go with
I'm the bus tosser.
You guys stay.
It doesn't change because Waddle's gone. What do you mean?
Unbelievable.
Oh, my God.
Back in the bus. Back and forth over Dionne.
I know.
All right. I'll see you tomorrow. Dionne's in for Waddle coming up next. Waddle and Silvy are next. Have a good day.
This is Waddle and Silvy. On Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
You've seen it asked 1,000 times on the big screen.
You got a light?
But it's the sound that's unmistakable. The iconic sound of a Zippo lighter. But that's only the beginning of the Zippo story. Zippo is famous for everything from vintage lighters to sunglasses. Visit Uptown Cigar Store and Lounge on Wells Street at North Avenue. The best selection of Zippos, premium cigars, and accessories.
What do you need to know about Zippo?
Nothing. The sound says it all.
Thinking about buying a home? Want to improve your credit or learn how to budget smarter? NHS Chicago is here to help with free expert-led classes that guide you every step of the way. Whether you're a first-time home buyer or just want to take control of your finances, NHS has the tools and support you need. Classes are offered online and in person. Sign up today at nhschicago.org/education or call us at 773-329-4111. NHS Chicago, rooted in neighborhoods, investing in people.
3 games left. Just 3 games to settle the entire LIV Golf season, and it begins at Bolingbrook August 8th through the 10th, where 54 of the world's best players will come out swinging for glory. DeChambeau, Rahm, Koepka, and more. Up close, personal, and locked in, with special guests Good Charlotte providing the soundtrack. Ready to see things get clutch? Get tickets now at livegolf.com. That's LIVgolf.com.
Hey guys, it's Silvy for Window Nation. You've been trying to stay cool this summer, but your windows aren't keeping the AC in your home. It's a problem I had. Window Nation can help. With their energy-efficient replacement windows, your home will be comfy and cool for the rest of summer. And better yet, Window Nation is currently offering 50% off all window styles. And how about this? No interest until 2030. 0 interest for 5 whole years. Don't miss the best deal of the year, plus 1-day installation from Window Nation. Call 866-90NATION. Or go to windownation.com.
As a fan, you know all the important sports cliches. And when you save money by bundling your home and auto with Progressive, you can get out there and give it 110%, even though that's mathematically impossible. And remember, failure is not an option. Well, it's always an option, just not a good one. But you're not worried because you've got ice in your veins. You're on fire. How can both of those things be true at the same time? Well, that's between you and your doctor. So get out there and leave it all on the field. Leave what? Who cares? Just leave it and save with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Evan Cohen here. Whether you're locking in your home run picks or riding with your favorite golfers this summer, ESPN Bet is your sports book for all the action. Go from checking stats on your favorite teams and players to placing bets in just a few taps. Plus, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Hello, everybody. How's it going? Sweet.
Bring gas.
It's locked, cocked, ready to rock.
I want to talk about the Bears, baby.
Love these guys.
You're enjoying your day, everything's going your way. When along comes Eddie Downer.
I believe PCA is just on a heater. They're one and done.
Wow.
You sign him, and then next year he's going to be a dud and go through. So you can't just look at him, and I'm not even a Cubs fan. I'm a White Sox fan, so I do, dread on what they're doing now. But they're playing a lot better. I like it,
So wait, you're predicting that PCA is going to be a bust, and he just got off to a hot start.
Yeah, a heater. Like everyone talked about Eli Manning. He was on a couple of heaters. He won some Super Bowls, da-da-da-da-da. You know what I mean?
Just the random, he won some Super Bowls.
Blah, 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 yada, yada, yada.
Well, that's what everybody else talks about.
I'll take that.
So like, he got on a couple of heaters and everything. I go, you don't just get on a couple of heaters and win 2 Super Bowls. You're throwing some throws. But I believe, and you can see it now, he's not playing that well, this guy. Hang on, this golden doodle is just unreal there. Okay, Ozzy, get out. So.
I don't know what's going on. Yeah,
what's happening?
So wait, are you working?
I got a golden doodle. Every time I get in the phone, he just starts barking because I don't know. He really probably wants to talk to you guys.
Yeah, so I called in as soon as Eddie from the north side did his call in. I couldn't agree less with him, and I'm sure that anybody who's listening knows I love calling Eddie out. And PCA is not going to be a one-off. And you know what, this Cubs team, it's a game of averages. They're in a slump, but they're going to come out of it. Dionne, first, Eddie on the north side's a heel. I don't take anything. No one should take anything that he says seriously.
That's right. That was yesterday's discussion. Eddie's out on PCA. And with a dog named Ozzy, why not, right? That's what some Sox fans tend to do.
That was a little chaotic, that whole call.
This whole thing.
That whole situation.
Dionne's in for Waddle. Waddle
How are you?
I'm great. Yeah,
Good,
things are good. It's a beautiful day in the city today.
It's gorgeous outside.
Yeah. Downtown, at least, it's much cooler than on the outskirts where it's still very hot. But downtown, beautiful day today. So Waddle is in South Carolina. He's enjoying his day. He was on the beach earlier as we were texting. It's as he should be if you're in South Carolina in the summertime. Either be on the golf course or on the beach. He chose the beach today.
That's awesome.
So,
with his adorable grandson.
Yes,
I told him I am here for all the Instagram content they can give me.
Would you babysit?
Absolutely.
Really? You like the baby stage?
I love it.
I miss it until you have to be with them the whole day. I did rush time away to get my kids to toddler age.
Right. Well, I have a very good friend who is expecting her second and has a toddler, and she tells me that when she's home with him all day, she never sits down. And that's the stage, I forget that part, that you do have to entertain them the whole time.
Yes.
Sometimes I think my tween and teen children still think they need to be entertained
the whole time. For sure they do. Yeah. You were getting texted. You were sending money.
Oh, my gosh.
You were telling us the struggles.
This is my life. I am an ATM machine. That's what I do. I am an ATM machine, and as my nephew said, I'm a Division I laundry person. That's literally what that's my life. I do laundry like a champion, and I send money to my children.
How many dryer sheets do you use?
2 and on a big load. Not overdo it, right? Because then it kind of leaves a film on your fabric.
Oh, really? Does it?
I've noticed
because my wife is an overdoer on the dryer sheets.
On the dryer. See, sometimes I overdo it on the pods, like too many pods in the washer. I've done that, and I've been like, ooh, that was too many.
How many pods are you supposed to use?
Well, on a big load, I put in 3.
Okay. Wow. Does it say that to do 3?
Yeah, on the biggest loads.
Okay.
Yeah, but sometimes I'll like miscalculate, or I'll forget that I'll forget like 30 seconds after I threw a couple in. I'll forget how many I put in, and then
I do that all the time.
it drives me bananas.
Yeah,
but I'm not digging down in there to find out. I'm just going to throw.
Yeah,
an extra
that's
one
it.
In and
Right,
move on.
right.
Yeah.
Do you usually err on the side of adding more or saying I probably did it?
No, of course, always add more. Yeah, I have a hockey player. Like everything.
Oh,
stinks,
that's
yeah.
the smelliest sport.
Oh, the worst.
Why is that? Is it just the cold sweat? What is the hockey smell?
Oh, it's the gear that does not fully dry.
But why? Why is it? Oh, because it never
puts
dries.
in a bag. Yeah, and it just. I'm sure there's a system to hang and dry between uses, but he's 14 and that doesn't happen, and so it just sits. I mean, like he gets in the car after camp, and I'm like, open a window, man. It is awful, and you can't leave the gear in the car overnight. Absolutely not. Like it has to come out as soon as you get home.
I don't know if they have new technology for the Hawks, but back when I used to cover them on a day in and day out basis in the mid 90s,
yeah,
it was by far the smelliest locker room I've ever been in.
Yes.
That hockey locker room. They even have like 2 separate rooms.
Yes.
I don't know if they still do that, where they have a changing room where they get into their regular clothes, and then they have their gear locker room where the gear is.
And it's closed off by a sliding smell-proof door.
Oh,
like
really?
you get, like it's definitely a private area where they are. It is the smelliest, and it's so
The
distinct.
smelliest.
It is so distinct. Like,
The fans are on, right? They're trying to dry out the gloves and all that stuff.
It's brutal.
All right, so Dion's here. Let's have some fun today. 312-332-3776. Cubs back in action. White Sox are in action, too, at the Dodgers tonight. 8:30 pregame, so we have a full crosstalk with Bleck and Abdalla. So the Sox on the West Coast. The Cubs back at home after a long road trip and a long stretch. We're still arguing about Kyle Tucker. We can talk more about that in a little bit or whatever's on your mind. Bulls free agency, we're wanting to see what the Josh Giddey situation is going to be. No news on that yet. Maybe they won't have to ante up as much because, like, Brooklyn was the team that could offer the most, but they took on salary yesterday, and maybe now the Bulls won't have to give him $30 a year. We'll see how that goes. But a lot to do. Tyler, you came up with this topic. I tweeted it out. Explain what you were thinking here.
So just kind of looking at the state of Chicago sports, where we're at, there's certainly a lot of people in town that I think people are down on. But I want to know, who do you think among people who maybe you're down on, or maybe people are really high on right now, but see it could be a flash in the pan, kind of like what Eddie was saying with PCA. Who's someone in Chicago sports right now that over the course of the next year is going to surprise us, either for good or for bad?
Right.
So maybe you're really high on Ben Johnson, but you're like, maybe he won't be that guy when he does take on the full-time head coaching job. Or maybe you feel like Eddie with PCA. Or maybe you're really down on AK right now, but you think that they could somehow flip a switch. Whoever it is, whoever it may be.
If you feel that way, please call us.
Ooh, that was a good one, Tyler.
332-3776.
I think though there's an interesting one that Jack brought up, and then Tyler, I'll let you, and then we'll go around the room. And if you have one in mind, anybody, guys, it could be a coach, it could be a front office guy, it could be a player. Like, and for instance, like if this was a year ago, if you would have told me, or a little over a year ago, you know who's going to prove us wrong? Is Craig Counsell. All the fuss over paying 5 years, $40 million, and I still don't know what exactly he does. But I was expecting, and they went out and they let go of a manager who was well-liked and was embraced by the organization because they thought they would get a substantial boost from the new manager. So, yes, if you do say it's all about the players, or you say it's about this or it's about that, well, they did hire Craig Counsell to see a difference. And from the year before Craig Counsell, 83 wins, to the first year with Craig Counsell, 83 wins. And the Milwaukee Brewers didn't lose a beat. So, like, I think a year ago, that would have been a good example of someone projecting, hey, you know what, Craig Counsell, he's going to prove us wrong that he's this win because of manager. May not be a bad manager, you know, or he may need more time, but he's not going to give you this new manager bump like a lot of new coaches do. But do you want to add one?
No, it's interesting to think about. Like, I'm trying to come up with mine, like who I think would be the most surprising.
Yeah, it was tough
direction.
for me too. It was tough because I'm not going to go against any of the Bears right now. Even though I'm not going on the over, I'm not telling you that Ben Johnson's going to be a bust or that Dennis Allen can't coach or that Rome's not going to be as good as I hope or Caleb.
I will say that I have more questions, I think, for the Bears than I view them with more question, like, oh, we'll see. Then I think other teams.
Yeah, like Cole Kmet would have been one where everyone was on his bandwagon. And a year ago, if you would have called in and said, guys, you know who's going to surprise us for the bad is the production level of Cole Kmet.
I would have been shocked a year ago if you had said that he was going to put up such low numbers.
And not that it's all on him.
No, it isn't. It isn't. But I didn't expect that kind of a season from him. I don't think anybody did.
Or that DJ Moore, that we would wonder what DJ Moore we're going to see after I love DJ Moore.
Same.
And really loved him going into last year and loved the way he practiced in OTAs. And then to think by the end of the year, you were questioning, oh my, we thought he took this discounted, hometown offer. Or did we buy in too early onto what, DJ Moore's never had a winning season. Do you know this?
Yes, I do know that.
Never in his entire
career.
And like Cole Kmet, not that that's even a lot on him.
Right.
But it's an interesting figure. All right, Jack, so give us yours. I think this is good because a year ago, I think no one thought this guy could have some positivity coming, especially this quickly.
Well, I think it's Chris Getz with the guys he's acquired so far in his tenure. You look at Miguel Vargas, he's already stepping up and looks like he could be a productive major league player. And you thought he might have been a throw-in in the Michael Kopech trade. Kyle Teal, getting him for Garrett Crochet along with Chase Meidroth and Brady Montgomery, who's still a top prospect in the minor leagues. For me, it's Chris Getz right now. I'm more surprised that he's been able to get this on the right track because when he came in, he really had nothing going. Kyle Teal right now is batting .319 with a .421 OBP in his start in the majors. I think we can even look at the Crochet trade now and say it was the right move to make. So for me, Chris Getz has been the biggest surprise.
I'd still push back on you on that, but I get that it looks like maybe they got valued. I don't think you ever trade, no matter where you are as an organization. And if you are in the position that the White Sox were in, where you're potentially trading a future Cy Young in the prime of his career before he even needs a contract extension, that you're doing it wrong from top to bottom. You know what I'm saying? Like, a lot of people did say, well, it's the right move because the Sox don't have hitters, or it's the right move because the Sox are so bad and Crochet's not on the timeline. That's a bigger issue than to trade a good pitcher is one thing. To trade a potential young Cy Young Award winner.
Right.
Like, isn't he in the Cy Young? I know Skubal's probably going to end up winning it.
Yeah.
But Crochet's on the board.
He's in the conversation. I think one of the things with that trade is, could we just end up looking at it as both teams win? Too. And I think if you're a White Sox fan, you take that. Like, you got volume, quality prospects coming your way. You've got 3 of the guys have already reached the majors. The best of the bunch hasn't even reached the majors yet. And Braden Montgomery, like, you could very well end up having both teams be in a good spot coming out of that trade.
Someone agrees with you here when I asked for it on Twitter, and if you want to weigh in, 332-3776. He says, Chris Getz, I don't know, but the White Sox may be onto something here with how they've been playing recently, but I still wouldn't trade Robert Jr. yet. But that's an interesting random thought. I don't know why you wouldn't trade Robert, just because it's so low. You're selling so low.
I would imagine you're not getting much for him at this point.
Who's going to give up anything of note?
And I think the other part with Getz, too, is like, we kind of clowned him for the Fetty trade in the moment, but Vargas has looked like a solid player for them. And even like the ability to flip someone like Fetty, and you're going to have the ability to flip someone like Hauser. Like, he's put together a nice little short-term resume so far that I don't think a lot of fans were expecting.
And the Rule 5 picks, too. I mean, Shane Smith and Mike Vassell are his 2 best pitchers other than Adrian Hauser this year, and those were guys that other teams looked at and said, we don't need them on our roster. And he picked them out of the Rule 5 draft, and he has 2 contributors there.
Yeah, I think they are doing it, too. They've built up the things that they need, maybe not to the level that they would want because of Jerry, but I think he has really told Jerry, we need this, we need that. And their infrastructure is much better right now under him.
I think it's interesting because when they hired Chris Getz, wasn't the criticism immediately like, oh, they just went for somebody in-house, didn't even really research this. And to see that he is making moves that are bringing some positivity there and instilling some belief in these guys after a wretched season last year, I think that is that is promising. I'm not sure if I'm ready to say he's going to super surprise us. Suddenly they're going to start competing, but at a higher level regularly. But I do think that he's made some positive steps.
What do you got, Tyler? Who's yours?
All right, I got two. I think Tom Ricketts surprises us. I think he cares too much about his image, and we saw the tweet from a couple months ago about that fan who was like, "Oh, what do you want us to do? Protect me online? Like, talk nicely about us online, support us online." So I think he does, and I think that he's going to realize that this is a moment in time too, where some Cubs fans, they may lose the goodwill on him for what he did in 2016 if they don't bring back Tucker. And I think it's that big of a moment for him where he may just pony up the money and go out and surprise Cubs fans in a good way.
Yeah. Yeah. And I guess what I was trying to say to Jesse, too, about worrying about the prospects you gave up, if they do let him go, it would be more than just a bad financial decision or too much money. It would be a bad baseball decision. 1 year of Kyle Tucker does not equal what they gave up. It's just like the Crochet stuff. Now, if you do get, see how they upped Crochet immediately?
Yeah.
Like, if you get him for multiple years, then you live with whatever you gave up and you say, boy, we got ourselves a superstar in his prime. And we're cool with that. What's the second one?
Now, this one's for the bad. And I'm going to put my hockey helmet on here, all right?
Oh, no, don't go Connor Bedard, are you?
I think it's Connor Bedard. Like, as Hawks fans, we were sold that this guy was, like, next. Like, the next, like, McDavid or, like, just right below McDavid. Has there been anything that's been like, all right, yeah, get out to the United Center, go see a game because this guy is such a phenom?
I was wondering if we'd get that. But I'm sure someone will call in with Caleb. Like, you guys are all going to be fooled by Caleb. But the Connor Bedard thing's very similar, and he's got one more year, right, than Caleb. He's played 2 seasons now.
Yes, he's played 2 seasons.
I remember watching that first Bedard game and saying, boy, he is exactly what all these people are telling. Like, I remember as soon as when he first got on the ice, you could just see the specialness, but that's kind of then he's been hawked, hasn't he?
It may not totally be his fault. You're right.
I don't think that it is.
Because there is nothing on that roster, and it doesn't, like, what was the big name was Mitch Marner. Could they get him, and could that be a guy that they build around alongside Bedard? But they haven't given him anything, and it's basically kids learning how to play with other kids at this point on that team. So I would say, like, I haven't been overly wowed by Bedard. I'm not going to act like I've watched every single Hawks game either, but I feel like I've watched more than most casual Hawks fans.
I have to push back on that just because he is 19 years old, and he has always been light years ahead of everyone else he's ever been on the ice with. He has always been a man among boys everywhere that he's played. And this is a whole new animal. He's never lost like this, never dealt with this, never had this many different coaches around him and this many different people giving him advice or telling him to change something or trying to adjust to something new. I think that we have to give him time. I think he will surprise us in how he comes back out of this and how he matures and grows and takes his game to that NHL level that we've been waiting for. His sheer ability, skill, his skill is unbelievable with the stick. It's magical. It's awesome to watch. It just isn't the same as what he's used to. So I'm giving him time with that at 19 years old.
Okay,
I feel like I get what you're saying, Tyler, completely, but he's such a baby. Like his brain's not developed. It's not men until at least 30.
Is that what it is?
I don't know.
Or
at least 25.
In mid-50s.
At least 25.
What is yours? Do you have one?
I'm struggling with this. I don't know. I don't want to say that Ben Johnson, but I'm skeptical. Skeptical
Why?
that it's going to not be what it was.
Is it just because you're skeptical because they're the Bears?
The PTSD, absolutely. We've had this excitement before. We've had this feeling. Now everyone.
What do your eyes tell? Like when you saw, we told the story about Waldron, and you were the first person who said to me, "Silvy, I'm worried about Waldron."
Right.
Like when you see the practices, you've covered it. What does your brain tell you?
Well, my brain tells me things are different. My brain tells me things are different because we hear the head coach coaching. We hear the assistant coaches coaching. My brain tells me we have a legitimate, as you said, a varsity football coaching staff now, and that's what they needed. Now, how they all respond to that is what I'm waiting for. I think Ben Johnson can do as much as he can instill everything. He can hold them accountable. He can raise that standard as high as he wants to, but it's the players in the end of it. So are they buying into everything? That's what I'm still waiting to see. So I hope that I'm wrong. I just hope that I'm wrong. I want to be wrong. I want people to laugh at me. I want you to say, Dionne, you're being ridiculous, because I want this to be a Bears season that is the start of years of consistent winning, right? Like I want, I want that this season to be that. I want to notice it on the first day of training camp. I want to feel like, it's truly different. Not just because it's a new year. I want it to feel like this is a team that has the talent now to do what it's always wanted to do. That's
when is the first call we get over under, guys? Give me a date. The first call we get on Ben Johnson that we will be saying, guys, too cute. That call may work for the Lions when you're that good, but you can't do that stuff with the Bears when you don't have everything dotted and crossed.
I would say Tuesday morning after the Monday night opener.
Oh, really? Oh, wow. The first game. There will be a play.
Maybe during your halftime show, Silvy. I don't know.
I am predicting we will get that call. As good as I believe he's going to be, that we are going to get that call.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Too cute.
The first time one of his creative plays does not work, you will... can't do that. You're not in Detroit anymore.
All right, let me give you one from me, and it has to do with money. And this is kind of the opposite of what we were talking about with the White Sox. Kobe White under a big contract. And this goes with what's going on today. And Tyler and I are on opposite ends on this. But I like Kobe White. And I love his work ethic. I like how he's improved. And I like him on the Bulls. Kobe White for $35 or $40 million a year, whatever it's going to cost to keep him. He's got one more year left. He's going to want to go to free agency, and then he can get a contract. It's why I believe it's a reality to discuss, is it better for the Bulls to trade him? Because while that may seem blasphemous when they have not a lot of good players to begin with, and you're getting rid of your best player who is improving, I get that, and I understand that. I want Kobe White on the Bulls, too. But as soon as you make Kobe White Zach LaVine or paid like Zach LaVine, and you're expecting him to do number one things with a number one contract, and no, it's not what the max is, but it's still big. I think some of the faults of Kobe White will be seen brighter because of for me, it's always about bang for your buck. It was about Vooch. It's why I always believe I judge people based on what you gave up for them or how much you're paying for them. There are some people who just judge them based on nothing. I grade these guys on a curve. You gave up 2 lottery picks for Vooch and a lottery pick. Nothing against Vooch. Vooch wasn't worth that. So I didn't get my bang for my buck. Vooch may have been a nice player on the Bulls if they didn't give that up. But then he became in my crosshairs. We gave all that up for Vooch. Carlos Boozer, as soon as he was your when you couldn't get Bosch and you had to rely on Boozer and he got $85 million. And then he's not playing the fourth quarter for defense.
Right.
Then Boozer wasn't worth it. It's bang for your buck. So I believe Kobe White's a good player, maybe a very good player, but he shouldn't be paid like a great player. And I think in the next year, if they do pay him, that's what we're going to be saying about Kobe White. And I think to an extent, Josh Giddey, too. I think as soon as Josh Giddey gets a higher price tag, he won't be this nice reclamation project. We're going to be expecting him to bring it every single night, and you're going to start realizing that he may not be as good as you once thought. 312-332-3776. Whether you agree or disagree and you want to react to any of the ones that we brought up, be our guest. And who would your be? Number one Chicago sports figure that you think will surprise us either way in the next year. 312-332-3776. We've got Cubs and Guardians. The White Sox are back in action. NBA free agency. Dionne's got a Bears conversation as well for later in the show. And Michael Wilbon at 4:30. It's all coming up on Waddle and Silvy.
Waddle and Silvy on Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
He is the best American-born hockey player of all time. A 3-time Stanley Cup champion with the Chicago Blackhawks. ESPN Chicago is proud to announce the return of Patrick Kane for a truly special day, Friday, August 8th, a day that matches his coveted number 88.
Let's hear from number 88.
Kaner will be everywhere, just as he was on the ice, including a youth hockey clinic at Johnny's Ice House West at 9 a.m. And you can purchase tickets for an exclusive autograph signing at the Chicago Sports Museum at 11:30. Or a very special Q&A event at Morgan MFG at 6:30. All tickets for events can be purchased at Eventbrite. Just search Patrick Kane.
What's up, Chicago?
Friday, 8/8. Celebrate the legend number 88, Patrick Kane.
Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle here, and let me tell you about the best banking team in all of Chicago, our friends and partners at Wintrust. And just like a perfectly designed play, Wintrust creates a game plan to help you reach all of your financial goals, like a checking account for your family, a first savings account for your kids, financial planning for your retirement, or maybe a loan for your local business. Whatever your need, Wintrust has the right game plan for you. And Wintrust Total Access Checking offers unlimited ATMs nationwide. There are no minimum balances to keep, no monthly fees, and it only takes $100 to open. The account comes with mobile and online banking, bill pay, mobile check deposit, debit card controls and alerts, and more. Visit wintrust.com/TAC or visit them at any of their nearby locations. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
News just in. Bet365 is now live in Illinois.
That's right. Join Bet365 today and get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose.
That's amazing.
That's for sure. With Bet365, you can bet on the spread, totals, and money line.
Well, there you have it, Illinois. Download the Bet365 app and get your $150 in bonus bets today.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. TVs apply and app only.
White Sox fans, a day at the ballpark is a classic summer activity, so grab your crew and take advantage of savings all summer long with our summer savings section presented by Wintrust. Now through the end of the season, enjoy select lower-level tickets for $20 on all weekday games and $25 on all weekend games while supplies last. Includes fees, some exclusions apply. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/section.
Thinking about buying a home? Want to improve your credit or learn how to budget smarter? NHS Chicago is here to help with free, expert-led classes that guide you every step of the way. Whether you're a first-time home buyer or just want to take control of your finances, NHS has the tools and support you need. Classes are offered online and in person. Click the Education tab at nhschicago.org and sign up today. That's nhschicago.org. NHS Chicago, rooted in neighborhoods, investing in people.
Hey Chicago, IKEA is making it easier than ever to give your home a stylish, functional, and comfortable makeover with new local pickup points around the Chicago area. Just order online at IKEA.com and select the local pickup point near you, including Loyola University, University of Chicago, University of Illinois Chicago, and now Gurney Mills. Get fast, free local pickup available as soon as the next day. So whether you're looking to create your dream bedroom escape or making that perfect space to relax after work, shop IKEA.com and let IKEA bring it to you.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again, at work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text STAPLE to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text STAPLE to 321-321. That's STAPLE to 321-321.
Advantage Acura of Naperville is your connection to your new Acura. Drive home in one you'll love in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. And every new Acura comes with the Advantage Plus program. Come see them in Naperville or visit AdvantageAcura.com. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Listen to us now, live on the ESPN Chicago app. Listen to the show in HD at 100.3 HD2 FM. Listen now on ESPN 1000. This is Waddle and Silvy, ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Good reaction, too, on Twitter and on the phones. We have a couple lines open if you want to react. A lot of Connor Bedard reaction to what Tyler had to say. I'll read those in a minute. But someone in the next year that will prove us wrong. So when I say us, like whether it's you,
right,
or what the masses think, and the opposite will happen. Like there's even one vote for Luis Robert, that he's too good to stay this bad. He's going to break out of his funk, and he's going to be a good baseball player again.
That would be welcome. I would think that would be welcome. I hope that Tom Ricketts surprises us and pays Kyle Tucker. Yeah. I like that one.
That was very Tyler.
That was a good one. Yeah, that was good.
And then
like that one.
And this one I like a lot too. And I've always stated that I would not cut him with the new regime. Is someone said sleeper pick Tyreek Stevenson revenge tour. I think that's going on a limb.
Okay.
And I believe that Ryan Poles has always loved him. I always thought they knew that they were going to get a player who needed to be developed both physically and mentally. So, like, sometimes, his mouth would get him into problems. I don't think they ever expected to have what happened in Washington happen.
No.
But I don't think they want to throw him out with that. And I'm hoping that he's done some good hard looking in the mirror, and with a new change of coaching, the coaches, that he will go and show everyone that, yes, he indeed is a good prospect and will be a good player.
When he spoke during OTAs, that's what I took away from that, is that he had done the mental work to get over that. And just in the way that he talked about, I made a mistake and it was on national television, and I had to deal with that with my teammates and with the new coaches, and we've moved on from that. And I heard that maturity from him. Peggy and I talked about that a lot over that. It was like, I just heard that he was growing up, and we were seeing it in real time. So I did hear that he had done the work to move on. And I don't think anything like that would ever happen again.
Ron in Orland Park here on ESPN 1000. He starts us off with a good one. What's up, Ron?
What's up, Silvy? Hi, Dionne. How are you? Good to talk to you.
You too.
So, Silvy, you know what mine's going to be. We talked about this on Twitter before. I just haven't had a chance to call in. This is strictly for you, Silvy. It's Ryan Poles. I'll tell you why.
He will impress us. You're saying he will flip his reputation.
I mean, I'll be honest. I don't think he has to flip it that much, but in your eyes, I believe he's going to flip it tenfold. I mean, just look what he's done the last 2 years to an offense, from quarterback to head coach to play caller, the offensive line, wide receivers. In just 2 years, look at the offense, what it is on paper. I know they have to play the game still, but just on paper, I dare you to name another GM that's done this to an offense in 2 years. He learns from his mistakes. I believe, truly, honestly, he became the GM without the training wheels the day that Eberflus was fired. Because I know it, you know it. He wasn't allowed to fire Eberflus before then. He was not allowed to fire Eberflus before that season last year. Peggy even said it on your station filling in for Waddle, that she heard the same exact thing. I believe that's when the training wheels came off, and they're letting this young, bright, talented guy just get in talent, and the head coach that everybody wanted, one of the best play callers around to turn this team around. And that's all I got for Ryan Poles, and I think he's going to make you a believer, Silvy.
Ron, I hope you are right. I know you've tweeted me many times about this. You're a believer. He needs to earn my benefit of the doubt, and I think a lot of Bears fans. But look, if you're right, I will certainly admit it. That's for sure. Well, good call, Ron. Thank you. I mean, Ron and I disagree with a lot of the moves. Like, I feel like he's learned from his mistakes because his mistakes have been such big punches to the face.
My gosh.
That they have hurt him so bad. And I still don't believe that. I don't know what to believe, but I think he could have fired him sooner than he did.
I think he could have, too. If he had insisted on it, I think they would have let him do it.
Yeah, and my basis has always been, if you never believed in Eberflus, and you wanted to fire him, but they told you had to keep him, why would you then enable Eberflus to pick the offensive coordinator? At least pair him with a guy that you love.
Yes.
And don't go with Waldron, Eberflus's pick.
Yeah, for sure.
But look, blank slate now. Jay wanted to defend Connor Bedard. What's up, Jay?
Hey, Dionne and Silvy, it's great to talk to you all. When I say we, using the pronoun, I mean all of us. We want teams to win so desperately, so sometimes we oversimplify things. And you look at Connor Bedard, he's a talent. I mean a great talent. But you need people around him. You know, you can draw a parallel between, and one would argue it's a little premature, but you can draw a parallel between Fields and Bedard. We saw the talent Fields had coming out of Ohio State. We saw the greatness of Connor Bedard, but if you don't surround those players with talent, they will be average, pedestrian, whatever adjective you want to use, but they will never live up to the expectations. And that's just a reality. You look at a player like you look at Roberts. Why would you even pitch to him in difficult situations? He doesn't have a lot of protection behind him or in front of him. And so he has to expand the strike zone to try to get the numbers. And we know what happens when players expand the strike zone. So, it's about an organization. It's about talent. And when you surround these good players or great players with talent, generally they live up to the billing, and they may not be superstars, but they turn out to be very good. And so, we all want teams to win. And so with that, sometimes we risk oversimplifying things. Wonderful show. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Jay.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I don't agree with him on Luis Robert, because he nosedives so poorly. Like, I understand how some of it could affect you, but he can't hit. He doesn't look like the same player, even like an eighth of the player he used to be, or we thought he could be. So
not even. No, but I agree with what he said. Like, it's this desperate feeling of like, we just want them to win. So like our teams to be winners.
Yes.
So like all across the board, we want that so badly. Yeah.
Lewis and Lyle has a good one. What's up, Lewis? And if I think you're going in the direction you're going to go.
Yeah, I'm sorry. What was that?
Oh, I think you have a good one if you go in the direction that I want you to go. But go.
Oh, I'd say Tremaine Edmonds because he's going to finally live up to the contract that we gave him. I would say Gian is going to surprise Tyler by having a hot dog and enjoying it. And Eddie from the north side is going to surprise everybody by saying something positive that we can actually get behind.
No, don't hold your breath for that one. You know better.
Well, I know. The guy lives rent-free in my head. I heard him say something really negative about the Bears. I called him the next day right before the season started and said, hey, you know what? After every win, I'm going to call in and laugh. And I didn't really get to do it too much, and it was kind of spirit-breaking.
Lewis, good stuff. Lewis is always a good caller.
Oh, my God.
Like, I hope Edmonds, because he seems like the biggest luxury item they have on defense with doing what he does for the money that again, the bang for your buck thing. Do you like Tremaine Edmonds on your team? You can get behind it.
Yeah.
But Tremaine Edmonds on the cost that he's costing you, the $70 million that he cost you,
right?
That's too much money.
It's a lot of money.
Yep. Let's go to Stan on the south side, who also wanted to weigh in on Bedard. What's up, Stan? Or no, not Bedard. He's on football. Go ahead, Stan. Sorry.
Yep. Yeah, in my opinion, from what I'm watching with the Bears, I think it's a Kevin Warren effect more than Poles. Okay, I don't think Poles wanted to fire Eberflus. I think Kevin Warren made him fire Eberflus.
Ooh.
Okay. Also, if you look at all the moves that's been made in free agency, those are Bing Johnson moves. Those aren't Poles moves. Okay, Poles is. I don't think he's that great of a GM. He did okay by bringing in Bing Johnson, which saved his job. I think that was a smart move. But all the other moves that's been made, those have been made by Bing Johnson, and also Kevin Warren made Poles fire Eberflus.
Okay.
I think that's what happened. Thanks for taking my call.
Stan, good call. Thank you. What do you think, Dionne?
I don't know if he made him. And maybe he said, "Go ahead and do it." Right?
Yeah, it may be okay.
It was like an endorsement of this has to be done.
This is not sourced. This is just my theory, being around the team, that a year ago, I think Kevin Warren preached patience and probably advised Ryan Poles, look, it's your call, but I think there's a lot of good that could come with being patient. There's a guy that you believed in. Do you still believe in him? Then maybe be patient. I don't know if he was hamstrung from it, and I don't know if – I think, though, in order for Poles or whoever made the call, someone had to green light that because it's something that the Bears had never did, and they took pride in that. Whether it was Mark Trestman or any other guy who didn't work out, they didn't fire that guy within season, and it was a big deal for the Bears to want to do that.
Remember after that first press conference that they had after they fired Eberflus? I mean, Kevin Warren was very vocal in that. So maybe he did have more of an impact on that. I think it was him. Maybe they came up to that decision together, but I know he had an influence on it. But I don't know that he made him. I would think Ryan Poles knew it was time as well.
Leo in Elgin, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Leo?
Hey, how's it going, guys? I apologize. I'm about to pick up my Burger King for my kids. I've been playing the pool all day long, so you might hear me talk to them. But I just wanted to say that this has to be a season where Caleb Williams, this is it. He's going to be a superstar. I truly believe that. I love him. I think he has – last season he showed us that he wants to go out there and he wants to win. And I think the drama that happened in the offseason is just going to go away. I think Ben Johnson's in here. I think this team is spending the money in all the right places for right now. And this is going to be a breakout season where he proves a lot of people wrong. Because I know a lot of people are saying that he's like, he might not do that well, or they're putting a lot of pressure on him. I believe the pressure is due, right? He has to own the pressure, especially the last guy who said that he was probably the reason why they fired Eberflus or whatever. Like, there might be some truth to that, but also he has everything to succeed now, right? Mm-hmm. So he has to be successful.
Yeah, we definitely have to see substantial, at least, growth in his performance. What's your order? What'd you order?
Oh, dude, my kids have been playing the pool, and they wanted chicken nuggets and fries. Mobile order for Leo.
Welcome to Burger King.
Mobile order for Leo. So yeah, this is their go-to. And of course I bought groceries to make them tacos, but they wanted this.
Of course.
And
we do what our kids want, correct?
Dude, I only I only have them a short amount of time, right? Like before they get older, they want nothing to do with me and the love of my life, my wife. So I want to have them have as much fun as they can for the short time that I got them, right?
Yes.
While they're this young.
That's gospel right there, Leo.
5, 2, and 1.
5, 2, and 1. And of course, he sends me a video like, Daddy, I want chicken nuggets and fries. Okay, whatever.
Right.
We'll make the other stuff tomorrow.
Yes. Honestly, yes.
You're
are
a good
correct.
dad, Leo.
You are a good dad. And it does.
Dude, I love them so much.
Happens.
I love you guys, too.
Oh, my gosh. I know. My kids are my favorite people in the whole world. I totally agree.
Thanks, Leo. Have a great day, okay?
You too.
There you go. Dad life. I love that.
It.
Yeah.
That was great.
That was
Leo.
good. Yeah.
Your kids are in great hands, and he's right. It goes so fast that they like you. So I guess I shouldn't complain about getting all these text messages all day. At least they like me.
Yeah, they still want to hang out. It's why I don't mind taking them out to dinners.
I know, we don't either.
Where I'm just like, if they want to hang with us,
yes,
and they still want to be with us, let's do it.
Let's do it. We still got them. Let's do it.
Every now and then, though, I still need the date night.
Oh, of course.
Okay, you guys, we're getting you a sitter today. But for the most part, yes, I'm with him.
That's true. Go hang out with someone else.
Yeah.
But when you want to be here, I'm right here.
All right, Dionne's alongside Waddles in South Carolina. Jack and Tyler are here. Who's going to surprise us in the next year, for good or bad? There's some good names being suggested. I think there are more that we could bring up. Also, there's one of our frequent callers I see on the line who is actually going to suggest a team does something out of anyone's mind. If I think where he's going, and try to guess which caller this is.
I already think I did.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
All right, we'll get to him coming up next.
You're listening to Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Dodgers.
Live coverage begins tonight at 8:30 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
Everyone loves a fresh haircut for summer, but with the weather warming up and the kids out of school, this season is the time for making memories, not appointments. That's why I go to Great Clips. I can use convenient online check-in to get in for a cooler, shorter haircut whenever I have time. They even send me a ready next text when it's time to come into the salon. The skilled salon stylists at Great Clips save my haircut details in clip notes so I can get the same cut next time, no matter who I see. And the best part, Great Clips haircut prices are so affordable, I can look and feel great while still having money left over for all of those fun summer adventures. So what are you waiting for? Stop wasting time and money on appointments at overpriced salons. Get in, get out, and get back to enjoying the season with cool summer haircuts at Great Clips. Download the app today. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
Hey teachers, congratulations on another year of being awesome to the students you lead. We salute you. Now it's time to relax and take care of the things you've neglected this school year. When planning for this time, don't forget about your family. And if your family is complete, summer is a great time to take the next step, a vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago, because experience really does matter. Especially with this procedure. They make it so easy with their 30-minute, no-needle, no-scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read the testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. With 4 convenient locations in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower, now with free valet parking. Their procedure is covered by most insurance, so everything is lined up to make your decision an easy one with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. Visit vasectomychicago.com today or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
You've seen it asked 1,000 times on the big screen.
You got a light?
But it's the sound that's unmistakable. The iconic sound of a Zippo lighter. But that's only the beginning of the Zippo story. Zippo is famous for everything from vintage lighters to sunglasses. Visit Uptown Cigar Store and Lounge on Wells Street at North Avenue. The best selection of Zippos, premium cigars, and accessories.
What do you need to know about Zippo?
Nothing. The sound says it all.
Get started on your painting project this summer and save big money at Menards. Rust-Oleum stops rust. 5-in-1 spray paint lets you choose from 5 unique spray patterns with a twist of the dial, so you can get a professional, corrosion-resistant finish on every project. Save big money on Rust-Oleum spray paint now at Menards. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
Hear that? That's the sound of change. The sound of you driving towards a cleaner, healthier future. Visit ComEd.com/EV to find tools and resources to help make the switch to an electric vehicle easier than ever, alongside valuable rebates for going electric. Whether it's a home vehicle or a business fleet, driving green can save you green. Charge into the future at ComEd.com/EV. ComEd, powering lives.
Who are you talking to? As a business owner putting hard-earned dollars into advertising, that question is everything. So who are you talking to? How about a very loyal fan base of a great Chicago team? Send your message out to White Sox fans all over Chicagoland. The Sox fan is hungry for a new start and ready to support a business that supports their team. So who are you talking to? How about you start with talking to us? Send an email to whitesox@goodkarmabrands.com. That's whitesox@goodkarmabrands.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Want to buy a vehicle in 60 minutes or less? Purchase your next vehicle in 60 minutes or less at Advantage Chevrolet Hodgkins, or your first car payment is on them. And every new Chevy comes with the Advantage Plus program. Together, let's drive. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Waddle and Silvy, from our State Street studio to your hellish commute home. We're there with you, making it bearable. Never mind. Back to Waddle and Silvy on ESPN Chicago.
I love when our callers feel like they could call, and even if they call every day or they call once a year. I love that. And some of the callers we get to know, and sometimes even for them they could surprise us.
Yeah.
And I think Joey G, who's on hold, who I think his number one show, though, is Kap and J Hood. And he's been calling more lately to Waddle and Silvy.
It's Peggy and Dionne.
Oh, is it? Does Joey call you guys?
He sure does.
I want a power ranking here. Joey G, power rank the shows on ESPN 1000.
Kap and Woody, Waddle, Silvy, Bleck Abdalla.
Well, they didn't even make your list? Peggy and Dionne didn't make your list?
All of them made my list.
Okay, but Dionne just told me that she was first, and then you didn't even name their show.
I thought we were tip-top of the list there, Joey.
You guys are always tip-top on the list. You guys don't know that by now?
Well, you just did it just go without saying? That was understood. And then Kap and J Hood behind us.
February, it was 3 years since Danny picked up the phone for me. When I called him my first time, he picked up the phone, and then he got the promotion. But anyways, let me run down so you guys can bash me. First of all, I am not a drug addict.
Addict?
That goes for your friend in your cul-de-sac and my friend.
Oh, did he call? Kap. Did Kap call you a drug addict?
This morning it was kind of light. He said, "Put down what you're smoking."
Oh, that's his go-to.
Because here it comes, Silvy. I would trade Tucker and go get two big name, any pitcher, any Seattle, whatever, to go get their number one pitcher, and they get Kyle Tucker, and we get two more guys too. And then you mentioned Kyle Tucker, offer him the $500 million contract.
Yes. What's wrong with that?
What is he, Kyle Ohtani?
No, Kyle Ohtani would make $750.
He's going to demand at least that much. We believe the number starts with a 5, Joey.
Okay. Our owner's not usually like that, is he?
No.
Is he going to fire that check? Then he's all in. I don't know. I can't, I don't know his financial state of mind.
Here's what I want to know, though. Here's what I want to know from you, Joey. Did you already share this on the air with Kap and J Hood, and now you're recycling a call here? Is that what you're doing?
No, I'm calling about that, but with your show. First of all,
no. That's yes or no. Did you go on the air with Kap and J Hood and already suggest this, and now you're recycling bits?
Okay, I'm not going to lie to you, Silvy. I didn't mention Trey Tucker, and that's when Kap went off on me.
Yeah, as he should. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm on Team Kap this time.
Wow.
That's right.
At least
last year, Eddie from the north side. Caleb was going to have 4,000 yards, and DJ Moore was going to have 20 touchdowns. So here's what I think you should do, Silvy. Mm-hmm. You got the power.
No, I don't.
Bring him on the air one day.
Who?
Eddie from the north side.
We bring him on the air too much as it is.
No, I mean live.
What do you mean live? Well, he's always live.
Yeah, in the studio.
Oh, hell no.
Come on.
He showed up one time. He showed up a couple of times to appearances, and it was Halloween, and that was a sight to behold. The stuff that he had in his eyes. Won't do that again. Or, well, I mean, he could come to our thing, but he does not have an invite to the studio. That's a no-go. Joey, thank you.
Listen, Silvy Dionne, the hardest working woman in sports today is you. I see you everywhere, and it's great all the time. Silvy, I was back with you when you had your issue. And Silvy, you've been blessed.
Thank you. Appreciate you, Joey.
Okay?
Thank you.
I love you guys.
All right, love you too, Joey. There's Joey. He is so he's already making the claim on the morning show, and then he's bringing it back.
Yeah, running it back in the afternoon. He probably is thinking different audience.
The audience is always changing. That's what Zetterman. It is. You've already made your decision to ride with Tuck. I don't even know if I should even address this. And why would a team who's already in it give up their number one pitcher?
Right.
In the middle of the race, they're looking
not,
to add, not look to just
distribute to someone else.
Yes.
Right, exactly.
So,
that is not realistic.
It's a bad take.
Bad take, Joey. That's a really bad take. I won't say to get off the weed or put down what you're smoking, but that's a bad take. And a recycled take at that. You don't even get a dime for the can that you brought into us. All right, coming up next, it's Waddle's World. Then at 4:30, we've got Michael Wilbon. Dionne's in for Waddle. It's Waddle and Silvy.
You're in the middle of the Waddle and Silvy Show, ESPN Chicago.
Hey, this is Chris Bleck. Your day is incomplete without the Bleck and Abdalla Show. We put a bow on the ESPN Chicago day. We're supported by Yuengling, a legendary beer, now available in Chicago. So join us tonight at 6:30 on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
All right, Chicago, are you ready? Steinhoffel's newest furniture and mattress superstore is coming to the NWI, the Maryville Plaza in Maryville, Indiana. Established in 1934, Steinhoffel's is 100% employee-owned, fourth-generation family-run, and the first choice for quality selection and service, including in my family. We have bought numerous things from Steinhoffel's, and we love everything we've got from there. Steinhoffel's is Chicagoland's furniture and mattress leader. To find out more, shop and visit steinhoffels.com. Your new room is only a click away. 6 Chicagoland locations, including the 7th, coming to Northwest Indiana. Shop Steinhoffel's today.
You have heard me talk about how businesses are elevating their game in Bolingbrook. Here's Mayor Mary Alexander Basta to tell you herself.
Thanks, Peggy. Bolingbrook remains the most desirable southwest suburban location to start or expand your business. I invite you to learn how welcoming we are to the many businesses who recently have made Bolingbrook their home.
So if you're looking to elevate your future and the future of your business, visit bebolingbrook.com to learn more.
Join us and be Bolingbrook.
Chicago, this is your chance to see the Premier League live. The Premier League Summer Series is coming to town and features 2 incredible matchups. Everton versus West Ham United, followed by Manchester United versus Bournemouth. It's the only international soccer event in Chicago this summer. Don't miss out. Wednesday night, July 30th, Soldier Field. 2 matches, 1 ticket. Grab yours now at Ticketmaster.com.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, and it's no surprise. Same game parlay from Bet365 just keeps getting better.
Well, it's even easier to make a bet. Choose from the most popular markets like hits, run line, totals, and home runs. So many to choose from.
Download the app, start building your bet, and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. T's and C's apply.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was going to unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
SoFi Personal Loan is here to help you achieve something once thought impossible, overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low, fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. That's right, pull off your own debt-defying stunt with a SoFi Personal Loan. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank, N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply, NMLS 696891.
Want to buy a vehicle in 60 minutes or less? Purchase your next vehicle in 60 minutes or less at Advantage Chevrolet Bolingbrook, or your first car payment is on them. And every new Chevy comes with the Advantage Plus program. Together, let's drive. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
It's that time again when we venture deep into the great unknown.
And in Chicago, Tom Waddle. He can't run, he's not fast, but he gets open.
A trip inside the mind of a multi-concussed former Bears wide receiver.
He caught everything that was thrown and took every hit that they could give him, and he had an all-time day in the use of smelling salt.
Buckle up, boys and girls.
Tom Waddle, every team wants to have a Tom Waddle. If I had a football team, I'd like to have a Tom Waddle on my team because you draw from that.
It's time to go inside Waddle's world.
Tom Waddle did have to use a lot of smelling salt.
Waddle's World brought to you by Wintrust Community Banks, Chicago's banks. To find your nearest Wintrust Community Bank, visit wintrust.com/find us, member FDIC.
Someone who listens to this station all day, one of my favorite tweeters, tweeted, he said, Kap ripped Joey's head off for saying this morning, you handled him much better, just like Joey be Joey. And he also said, Kap yelled at Joey this morning, so he's calling you. Whenever Kap yells at Joey, he calls you.
That's awesome. We noticed a trend, Joey. Much love to you. Okay, our first story is a flight attendant demanding a passenger spit out Zyn, leaving travelers confused about policies. Apparently, Zyn is a tobacco-free nicotine pouch, and a Delta passenger was asked to spit it out. This is like when they ask for your ID to buy non-alcoholic beer. That's what that reminds me of.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you always have to show an ID. I was like, but it's non-alcoholic.
Is there a little alcohol in non-alcoholic beer?
I'm not sure.
Or is there zero?
The person wrote
it was supposed to be 0.0.
I thought it was 0.0, yeah. Isn't that like Heineken's Jam?
Yeah,
it
that's
says
what
it
I
on
was
the bottle.
thinking, yeah.
Anyway, that's what this reminds me of. This person got told to spit my Zyn out on a flight. I didn't know this was a thing. He wrote it on Reddit. Delta flight, first class. Not that that matters.
Ooh.
But that was a flex if he had to write it
Yeah,
down.
that's right.
They brought a cup out and asked me to spit my Zyn out. They said it was because it was a tobacco product. I didn't put up a fight and complied right away. Was wondering if this is an FAA thing. I didn't know about it. Is it?
Like, I get it. Like, you don't want to argue with them anymore because they'll throw you off before you can blame.
Yeah, I mean, there's no reason.
But shouldn't you say this is not tobacco? Or
But I don't think Zyns have tobacco in them.
No, that's what she said.
Right,
They're
it's
tobacco-free.
tobacco-free.
So
And-
that's what I'm saying. Like, or, you know, like if he was chewing gum, they wouldn't make them spit out the gum. Can Zyn, though, I'm not a tobacco guy, but can you get spit all over the place? Or
No, you don't spit. No.
So there's no spitting whatsoever. This
So what is it
probably gonna
doing?
come back.
I heard it when you said it too. So what's the point? If there's
Tell us, we talked about Zyn like a year ago when some of our producers were Zyn people, right?
It's just nicotine. Yeah, you get the nicotine buzz.
All right. This person says that the policies are murky when it comes to like the use of smokeless tobacco or e-cigarettes.
A lot of people here would not be flying Delta.
Well, it says it doesn't say it on any of the airlines.
Do you think that
American, United, Southwest, to JetBlue?
Is it fair? Is it okay then to have Zyn on a plane?
I can't imagine why it wouldn't be.
Okay.
Like, I don't think it'd be any different than if you ordered like an alcoholic beverage on a plane.
Well, that's what I'm thinking, right? They serve that to you.
Can you open up like your own beverage on a plane?
No.
You can't?
No, I don't think so. No,
like
you
if-
cannot.
Where would you buy it?
from
just be taken from like one of the clubs and
Yeah, take it
bring
from
it
a club
through?
or like you could buy alcohol in the. Don't they have some of the
Duty free? Yeah.
Yeah,
Can't you buy
or
alcohol
like
there?
on the other side of security, they have cans and stuff. No,
I don't think
don't
they have it at
remember.
like the Hudson News though.
No alcohol.
They do not serve alcohol at the Hudson News. I can confirm they do not.
Oh, you've looked?
You've tried?
Of course I've
Scoured?
looked. Of course I've looked. They don't even serve like the tiny bottles of. I don't think you can buy just a tiny bottle of.
Do you know where the piano is
Yes.
in O'Hare
Yeah.
and the C
Yeah.
concourse? There's a bar right there.
Of course.
Yeah.
If I ordered a drink, would they let me on a plane with that, or can I not?
No, I don't think you can take that on. Oops, I don't think so. No.
Interesting.
No. But I am always amazed at the people sitting at that bar at
Oh,
like
yeah.
5:45 a.m.
I saw not at 5:45 a.m. It's where I once ran. Waddle and I both ran into Frank Thomas there.
Oh, no kidding.
It was right up to the bar, right near the piano player in the Concourse C
Love
of the
it.
United Terminal.
Yes.
Is that a Waddle famous guy snipe in the airport?
What do you mean snipe?
Like, you know how he has this knack for he can point out famous people?
With Frank, it's
Frank,
like
I guess,
so
it's a little
obvious.
yeah.
But he's great at identifying people that out of uniform you may not recognize.
I'll
Yes.
never forget
That's a gift.
when we went to Vegas, what was it, 2 years ago? And he spots Cam Payne and Mike Brown.
Yes.
Mike Brown,
In
the
the airport.
basketball coach.
Yes.
Yeah.
Who may get the next job.
He
Yes.
might get the next job.
Like, he's really good. And who was the Cubs catcher?
Jan Gomes.
Jan Gomes. That was a Chicago Cup with Waddle. And here comes a guy walking in with his kids. Like, I wouldn't recognize
Guy who wears
Jan.
a mask for a living.
Yeah, I wouldn't
Oh, my
recognize
God.
Jan Gomes, just even though I'm a diehard Cubs fan, just out in the real world.
In the
He's like,
wild?
hey, there's your catcher.
Just out
I'm
in the
like,
wild.
huh? He goes, that's Jan Gomes right there. I go, it is?
I would not have known that either. That's impressive. Okay, so that was that first story. We ready?
It's your world. It's
I know.
Dionne's world
What's
now.
fun is it's like all these little detours. And I
Yeah.
feel like because that's
Oh,
Waddle,
oh,
we're
all
just
the side
fine,
routes,
right?
yeah.
Okay, Faygo Red Pop was used as a lure in a fatal Saginaw Township bank hostage standoff. That is a lot.
Yeah, I don't understand here.
Okay.
What's going on here?
I'm not sure. We're going to find out in real time. Let's do this together. It was a Faygo Red Pop that hastened the end of a multi-hour hostage situation inside a Saginaw Township bank branch. The beverage dangled from a drone, and as the would-be robber stood in front of the window to retrieve it, the police trooper fired a shot from a nearby roof, mortally wounding interesting choices of words, mortally wounding the suspect and bringing the standoff to a close.
Wait, so what is this beverage? Faygo?
A Faygo Red Pop that they dangled from a drone.
What is Faygo Red Pop? Is it just a
Faygo is a soda, a brand of
so
soda.
it's just red pop?
Yeah, soda.
No, I say pop.
Soda.
I know you're not from here. Most people from here say pop.
Most people in the north say pop. My husband says pop. I
You
just don't like
it?
it. I just don't like it.
Soda is ice cream and seltzer.
No,
That's
soda is just no.
Or soda water.
Soda water is sparkling water, carbonated water.
It's pop.
Soda pop. Soda's the first word.
No, not
Anyway.
pop. So anyway,
I
they
digress.
dangled, they enticed him.
Yes, and apparently he's like that easily distracted.
Or they're like,
a
hey.
multi-hour standoff where we'll bring you something to drink.
Well, then maybe they're negotiating. They're like, and he's like, I'm just really thirsty. You know, if you get me something to drink, I'll be willing to talk. And maybe that got him out, and then they shot him.
Well, I mean, this particular branch of the bank does not have cash on hand and requires customers to make appointments. Police did not say how this man was able to enter the building after it had closed for the day. The employee informed Alan, who is the suspect here, the slain suspect. The employee informed Alan that she could not cash his check, at which point he attacked her and demanded money. He used a sharp object as a weapon, but was not armed with a gun. All he wanted was pop.
Have you ever heard of a bank that doesn't carry cash? Isn't
I know,
that
isn't
like
that
a
like-
bar
isn't
without
that-
alcohol beverages?
It is. What a letdown for him.
By the way, Sean Christopher tweets and he says, O'Hare actually sells Zin at Hudson. So while you can find alcohol, you can find Zin at Hudson News, and therefore the flight attendant was in the wrong.
Maybe it's an airline by airline policy.
Yeah, probably. They make their own rules as they go along, perhaps. All right, next. Survey reveals the most iconic sensations of summer. The most quintessential sensations of summer are... Go ahead.
Or the sensations of summer, like meaning, give me one example that I maybe wouldn't be able to like
Well, like your senses, right? Like what would heighten your senses? So your smells, taste, feel. What of those senses do you think are the quintessential ones of summer?
Like, are you saying like a summer thunderstorm?
Like the smell of a thunderstorm rain, or the smell of a grill is the one they're talking about here. Smell of a grill.
Okay, the smell of a grill.
I would go pool chlorine.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, pool chlorine would be a good one.
This
is a very, very oddly worded thing. That's a national representative survey of 2,000 American grill owners.
Oh, grill. So it's all smell?
Yeah, some of it. No, found that grilling sense was 87% of. I don't understand. 87% of people said that the grilling scent is the most iconic sensation of summer.
Yeah, I agree.
Time near the water was 68% of people surveyed. Pool hangs, like diving into a pool and stuff, 68% as well.
These are activities then, too.
I guess. The majority of Americans agreed that cooking outside is one of the joys of the season.
I think like that smell of a ballpark in the summer. It's got the smell. When I grew up, it was the smell of stale beer and cigarettes mixed in with hot dogs. It was those three things wrapped up in one is the way I grew up understanding what Wrigley Field was.
Right.
People could smoke at Wrigley, and it was mixed with the stench of beer and the mustard and hot dogs, and it was all mixed together into this unbelievable concoction that would be just a great smell.
Sure, okay.
That's not on there,
No,
but what would be yours?
I do love the smell of a grill. I do love that. I'd say relaxing by the water is like what that to me is quintessential summer. But this was particularly about grilling. That the reason people want to grill out at these times is because it's so hot. They want to be outside, but they also love all the smells that comes from that.
I love it. Yeah, when that grill is cooking and you could smell it from like 10 houses down.
It's awesome. Even though I don't eat hot dogs or hamburgers, I like grilled chicken. Chicken on the grill.
Chicken on the grill is a good thing. Yeah.
Most Americans, what they're cooking up this summer, 82% of people are making burgers. 73% say hot dogs are the most popular. Some people do steaks.
Yeah, a lot of people.
Seafood.
Steaks and burgers.
Seafood. Mm-hmm. Some people say that anything is grillable if you try hard enough, so they just throw stuff on their grill.
Vegetables.
I love that.
Corn on the grill is fantastic.
Very good.
Tyler, do we have Cooking with Daryl tomorrow?
That's tomorrow, 3 o'clock.
Do you follow Cooking with Daryl on Instagram?
Think so.
So Daryl's a guy who lives in Chicago, and I think he'll give us more of a background story. I think he's from the Northwest Side, I believe. He lives in the burbs now.
Okay.
And he started an Instagram and what's the other? TikTok. And his daughters pushed him to do it.
No way.
I believe. And he's become a sensation on the grill.
That's awesome.
And his videos. And he's very,
Cooking
very
with
good.
Daryl.
So Carmen and I are going to open up the 4th of July holiday with some tips from Daryl in studio.
I love that.
If you don't follow him on Instagram.
I'm going to do that.
Yeah.
We just got a Weber grill for Christmas, and we've been using it. It's so nice. We needed an upgrade desperately. It's been awesome. I love using it. Okay. Here's how watching videos at 2 times speed is reworking your brain and the age group most impacted. This is good for us to know. If you're a big fan of watching videos on the internet like TikTok, YouTube, or Masterclass, chances are you've grown accustomed to listening to people speak at Looney Tunes speeds. Speed watching has become an increasingly common way to consume content since it enables the assimilation of information in half the time or more. Are you one of these people?
No, I can't. I've tried before, like even like with Pardon My Take, because Big Cat show's so damn long. But I've tried that once where it doubled the speed. People tell me like they would.
Yeah.
I can't do that.
You
I don't.
can't.
I need to hear. I need to hear the real voice.
I'm at 1.25 most of the time.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So you speed it up?
Yeah.
I crank it. I go 1.75. I'll go 2, especially when I was in school and we had all the lectures. I would just crank it up and I would just go.
Are you retaining?
As best as I can, for the most part.
That doesn't sound like your best, Jack.
Well, like if it's an education lesson, maybe that's a good hack.
Okay,
if it's
so what's it
I'm
doing?
for enjoyment.
All right, what is it doing to our brains?
First of all, I want to hear Jack say, I crank it. Just brought back without context. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I crank it and no spitting, right?
That's right.
Okay. It says the group examined 24 studies that generally involved placing participants in two groups, one in which listened to a video at normal speed and another at 1.25, 1.52, and 2.5. Afterwards, both groups were asked to complete tests that assessed how well they retained the video's content. While not much of a difference was recorded at 1.5, memory retention definitely took a hit at 2 times and above. Incoming information is stored temporarily in a memory system called working memory. This allows chunks of information to be transformed, combined, and manipulated into a form that is ready to transfer to the long-term memory. This scientist or whoever notes that working memory can only process a certain amount of information at a time. Too much at once can lead to cognitive overload and loss of information. Well, this is my problem. I'm always in cognitive overload.
Wait, so if you're on 125 and if you listen to an hour podcast, does that mean you're getting it done in 45 minutes?
Yeah.
So it shaves off the 25% of the...
Absolutely. And now I've gotten used to it, at that speed. It sounds slow when it's not at that speed to me. The scientific takeaway is to stick to 1.25 or 1.5 speed, especially for unfamiliar, complex content.
Okay. All right. We've got a break, and then when we come back, Wilbon's going to join us at 4:30. You got more stories, though,
I do,
too.
yes.
We flipped it on you. Usually at 4:30, but Wilbon had to move to 4:30, and that's why we're doing Waddle's World now. So more with Dionne and Waddle's World coming up next.
You're listening to Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Dodgers.
Live coverage begins tonight at 8:30 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
Hey, it's your good friend Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. The 4th of July weekend sales event is going on now at all 12 Hawk Auto locations at Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Save with 0% financing for 72 months or no payments for 90 days. That's 0% or no payments till October. Find your next car this 4th of July weekend at hawkauto.com. $13.89 per month per thousand financed on select models with approved credit.
Hey teachers, congratulations on another year of being awesome to the students you lead. We salute you. Now it's time to relax and take care of the things you've neglected this school year. When planning for this time, don't forget about your family. And if your family is complete, summer is a great time to take the next step, a vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago, because experience really does matter. Especially with this procedure. They make it so easy with their 30-minute, no-needle, no-scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read the testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. With 4 convenient locations in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower, now with free valet parking. Their procedure is covered by most insurance, so everything is lined up to make your decision an easy one with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. Visit vasectomychicago.com today or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
Kap and J Hood here with Howard Enkin.
Hey, what's wrong, Kap?
I slipped on the court and I pulled a hammy.
You did a slip and fall?
I know who to call.
He's playing hurt.
Seriously, anyone who experiences a slip and fall injury should call me at 312-6-million. Auto, truck, rideshare, medical mistakes, I'm here to help.
Yeah, but this one was Cap's fault.
I need some new shoes.
I might be able to find a cold pack for you.
Injury Law Made Personal is Howard Enkin, our attorney on the Kap and J Hood Show. Weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000.
Start counting the days. Country Thunder Wisconsin is almost here with Jelly Roll, Hardy, Dierks Bentley, Cole Swindell. Plus, Gavin Adcock, Ashley McBride, Tyler Hubbard, Zach Top, and many, many more. All your favorite artists together on one stage. Experience Country Thunder Wisconsin, July 17th to 20th. Save up to $46 at participating Walgreens and Menards.
Are you going to do something today?
Yes, I am.
And what exactly might that be?
My plan is to sit here and enjoy our amazing new patio set from Steinhofels.
Steinhaffel's 4th of July sale is going on now. Take 10% off store-wide, plus an extra $100 off every $999 you spend. But don't wait too long because this sale ends soon.
Now, would you be a sweetheart and get me another lemonade? I have to stay hydrated.
Steinhaffel's 4th of July sale, going on now.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-494-6139. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-494-6139.
Progressive knows there's so many great things about being a sports fan. Like scoring the company box seats. How great is that? Trick plays that actually work. Prevent defense when your team is winning by a lot. And even more preventative prevent defense as they're hanging on by a thread. And of course, saving money when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive. That's pretty great. Just like trick plays that actually work.
Yeah, but how often does that happen?
Complaining about sports. Not so great. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. Don't wait any longer to upgrade your windows. Right now at Window Nation, get 50% off all styles and no interest until 2030. It's their biggest deal of the year. I did it. Now it's your turn. 866-90Nation or windownation.com.
Waddle and Silvy are back. Follow the show on Twitter at Waddle and Silvy and at TWaddle87. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Hello.
All right. Here we go. More from Waddlesworth. Welcome back to Waddle and Silvy. Was I supposed to do that? I just started reading this story and I know.
I'm like, did she know we're back on the air?
She knew. It was just like a pregnant pause.
It was like a Joey pause right there. Joey G pause.
Okay. All right. This one's a little odd. I only got a part way through, so we're going to find out what happened after a minute here. A woman's house in California was burglarized so many times that even bears went in. Prosecutors say a woman's home in a remote area of Northern California was so badly damaged by a series of burglaries that bears were able to get inside, causing additional destruction that compounded her financial loss. The Butte County District Attorney's Office said it filed burglary charges over the past week against 11 people for break-ins at the home of a 64-year-old woman.
When would it get you to move? What number burglary would you need?
One. An attempt. Not even one.
For sure, by the second, you're like, look, I'm
out of here.
I'm out. This is not working.
Now, this woman lives about 92 miles north of Sacramento in a region of vast national forests.
Well, who would be like this? It's got to be an inside job then. I mean, if you're living out in the middle of nowhere.
Who even knows she's there? The homeowner first reported a burglary in April of 2024. That was followed by a series of additional intrusions that drove her from her home. With the house being empty, bears went inside.
Okay, well that...
Along with the 11 suspects, 11 different people? Butte County prosecutor said another 5 suspects have been tentatively identified and charges against them are pending.
Yeah, what did she have in that house?
That's what I'm... nothing at the end. Like, who's still going in there? 5 of the 11 were still in the county jail as of Saturday, all facing a burglary charge. Others have posted bail or were released on their own recognizance, according to the district attorney's statement. 10 are residents of Magalia. It's just this small little.
Sure.
While other is from nearby Paradise. Okay.
Not so much of a paradise.
I'm guessing no.
Give me your best story that you've got remaining.
Okay, let me see if I can find one. These are the ones I didn't read all the way through. Okay, Cedar Point's newest, this is like my biggest fear.
Yeah.
Cedar Point's newest roller coaster, which features a section where the tracks break off and tilts forward 45 degrees, got stuck on its first day open to the public.
This is the Siren roller coaster. I was telling Waddle about this last week.
Is terrifying. The amusement park's new Sirens roller coaster left riders suspended in the vertical position for about 10 minutes. Phi Coasters posted a video of the incident on TikTok showing a maintenance employee tilting riders back into a horizontal position. The incident occurred on the ride's signature tilt portion, where a section of the track breaks off and tilts forward.
Yeah, so like when you go up the hill, the top of the hill is not connected to the downward track. It's when you're at the top of the hill the track then goes down and connects. And that's like the hook of this roller coaster. And as it was as it was tilting, everyone got stuck kind of hanging on that tilt.
The coaster's safety system performed as designed. The ride was restarted and guests continued their ride. Siren's Curse reopened shortly after and all guests exited the ride safely. People reported that riders safely evacuated Siren's Curse and that the ride then closed for 25 minutes before resuming normal operations. Not in a million years.
Well, what do you mean? You wouldn't go on it?
I would never ride that ride.
Why?
Not in a trillion years.
Because some people got stuck, or because you don't like roller coasters?
I like Disney roller coasters, not like real ones.
Yeah. Because you grew up in Ohio. Did you grow up near Sandusky?
We went to Cedar Point, absolutely. I never rode roller coasters as a kid, not ever. I was just terrified.
I always tell people, if you love Great America,
yeah,
you're going to. This is Great America on steroids.
Cedar Point is next level.
It makes Great America and some of the coasters there seem like Kittyland.
Yeah, correct. I was actually surprised. I do love Disney roller coasters, but just the other day on Instagram, I saw how fast those roller coasters go at Disney. They max out at 45.
Yeah, it's slow.
I was so terrified of that. I mean, nothing.
My kids ride all of them now.
Cash and Noah do too. And Noah wants to be right up front. She loves it.
Yeah, the best. It's either in the front or in the back.
No, thank you. I'm just going to stay on the ground and take pictures.
There you go. There's Waddle's World with Dionne. She's in for Waddle today. Michael Wilbon is in at his usual spot, or at least a little early today, 4:30. So he's coming up next. What does he think about what the Bulls have done so far? And is he worried about the Cubs? We'll get to that with Wilbon next.
This is Waddle and Silvy on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Got a few minutes? Check out our shorts. YouTube. Got an hour? Watch interviews and silly show moments. YouTube. Got nothing going on now? Join us on our live stream. It's all on YouTube right now. Subscribe at ESPN 1000 Chicago.
All right, Chicago sports fans, it's summer vacation season finally, and it's time to swing into action with Toyota's 2025 lineup. I drive the Sequoia and absolutely love it. In this lineup, leading off, my old vehicle, the RAV4. It's a utility all-star that delivers in the clutch. On deck, the spacious Grand Highlander, more room than ever, followed by the fuel-savvy Corolla. Next up, the Slugger, the Tacoma, bringing upper deck power every at-bat, and rounding out the lineup, the playmaking all-hybrid Camry. You can check out the full Toyota lineup at Toyota.com or do what I did and visit your Chicagoland Toyota dealer today. They're going to roll out the red carpet for you. Toyota, let's go places.
What we love about our ability to help patients at QC Kinetics is seeing their pure delight at finally being able to do the things they enjoy without pain.
I had a patient start treatment with me. He wanted to be able to be active again and do some of his sports that he really enjoyed.
Dr. Ashley Caravelli, Chicago's medical director for QC Kinetics, treats patients with chronic joint pain using their body's own biologics. The goal? Get them back to living their best lives without surgery or harmful drugs.
He came back and he goes, what I wasn't expecting was the ability to play on the floor with my grandchildren. Even just saying it now, I have goosebumps because it's changing those small moments that you take for granted.
Don't let joint pain rob you of those moments. See if you're a candidate for QC Kinetics regenerative treatments.
It just warms my heart to be able to help people live the life they want to live and get those small moments back.
Weekend appointments available. Call now. 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955.
News just in. Bet365 is now live in Illinois.
That's right. Join Bet365 today and get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose.
That's amazing.
That's for sure. With Bet365, you can bet on the spread, totals, and money line.
Well, there you have it, Illinois. Download the Bet365 app and get your $150 in bonus bets today.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. TVs apply in app only.
Sox fans, join us as we celebrate the unforgettable 2005 World Series champions during 05 reunion weekend, July 11th through the 13th. This weekend is packed with Burley's statue unveiling, exclusive giveaways, post-game fireworks, and special events honoring the team that brought a World Series title back to the South Side. Don't miss your chance to be part of this historic celebration. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/2005.
Save big on everything for your next staining project when you shop at Menards. Protect your deck with Cabot Heat Reducing Stain and Sealer. With its Cool Field technology, it deflects the sun's heat and reduces surface temperature by 20 degrees, allowing you to enjoy your deck all summer long. Save big money in all Cabot premium wood care products. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for more great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
$6 million. The Veroliak Law Group wins again for their clients. You heard me right. The Veroliak Law Group recovered $6 million for a client who was injured due to a medical error. If you're injured, make sure to call the Veroliak Law Group.
Hey, it's your good friend Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. The 4th of July weekend sales event is going on now at all 12 Hawk Auto locations at Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Save with 0% financing for 72 months or no payments for 90 days. That's 0% or no payments till October. Find your next car this 4th of July weekend at hawkauto.com. $13.89 per month per thousand financed on select models with approved credit.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Waddle and Silvy are back on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Uh-oh. Guess what day it is? Guess what day it is? Huh? Anybody? Guess what today is?
It's Wilbon Day. Woo-hoo! Chicago native Michael Wilbon, host of Pardon the Interruption with Waddle and Silvy on ESPN Chicago.
Tuesdays at 5, usually a little earlier today. Michael Wilbon joins us. He's brought to you by Waddle's guys at Hawk.
HawkAuto.com. Looking for a new or pre-owned vehicle? Shop HawkAuto.com and search over 3,000 vehicles at 9 convenient locations. Find your next car at HawkAuto.com.
Michael, what are you more into right now? Is it NBA Bulls free agency, or is it the Cubs needing to start stepping on the gas a little bit?
Cubs. I am certainly in the NBA free agency. You can't cover the league as long as I have and not be fascinated with what's going on, even up the road 90 miles in Milwaukee, where they just got rid of Damian Lillard. And they're hanging on, hoping that Giannis will actually want to stay in Milwaukee. So that's fascinating. It's an interesting time, with Wimbledon starting up, and you got, big soccer games being played nationally on the run-up to the international stage. So, there's nothing urgent for about 9 weeks, except maybe the Cubs and what they're going to do at this trade deadline for us. I mean, for me, what's going to happen? What are they going to prioritize? A bat, a third baseman, a starter, a reliever? What's on the shopping list?
Well, let's start with the NBA, though, Mike. And waiving Dame Lillard obviously was a surprise to see. How do you think that impacts Giannis and his decisions?
Well, it's interesting, Dionne, that listening to Chris Haynes just now on NBA TV, who knows Giannis well and talks to Giannis, and said that Giannis was less than thrilled. And Giannis is in Greece. He's doing media there, but Chris Haynes is a hell of a reporter and talks to Giannis. And so when I hear that reported, I immediately go, wow, what does this mean? Maybe Giannis hasn't even had a chance to take it all in. But we do know because I just wrote this down. We just talked about this on PTI. The people that are gone from the championship winning team in 2021, Drew Holiday's gone, Brooke Lopez is gone, Chris Middleton's gone, Connaughton and DiVincenzo are gone. Bobby Portis is about the only person, certainly the only one of note left. So how does Giannis view that? Does he think that they're doing enough to keep or acquire people? Does the acquisition, of a first-rate center who's a division rival, does that make him happy? And if so, how happy? So there's a lot to wonder until we get an official reaction from Giannis sometime in the next, I presume, 24 hours.
Here's my question that Dionne and I were talking about it during the break. So you're going to have an injured player for a year. Why then you get Miles Turner in the meantime? So yes, Dame is not on the team, but was he even going to play next year as late as he tore his Achilles?
Right. It didn't seem like he would. Doesn't seem like he would. But Dame, when he comes back, is going to be 36? And I don't know. I mean, the two of them have not been able to be healthy enough to play in these couple of years in the postseason that they had together. It was only a couple of years. So yeah, there's just a lot of uncertainty there, and I find there's much more interesting stuff than Milwaukee. I mean, the arms race in Texas is unbelievable between San Antonio, Dallas, and Houston. Those teams are gearing up not just to battle each other, but to battle Oklahoma City. And Oklahoma City is in its own gear-up phase because they just, gave $70 million a year to the MVP, the SGA. So you got 4 teams in one region who all look like over the next 5 to 7 years they could win a couple of championships. Maybe all of them will win one. Maybe 3 of them won't win any. But it's interesting how they're going about it in a way that is organic. There's no slapping 3 guys together. There's none of that. You got to draft and develop people. You got to get lucky in that draft, which Dallas just did. But Dallas, look, 2 months ago, people were saying Nico Harrison, not saying the president, GM, whatever Nico's title is, the person who pulled the trigger on the trade getting Luka out of town, he had to have around-the-clock protection security at his home because people wanted at him. Now, if you ask me, who looks like a better bet to be a serious contender next year, Dallas or the Lakers, I'm going to tell you Dallas. And that, of course, presumes that you're going to get Kyrie Irving back healthy late in the year, and it might not be next year. It might be the year beyond. But Dallas looks so much better than the Lakers to me, so much more ready to contend. And I don't want to short Rob Pelinka, who's done a hell of a job and got that team to, one championship in a conference final. But Dallas looks better right now, and that's one of the storylines I think that's really fascinating coming out of free agency, trade, and draft.
I don't disagree with you about the Mavs, what they've been able to do, but how do you feel if I would counter you and I said, okay, Nico Harrison may be in a better spot now, but purely out of luck, because it was like him taking a bad shot in the process going into a bad basketball shot. Sometimes those balls go in based on a guy taking a really bad, dumb shot early in the shot clock from a really bad spot while he's triple teamed. But it doesn't make it a good shot just because he made it. But the result was good. Like, you still can't sell me on the process on how he sold Luka, and he's been saved by getting the number 1 pick with Cooper Flagg.
It's a result-oriented business, Silvy. It's a result-oriented business. I mean, how lucky were the Bucks to wake up and find they had Giannis chosen with the 15th pick?
But that was still smart scouting. Like you've pointed that out to us.
Yeah, there's more luck. You're right. There's more luck involved with the lottery. So,
yes.
I mean, the Bulls were lucky to get Derrick Rose.
Yes. Yes.
So the Lakers were lucky to win a coin flip and get Magic Johnson while the Bulls got David Greenwood.
Right.
the Bulls were lucky again that the Portland Trailblazers already had Clyde Drexler, so they said, give us that 7'3" kid from Kentucky. Yeah. You know, I mean, sports has that element, all of it. And so I mean, Nico Harrison could wind up being the luckiest guy in the world. But I also look at the Lakers. I mean, we all thought the Lakers were the luckiest team 2 months ago. And let's see. I mean, now LeBron, who knows what LeBron wants? Sounds like, you know, LeBron would rather go and take a chance being somewhere else where he's saying in his usual passive-aggressive way, I don't know. I'd like to contend before I go. Okay, well, you may not be able to have it both ways, big fella. Like, you may not be able to contend at this age and have your $50 million too. You can take the $50 million. I don't begrudge him. He's earned it. But then which one you want? Which one is more important to you at this stage? And so, there's so much chance and luck and crazy decision-making involved in these things. And yes, Nico Harrison might be at the tip of the pyramid, but that's a big pyramid, and a lot of people are with him.
Speaking of crazy decision-making, what do you think about what the Bulls have done over the last week with the draft? And do you feel like they have a direction?
You know, I don't know that. I think direction is, you can see it when teams, and Dionne, that's a great question. It's a totally fair question, and it's a question I like in my text chains with, Bulls fanatics of 50 years or more and season ticket holders and all that. Some of my best friends, that's what we're all saying. What's the direction? Mm-hmm. And okay, you can see a direction with OKC, right? You can see what Sam Presti's been doing. And with the Bulls, they've had some missteps. Like, okay, if Giddey turns out to be an all-star and you took him as opposed to 2 first-round draft picks for Alex Caruso, would you take that as above a plan? I mean, maybe. And I don't know. Sometimes they make some steps you just go, what? Mm-hmm. But I don't know if this French kid is any good. And this goes back to, and Silvy and I talk about this almost every week, you got to get lucky in the draft. So is this French kid, is he any good? We don't know. We're not going to know for 2 years plus. Is Buzelis any good? Looks like he might be. If he's really good, is that direction or what is that? Whatever it is, I'll take it. Like, if he can build on what he did to Luka when he just humiliated Luka in back-to-back games in March or April or whenever that was, if he can build on that and become that player, I'll take it, whether it was part of a grand plan or not. So some of this stuff, we give the OKC people, particularly Presti, we give them credit for the grand plan of going out and getting SGA in the Paul George trade. Maybe. We give him credit because it looks like he deserves. He's had a run. There appears to be a master plan, so therefore, let's give him credit. I don't know. I know that Kawhi Leonard said to the Clippers, if you don't get me Paul George, I'm going to the Lakers. So what is that? Like at that point, who's lucky there? So some of this stuff we attribute to a grand plan that might not be. But the Bulls, I want this kid to be good. He's 6'9.5". He's got some skills. He played sort of professionally at a young age. We've seen that be the template for some great players from Europe. So let's see if we can get lucky.
So, the thing, though, that I like about what Presti did, and yeah, there have been some lucky moments because of what they did with Paul George and stuff like that, but his grand plan was acquiring as many first-round picks as possible.
Right.
And then developing them. And here's my question for you, Michael, is it came out that Joe Dumars said before he made the Derek Queen trade, when they came up from 23 and they ultimately traded to number 13, 1 pick after the Bulls, that he started conversations with the team at number 9. And he went down the list. He admitted this. He said, I went to 9, I went to 10, I went to 11, I went to 12, I got a deal at 13. If the Bulls were offered an unprotected first-round pick to move off of 12 for next year, and then they'd still get a first-round pick this year with 23, isn't that bad general managing because you're not accumulating any extra picks in this entire retooling or rebuild?
It's only bad if your pick doesn't turn out to hit. It's like playing roulette. I mean, it can be bad, Sylvie. It could be. We could look back on it and say it's bad. But suppose this French kid is the deal. I mean, suppose he's really good. He's a wing at that size and length and athleticism. Suppose he's that good. Suppose he's a Giannis. We're not going to look back then and say, oh, they should have taken an extra pick.
Suppose he's Patrick Williams.
Then we'll look back and say they should have taken an extra pick. I mean, it's a result-oriented business. The answer to your question is, what was the damn result? If he's Patrick Williams, bad result. Fire him.
Yeah.
If he's Giannis, extend him. Listen, let's not, we want to act like now, this is the problem with analytics. People act like they know every damn thing. They don't. They don't. Sometimes you got to ride with a decision you make, and that decision is everything. And you go back over in the history of every sport, of every franchise, has those moments. Clyde Drexler, it does. And so, let's not act. It's not all choreographed. That's what I hate about some of these full screen things they do on all these shows where they show, and if you're the corner, you got to move here, and the safety moves here, and it's like, what? You're in the middle of mayhem at 90 miles an hour on a football field. What are you talking about? And all these guys act like this is choreographed. It isn't. So it's a great move if, it's Patrick Williams and you skipped him. It's a bad move if it's Giannis and you skipped him.
Back to the Cubs here, and you talked about, before we get into the nuts and bolts of winning and what you're seeing, we had a big debate with Jesse Rogers about Kyle Tucker. He is sick as a reporter of hearing Cubs fans like me, like others, wonder every day or ask every day, are they going to keep Kyle Tucker? Are they going to sign him or are they not? And Jesse's like, just enjoy the damn season. Are you of that notion, or can you do both?
I think you can do both. But I've seen the Cubs. You talk about screw stuff up like that. The Cubs let go a two-time batting champion in Bill Madlock. A two-time batting champion. At a time you think you're still in a space where you think you can't replace your heroic, iconic third baseman Ron Santo. You can't replace him. You got Bill Madlock, and he wins back-to-back batting championships, and you trade him because you don't want to pay him. I mean, the Cubs have made some of the dumbest decisions with, in my opinion,
Greg Maddux. Like Greg Maddux, the best example.
Maddux wanted to leave. Maddux wanted to go.
No. Michael, he begged Stanton Cook and Larry Himes to just pay this amount and he would stay. He wanted to be here. And then when he doubled back, they're like, sorry, we already made up our mind. You go. And he went to Atlanta.
Well, then the Cubs have multiple decisions on their heads. The Cubs have more of those bad decisions maybe than anybody. But Kyle Tucker, I tell you what made me crazy was watching Kyle Tucker the other day and then watching a guy go for back-to-back days of home runs. Who was the Cubs pick? He's the guy they traded for Kyle Tucker.
Yeah, Cam
the
Smith.
21-year-old kid.
Cam Smith.
Cam Smith. So if you're not going to sign Kyle Tucker, you better not trade Cam Smith. So if the Cubs are still guided by save a buck, then they deserve whatever ridicule they come by.
So I want to play you that based on that because we were debating that, like, does Cam Smith's emergence in his rookie year, before anyone ever thought that he would be playing every day for the Astros, make it even a bigger decision. This is what Jesse said. And this, I really went at it with Jesse during crosstalk. So this is a short bite, and I want you to react it if you agree or disagree with Jesse Rogers. Take a listen.
Is this the Tyler Rocky theory?
No, I mean, it's not just Tyler.
Here's another dumb online thing. Cam Smith had a great weekend, so that puts more pressure on the Cubs to sign Kyle Tucker.
Does Tom Ricketts care one way or another?
I will put up my first-born child that Tom Ricketts, Jed Hoyer, Carter Hawkins do not care what Cam Smith does in terms of the impact on signing Kyle Tucker. I will bet any amount of money on that. Any amount of money.
All right, so how do you react to that?
They may not care. I don't give a damn if they don't care. I give a damn if the decision turns out right. Is it Patrick Williams or is it Giannis?
We have a theme.
Let's talk about what we're talking about. The Cubs have a history, 108 years of it, of screwing stuff up. So I don't care that they don't care. We know they don't care. Or they may not care. If Jesse gets that right, they may not. Maybe they do care. I don't know if they care. But their pockets are lined. The Cubs are a rich organization. They get richer every day. They're exponentially worth more as a franchise, whether or not that decision hits. I care if somebody's following the team. So I don't give a damn whether Jesse puts up his firstborn about that, and that's immaterial. What I would come back with Jesse and say is they better care. They better get it right. If they had a fan base like Philly or New York or Boston, they get it right or risk being fired, risk being dumped, risk being thrown out of town. They don't have that fan base. The pressure is not on them in the same way.
Get that out on social media right now, Tyler. That's good. The good take.
That was really good. So would you be surprised though if they pay him what we're expecting him to get paid?
Yeah, I would. But they don't do that.
They don't.
That's why it was a joke. I told Wall and Silvy Dionne when they were talking about getting Shohei. I'm like, the Cubs aren't getting Shohei. What? Getting Shohei to do what? Come to Cubs camp and sign some autographs in his Dodger uniform? Be in the middle of the winter? The Cubs aren't doing that. They're not. They weren't. It was never a chance. It was a lie. It was a misrepresentation. They were never going to do that. And they're not going to do it. They don't have to. They don't have the pressure to do that. They're not the Mets, Yankees, Dodgers, Cubs, Giants, not Cubs, Yankees, Mets, Phillies. They're not. They're not those franchises. They don't have the local everyday pressure to do it. And the franchises never had it.
Where is your panic meter right now for the Cubs as far as playing this year in Milwaukee, Cardinals, and Cincinnati creeping up on them?
Yeah, I mean, they outplayed, they overachieved through, are we halfway through? What are we?
Yeah, just past halfway.
So they overachieved in that stretch. I have no criticisms of what they've done. As I look at the Brewers with that young ace, jeez.
Mizorowski.
Schemes doesn't matter. Right, the Miz. Schemes doesn't matter. Schemes against the Cardinals tonight will be interesting. And I will watch that in addition to the Cubs. I don't know that the Cubs, I looked at the Astros, and I think the Cubs are getting everything they can get out of this group, out of this roster. I watch them and I just go, yeah, they're battling. They lost a 2-0 game with a Hall of Famer hitting a 2-run home run at home. What am I supposed to do? Go crazy over that? I'm supposed to say you got to keep Altuve, you got to keep a first ballot Hall of Famer from hitting a home run. I can't do that in good faith. You can't. So I'm looking at it in good faith, going, the Cubs are performing. They're maxing out. Do I think that's enough to get them to the playoffs as a wild card team? I hope. Do I think it's enough to win the division? Not really. Do I think they can do enough in the before the trade deadline to make a run at it, yeah. They can be buyers and do that. But I'm looking at Milwaukee thinking they're the best of those teams. And, you have to hate the Cardinals. You have to hate the Cardinals for the same reason you hate the Packers. Because if you've grown up in Chicago, you hate and admire them. I hate the Cardinals, and yet I admire them.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the Cardinals, people talk about the Dodgers. The Cardinals have won more World Series than the Dodgers. The Cardinals are maybe not the most important historically team in the National League, but they're the best team historically in the National League. And so I look at the Cardinals. What are the Cardinals back? 3? And Milwaukee's back 2?
Yes.
And I just, they got the Cubs have a stretch coming up. They need to rebound and sweep the Guardians.
Ooh. Sweep alert.
They need to sweep the Guardians. And I think and I'm not mad at them if they dog in. I like watching this team. I think they're giving it everything. I think that Craig Counsell has discovered some things and utilized some people that speak to why the Cubs did pay one person, him, at the top of the food chain to say, hey, come in and implement what we got here. But managers can only do so much. These professional sports are still about players. And when you got a young guy like The Miz running out there every 5th or 6th day, whatever it is, I look at him and go, ugh. How are we gonna match that?
He's good. Yeah. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of good young arms, too. Michael, great stuff. Enjoy. I will talk to you in a few weeks. I'm off to Europe, okay?
Man. Dionne, do you have the schedule and the travel agent that Tommy and Silvy have? Do you have that too?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I will be right here working.
All right, good. That sounds good to me. All right, Silvy, bon voyage. Be safe.
See ya, Michael. You're the best. Michael Wilbon, every Tuesday, joins us. I was talking to Wilbon for about a half hour on a drive-in the other day. He's the best. Yeah.
I know. So great.
And he's usually far less grumpy when I talk to him in the car than in these. He's right about the Guardians. I didn't realize they've lost 4 in a row.
Yeah.
They're 2 games under now, and their run differential is a -47. So
I think this is important for this is a very important homestand for the Cubs before they all start break.
So put it in perspective for the run differential. They're -47 in the run differential. The Pittsburgh Pirates are -35.
Wow.
So this is a team that has done worse in run differential than even the Pittsburgh Pirates, who are last in the Cubs division.
Wow.
The division's pretty good for the Cubs, for the Central. So they've got to, I know a lot of people believe they're the best team, but now you got to start showing it with all these teams breathing down your neck. All right, we'll get to Aki's A-List coming up. Dionne in the 5 o'clock hour has a Bears question for everybody. We've got crosstalk with Bleck and Abdalla, a lot to do. It's Waddle and Silvy.
Waddle and Silvy on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Got a few minutes? Check out our shorts. YouTube. Got an hour? Watch interviews and silly show moments. YouTube. Got nothing going on now? Join us on our live stream. It's all on YouTube right now. Subscribe at ESPN 1000 Chicago.
Guys, it is time to call Window Nation at 866-90-NATION, 866-90-NATION. They've got a great summer sale going on right now. How about 50% off all windows plus 0 interest until 2030? Think about that. You've heard 2-year interest-free, 3-year interest-free. This is 5 years here of no interest as you pay off your outstanding project from Window Nation. Going to make your home look better, going to save you money in the long term on your energy bills. You're going to have your windows open and close easier. Are they foggy because the seals are broke? It's the reason why I met Window Nation in the first place. I first got the kitchen done and the master bedroom and the kids' room, and then we redid our living room as well. They are the best. They'll educate you on what you need and what you don't need. We know it's a complicated thing. They make it easy. Alan Favano will come over to give you the free in-home estimate. All you have to do is call them at 866-90-NATION or go to windownation.com. It started as a family-owned business, 5-star reviews across the board and A+ rated from the Better Business Bureau. There's no reason you should not call Window Nation at 866-90-NATION. Go to windownation.com and let them know that Silvy sent you.
Hey friends, it's your buddy Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. The 4th of July weekend sales event is going on now at all 12 Hawk Auto locations. Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Save with 0% financing for 72 months or no payments for 90 days. That's 0% or no payments till October. Find your next car this 4th of July weekend at hawkauto.com.
HawkAuto.com.
$13.89 per month per thousand finance on select models with approved credit.
Sagamore Rye Whiskey. Handcrafted in Baltimore, Maryland, and reviving a style of rye that's older than America itself. It's made entirely in Maryland, from grain to glass, using a unique blend of high rye and low rye mash bills. The result? A smooth, subtly sweet, and delicious whiskey. Aged and bottled right in Baltimore, Sagamore Rye is perfect for sipping or mixing in your favorite cocktail. Check them out at sagamorespirit.com. Must be 21 or older. Please drink responsibly.
Need assistance with door and window projects? The Home Depot can help. From inspiration and materials to ordering and installation, our free Millwork virtual apron service can get you moving and doing. Plus, we speak Spanish too. Our associates can help you tackle complex jobs without you leaving the job site, saving you time and money. Call us at 1-833-HD-APRON or visit homedepot.com/MVA. The Home Depot, how doers get more done.
Adam Schefter here for Vivid Seats, your ultimate destination for all your sports and concert needs this summer. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every home run and thrilling comeback in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
Just 3 tournaments to settle the entire LIV Golf season, and it begins in Bolingbrook August 8th through the 10th. DeChambeau, Rahm, Koepka, and more up close and personal and locked in with special guest Good Charlotte providing the soundtrack. Get your tickets now at livegolf.com, livgolf.com.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Carmen Brands radio station.
It's time for Aki's A-List. From the mind of the man who understands the 4 Ps of Waddle's world, Aki's A-List. The top questions and topics floating around in Tyler Aki's mind.
Are these really the questions that I was called here to answer?
Aki's A-List on ESPN Chicago.
Tyler, are you ready? Welcome back to Waddle and Silvy. It's just Dionne right now because Silvy's taking his sweet time getting his water. Tyler, are you ready?
That felt shorter than normal. Was that shorter than normal?
No,
did I take longer in the bathroom?
You need to be moving at a 1.25 speed.
That's
here.
right.
I don't know what
I don't think that's ever
there.
happened to me.
I was all out of sorts for a hot second, but I'm okay now.
Were you wondering, what the hell do I do?
I know. I don't know how to do this.
Is that Aki's A-List? Is that the theme music playing?
This is my favorite segment.
So yeah, Aki's A-List brought to you by our great friends and partners over at Mr. Finance. Build wealth through smarter investing by visiting BrandonMrFinance.com. No real news today that we've got to fill people in other than the Damian Lillard waving in Milwaukee.
Yeah.
And Miles Turner also.
Yeah, and then they signed Miles Turner. That did surprise me. I also read something on The Athletic that Damian Lillard's happy about this. You know, he was too far from his kids.
I saw that too, that he's quote unquote ecstatic about it. Was that it? Was that the word was?
But again, he's not going to play for a year or for most of this year. And then he's older, so I don't know if Giannis is mad about it, it surprises me.
Yeah, maybe he's just caught off guard by it. I mean, he's in Greece, And in just hearing the news, not really knowing what the ins and outs are, maybe that's why it's sort of surprising. But you're right. I mean, he wasn't going to play next year.
Yeah, so like you needed to get better in the short term too, to compete. And then how good is he going to be down the road? It never really worked out, but like Wilbon was saying, they never really played together. All right, so that's really the news of the day. Cubs and Guardians. Sox are in L.A. tonight. No news on Giddy yet, correct? As he's a restricted free agent. And like a lot of the money is gone now, so this could help the Bulls in the long run. I can't imagine that Giddy wants to bet on himself and go into unrestricted free agent. So we'll see if they.
So young to be talking like that.
Yeah, but if he believes that he can maximize, like if he doesn't want to sign for just $25 a year, but to me that's still a lot of money to Josh Giddey.
To anyone, that's a lot of money.
Yeah. All right. So what do you got, Tyler?
All right. Let's start with the Cubs because I thought Wilbon said something there that kind of stuck out to me, saying that this is a must-sweep series against Cleveland.
Yeah, it surprised me too.
It took me aback a little bit there. I do think it's a big series for the Cubs because you've got a very gettable team. You've got the meat of your rotation on all three games. It goes Boyd tonight, Shota tomorrow, Cade Horton on Thursday. So as you look at it from that lens, like on a scale of 1 to 10, how big of a series is this for the Cubs after they're coming off of a sub-500 month of June?
I think they're all important as now we enter the second half of the season. I would like them to start winning, to say a sweep, to count on a sweep, to say must sweep or they have to sweep. This isn't the Rockies. I know I was just telling you that their run differential, isn't good and they've lost four in a row. But to expect a sweep, I still think in baseball, if you keep winning series, start winning series again, start taking 2 out of 3. The Cardinals series is a must 2 out of 3 series. Mm-hmm. Like, you can't lose that series. So if they win 4 out of their next 6, I'm perfectly fine with that.
He asked for a scale of 1 to 10, didn't you?
Oh, did he?
8. I'm saying 8.
Oh.
On how
important it is, it's an 8 to me. It's important
as far, what was the question?
How important of a series is this?
So it wasn't okay. So I was addressing the 8.
But you're right. I mean, I would like to see them take 2 out of 3 in both series. I think that is important. I think it's important for them to feel like they're stacking series wins again. It's been 4 in a row that they haven't won, right? So
I'll go along with your 8.
I'm
not going to raise it to a 9 or a 10.
No, because it's July 1st. It's not August 1st. I think if it was at a month from now, it would feel even more important. But I think it's a big deal. I think it's good for them to be home and to be coming into face a Guardians team that's obviously on a slump right now. Yeah. They should take advantage of that. They are the better team.
Yes.
Let's look like it.
They have to get back in a groove, too, because they were in this steady... Like, they haven't had the stretch this year where they win 7 or 8 in a row. Some of the teams in the division have, but the Cubs have not been one of them. But the reason why their record is what it is they were just the kings of taking 2 out of 3 in every series.
Right.
And if you do that all season long, you're going to be in a very good spot. Mm-hmm. But they just have to kind of get back to that, I feel like.
Would this surprise you, too, like as they return home? They have not been as dominant as you would think at Wrigley Field. They have a good record at Wrigley. It's 25-15. Okay, so they have 25 wins at Wrigley. But to put it in perspective, to their 25 home wins, the Brewers have 27 home wins. The Cardinals have 26 home wins. The Reds have 24 home wins. And would it surprise you that the Pittsburgh Pirates have 24 home wins? So the Cubs at 25-15, I would like to see them really start playing better at Wrigley as well and step on the gas a little. They have a good road record, and they're 4 above 500 on the road. But let's start dominating some teams at home.
Mm-hmm. And that's really 25. Well, at Wrigley, isn't it 25-13? Because then they lose 2 in Japan. Isn't that right? So
Those
I
are
mean,
home games,
not that it's that.
They
big
were
of a
both
difference,
home games, or were they
both,
1-1?
They were
No, both home games.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
we got screwed out of our tickets this year. They took away a game from us.
But still, no, you are correct. I mean, you would want that number to be higher or more dominant.
Like, I was surprised the Pirates are 24-21 at home.
Yeah.
All right. Tomorrow we get the All-Star starter announcements, and then later on in the week we get the entirety of the MLB All-Stars. Right now, I think there's one lock for a Cubs all-star starter. It's PCA.
Mm-hmm.
I would say there's a very good chance Kyle Tucker is an all-star starter.
Stuff the ballot box, right?
Yep, exactly. I would say probably not likely that Carson Kelly wins the vote against Will Smith. But overall, how many all-stars do you think the Cubs end up with by the time we get to Sunday?
Someone was asking me this earlier today, and I was trying to rationalize who the third would be. Is it going to be Seiya? Is Seiya more likely?
The problem with Seiya is that
there's a lot of good DHs and outfielders.
It's not even that there's a lot of good DHs. There's Shohei, so that's an obvious spot that's going to be taken. And then Devers coming over to the NL I'll be interested to see how that plays out.
Yeah, and Devers has not done a lot since he's
with
been
the Giants.
With the Giants.
No,
right.
but he's
got good numbers.
He's been very good this season. But
who is most likely? Is it most likely that Boyd gets an invite?
I think Boyd. There's a very strong case that he should be an all-star this year.
Really? Well, I haven't.
Does
been
Drew Palmer and they only take like one reliever or two.
They're usually closers too.
Yeah, Drew Pomerantz still has a 0 ERA. Is he still at 0?
Didn't he allow?
Or did he allow
the other day? I'd have to go back and look.
He's still at 0.
Zero. Okay. I mean, there's a case there to be made, but
I'm going to say 3,
no.
and I don't know who the third is. So I'm going to say those 2 and a third. The Cubs will get one more.
I think
they will too.
I do think Boyd gets it.
Boyd might be it. You're right.
I feel like there could be a fourth. Like, can Nico end up getting in?
That's who I was going to say.
Nico,
his war's up there.
Seiya obviously has a chance.
Wow.
Those are like the 2 guys that are, I feel like, in limbo that could find their way into the All-Star game.
I think they end up with 3. I'm just not sure who it will be.
That's what I'm sticking with it.
I think it's 3. Yeah.
All right, what else, Tyler?
All right, let's talk a little bit of NBA here. We'll start with the Bulls. In all likelihood, they are going to have to get rid of one guard. We talked yesterday when the news came down that the Bulls have re-signed Trey Jones, and he got 3 years, $24 million. So in all likelihood, they are going to have to get rid of one of the 3 in terms of Kobe White, Josh Giddey, and Ayo Dosunmu. If you had to pick 2 of 3 to stay. Now, keep everything in mind, what you could get in return for a trade,
that's the thing.
How much you might have to spend to keep one of these guys long term. If you had to pick 2 of 3 to ride with for the foreseeable future, which 2 are you taking between Kobe, Giddey, and Ayo?
To me, it's Kobe and Josh Giddey.
Well, they're the best for sure.
But that's who I'm taking.
Is that your best team building to get closer to a championship, though? And this is where I have I have a tough time deciding. If you trade Ayo, which is the easier decision to make, what are you really getting in return for Ayo? I think your streak of not getting a first-round pick continues.
I do too.
Because you're not getting a first-round pick for Ayo. Mm-hmm. I don't believe. I love Ayo.
So do I.
But what are you really getting? And it sure seems like they like taking someone back that they feel that they could build back up.
What are you getting? A young player with minimal NBA experience? Like that seems to be their MO.
Yeah, this
more
is
than a draft pick.
AK and Eversley have kind of operated with a warped version of Les Snead's F them picks.
A warped version.
They don't care about draft picks clearly with the way that they operate. The only reason they care about draft picks is because there are rules in place that say you have to draft every so often in the first round.
Can I tell you too that I'm very conflicted because I don't know what they would do with any of these draft picks that they get.
That is an excellent point.
Yeah, like Dalen Terry or Patrick Williams. Yeah, they hit with Modest, but what is the French kid? How long is Essengay? When is he going to be good, if he's going to be good at all? And then if they do trade Kobe White, you're taking another step back, which is fine if I had Sam Presti. If I knew Sam Presti would take the picks and turn them into good.
Right. Well, that's the thing. Like, we don't know that there's so much risk involved with them getting it, going any direction at this point. I don't know that we have trust in them. And I'm not ready to say they've hit on Matas. I hope so. I hope that wasn't just a one-moment wonder. I hope that his improvement, it better not be. They can't afford for it to be.
Or else it doesn't matter what they do with anything other thing.
They haven't earned any trust from my perspective to get these extensions that they got, to be staying in place, and then to sit there and say we like our internal development plan more than going out and finding like some really top-notch player in free agency.
So I still haven't answered your question, Tyler, because I don't know. I don't believe that anyone's going to want to sign and trade for Josh Giddey. Josh Giddey had a nice year last year, but is someone really willing to give up something for him and pay him? There's no sure thing there. He plays very little defense. Kobe White is a better player.
He would get the most back.
He would get the most back, but he's by far your best. He's better.
Right.
And he's improving, and he's continued to improve. But as someone like, if Zach LaVine had Kobe White's game in the play-in, what would we have said this year if that was Zach and not Kobe?
Yeah, we would have ripped him.
We would have torched him.
Yeah.
So if Kobe wants $40 million, you've got to be better than that. And I just don't know if he is better than that. If that's just miscasting somebody again as one of the best players in the league or on your team. He's a really good player to have. I don't love paying him a high level. So I'm going to say what I would do. Keep two.
Yeah, keep two.
Because I have zero faith in AK and Eversley, I'm just going to say you hope you get lucky with Essengay and that Mattis is good and you keep Kobe and Josh Giddey.
You keep them both, yeah.
Well, I mean, if I had a guy in the front office worth anything, it wouldn't be that. But I have no illusions of grandeur that he's going to draft someone better than that.
No, I don't either.
You probably wouldn't be in the situation if you had a GM or executive that was better than that.
They would have traded Vooch by now.
Yes.
And then what? There's now a report where Cowley's saying they may not even trade him this summer again.
Yeah, and it's not for a lack of trying. It's more so that he's got no value, really.
He has turned, AK's done the impossible. He has turned Vooch into a sympathetic figure in my book. Like, now I'm feeling bad for Vooch.
Well, right.
And I always wanted more out of Vooch because of what it cost you. But now he has turned him into a sympathetic figure because he wants to move on. He just never knew when to cut bait with him.
Right. I feel bad, too. Like, I looked at the roster the other day, and it's like everybody's 22, 23, and then 34. Like, it's just like in a different world. Like, his whole perspective on things is totally different.
By the way,
I feel bad, too.
Off of the Giddey conversation, too, we were talking a little bit about it in the pre-show meeting, that the longer this drags out, the better for the Bulls.
Yes.
We've started to see some of the money dry up around the league, and I think a couple notable things. One was Brooklyn. They have spent some money, and also their draft pick, Igor Demin, who they took 8th overall, he is basically Josh Giddey. Just a tall point guard, plays the same style, a little bit better defender, too. So I'd imagine Brooklyn was a team that was maybe potentially interested in him, that no longer is clearly interested in him at all. Like, you can rule that out.
How do you guys feel about where I'm confused about? Do you guys think we're going to like Kobe White and Josh Giddey as much if they're getting paid? One's getting $25 million, the other one's getting $35 million. Say Kobe's getting $35 in a year, and Josh Giddey, and that right there, it's $60 million in cap space for those two players.
And you don't think we'll like them as much?
Do you think so that we will?
I mean, it depends if they're winning,
right? Or if they're playing that way. They did that for that small stretch where they were super competitive to get into the play-in. If it becomes more consistent, and then Essengay and Matas are working very well together, and that's all coming together, I think we still like them. I do.
Can Kobe White though be a good team's number one, the highest paid player?
No,
that feels like such a stretch to even say out loud. But then how does that strap them for the future, right? Like, doesn't that, if they pay him that much, where doesn't that trap them into, like, not doing much for even longer?
Yes.
That's why I'm so scared of paying Giddey. Because if you pay him
more than paying Kobe, you'd be right.
Yeah, because I think that the offensive ceiling is a lot higher with someone like Kobe White.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think he could be one of those guys who you give him a little bit of time and he could be one of these guards that pop. Like, we've kind of seen it across the league with some of these guys. I'm not saying he's going to reach the level of SGA. He's obviously not going to do that and like be an MVP, but we've seen you give some of these guards a little bit of time to develop. De'Aaron Fox, SGA, Tyrese Halliburton. You give them a little bit of time, and they become significant players, all-star caliber players in the league when they weren't right out of the gate. After
What's
they
the
got
alternative, though? So you backed yourself into a corner by getting Giddey and now having him as a restricted free agent. What do you believe Giddey can get you on the trade market? Who's willing to go trade for Josh Giddey in his restricted free agent year? Because you would have to sign and trade him, wouldn't you? Or?
Yeah, you'd have to sign and trade him.
So I like Kobe way better than Giddey. And I'm more bought in on him.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the floor is much higher. That I know what, at the very least, what I'm getting. With Giddey, he'll get less money, and he'll also net me less in a trade.
Yeah, it's kind of like that tightrope of...
They're stuck.
It's not like we're talking about superstar level players.
No,
either.
that's
we're
what's
talking
so
about
frustrating.
like above average NBA players.
That's what I'm saying. So
we're
it's
not
kinda,
sure if they're above average yet. I mean,
what's the game? Choose your own adventure. Like all the adventures really lead to the junkyard.
Yes, they are stuck in mediocrity. They are stuck. They can't. They have done, and they've done it to themselves.
Mm-hmm.
No draft picks, no superstars. They are an also-ran. They'll be a lottery team again next year. Hopefully not in the middle.
Right.
They're just mid.
That's what I'm worried about. That's what I'm worried about. Exactly the grossness of what you just said.
That's kind of why I don't want Josh Giddey on the team, because I feel like
you'd rather take a step back.
Yeah. And I think
if I found out that they traded Josh Giddey and he wasn't brought back, it won't crush me or even like make me more want a boycott. Like I would say, okay, whatever.
Whatever. But that's the thing. It's like you don't want that kind of apathy from your fan base. So it's like, whatever.
I think John Greenberg had something in his column that he tweeted out too, that at the end of the year, AK said we took some steps this year, and then Mark Eversley said after the draft that we took a step back this year.
Right.
You don't.
Right.
You're not
Nobody's
even
on the same page.
You're not even getting the same
they're
messaging.
Not even.
No, it's a disaster.
It's a disaster.
Would you?
It makes me mad. Like it genuinely makes me mad.
Me too, because I love watching the Bulls.
I do too. It just is so frustrating.
They did make it the easiest possible on me to do the boycott this year, where obviously the boycott's only about going to games. But I certainly didn't miss it when I couldn't watch the games on television.
Right.
Like there was no even, look at how they played tonight. Or look at the fun everyone's having here. It was out of sight, out of mind.
Yes.
They literally took away their product on TV. So it made me even less interested in the Bulls. And I sure hope that the part of the fan base is with me on this and that they will stay away until they show us that they get serious.
They seem to be making uninspiring decisions, and they're not bothered by that. That's what I think is the most frustrating, is they seem unbothered by continuing to lose.
They are, and you are right.
That is annoying.
Do you have one quick hitter here?
Yeah, real quick. Sophie Cunningham from the Indiana Fever, this has been all over the internet, did her best Joakim Noah impersonation.
But man, I don't know how excited people are to be going to Detroit Cincinnati.
I couldn't really understand that.
So in case you didn't know, the WNBA announced a bunch of expansion teams that are coming to the league, including Detroit and Cleveland. And she was asked about, what does this mean for the league? And she said, basically, I don't know how excited people are going to be to go to Detroit or Cleveland.
I mean, doesn't it hit differently when you're in Indianapolis saying that? She's in Indy now, isn't she?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yep.
I like Indy, too.
I do, too.
I think Indy's a very underrated city.
Indy's
Me
a great
too.
city.
But you two are very well-traveled reporters across the country. What were the places that you hated or still hate going to on assignment?
Okay, so I was born southeast of Cleveland, so I have an affinity for Cleveland. But just this weekend, I met a woman on our architectural boat tour who was going on a cruise of the Great Lakes. Did I say this out loud? She's going on a cruise of the Great Lakes. I didn't know you could do that.
I think, I've heard about this.
Yeah, and go to Mackinac Island and Sault Ste. Marie and
Did you say
beautiful.
Mackinac?
Is that how you say it? Mackinac?
Mackinac, isn't it?
I don't know.
Mackinac.
I think it's Mackinac.
I've never been there. Anyway, so she's going to those pretty places, but then they had full-on days at day stops in Detroit and Cleveland. And I didn't want to tell her that might be a lot.
Yeah.
She was so excited. I'm like, oh, not from here, huh? I don't know how to feel about it. I mean, hopefully those cities will support a WNBA team. That's what you want to see.
Yeah, I enjoyed Cleveland. There's plenty to do in Cleveland.
Yes.
And I love Indianapolis. I don't know if there are many towns that I've been to, Tyler, that I didn't like. I think maybe one of the few was Detroit because I never been to Ford Field, so I was covering games at the Silverdome. And that was way out in Pontiac. So we would stay way out there, and it wasn't like we could walk anywhere. We wouldn't stay in downtown Detroit. So that was really it, but that was years and years ago. I really like, and that's why I'm taking the kids to Minneapolis this year. I like even when it's cold because it's all connected, where you don't even have to go outside. There aren't many towns in the country that have professional. I even like going to Green Bay. I always liked going to Green Bay. We started the year covering the Bears up in Platteville, Wisconsin. So a small town wasn't Green Bay because we were in Platteville. So there was stuff to do for us in Green Bay.
I like Green Bay.
Yeah.
I do. I like it.
I think it's historic and
I love
cool
that.
atmosphere.
It feels very collegiate, and I say that in a positive manner.
Yeah.
Like the whole town rallies around this team.
Yeah.
I didn't like St. Louis. I got food poisoning at Dierdorf and Hart's when I threw up on the plane on the way home. Yeah. And I had a middle seat, which was bad. So the two people next to me were subjected to it. And I'll never forget this big woman who was sitting on the aisle turned to me, and I tried to get up as we were taxiing out of St. Louis because I knew I was going to puke.
Yeah.
And I got called out by the flight attendant. This was well before 9/11 rules, too. This was probably in 99 or 2000. And so when you're taxiing, you must attend. I go, I'm going to get sick. So I grabbed the barf bag, and the woman next to me, she goes, sometimes if you put a little salt on your tongue, that will help. And I looked at her and I said, it's not going to help. And I proceeded to fill up the bag. I filled it up and I needed a second one. It was that bad. There's nothing worse than being stuck on a plane when you have food poisoning.
Oh, my gosh, no. The only time I got real nauseous on a plane, I was pregnant. Morning sickness. It was awful. That sounds terrible. I thought Detroit was great during the draft. That was the only time I had really spent time there. I thought it had some really historic buildings downtown. I loved the setup.
Downtown area has made a big comeback, hasn't it?
Yes, it truly has. It was sad. Where we stayed was a little bit out of downtown, and there were a lot of empty buildings that you could tell used to be auto manufacturing places, and they're just empty. There's that made me sad for the people that no longer have jobs there. But I did think there were some really cool spots there, and I love Cleveland. I've always loved Cleveland.
I would vacation in Sandusky, like I told you. I'm a
for sure.
roller coaster geek. We are going to take a vacation one time to go to Cedar Point.
And you should. It's great. Yeah. That'd be fun.
Before we do Orlando, believe it or not.
No way. You've never done Orlando?
Never done. Well, I've done Orlando when I was younger.
Right. But with your
not
boys?
with the kids, no. And they don't ask for it either.
Really?
Don't ask for it. No.
I mean, my kids would rather go to Disney than to Europe.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't think kids really want to go to Europe, though.
Well,
no. You're right about that.
Now, I mean, Cash has asked to go to Greece. I think that'd be fun. And
That's
Italy.
someone who
and
has an
Italy.
internet connection.
And Italy, of course. But no, they always want to go to
They'll
Disney.
get so in the heat walking around from one historic place to another. Do you know how quickly that will wear thin?
No, So my parents took us to Italy when we were really young. I was probably 9 or so.
Okay.
And it was cool, but it's something that a 9-year-old will not appreciate.
No,
right.
Not at all.
Right.
All right, there you go. That's Aki's A-List. Good stuff there. Dionne has a question about Bears stuff. Dionne and I do the pregame show together with Waddle. And in 2 full days, for all you people who say, all you do is talk Bears, all you do is talk Bears, we have not talked any Bears in a show in 3 quarters.
That's pretty amazing.
So, like, the next time Dionne and I will be together, past today, we'll be at Bears training camp.
Yeah.
So before we do that, she wanted to set the table with an interesting topic that will go around the room, and you can weigh in on as well. That's coming up next.
The afternoon drive is easier with Waddle and Silvy. Chill out. They're coming right back. ESPN Chicago.
He is the best American-born hockey player of all time. A 3-time Stanley Cup champion with the Chicago Blackhawks. ESPN Chicago is proud to announce the return of Patrick Kane for a truly special day, Friday, August 8th. A day that matches his coveted number 88.
Let's hear from number 88.
Kaner will be everywhere, just as he was on the ice, including a youth hockey clinic at Johnny's Ice House West at 9 a.m. And you can purchase tickets for an exclusive autograph signing at the Chicago Sports Museum at 11:30. Or a very special Q&A event at Morgan MFG at 6:30. All tickets for events can be purchased at Eventbrite. Just search Patrick Kane.
What's up, Chicago?
Friday, 8/8. Celebrate the legend number 88, Patrick Kane.
You've seen it asked 1,000 times on the big screen.
You got a light?
But it's the sound that's unmistakable. The iconic sound of a Zippo lighter. But that's only the beginning of the Zippo story. Zippo is famous for everything from vintage lighters to sunglasses. Visit Uptown Cigar Store and Lounge on Wells Street at North Avenue. The best selection of Zippos, premium cigars, and accessories.
What do you need to know about Zippo?
Nothing. The sound says it all.
At Wintrust, our approach is to let Southside fans show off their Southside pride anytime, anywhere. With the White Sox debit card from Wintrust Community Banks, you're not just swiping, you're making a statement.
It's like a megaphone for your wallet.
Broadcasting your Sox pride with every transaction. Open an eligible checking account. Visit wintrust.com/Sox today. Wintrust. Different approach, better results. Member FDIC.
The White Sox play on ESPN Chicago. That means more than 162 games a year, passionate Sox fans are listening to their team right here. Do you want them to hear about your product or service? Of course you do. It's the key to success. Reach people you know will support you. White Sox fans are intensely loyal. Hell, you're probably one yourself if you're listening right now. So let us help you craft the message that speaks loud and proud about you. Email White Sox at goodkarmabrands.com. That's White Sox at goodkarmabrands.com.
Save big money on everything at Menards. The patio you've been dreaming of is more affordable than you think. And when you do it yourself, you save. Menards has the largest in-stock selection of concrete landscaping blocks ready to take home today. Plus, get free estimates fast using our landscape design program in-store or on Menards.com. Save big money on all concrete landscaping blocks at Menards. And check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
A Progressive Home and Auto Bundle can protect you round the clock, but we can't protect you from those painful moments in sports.
Oh, I can't believe we blew a 5-touchdown lead.
Sure, but you got to feel like they were going to win for almost the entire game.
But I was about to buy playoff tickets.
So you were prepared for a good time. That's pretty nice.
It's the worst loss any team has ever had.
And you got to witness history.
Okay, we're done here.
Well, at least your home and auto are protected with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Hey, Joe Fortenbaugh here. Whether you're locking in your home run picks or riding with your favorite golfers this summer, ESPN Bet is your sports book for all the action. Go from checking stats on your favorite teams and players to placing bets in just a few taps. Plus, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with the promo code JOEQ to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Summer is the time for making memories, not appointments. It's why you should go to Great Clips. Use online check-in to get in for a cooler, shorter haircut for less whenever you have time. So what are you waiting for? Get in, get out, and get back to summer with time-saving haircuts at Great Clips. It's going to be great.
Hey, it's Brandon, Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker. Let's talk stocks, bonds, real estate, securities, IRAs, mutual funds.
There are so many options when it comes to investing, so many ways to diversify and so many ways to lose big, right? Trying to navigate the options and make the best decisions for yourself, you cannot go at this alone. Hey, I am Brandon Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker. I have been working in finance and helping people across Chicagoland to build wealth in any and every market situation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
Listen to us now, live on the ESPN Chicago app. Listen to the show in HD at 100.3 HD2 FM. Listen now on ESPN 1000. This is Waddle and Silvy, ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
I'm all in on my Steelers coming out of the AFC. I think they can get to the Super Bowl with what they've done.
That was Kap today on Kap and J Hood with Albert Breer. That was a question to Breer. All of a sudden, Kap is now calling them his Steelers.
Yeah, where did that come from? Where was I at when that happened? I didn't know that.
Is it because he likes Aaron Rodgers? Is it because he loves Tomlin and now all of a sudden that they're his Steelers?
It's got to be Rodgers because he picked the
Rodgers?
Jets to go to the Super Bowl
Yes,
last
he
year?
did. You'd think he'd learn from that. I don't understand how they're his Steelers, though. His Steelers.
I can't get on board with anything Steelers related.
Well, you grew up as a Browns fan.
I'm still a Browns fan.
So
sadly.
you do, like, when the Bears and Browns play, what's going through your head?
I mean, I would like the Browns to win.
Oh, really?
Oh,
wow.
yeah.
I'm surprised you admitted that.
It's just they're such a bad team. Like, I have more of an affinity for that 85, 80, like mid-80s team that I grew up loving. Bernie Kosar and, Hanford Dixon and Kevin Mack and Brian Brennan and Ozzie Newsome and that group.
They were good.
They were so good.
They were on the cusp.
Oh, I just like...
Always heartbreak.
Oh, every year. Ernest Biner, he would fumble at the most inconvenient times.
On the one, right?
On the one, yeah.
And that's how he set up the drive?
Mm.
Did that set up the drive?
No,
his
I
fumble?
think he fumbled the second year. It was like 2 years in a row that they lost in the AFC Championship game.
To Denver? Both times?
Both times to Denver. The only solace was that Denver didn't win those years in the Super Bowl.
Oh, really? So,
yeah.
It's amazing. All right, so as we shift a little bit to the NFL, we have not talked much
We have
Bears.
not.
Because there's been a lot going on with the NBA, with Major League Baseball, the Cubs back in action tonight at home against the Guardians. So what is...
Well, it is July 1, you guys. It's July 1. 3 weeks from today, we will be opening training camp in 3 short weeks. And I'm just curious what we think we might be feeling. And that, to me, went super fast because they hired Ben Johnson on January 20th. We're 6 months from there. What will we be feeling in 5 months at the end of the year? In 5 months from today, we will be looking at Week 18, home against Detroit.
I think your math is wrong there, though. I don't think you're counting the current month because there's 6 months left in a year, and so the end of
so 6 months.
That's
6
the end
months.
of November, right?
6 months from today, then we'll be 6 months from today. It'll be the end of this season. We'll have 1 week left in the Bears season. What do you think we'll be thinking about? I went to also a year ago, like 1 year ago, what was going on with the Bears. I really wanted to find some things.
It was playoffs or bust in my mind.
Right. It was all about that. I did find an article from a friend of the show, Kevin Fishbane, from The Athletic from July 1, 2024. And it was one of those mailbag ones, right? So people were asking questions. And one of the questions was, do they sign pass rush help before training camp or see what they have once they get to camp? And remember, Yannick Ngakoue was,
he was still available.
He was still recovering. And Ryan Poles was asked about that numerous times during training camp.
Yeah.
That was nothing. That came to nothing. Someone asked, what's a realistic record for the Bears? And Fish said 9-8. I'd say that's about the same.
And that was last year,
Isn't that how we feel the same way? Same way now. Do you, let's see, what was another one? What training camp competitions are you excited to see play out between Tyreek Stevenson and Terrell Smith defensively, or Karan Amagaji and Braxton Jones?
Same thing. A lot of the same stuff.
I know.
Yeah.
That's what I was surprised at. If the Bears lose any of their top 3 receivers to injury for an extended period this season, has anyone else in the room stood out? And in the room at the time was, of course, Tyler Scott.
Oh,
let's
can't
see.
fall for that anymore.
Yeah. The number 4 wideout would be Scott. That's what we anticipated. He was right at the time. Let's see. As good as the Bears' top 3, there's quite a drop-off. Tyler Scott missed some time in minicamp, as did Dante Pettis, Colin Johnson, and Velus Jones' inconsistencies have been well publicized.
We were ready to crown Colin Johnson after the Hall of Fame game.
We were.
He looked the part. He was on an NFL roster in the past. He was finally going to hopefully stay healthy. Then he got hurt right away.
Oh, my
God.
God.
And then that was the end of it. He's like the modern-day Devin Aromashudu. Do you remember him, or was that before your time?
That was before my time.
It was like a Cutler guy who looked the part. He was 6'3".
Caught a touchdown on Monday night.
Yeah, late in the year. And everyone thought, okay, he's finding a home. It was kind of like Colin Johnson. Colin Johnson looked the part. He had a really good game. Wasn't Caleb caught with the mic where he was saying to DJ, oh, he's made the team. And DJ was like, not so fast, Rook. Long way to go.
Yeah.
And he turned out to be right.
Here's a question that someone had. I mean, and it feels like it's just the same. If the Bears underperform this year, do you think it would be more likely due to O-line depth or lack of an explosive pass rush?
I think it's the same.
It's the same storyline.
It's the same
It's the
thing.
same storyline. Interesting.
So what is your question then? Is what?
What do you think will be? What do you think we'll be feeling and talking about?
What answer will we get?
Yeah, what answer will we get to many questions surrounding this?
I think, for better or worse, the biggest thing we're going to know in 6 months from now is Caleb
Williams.
I think we're all going to pick a lane. Whether he maybe didn't perform as well, there will be people who say, not the guy, not the guy, not the guy. Or other people will say, still has stuff. He still has stuff. But I think you're going to pick a broader lane. Like I think he's going to be great, but I'm not like going to say it's a for sure. It will be a more pronounced
direction of his career.
Yes.
I agree with you wholeheartedly. We will know that in 6 months. Easily. We might know that by October. Is that too soon?
By October. Probably too soon.
Too soon. Okay.
And you know what twisted me up as a pretzel? Bleck and Abdalla, and I got to give them credit. They're going to be in here in less than an hour. They got me all twisted with they were doing math yesterday about if the Bears win 9, what version of a 9-win season would be more successful? And they were talking about, okay, what if they win their 9th game early in mid-December? And then they lose the last 3 games, and they go 9-8. Is that a worse 9-8 than if they pull out one of those late game division games? I think they've got 2 Green Bay games in a matter of 3 weeks. Like if they win their 9th late, like what's better? Like if say you win 9 in your first 14, but then you lose your last 3. What is that? Because they're like, well, then everyone's going to be mad. They had a shot for the playoffs.
Yes,
and then people will say, but if they only win 7 in the first 14 games and end up winning 2, will that spin it in our brain where they're on the come?
It will. It absolutely
will.
will.
They ended it kind of like Detroit on the rise.
Yes.
Where they can really have a jumping off point in the next year.
Feel like they're building towards something. Yes, we've had too many seasons of that like excitement for the first month and then just absolute dud at the end. We've had way too much of that. I mean, yes, winning in Green Bay the way that they did to end the season was a sign of that, but I think they need more than that. If they're going to get to 9 wins, I would much rather them have 6 wins in like early November, mid-November, and then figure out how to win 3 of those last ones.
Because sometimes you could win 9, someone gets hurt, and then all of a sudden that costs you the last 3 weeks.
Right.
And the first 14, you could go 9-5.
Don't you think
and
everyone
then you're like, oh, wait, we got something here, and if it wasn't for this and that, we can really improve this for next year.
Right,
so,
right.
like, there's still a path that I could say, if they go 9-5 in their first 14, and then for some reason at the end it doesn't go well, I can still rationalize that they had things going.
Right. Yeah, no, same.
So I'm looking at the teams that went 9-8 last year. There was actually only one, and it was the Cincinnati Bengals. And remember, they finished their season
on the
red hot.
Yes.
5 straight wins, and it was pretty much Joe Burrow was putting together an MVP caliber season, but they didn't really have the wins and obviously weren't going to get in the playoffs to do so. But like, that's a Bengals 9-8 where even though you won 5 straight to end the year, wasn't it more of a frustrating 9-8?
Yes, because it's I think where they were. You expected the Cincinnati Bengals to be a contender. Now, I with all the drama they had surrounding them, I wasn't shocked by their slow start. But when you're a contender and you have Joe Burrow and you think that you should be a playoff team.
Yes.
And anything less than that. But the Bears, where they're coming from with what did they get, 5? How many did they end up with last year?
Yeah,
5. I've blacked
Blocked
out
it
the
out.
entire the whole year. I've completely I don't remember I think after the Patriots game I have a tough time remembering. My oldest son was showing me the Packer game. One of them was showing me over the weekend, and I forgot how they won. Do you remember how they won the Packer game at the end?
At the last second field goal, right?
But before that.
No.
Like DJ Moore fumbled
Remind me.
with, I want to say, like a minute and a half left or 2 minutes left. Somewhere in there, he fumbled on a screen pass late in the game, and the Bears were up by like a point or 2.
Yeah, and wasn't there really bad clock management
Yes.
by Green Bay? They could have won the game.
Green Bay then, they didn't do much. The Bears defense stepped up. They stopped them, and they had to kick a long field goal, but he still made the field goal. So then, and you're thinking with like 40-some seconds left, it's over for the Bears. And then the next drive started with a horse collar tackle.
Yep.
Like the Bears were this close to doing another Bearsy thing to end the year by fumbling. But then they ended up, Rome had a big catch, and then they ended up kicking their game-winning field goal. Like, I forgot all of it. The point is there's so many games that after the Patriots game, when it was like game over, okay, this thing's done.
Yeah.
And maybe Detroit just because of the timeout situation that I've completely blacked out on.
Oh my gosh, there were so many penalties on that drive too. Like that things just kept changing. 54 seconds total.
With the Bears drive, like the
at the
Packers
end.
gifted him that. You know?
The horse collar tackle. And then with 20 seconds left, pass to DJ Moore, but a penalty on Moore because of an illegal shift. So that was 5 yards back. I mean, just like everything stacked up to go not their way.
All right, so we'll go around the room. What do you believe? Dionne was showing us that even though we thought we were getting answers here and there, a lot of the same questions we had going into last training camp are still questions this year. What do you guys believe we're going to get an answer on in 6 months from now? What will we know for sure about this Bears team? 312-332-3776. Look into your crystal ball. We'll take your calls coming up.
This is Waddle and Silvy on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Courtney Cronin, the latest from Hallis Hall and wherever Bears roam in Chicago. Be an informed fan with ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Costa Ivoni.
Guys, it's never too late for a Four Seasons AC tune-up. Schedule yours now. I just had mine. Save $50, only $89.95 for the tune-up. And every tune-up is backed by an industry-leading 1-year no-breakdown guarantee for peace of mind all year. It's all backed by your trusted local experts, Four Seasons. Call 866 the number 4 Seasons. That's 866 4 Seasons or visit fourseasonsheatingcooling.com to book today. Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric. For all the right reasons, call Four Seasons.
White Sox fans, be part of the action at the ballpark with our unbeatable season-long deals. Every Tuesday home game, enjoy a specially priced $5 concessions menu, which includes Miller or Modelo draft beers, Vienna beef hot dog or Polish sausage, Beggar's pizza slice, nachos, Coca-Cola products, or Garrett popcorn. Plus, take advantage of a fan favorite this season and get 1 ticket and 2 beers starting at $19 with our Miller Lite Baseball and Brews promotion. It includes all fees. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/offers.
Are you confident your retirement game plan is as strong as steel? Hey, it's Yurko for Mitch Lyons Wealth. MitchLyonsWealth.com is full of tools for you to access at no cost to make sure you're positioned to win retirement. Go to MitchLionsWealth.com today and get a free copy of Mitch's book or his retirement documentary. You can set a no-obligation 10-minute call with Mitch and his team to see if strategies they are utilizing might improve your retirement. That's MitchLionsWealth.com, your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
Are you one in a million? Country Thunder Wisconsin is excited to be welcoming its 1 millionth fan in 2025. It could be you. The 1 millionth person to walk through the gate will win 2 reserved seats, camping, festival catering, and access to artist hospitality for life. Plus, awesome festival merch and prizes from our awesome partners. See Jelly Roll, Hardy, Dierks Bentley, and Cole Swindell at Country Thunder Wisconsin, July 17th to 20th. You can't be the millionth fan without your ticket. Visit countrythunder.com.
Adam Schefter here. According to a recent ZipRecruiter survey, 76% of employers plan to expand headcount for 2025. If you're one of these employers, add ZipRecruiter's latest feature, Zip Intro, to your hiring plan. It does most of the work for you, so you save time. Just pick a time and Zip Intro finds and schedules qualified candidates for you. You can even meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Try it free at ZipRecruiter.com/sports. That's ZipRecruiter.com/sports.
A SoFi personal loan is here to help you achieve something once thought impossible, overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low, fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. That's right, pull off your own debt-defying stunt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank, N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply, NMLS 696891.
Evan Cohen here. Whether you're locking in your home run picks or riding with your favorite golfers this summer, ESPN Bet is your sports book for all the action. Go from checking stats on your favorite teams and players to placing bets in just a few taps. Plus, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Want to buy a vehicle in 60 minutes or less? Purchase your next vehicle in 60 minutes or less at Advantage Chevrolet Bridgeview, or your first car payment is on them. And every new Chevy comes with the Advantage Plus program. Together, let's drive. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Instagram at ESPN_Chicago. This is Waddle and Silvy. Listen now in HD on our app and on ESPN 1000.
Don't miss the X Insurance Great Lakes Grand Prix. It's on the shores of Michigan City, Indiana. It's coming at the end of the month. Happy July, everyone, by the way. It's July 28th to August 3rd. For tickets, go to GreatLakesGrandPrix.com. Waddle's out today. Dionne's in. It's Waddle and Silvy, 332-3776. What are you most looking forward to when you get back to training camp? And what do you think we're going to learn the most? You didn't answer your own question.
I know. I mean, I'm definitely on board with learning the most about Caleb Williams, and what he's going to be able to do, and what his ceiling really will be, or hopefully we don't even see that. Hopefully it's just this giant step forwards that leaves that door wide open and gives Bears fans confidence that they've got the guy. They finally got that quarterback that they've been looking for. That is certainly part of it. I want to see that offensive line is. The offensive line is very interesting to me. I know they upgraded the interior of that, and from the watching on the outside, they're building that bond that they're supposed to right now, which I think is really cool. But I want to see that translate into real football.
Yeah, and I believe, and I hope I'm proven wrong, that like quarterbacks, when you say you have 3 quarterbacks, you don't have one. I believe you have 3 left tackles and you don't have one.
Yeah.
And I worry that we're going to be and this is why I have the disagreement with the one caller called earlier defending Ryan Poles, is because I feel like he doesn't make the change until he gets smacked in the face, and it really costs the Bears.
Yeah.
Like, early in his tenure, he stayed away from drafting wide receivers. He only signed guys who were sort of remember, wasn't it Pringle? Didn't he get Pringle here? Who was the Packer wide receiver? Pettis from San Francisco, EQ St. Brown, like all these recycled guys to give to Justin Fields, hoping one would stick or hoping someone would find their spot. And it wasn't until that all massively failed when he's like, oh, I got to go out and get DJ Moore in the Carolina deal. Oh, I've got to probably now add another receiver with a 9th pick, even though some think maybe an offensive lineman or a defensive lineman could be better here. But I've really screwed the pooch here. I got to go get him. And then I got to give up a 4th-round pick for Keenan Allen. And then this year, we all knew that the line last year wasn't good. We all knew that Nate Davis was a dog. We all knew that they were patchworking things yet again at center. We knew that Poles didn't. And now what did Poles do? Poles got smacked in the face. So Poles then said, okay, I'm going to trade for Joe Tooney. I'm going to trade for Jonah Jackson. I'm going to sign the youngest and best center in the league. And I'm going to really correct this because I've sucked for 2 or 3 years on the interior. And I'm hoping I'm wrong. I feel that's going to happen next year at left tackle, where they're either going to draft one really high or they're going to be forced and they're going to have to trade for one. Because I don't know. I don't
trust. There's no trust there in that right now.
No. Right. So, and another thing that I think we're going to learn, I think this is like the tiebreaker on Montez Sweat year. The first year, we're like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
You signed him, you gave up a 2, but look at the way he's impacted the defense and how the Bears sort of started winning after they got him. Last year, was a bit banged up, didn't have really anyone around him, and then was just a guy. Like, what was it, 5 sacks?
Yeah.
5.5?
Was it 5?
Not enough.
Not enough. No,
not
of
even
course
close
not
to enough. Maybe half the amount that he should be getting.
Yeah. He was not disruptive
If
enough.
he doesn't get
That's
double-digit sacks, he's a waste or at least an overpay.
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, I know that there was so much made about him, like not having that compliment on the other side, and he was the one being double-teamed and triple-teamed sometimes. Like, I understand that, but he does need to have more than 5.5 sacks for what he's being paid and what we know that he's capable of doing. And hopefully that will happen this year, and he'll stay versatile or become even more versatile is what they'd like to make him, right? Like move him around. That was kind of a thing they want to do. So we'll see what Dennis Allen can do. Dennis Allen is like no nonsense, and I like that. He's old school football, and I like that. And I think a Bears defense should have a coach like that. So that'll be something I'm watching at training camp for sure to see how they all buy into what he's bringing.
Yeah. Do you guys have one really quick before we shift gears?
I'll bounce off of that. I want to know how important was Matt Eberflus really to this defense? Because at the end of the season, they fell apart. There's a little part of me that's concerned that this defense isn't what we think it should be just because we didn't see it at the end of last year without Matt Eberflus. Now, I hope Dennis Allen brings him up, but there's a little part of me that's like offensive coach. I hope Dennis Allen's able to bring it out of him, but without Matt Eberflus, they weren't that great last season.
I got to tell you that is like 98th. I don't believe that Matt Eberflus really vaulted up the defense at all. Like,
you don't?
No, I don't.
He left and they gave up 38 points to San Francisco, 30 to the Minnesota.
He was here and he allowed the Commanders free 14 yards to set up the Hail Mary.
Yeah, but they only scored 18 points in the game.
He was here and the Cardinals ran all over the Bears.
Yeah.
He was here and the Patriots were able to do stuff at Soldier Field. Like, I don't think we're going to ever say to us, you know what? It's too bad Matt Eberflus ain't running the defense.
Isn't it interesting? Like, I feel like that we think about that with a lot of Bears head coaches where, like, wherever they were before, they're never missed when they're gone. And they tried to make them the head coach here. I remember being out at Bears practices and being like, wow, they really like him. Like, they really play for him. Wow, was I disillusioned? I thought
he developed guys early on, but
it just fell off.
Yeah. All right, coming up next, Jed Hoyer speaks about if he's got enough resources to make a major trade at the deadline. You'll want to hear this answer, and it's coming up next.
You're listening to Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Dodgers.
Live coverage begins tonight at 8:30 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
Hey, Chicago sports fans, it's summer vacation season, and it's time to swing into the action with Toyota's 2025 lineup. Pick one of the Chicagoland Toyota dealer, and you're going to have the red carpet rolled out for you. Leading off, the RAV4. It's a utility all-star that delivers in the clutch. On deck, the spacious Grand Highlander, followed by the fuel-savvy Corolla. Next up, the Slugger, the Tacoma, bringing upper deck power every at-bat. And rounding out the lineup, the playmaking all-hybrid Camry. I've driven Toyotas all my life. My first car, when I got my license, was actually the old Corolla FX, and it had the hatchback. And now I drive the Sequoia. So take it from me. Check out the full Toyota lineup at Toyota.com or visit your Chicagoland Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places.
Hey, this is David Kaplan. I love the heat. Give me 90 degrees and a chance to be outdoors, and I'm a happy guy. But when you step out of the heat and into your home or business, I totally appreciate being able to control the temperature to make everybody comfortable. My friends at Automatic keep your AC system running its best no matter what Mother Nature throws at us. And if something were to break down, Automatic can help find the best system for your space and have it back to the perfect temperature in no time. Go to Automatic.com. That's Automatic.com.
You've seen it asked 1,000 times on the big screen.
You got a light?
But it's the sound that's unmistakable. The iconic sound of a Zippo lighter. But that's only the beginning of the Zippo story. Zippo is famous for everything from vintage lighters to sunglasses. Visit Uptown Cigar Store and Lounge on Wells Street at North Avenue. The best selection of Zippos, premium cigars, and accessories.
What do you need to know about Zippo?
Nothing. The sound says it all.
Our local hospitals are the heartbeat of our communities, delivering critical care every hour of every day for everyone, training the next generation of caregivers. Beyond the walls, their benefit to the community is everywhere, driving the local economy and supporting local organizations, initiatives, and neighbors. Illinois Hospitals, healing communities. Learn more at team-iha.org. Sponsored by the Illinois Health and Hospital Association. Aired in cooperation with the Illinois Broadcasters Association and this station.
4th of July savings are here at the Home Depot, so it's time to get your grilling on. Pick up the Traeger Pro Series 22 pellet grill and smoker, now on special buy for $389, was $549. Smoke a rack of ribs or bake an apple pie. This grill is versatile enough to do it all. This summer, no matter how you like your steaks, your barbecues are guaranteed to be well done. Celebrate 4th of July with fast free delivery on select grills right now at the Home Depot. Subject to availability.
Hey, Joe Fortenbaugh here. Whether you're locking in your home run picks or riding with your favorite golfers this summer, ESPN Bet is your sportsbook for all the action. Go from checking stats on your favorite teams and players to placing bets in just a few taps. Plus, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with the promo code JOEQ to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
$6 million. The Veroliak Law Group wins again for their clients. You heard me right. The Veroliak Law Group recovered $6 million for a client who was injured due to a medical error. If you're injured, make sure to call the Veroliak Law Group.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Carmen Brands radio station.
Cubs play tonight, back in action at home against the Guardians, rematch of the 2016 World Series. There was something I just found out, too, that I didn't know.
You know, this is 9 years ago. That's just insane.
9 years ago, yeah. I was watching, have you ever watched Game 7?
Rewatched it? No, show Game 7. Or, right.
Yeah,
like
there's like a series, I
forget.
Yes,
it's on Prime?
It's one of them, and it's the stories of a bunch of Game 7s. and they did one on the Cubs, on the Cubs Game 7, and it was very, very good. Like when you still learn stuff about the game that you were at and that you talked about for a living, they did a good job.
Yeah. Oh, I'm gonna have to watch it.
Yeah, so it was pretty good. Before we get there, and I play some Jed Hoyer from today, he talked about the question that we were asking about Cam Smith, and then the if the Cubs are going to have enough resources. Jesse had enough today. So Jesse is one of my favorite teammates, if not my favorite teammate. And he'll do whatever you need for someone like that and goes above and beyond. But sometimes when he's hosting, he gets off the rails a little bit. And we were talking yesterday about whether or not Cam Smith's emergence this year, and especially doing it against the Cubs, makes it even more of a priority to re-sign Tucker. Now, maybe you'll say, well, their priority is already as high as can be. But like I've always felt, when you give up something, it's more than just losing one of your guys. It's more than just losing a player. You went out of your way to acquire that player for valuable things. So now not only losing him will be a problem, but then losing what you gave up to get him is it's double the loss.
Of course.
It's not just like losing one of yours to begin with. So this was Jesse today, because we were discussing that. Tyler asked us the question, and Jesse had enough.
Which we all do, I guess. It's just enough with the Kyle Tucker extension. Can't you enjoy?
Coming for you.
Can't you enjoy the season in front of you?
I didn't say it, Silvy.
If the Cubs were in last place but had this great player, then I get it. Let's just focus on extending him.
I didn't say it.
But every little sign, Cap, he loves it here. Oh, he's on a boat with his teammates. Oh, he must want to sign here. Like, can I give you a reminder? Anthony Rizzo was Mr. Cub.
Yes, he was.
Mr. Cub, and had a decent offer, 5 years at $70 million, and still said no thanks to Chicago. Chris Bryant, depending on, where you land on this, was either presented an offer or there was some at least conversations with Scott Boras, and he didn't sign up either. And this was post-World Series,
World Series
where
heroes.
these two own this city. Yeah. They own this city. I don't deny Kyle Tucker likes it here. Fine. But can we just get to the end of the season? Because it'd be different if things were ongoing. But how many times have I reported on this station, on this show, there's been no real communication between the sides about his free agency?
You've said that a lot.
They traded for him. That was one deal. If they are going to sign him up, they're going to sign him up in the same way they'd sign up any free agent, which is something Silvy even asked of Dionne. They were talking about it yesterday. Yeah. He's going to be treated basically like any other free agent, with the one caveat that he played here for a year, so he does understand what this is all about here. But there's other cities that have rivers and lakes and boats and things. Like, I don't deny Chicago's great. I've lived here my whole life. Love it. But please, just enjoy the season. Stop with this silly
I said that a while ago.
Tucker
You guys
stuff.
have to just kind of enjoy it, because Kyle Tucker's not signing during the season.
Wait. Did Jesse just quote, don't go chasing waterfalls with the rivers and the lakes that you're used to? Is that what he just did? Do you remember that song?
Oh, of course I do.
I think he said, don't go chasing Tucker Falls.
It's TLC, right?
With the rhythms and the
lakes that you're used to.
Yeah, I loved that song.
I did too.
That's the first thing I thought of.
You're gonna have
So how do you respond to that?
I mean, that's coming from someone who has covered this team closely and knows that he's not going to re-sign it with the Cubs. But that's what it sounds like to me, that Jesse's like, you guys enjoy it, because the reality is that it's going to be too expensive for the Cubs' wallets. They're going to say that it is.
I don't blame fans, though, at all for... You can enjoy the season and you can worry about Kyle Tucker.
I think you can do both, too. I agree with you. I think you can enjoy the season, but then also think about the fact that, wow, I would really like to enjoy more than just this season with this guy.
And then there was this part then when he addressed the Cam Smith stuff.
Is this the Tyler Rocky theory?
No, I mean, it's not just Tyler.
Here's another dumb online thing. Cam Smith had a great weekend, so that puts more pressure on the Cubs to sign Kyle Tucker.
Does Tom Ricketts care one way or another?
I will put up my firstborn child that Tom Ricketts, Jed Hoyer, Carter Hawkins do not care what Cam Smith does in terms of the impact on signing Kyle Tucker. I will bet any amount of money on that. Any amount of money.
Can you put up your firstborn child when your firstborn child is now a grown-ass adult?
and
they're
say
on their
no.
own anyway? It's not like he's saying my firstborn. Like, Nate is, I want to say, like 25 years old.
Yes, I think so.
He's already really kind of, I mean, it's still his son, but it's not like he's living under his own roof.
Not. He's on his own now. That's too funny.
So here's Jed Hoyer. Jed Hoyer, is the question in here?
No.
So he asked Jed Hoyer about if Cam Smith's performance affects a Tucker deal.
You want to keep a player like that, like you go into the negotiation wanting to keep him, but obviously you realize like at some point you must have your limits. Obviously we'll keep all those things internal, but certainly I think Kyle is is the kind of player you want to keep. I've said it all along, and obviously. We'll be talking to Casey about that at some point. But I think you have to, ultimately, you have to go into that negotiation, with a value. And I think that you have to do that with any negotiation, and I don't think that changes anything.
So that makes me a little nervous too, as a Cubs fan, when he said that's the first time I've heard him say that. Yeah, we're going to do, instead of saying we're going to do everything we can to get Kyle Tucker, he said. We all have limits.
Yeah, we're going to go into it with a value. Not that he's going to tell us, yes, we're going to do whatever. I just don't think. I mean, it's not their MO. This is not their MO.
No, it's not.
To pay players. That's just not what they do.
How did you hear that, Tyler? You're very passionate about this.
No, I heard it the same way as you guys. Like, that did not inspire a ton of confidence in terms of that. I do think, because like the last part there is like kind of poo-pooing the whole Cam Smith thing. What's he going to do? And what's he going to say? Oh, if Cam Smith wins Rookie of the Year, all of a sudden Kyle Tucker's value is $800 million in our eyes now. Like, that's not something that's going to get out. That's going to be something that's like you're on the final stages of the negotiating table, and it's like, all right, this is what we're going to push to. That's when the emotion comes in.
And Tyler, that's what I mean about value. Like, why I don't think should be a hard and fast value. So what are you going to do? You're going to draw the line in the sand at $500 million, and then if he's at $510, you're going to say no to that because he's past the value. Right. What's worth more, having Kyle Tucker at $510 versus $500, or not having him at all? And then knowing that you already gave up a future possible star. And other pieces, too. So, like, that all equates. I gave up this, and this to get him. And then I could get him for this, but we're only willing to go to that. To me, it's less about a total value and more about what's the bridge in between. If it's between you're offering, you draw the line at $475, and then he signs at $530. If you've gone to $475... and it's a 10-year deal, what are we talking about between another $40 million or whatever it's going to be? I know that may sound like a lot, but is the $40 million worth not having him?
Obviously, it's up to the player to do this, but I think it is kind of short-sighted, and today of all days to discuss it too on Bobby Bonilla Day. But the deferred money thing that Ricketts seems pretty adamant that he's not going to do moving forward. That, to me, is the new way of operating a baseball team. Mm-hmm. And to just kind of turn your nose up at that when you've got smart organizations like the Dodgers and the Mets doing those type of things to help alleviate some of these costs. And the Red Sox are another team like this, too. Like, this is the new way of doing big baseball business when you've got these you're talking about some of the largest contracts in American sports. They're all being handed out in baseball right now. And I
think value, right.
Right, yeah, when you're talking total values. And it's like, if you're not going to do the deferred money thing, then you're probably going to miss out on a lot of these type of players because, nobody wants to – I don't think teams really even want to pay Shohei Ohtani $75 million a year. Like, that's a lot of money to be putting into one player.
But that was a pretty good investment, too, when what it brings in.
Of course.
To the team.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
But you're
that's
also
what we talked about yesterday.
You're also only paying him $2 million this year.
It's crazy, yeah.
Right. Well, that's the question. Is Ricketts willing to get as creative as he can be to to keep a guy like Kyle Tucker? Are they willing to do that?
Yeah, that's it.
And that would be such a
inspire hope
shift.
there. Yeah,
it would be such a shift in what they've done in the past. And why have they been like that? Do we know why they've never
Here's what my theory is. A lot of people, well, he already won. Or he's got a lot of debt to pay off. And I think it all figures into the calculator. I believe every big signing he's made, he hasn't gotten the return on investment he thought he was going to get. They signed Yu Darvish. They didn't get the return on investment.
Right.
They signed Chatwood. They didn't get the return on investment. They signed Hayward. They didn't get the return on investment. They signed Dansby. They didn't get the return on investment. Like, what guy? Lester did give them the return on investment.
Yeah.
But I feel like he thinks if we're going 1 for 5, we're better off not going past a certain point because... And, like, maybe even to a lesser point, the manager. Maybe he looks at it and he says, I won 83 games with David Ross. I paid the manager $8 million a year. I won 83 games. I feel like if Ricketts got more return on investment for some of these guys that Theo had signed and then Jed, maybe he would be more willing to say, it's paid off for us times this. In the past, we're going to continue to operate that way.
But did you just pick the wrong guys? Like, you could have signed Bryce Harper. That contract would be aging nicely.
It would be beautiful.
Signed
You're right.
Machado. That would have aged nicely.
Well, who is the Brandon? Who is the closer? From the Dodgers.
Oh, Tanner Scott?
No. A few years ago that they signed and he was always hurt.
Oh, Brandon Morrow.
Brandon Morrow.
Oh, yeah.
Look at what he thinks. Brandon Morrow pitched how many games for the Cubs after they signed him? And they finally spent something on a closer, and the closer didn't come through for him.
Mm-hmm.
So I think he looks at all these different things, and he says, why is this one going to work? You promised me that you was going to work. You told me that we were getting a great value here with Morrow.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I think. Here's Jed, by the way, on if the team will have the resources at the trade deadline to make a major move.
I feel like this team has played really well. Where obviously this place is full almost every night, and I think that I think that we'll have the resources to make the moves needed to make at the deadline. That I'm very confident in.
Listen to the difference in tone and decisiveness between Tucker and the moves at the deadline. We're full. We're selling out. We're going to have all the resources to do what we want to do at the deadline. Versus, well, we'd like to get Tucker signed. We've got a limit. Or and all these sort of caveats.
I want to hear that.
Here he told you he basically so I think there's good news, bad news. The good news is in the short term for this season, it sounds like they're going to be all in at the deadline.
Yeah.
That the expense won't hold them back. But it didn't sound like a ringing endorsement for getting Tucker signed.
Right.
He didn't say we've got all these resources, the building's full.
Right.
We're going to do everything we can to sell Kyle Tucker. He didn't say that. He could have. He did basically at the deadline. He gave you a lot of if and buts with Kyle Tucker.
He did. Play that again. The second one, Tyler. Can you play that?
Is this one the one about the deadline?
Yeah.
I feel like this team has played really well. Where obviously this place is full almost every night, and I think that I think that we'll have the resources to make the moves needed to make at the deadline. That I'm very confident in.
That I'm very confident in. We have basically. He's saying the cash register is ringing because the place is full every night.
But it's that way whether they're winning or not. So that's why. So my question now is, when was that question asked, and when was the Tucker question asked? Because if he said we're going to have all those resources before he was asked about Kyle Tucker, someone should have said, "Well, wait a minute, you just said,
yeah, right, hey, you're full,
and you've got the money.
Yeah.
So why would you not do the same for this guy that is going to make such a difference in your roster moving forward?"
We'll talk to Bleck Abdalla about that. Crosstalk is coming up. Jesse's going to join us tomorrow, so we'll talk to Jesse about that. It's all coming up next.
This is Waddle and Silvy on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
He's Chris Bleck.
And he's Adam Abdalla.
Together, we're the Bleck and Abdalla Show.
Weeknights, 6:30 to 8 on ESPN Chicago.
Or get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app.
Brought to you by Yuengling.
Hear that? That's the sound of change. The sound of you driving towards a cleaner, healthier future. Visit ComEd.com/EV to find tools and resources to help make the switch to an electric vehicle easier than ever, alongside valuable rebates for going electric. Whether it's a home vehicle or a business fleet, driving green can save you green. Charge into the future at ComEd.com/EV. ComEd, powering lives.
Hi, it's Peggy Kaczynski. You've heard me talk about how the village of Bolingbrook continues to rank as one of the most livable communities in Illinois. Here's Mayor Mary Alexander Basta to tell you herself.
Thanks, Peggy. With excellent schools, beautiful parks, and a wide range of shopping and dining options, I invite you to come and experience the warmth and friendliness of Bolingbrook for yourself.
If you're looking to elevate your future and the future of your family, visit BeBolingbrook.com to learn more.
Join us and be Bolingbrook.
You know what's wild? Yuengling's been brewing beer since 1829. That's 196 years.
They've been around longer than almost everything. You don't last that long without knowing what you're doing.
Exactly. It all comes down to one thing. They brew great beer, plain and simple.
Traditional lager, flight, light lager, you name it, they all bring serious flavor and that legendary Yuengling quality.
Yuengling, the oldest brewery in America.
D.G. Yuengling and Son, Pottsville, PA.
It's the Kap J Hood Show here with Howard Enkin. Howard, remember back in the day when upper deck tickets were cheap?
You mean the cheap seats? Oh, sure. You're at the game, but you don't really experience the game.
Yeah, no bueno. If you've been injured, get the help you need and experience injury law made personal yourself only at Enkin Law.
Auto, truck, ride shares, work injuries, and medical mistakes. If you've been injured, call Howard.
I'm here to help. Call 312-6000000.
Howard Enkin is our go-to lawyer on the Kap J Hood Show, weekday morning, 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Guys, it's Silvy for Window Nation. Now you can get 50% off all window styles, plus no interest until 2030. Stop procrastinating on upgrading your home. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com to take advantage of Window Nation's best deal of the year.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitter at ESPN 1000. This is Waddle and Silvy on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Good to talk to Bleck and Abdalla again on the air, as I see them every day and hear them every day on Carmen and Yurko. They're here for a full show tonight as the White Sox pregame is at 8 o'clock. Crosstalk is brought to you by Steinhoffels with 6 Chicagoland locations. The 7th coming near the gas station where Abdalla stops on his way back from Indy in Northwest Indiana and Maryville. What's up, boys?
What's going on? So, little tightening of the sphincter, huh? Huh?
What? That's how I live life. What do you mean?
Little tightening of the sphincter about Kyle Tucker, huh? Maybe he doesn't like the boat so much, huh?
Wow.
I don't know.
A lot's changed in the last 4 hours.
I know. What happened?
What time was it when you came in here to give Jesse the business?
Well, I was giving Jesse the business because he doesn't want any of the conversation.
Yeah.
He was telling us to stop. And the Tylers point about this, or that we can enjoy the game while worrying about Tucker. It was less about, I'm in the camp that I don't believe they're going to sign him either.
Yeah. I think that I kind of feel the same way Jesse does, but for a different reason, right? I liked that the Cubs struggled for a little bit here in June because, us talking about how great they are every single day, to me, having to hear it every day gets boring. And so, like, a little bit of panic in the streets isn't a bad thing. And maybe it pushes them to make some more moves at the deadline because they realize, hey, we can't get by with just Shota coming back and the bullpen that we've established. So, but I also feel the same way because we did this. I was literally saying to Chris in the hallway, we did this the year that Chris Bryant was going to be a free agent. It was every single day. Are they going to sign Chris Bryant? Are they not going to Chris Bryant? We had Jeff Passan on. You guys did a weekly with Jeff Passan. Every week it would start. So today, are they gonna? And he's like, guys, I don't know. So like, it's kind of the same thing where we're in it every single day. It's kind of like being a music DJ and like you hear the same songs all the time. Well, they're the hits because people are, don't hear the radio station all the time. So for us, I feel like it's every day, but that's the conversation is you made this trade and that's what everybody's waiting for is, are you going to sign Kyle Tucker in the offseason?
I certainly felt like when the season began, those first couple of weeks when the offense was really like clicking and everything, I felt like it was the Kyle Tucker effect in some capacities. Like everybody wanting to keep up with this guy who came in with all of these aspirations and we know what he can do. And so that in and of itself would be like, well, we want to keep him around because we want to make sure we're keeping him around because he's having such an immediate impact on everybody else. I think that's why I love that he's such good friends with them. That's why I like to see him on the boat and enjoying our city because it feels like, all right, he's built this connection and chemistry with this group that, well, maybe he'll want to stick around. But I would be shocked if they pay him what he is going to to I
mean, you had Brizzo and they didn't stay here. You had
it was a good point by Jesse. It was a good point that if Brizzo loved it here and he could walk out the door.
That's a very good point.
So can Kyle Tucker.
Yeah, but at that point when that came along, the Cubs offense was struggling and they were stagnant. And it was like they made the decision to move away from Bryant, Rizzo, and others because the offense was broken in those years. Like Kyle Tucker, for I think what we all assume is going to take place the rest of this season, is going to have a great season, and he's probably going to be one of the better players in baseball for the next few years.
It's really a good point because when they acquired Kyle Tucker is when they're supposedly starting the new era.
Right.
Exactly.
Like when they let go of, they traded Bryant, they traded Rizzo.
They held on too long to those guys.
Right. It was the end of that era. So this would make it so much more painful.
Of course.
That you gave up people for him. You lost him in his own right. And it's supposed to be the start of a new team. Yeah. And then you're like, okay, now what do we do for the new era?
Yeah,
well, it's such a good point,
It's not even to argue whether or not, like, he is one of the best players in baseball.
Yes.
And he's proven it. It's not a prospect that hopefully turns into something, or Chris Bryant did it in his first and second season. Let's see if it happens for 10 years. No, Kyle Tucker's proven it. And he's won at a high level, and he's been one of the best players. So I agree, Silvy. Like, it's one of those things where you look at the way they acquired him. You don't make that trade without having the idea that you're going to have to pay at least $500 million to keep him in the future.
None of that should be a surprise. Right.
Exactly. And so I disagree with the idea that he's not going to be here. I think they knew that, and I feel like Jed Hoyer knows what he needs to do to get it done, and I think they'll sign him at some point.
He knows what he needs. He needs to hand him a check. But the ownership needs to. But also, Jesse talked about this, too, because a caller asked him, and it's a very obvious answer, too, is if you, let's say you earmark $425 million for him, are you going to spend that if he doesn't sign? Like, if this team is good enough, are you going to get 2 more starting pitchers? Are you going to add more offense? Are you going to add more? Are you going to go out and get a real closer and pay for a real closer? Like, the answer should be yes.
Yes, it should be.
It wasn't that way with Shohei. When they struck out on Ohtani, they didn't go out and spend that money and
somewhere else.
Somewhere else.
Agreed.
But this now, because Chris said they're on the rise, if you earmark however $50 million a year or $45 million a year, you should spend that money to still improve the ball club because this is still a baseball team that can go to the playoffs even if he doesn't sign him.
You know what? Go ahead.
I was just going to say that would signal a shift in what they've done, right?
Yeah.
If they earmarked that money and then they said, okay, well, we didn't get Kyle Tucker, we're still going to get what we need to compete consistently. Like that would be huge, and that makes a lot more.
The other fear too is if you sign Kyle Tucker, you're doing
anything else. Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. And you have to believe that you don't need to have
whatever they will be.
You need to believe in what you have outside of that.
The one thing where I always ask that question that you just asked was when the Sox missed on Machado.
Yeah.
Do you remember how Kenny's like, oh, we had the best offer and we were offering $300 or $315 or whatever it was? Whatever happened to that $315 they were willing to spend? If they wanted to spend that on Machado, why wasn't that ever spent on others?
That's a very good point.
I feel like sometimes you make offers that people they're going to say.
Is?
Yeah, you know what the answer is going to be. Like it could be that way for Tucker. They could go in and say, hey, we're going to offer him $425, even though we know the Dodgers are going to keep the market honest and offer him $450, and then they'll be like, well, we tried.
Is there anything more White Sox than bragging about being in second place?
Yeah.
Right? Like, we were the runners-up.
We were there.
To landing Machado.
It was like, it's brashly, too, the way Kenny did it.
Exactly.
Oh, he's wrong. We offered him the most.
No, we were almost there.
Please.
You know?
Okay, cool.
I almost dated Jennifer Aniston.
Cool.
Almost.
And Silvy, to the other thing you guys were talking about, you will be mad if they have 9 wins and then lose the last 3.
It was a great conversation.
That's a good question.
I was driving around and I'm like, I'm thinking about this. You guys were really making me think about this.
It didn't until Abdalla said the Browns game. If they get their 9th win for the Browns game, there's 3 weeks left.
Yes.
And I'm thinking to myself, I know how those shows will go. If they lose the final 3 and miss the playoffs,
disaster.
We're going to be very upset.
Yeah.
And that'd be a rough way to go, especially the 2 divisional opponents and the 49ers who are supposed to be good. Like,
you can say 9 wins, and that's a great season, but if it happens that way, especially like let's say their 9th win or their 8th win, they happen to beat the Packers before the Browns, and then their 9th win is the Browns game, and you're like, okay, well, we already beat the Packers once, like let's, know, and then they lose 3 in a row and miss out on the playoffs, and the Packers end up making the playoff. Like it could not look great even with 9 wins.
Let's face it, we're not going to be happy no matter what happens this year.
Right.
I think you will be.
Do you really think so?
Yeah.
It's a good question, a good poll question. Do you believe you'll be happy at the end of the 2025 Bears season?
Yeah. Oh, the Bears, I thought just at the end of the year. Just anything.
Just at the end of 2025, yeah.
All we do is complain. It's what we do.
Yeah, I think you can definitely be. If they win 9 games in the last game, you beat the Packers at home, and then you beat the Lions, and that's your 9th win. And somehow you just and Caleb has 4.
Caleb looks
the part.
Like Caleb,
Then you're like,
okay,
we
could be happy.
Fine. That's a good season
for sure.
Less than 6 months away, boys.
Are you kidding me?
I understand how the calendar works. I know today's July 1st, but when you said that the football season will only have 1 week left in it, by the time we get to
you guys listen. We're in the month now. There's a football game in 30 days.
Did you go?
Okay. And you know it because you're up there. We're up there every day.
Yeah, we did it last year.
Training camp starts in 3 weeks.
I know.
So summer's almost over.
It might as well be.
I'll be driving to Soldier Field with Kennedy still not finished.
That's going to be true.
All right. What do you guys have coming up?
We'll lead with some of this Cubs conversation. Jed Hoyer spoke before the game and before the series. We're going to have some NBA talk because the Bucks are going for it desperately to try and keep you honest.
On Giddy.
We'll see how that goes. We're on Giddy watch. Lots to do and some Bears conversation as well.
All right, great stuff. We'll be listening. Bleck and Abdalla coming up next. Thank you today to the only guest we had, Michael Wilbon.
Oh, he's the best.
Yeah. No thanks to Jesse Rogers, who was just a curmudgeon today. Jack McGrath, great work. Tyler, as always. For Dionne, I'm Silvy. It's ESPN 1000. Have yourself a great Tuesday night.
Waddle, he's gone.
Really excited.
That was a big thrill.
Hi, it's Andre Dawson, including myself, Ed Belfour.
There's a very low percentage of this that is smiles and glory holes.
Who's getting wild tonight? That's what I'm talking about, baby.
No hi from you?
What?
No hi from you?
I'll give him more buys than highs.
Waddle, waddle, waddle. Then he waddled away, waddle, waddle, till the very next day. Bum, 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 bum.
And thank you to all, and to all a good night.
I just want to say thank you all, and as always, everybody else. I love y'all.
The CDGA Golf Show. It's your source for golf news local and golf news from around the world. Hosts Tyler Rocky and Mike Gilligan are linked up with golfing knowledge to help us all. Tune in Saturdays 9 to 11 on all the ESPN Chicago channels. Brought to you by Glenview Park Golf Club.
You've seen it asked 1,000 times on the big screen.
You got a light?
But it's the sound that's unmistakable. The iconic sound of a Zippo lighter. But that's only the beginning of the Zippo story. Zippo is famous for everything from vintage lighters to sunglasses. Visit Uptown Cigar Store and Lounge on Wells Street at North Avenue. The best selection of Zippos, premium cigars, and accessories.
What do you need to know about Zippo?
Nothing. The sound says it all.
Hi, I'm Bob. At American Sale, you'll find the largest selection of pools, patio sets, hot tubs, and grills. Everything you need for your backyard fun. And right now, you can save up to 50% and get 5 years special financing or 10% cash back. Plus, free delivery and our lowest price guarantee. See store for details. The summer celebration sale is going on now, so come in and see us or visit us online. American Sale. Bring the fun home.
Help provide for families in need with food items during Menards Food Drive. Simply head to Menards, place non-perishable food items in the collection bin by our exit doors. And that's it. All donations will be given to a local organization representing your community to help those in need. Head to Menards to help your community today. See store for details.
Save big money at Menards.
Got a shipment that needs to get out the door today and overnight delivery is just too slow? Then call ERC Delivery Service. 24/7, 365 days a year. ERC will get your document, package, or truckload of merchandise where you need it, when you need it delivered, guaranteed. And it's not just Chicagoland. ERC has dedicated daily routes that include Milwaukee, Rockford, and Indiana. Call ERC Delivery Service. 630-516-1199. That's 630-516-1199.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. SkillBridge and other VA benefits are available to those who qualify.
This is the next phase in my therapeutic work.
Nicole Kidman returns for the Hulu original 9 Perfect Strangers Season 2.
Breathe in, breathe out.
This is safe?
We take you back to a core trauma. Breathe in, breathe out.
She is manipulating us.
Breathe in, breathe out. Why are you resisting?
Is it too late to get a refund? The all-new season of 9 Perfect Strangers is now streaming on Hulu and Disney+. New episodes Wednesdays.
Advantage Acura of Naperville is your connection to your new Acura. Drive home in one you'll love in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. And every new Acura comes with the Advantage Plus program. Come see them in Naperville or visit AdvantageAcura.com. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
It's Bleck and Abdalla. Follow us on the gram at Bleck and Abdalla and at ESPN_Chicago. This is Chicago's home for sports. ESPN 1000.
Welcome in to Bleck and Abdalla here on ESPN 1000 in the ESPN Chicago app. If you want to join the conversation tonight, you can call us at 312-332-3776. Bleck and Abdalla, we're on the air tonight until 8 o'clock. Then we'll hand it over to Amber and Ian. They've got you for 30 minutes. And then Jeff Meller will have the White Sox pregame show at 8:30. The White Sox are on the West Coast to face off against the Los Angeles Dodgers tonight. Yamamoto's on the mound for the Dodgers. The White Sox send Shane Smith to the mound. The 28-56 red-hot White Sox, Abdalla, as they are 5-5 in their last 10. So how about that? White Sox baseball late tonight in Los Angeles, and the pregame starts with Jeff Meller at 8:30 right here on ESPN 1000. Len Casper and Darren Jackson will have the call of the game at right around 9:05, 9:10. This evening here on ESPN 1000. The Cubs are hosting the Guardians tonight. The Cubs had an off day yesterday. They are 49-35. Matthew Boyd on the mound tonight. He's 7-5 with a 2.65 ERA. But a lot of the conversation about the Cubs today and for the last couple of weeks has been about Kyle Tucker and whether or not the Cubs will sign Kyle Tucker in this offseason, whether or not they'll approach him before the season's over, since right now they're the only team that can talk to Kyle Tucker and his team when they figure out how they want to approach this. But Abdalla, that's really been the main storyline with this team. They're playing great baseball. They lead in their division right now by 2 games. And it's a lot of focus is on whether or not Kyle Tucker will sign in the offseason.
Yeah, and it's obviously a good problem to have, I would say, having him in your building every single day and the ability to negotiate with him. But, from everything that we've heard from Jed Hoyer talking to the media and being on shows here, and Carter Hawkins, who was on with Carmen and Jesse today, they're not negotiating right now. They're waiting until, maybe they'll take a stab at it during the All-Star break. Maybe they'll wait until they get to the offseason after the playoffs, should the Cubs make it there. They're only 2 games up right now on the Brewers. They're only 3 games up on the Cardinals. This is a team that has the second best run differential in baseball behind the Yankees by 1 run. By 1 run. And I think that you have to start to operate once again, because when they were winning the World Series, when they were, they had a very high payroll. They had a top 5 payroll. They were paying guys. They paid John Lester. They paid Jason Hayward. Now, it wasn't to the extent of what guys like Shohei Ohtani are making and what Juan Soto's making and what we assume Kyle Tucker is going to make. But guess what? The price of poker is going up. And if you're going to operate in a major market team, and if you want to own a team, one of the highest profile teams in the country, in the Chicago Cubs, in the 3rd largest market in the country, you need to operate like it. And if you don't, sell the team.
Well, I would say this, to offer some light pushback on you, Abdalla, the Cubs this year are 6th in payroll.
Yeah, okay.
So when you say they should be a top team as far as payroll goes in baseball,
what are they in revenue?
Are. Well, I don't have that answer for you right now. I just know, if you're looking at spending on the team, it's the Mets, Phillies, Yankees, Dodgers, Blue Jays, Cubs. So the Cubs are 6th. They have the Rangers, the Braves, the Giants, the Padres. So, yes, it should not hamper them from going out and signing Kyle Tucker to a $500 million deal. Mm-hmm. I understand your point. But they do have a high payroll this season. Could they spend a little bit more? Sure. There seems to be a quite a wide gap between the Cubs and the Blue Jays, who are 5th.
Yeah.
The Blue Jays' active 26-man roster is about $208 million. The Cubs are at $178.
Okay.
So there is a bit of a gap between those two, and then from the Blue Jays on, it goes up even more. The Mets are at $255.
That's more my point.
So there's a lot of money in between those points.
Yeah.
But the Cubs are 6th in all of baseball.
Okay, but my point is that gap shouldn't be as wide as it is. You were 3rd in baseball revenue last year. You can spend like the 4th best team in baseball, right? And so this is an opportunity now. Do with it what you want, the social media posts that Kyle Tucker is posting, whether he's posting them himself or he's got a person that does that for him. It looks like he enjoys being here. But again, who has come here that doesn't like it? Who has come through the Chicago Cubs organization since Theo took over however many years ago that says, I don't like being here? Everybody likes it here.
I don't think you even have to say the Cubs organization. Who doesn't like summertime shy?
But,
the people
players have not liked playing for the White Sox. So,
yeah, but listen, when you're on a boat in the harbor on Lake Michigan on a beautiful day where it's 90 degrees, who doesn't like that?
Yes, and so my point is that he wants to be here. Pay him. It shouldn't be hard to go through this. You have one of the most historic attractions in baseball. It's full all summer. You doubled the price of concerts there to rent the venue, and everything. You own everything around that is absolutely making money hand over fist during the summer. And if you say you're losing money on it because it's not full when there's not baseball. Not Cubs fans' problems. Not Jack McGrath, who's a Cubs fan, problem that you bought up.
He's calling you out, Jack.
No. I'm using him as an example. It's not Jack's problem that Ricketts decided to buy up a bunch of rooftops and bars and restaurants. That's not his problem as a Cubs fan. Just because they're not full from October until April, that's not any Cubs fan's problem. That's a Ricketts problem. So you have to separate baseball from the other things around your park. And I don't think the Ricketts have done a good job of that.
The Cubs host the Guardians tonight, 7:05 first pitch at Wrigley. Jed Hoyer spoke before the series got started tonight on the north side. And this is what Jed Hoyer had to say on if Cam Smith and his performance this season for the Astros has affected a possible Kyle Tucker deal in the future. Here's Jed Hoyer.
You want to keep a player like that, like you go into the negotiation wanting to keep him, but obviously you realize like at some point you must have your limits. Obviously we'll keep all those things internal, but certainly I think Kyle is is the kind of player you want to keep. I've said it all along, and obviously we'll be talking to Casey about that at some point. But I think you have to ultimately you have to go into that negotiation with a value. I think that you have to do that with any negotiation, and I don't think that changes anything.
So I could look at that a couple of ways, right? You must have limits. You got to have a value set on something, but they also want to talk to Kyle Tucker and his people. They value Kyle Tucker and his play. You don't make a trade sending someone like Cam Smith away and bring back Kyle Tucker as a rental, a 1-year rental. That's not a part of the playbook, right? Like you don't look at it that way.
Shouldn't be.
I also think Hoyer's comments there, you could read into, you can mince into if he's sending a signal, this, that, and the other, or matter of factly, he was just giving you the way you have to approach every single free agent situation. You have to place a value on a player, you have a limit, and you like the player. Like, I don't know. I can see both ways. I could see someone saying, well, the Cubs are going to have a limit. They're not going to be able to sign Kyle Tucker. And then also I could say, yeah, well, that's kind of how they approach every single free agent that's available.
Yeah, look, I don't expect them to go out there and sign him for $600, $700 million if that's what it gets to. But if you offer $425 and then the Dodgers come in or whoever comes in and offers $450, go to $475. I think if he continues to play the way he's playing right now and doesn't get injured and plays the full year, that contract is going to start with a 5. And I don't know if Tom Ricketts is willing to do that. Because it's obvious, like, ask Jed Hoyer if he wants to sign Kyle Tucker. He's going to say yes. Of course he is. Who doesn't want to sign Kyle Tucker? It's not up to him. It's not like he's making an analysis on a draft prospect or someone to extend, like with this was Rizzo and Chris Bryant. This is a guy who's one of the best players in baseball, and he's going to get a huge contract. And it's really not up to Jed Hoyer. Of course he wants to re-sign him, but is Ricketts going to allow for that money to be available?
Hoyer also talked about whether or not the team will have resources at the trade deadline.
I feel like this team has played really well. Obviously this place is full almost every night, and I think that we'll have the resources to make the moves needed to make at the deadline. That I'm very confident in.
And Jed Hoyer said that, 2 weeks ago, a week ago on the radio station?
He says it every year.
Well, no, on like a couple weeks ago,
yeah,
right?
He
here
said it
on
with Kap and J Hood.
With Kap and J Hood.
Mm-hmm.
He said the same thing. I believe him. I think that this team has, and he talked a lot about at the time with Kap and J Hood talking about the 2016 team, and that the 2016 team presented the opportunities because they kept winning baseball games. They were by far the best team in baseball. So it gave the front office more of a reason to go all in on that season because they showed them they were worthy. I would say the next couple weeks probably will play into that a little bit. Right? Like this team in the last few weeks has slumped. They're not playing the great baseball that they were playing at the start of the season.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that's necessarily to say that they're not going to do things at the deadline. They obviously need to. And you just heard Hoyer right there say that they will have the resources at the trade deadline. But a couple weeks ago on Kap and J Hood, he said, a team will tell you whether or not they're worthy of making those moves that chase a championship type of thing. So we'll see. Like in the next couple of weeks before the trade deadline, if they continue to slump like this and somehow fall between Milwaukee and St. Louis, if those two teams catch them, maybe it's a different answer by the time we get to the end of the month in the trade deadline. But right now, being in first place, having one of the better records in all of the National League, only Philly and LA have a better record at this point. I think that they will have the resources and spend and go after someone at the trade deadline.
Yeah, as they should. I think that they'll still be in first place, and if not, they'll be, maybe they're in the position that the Brewers are, 2 games back or whatever. That's not enough for me to say, well, we're not just going to do anything because this is the team and we're just going to go and see what happens with this team. You're still only 2 games out. You've got a ton of baseball left against the Brewers and the Cardinals in the second half of the season after the trade deadline. So I don't understand why. I don't think there would be a situation where they wouldn't go and add. The question is going to be, yes, you have the resources, but there's only a certain amount of starting pitching available and a bunch of teams that want that starting pitching. There's only a handful of bullpen arms that are worthy of doing that. And how many prospects are you willing to give up for that kind of thing? I don't think it's a money issue right now. I don't think they're going to look at a starting pitcher's salary for the next 3 years and say, we're not going to be able to afford that. I think it's going to be a matter of how many prospects and who those prospects are that those teams are going to want and whether or not the team is going to be willing to give up those prospects. I don't think, resources are fine. Money's fine. But is Jed Hoyer going to be willing to part with certain guys in their farm system to get those deals done now to try to make a run deep into the playoffs this year?
The other side of this, and Hoyer talked about this before the game as well, that right now there's very few true sellers in baseball because based on the wild card, you look around, there's only like 8 teams in all of baseball that you could qualify as like out of it. In the American League, Baltimore is 7 games back of the wild card. The Athletics are 10.5, and the White Sox are 16. I'm guessing those 3 teams are out of it.
Yeah.
Kansas City, only 5.5 games back of the wild card. Everyone else in the American League is within the 5.5 games of the wild card. You go to the National League, there's a few more teams, a couple more. Atlanta, 7.5 back of the wild card. Miami, 8. Pittsburgh, 11. Washington, 11. And the Rockies at 27. Outside of those 5 teams, everyone else in the National League is in it. Arizona, 4 games back. Cincinnati, 2.5 games back. The Giants, 1.5 games back. So when you look at all of baseball, there are very few true sellers right now because almost everyone in baseball, except for 8 teams, are still alive.
Well, yeah, and the Diamondbacks are a perfect example. They're 10.5 out of their division. They're only 4 back in the wild card.
Right, so they're in it, and they're battling with Cincinnati, San Francisco, San Diego, St. Louis, Milwaukee, New York. So it's great for baseball that all these teams are still in it at this point, but to what Jed Hoyer is saying before the game, that leads to you getting to this point a couple weeks out from the deadline, and there's not really a clear, obvious group of teams that are selling at this point.
Well, and a team like the Braves, too, they believe they can contend next year. They're having a bad year, but they believe they're still going to be in the mix next year, so they're not going to trade Chris Sale. So you're also dealing with teams that think they can still compete when next year comes around, so they're not going to trade away key starting pitching just to say that they're selling when they think they can still make a run at this thing next year.
It's Bleck Abdalla.
Bleck Abdalla on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
The CDGA Golf Show. It's your source for golf news, course to course, and golf news coast to coast. Hosts Tyler Rocky and Mike Gilligan are linked up with golfing knowledge to help us all. Tune in Saturdays 9 to 11 on all the ESPN Chicago channels. Brought to you by Glenview Park Golf Club.
This summer, the Roar returns to Washington Park in Michigan City, Indiana. The X Insurance Great Lakes Grand Prix takes over July 28th through August 3rd. High-speed offshore powerboat racing and non-stop action. Boat parade, block party, brewfest, live music, and heart-pounding thrills on the water. Just an hour from Chicago. Make the short drive and feel miles away. July 28th through August 3rd. The X Insurance Great Lakes Grand Prix. Plan your visit now at GreatLakesGrandPrix.com.
Hey friends, it's your buddy Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. The 4th of July weekend sales event is going on now at all 12 Hawk Auto locations. Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Save with 0% financing for 72 months or no payments for 90 days. That's 0% or no payments till October. Find your next car this 4th of July weekend at hawkauto.com.
HawkAuto.com.
$13.89 per month per thousand. Financed on select models with approved credit.
A Progressive Home and Auto Bundle can protect you round the clock, but we can't protect you from those painful moments in sports.
Holding. Defense.
The ref totally blew that call.
Oh, I'm sure he'll make the right call next time.
It's too late. It cost us the game.
Well, it's just one game.
That loss eliminated us from the playoffs.
Oh, the playoffs are on so late. Now you'll be well rested.
Okay, I need you to stop talking now.
Well, at least your home and auto are protected with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
We expect our information in real time. U.S. Med carries continuous glucose monitors, which provide real-time readings of blood glucose levels. U.S. Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 500 private insurers. So call 888-665-0696 today for a free insurance and Medicare benefits check as easy as... That's 888-665-0696.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs, with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
$6 million. The Veroliak Law Group wins again for their clients. You heard me right. The Veroliak Law Group recovered $6 million for a client who was injured due to a medical error. If you're injured, make sure to call the Veroliak Law Group.
This is Chicago's home for sports. ESPN 1000.
I'd like you to meet someone who's